December of 1976, 81-year-old George Clarence Seitz resided in the Jamaican neighborhood of Queens, New York. A World War I veteran, the war had left a lasting mark on him. Had he lived in a time when the condition was more widely recognized, he might have been diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder. George was a reclusive man who mistrusted banks, preferring to carry all of his money with him at all times. As a result, on the rare occasions when he did venture out, he would pull out large wads of cash, often totaling thousands of dollars, to pay for anything he bought. At around 10 a.m. on December 10, 1976, George left his home to walk to Haircutters, a barbershop just 2.5 blocks away, for a haircut. He never returned. It would take nearly 45 years for authorities to uncover what had happened to George. On November 3, 2021, 74-year-old Martin Mota was arrested and charged with George's murder. The events that led to authorities being able to determine that George had been murdered began more than 2 years earlier. On March 11, 2019, a woman in her 50s called the police to tell them about something she had witnessed back in 1976 when she was 11 years old. According to authorities, she had not come forward earlier because of intimidation and concerns about repercussions. The witness reported that as a child, she had seen her mother's boyfriend cut up a body inside of the barbershop he owned with his brother. The barbershop was Haircutters, where George Seitz got his haircut, and the boyfriend was Martin Mota. The witness further stated that she later saw Mota with black garbage bags, burying them in the backyard. The following day, investigators went to the home where the witness reported seeing the burial at 8772 115th Street in the Richmond Hill neighborhood of Queens. Forensic anthropologists began excavating the backyard and located a makeshift grave in the exact spot where the witness said it would be. The advanced state of decomposition, the remains were found in complicated extracting DNA from them, but the medical examiner was ultimately able to identify a complete DNA profile. By this time, genetic genealogy was becoming a popular tool for law enforcement. However, at the time, New York state law only allowed for genetic genealogy to be used to identify suspects, not victims. The FBI did not have such limitations, so they were brought into the investigation. In February of 2021, the NYPD partnered with Otham Laboratories, who created a comprehensive genealogical profile. The profile was given to the FBI, who generated leads for the NYPD and the Queens District Attorney's Office to follow up on. Potential relatives of the victim were identified in California and Ohio, and investigators traveled to speak with them. The next major break in the case came when they went to Ohio. The individuals they went to speak with were not surprised when a detective from the NYPD came to speak with them and instantly assumed they were there to discuss a relative of theirs they had been searching for over the past 45 years. They explained the story of George Seitz and his disappearance. They also revealed George's habit of always having a lot of cash on him. DNA samples collected from these relatives confirmed that the remains found in Richmond Hill belonged to George Seitz. The family was grateful to finally have answers about what happened to George. With the information provided by George's family, prosecutors were able to present robbery as the motive for the murder when they presented the case to the grand jury that ultimately indicted Martin Mota on a charge of second-degree murder. During the course of their investigation, the NYPD and the Queens District Attorney's Office uncovered what they described as crucial evidence, which they alleged ties Mota to the murder. Their investigation included multiple witness interviews and record searches covering multiple agencies in 5 different states. Mota appeared in court to discuss the possibility of bail. He was remanded to custody and is currently being held at the Anna M. Cross Correctional Facility. His next court appearance is scheduled for December 3rd. Discover the chilling world of secret crime mysteries, where we delve into the most perplexing cold cases and unsolved crimes. Join us as we unravel hidden clues and explore haunting mysteries. Subscribe now and be part of the journey to bring these cases to light. Mervyn Sinclair was a Cree man from George Gordon First Nation in Saskatchewan. He had a happy-go-lucky spirit and loved to sing and play the guitar. He did not enjoy school and left after grade 6. He had an adventurous spirit and did not scare easily. In 1958, the 23-year-old was a private in Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry. Over the long Easter weekend, he visited family in Saskatchewan. However, when he arrived, He looked as though he had been roughed up, according to his family, and he drank heavily that weekend. Mervyn told his family that just prior to his Easter leave, a commanding officer had made a sexual advance towards him, which he had refused to go along with. The two men got into a fight which the commanding officer lost. Mervyn's father was a survivor of one of Canada's infamous residential schools, and he had taught Mervyn to box when he was young so that he would always be able to defend himself. That was not an uncommon thing happening to Native people. I can believe that because I've watched it. Mervyn's sister, Darlene, would later say, "My father was a boxer and he taught the boys how to look after themselves physically because we were Native people living off the reserve." Mervyn was concerned about what would happen to him as an Indigenous man on the base or fight. He was also concerned that he might not even make it to prison as the officer had threatened him, saying, "You'll regret this once you get back." Mervyn's family believed he was still planning to return to Canadian Forces Base Wainwright in Alberta. He was last seen hitchhiking in Alberta. On May 15th, he was declared absent without leave. Mervyn's family learned that he was missing when military police arrived at Ralph's home looking for him. They initially arrested Ralph, believing him to be Mervyn because of their strong physical resemblance. When the possessions Mervyn had left behind at the base were returned to his family, his clothes were all covered in blood, increasing the family's fears that something had happened to Mervyn on base that the military wasn't telling them about. Ralph Sinclair never gave up looking for his brother, even as decades went on without any leads as to what had happened to him. Ralph spoke to the media and posted handmade missing persons flyers throughout Western Canada. He died in the fall of 2020 without ever learning his beloved brother's fate. Just a few months later, however, a woman the Sinclairs had never met took a commercial DNA test and solved Mervyn's disappearance 63 years after he went missing. Jelaine Davidson was raised by her mother and stepfather in Calgary, Alberta. She knew very little about her biological father. Her mother had left him and the homely shared in Hope, British Columbia around the time Jelaine turned 1. Jelaine's mother wanted him to marry her, but he refused, without ever providing an answer as to why. He was very secretive, which also contributed to the end of the relationship. Jelaine's mother told her that her father was a man named William Baca. He was Cherokee and from Oklahoma. His parents were named Victor and Nora. She did not have any further information about his background. In 1980, when Jelaine was a teenager, she was contacted by a mutual friend of her family and her biological father to inform her that William had been killed in a car accident. After Jelaine learned that her father had passed away, she also learned that he had tried to be a part of her life. Her grandmother confessed that he had written letters to her over the years, but she had thrown the letters away because Jelaine had been adopted by her stepfather, who had since divorced Jelaine's mother. She realized that she had made a mistake by doing this and apologized to Jelaine. It took Jelaine another decade to finally become ready to try to research her father and his family. Her mother was white, so she knew nothing about her Indigenous heritage but hoped to learn about it. She called the Royal Canadian Mounted Police in Terrace, British Columbia, where her father had died, to inquire about the car accident that had killed him in hopes that she could find further clues about his family. The officer she talked to happened to know a William Baca, but he was alive and working as a security officer at a local mall and younger than Jelaine. This William Baca, who went by Sam, was Jelaine's half-brother. Like Jelaine, he was also raised with a stepfather, but unlike her, he did know their father. The long-lost half-siblings got in touch, and Sam's wife helped Jelaine coordinate their reunion on Halloween as a surprise for Sam. Sam was able to show Jelaine pictures of their father and tell her things about him, like how much he loved music. The siblings visited their father's grave together, which gave Jelaine a sense of peace. Jelaine and Sam remained close despite not living near each other, speaking on the phone regularly and visiting each other when they could. Years later, when commercial DNA kits to test for an individual's heritage and identify their relatives who had also taken a years later, when commercial DNA kits to test for an individual's heritage and identify their relatives who had also taken a test became widely available, Jelaine was intrigued by the idea of this new potential lead in her search for information about her background. Fearing the effort would result in no answers, however, she was hesitant to take such a test for many years. Then, in February of 2021, Jolene happened to see that Ancestry DNA was having a sale and finally decided to take the test. When she got her results, they identified a man whose DNA was a close match to hers, explained grandparents. However, their last name was not Baca, as she expected, but Sinclair. Jolene messaged the man and received a response from his wife, who managed his profile. When she wrote back, she told Jolene that she believed she was the daughter of Mervyn Sinclair, who had been missing since 1958. She included Mervyn's missing person flyer with the message. Jolene was shocked when she saw the picture on the flyer despite the fact that the photo was taken almost 20 years before any of the photos of her father she had seen had been taken. She could tell that it was him. Jolene messaged back with the photos of her father she had gotten from Sam and Mervyn's one surviving sibling. His sister Darlene was shocked to see the resemblance he still bore to the rest of his family later in his life. Another DNA match to confirm William Baca's identification as Mervyn Sinclair was subsequently made through the RCMP. The Sinclair family was disappointed to hear that Mervyn had died in a car accident, but they were relieved he had not been murdered, as they had feared for decades. Others in his family continued to suffer as a result of government policies concerning indigenous people in the years after he went missing, so they could understand why he might have started a new life rather than face unjust repercussions from the military. They were thrilled to learn that Mervyn had 2 children who they were able to meet and welcome into their family. I feel like I will have a great deal of peace to have this sorted out for my dad. I just hope that, some way, somehow, he knows that we found him, we know his story, and that we love him, Jolene told CBC News. Raymond Jones was an outgoing and popular man. He always had a smile on his face, and he loved to tease and play jokes. When he met a woman named Betty in the 1950s, they had many common interests like dancing and fishing. The two began spending all their time together, engaged in all the activities they both loved. The couple married and had 3 children together. Their one son, Jeffrey, shared Ray's birthday of September 7th. Betty and Ray also loved racing stock cars. But this shared interest would ultimately tear them apart rather than keep them together. Betty was in a serious wreck, and while she survived, she was left paralyzed from the waist down. The stress of her serious injury put a strain on the marriage, and Betty and Ray ultimately divorced. The couple's children stayed with their mother at their home in Montana, while Ray moved to Salmon, Idaho. He got remarried to a woman named Donna, and the couple adopted a little boy. Ray became very close with his neighbors, the Pearson family, and the Joneses and the Pearsons spent a lot of time together. Raymond would practice shooting with his friend, Ralph Pearson, and would play tricks on Ralph's young children. Ralph Pearson would be the last known person to see Ray alive. Ray spent his 39th birthday, September 7, 1968, out bow hunting with a hunting party that included Ralph as well as 2 other hunters. They set up camp in the Hayden Creek area of Lemhi County, Idaho. Later that afternoon, Ray signaled to Ralph that he was going to move up higher on the mountain they were hunting on. When it began getting dark, Ralph returned to they contacted the sheriff, and a larger search involving more than 70 people, as well as search dogs, began on September 9th. In addition to the ground search, helicopters were brought in to look for Ray from the air. The search effort had to be called off after just a few days because of snow. It was briefly reopened a few days later when footprints were found on a ridge near the area where Ray had gone missing, but no sign of him was found. 2 days after his father went missing, Jeffrey Jones received a birthday card from him in the mail. I believed for a long time that he would be found. I kept hoping, and it was probably 15 years before I finally gave up. Rumors and stories kept circulating that somebody had seen him or that he took off. I heard all this stuff and just kept expecting or hoping that he would walk through the door one day, Jeffrey would later say. Ralph Pearson never used the bow he had been hunting with on the day Ray vanished again. It remained on the top shelf of his closet until he passed away in 2010, and possession of it went to his daughter Kendra. The last thing Ralph's daughter Karen said to him before he died was, "Dad, go find Ray." Ray would not be found until 53 years and 10 days after he disappeared. Around 4 p.m. on September 17, 2021, a bow hunter was taking a shortcut between 2 hunting areas when he came across human remains. He called the Lemhi County Sheriff's Office to notify them of his discovery. Because it was so late in the day, they were not able to come of Raymond Jones. The bow hunter who found the remains has not been publicly identified, but he has spoken to Ray's family. I'm very relieved to know what happened. I'm grateful to the guy that found him. I couldn't have asked for a better person to find my dad. After talking to him, he's just a super guy, Jeffrey Jones said after speaking with the hunter. Ray had told the other hunters he had wanted to look for mountain goats that day while they were back at camp. A large rock matching the type of rock that made up the cliffs above where the remains were found was found covering the lower half of the remains. The hunter who found Ray told Jeffrey that he believed Ray may have seen mountain goats at the top of the cliffs and then tried to climb up the cliff to see them better. Part of the cliff may have broken off as he did so and landed on top of him after he fell. The past week and a half have been surreal, but I'm very lucky to know what happened to my dad after all these years, Jeffrey said after his father's remains were found. I could have gone my whole life without knowing, but now I know, and it brings some peace. Jeffrey planned to bring his father's remains back to Montana so that Ray can be buried next to his parents. Destiny Renee Pittman was born on January 9, 1992, to her loving parents, Melvin L. Douglas Jr. and Carla A. Pittman McCombs. She was one of 5 siblings, including 2 brothers, Brandon McCombs and Seth Pickett, and 2 sisters, Cheyenne McCombs and Mackenzie Douglas. Together, they grew up in Kokomo, where they enjoyed a joyful and happy family life. By 2013, at the age of 21, Destiny had moved out of her parents' home but remained in Kokomo, living with a roommate in an apartment on the 800 block of James Drive. She had also been in a relationship for over a year, though her boyfriend's identity was never made public. Destiny and her boyfriend shared a risky venture. They occasionally sold marijuana for extra income, which put them in contact with dangerous individuals. On February 7, 2013, Destiny, her boyfriend, and her roommate were enjoying a quiet evening in their apartment on James Drive, with no plans for the night. What they didn't realize was that their peaceful evening was about to be disrupted by complete chaos. At around 9:20 p.m. that night, there was a commotion outside their door. Destiny went outside to see what was happening, and moments later her boyfriend and roommate heard raised voices, and someone screaming in rage, asking for the location of something. Then they heard a loud gunshot, which terrified them, and they both hid inside the apartment. The intruders then entered the house, but luckily did not find the boyfriend or the roommate, and left soon after. At 9:33 p.m., officers from the Kokomo Police Department responded to reports of shooting from 800 James Drive. When they arrived, they found Destiny dead outside her apartment, bleeding from a single gunshot wound to her chest. A single .40 caliber shell casing was recovered from the scene, and they found that the bullet had flown straight through Destiny before striking the wall behind her. When police questioned her boyfriend and roommate about the invaders, they learned that the 2 of them had not seen them at all, except for a glimpse of their shoes. When questioned if they knew of any motive behind the robbery, Destiny's boyfriend admitted to the police that he had sold marijuana and had taken a bag containing weed and over $2,000 in cash to another house, just days prior to the home invasion. He also told them that Destiny too had her own business selling marijuana, though she had decreased her involvement in this venture after she had recently inherited some money. Police noted that Destiny's stash of marijuana and cash was missing from the apartment, and realized that the robbery had likely been the prime motive behind the murder. After this, they took a look at people who used to buy weed from Destiny and her boyfriend, but none of these potential suspects panned out in the investigation. Eventually, the trail went cold and the investigation fizzled out. For 9 long years, the case lay cold, and police had no idea how they would ever find new suspects with the severe lack of evidence and information that was available. But when they were least expecting it, on December 5, 2022, they got a new lead completely out of the blue. They received a voicemail from an informant who claimed to have information about the murder of Destiny Pittman. The informant, whose identity has not been released to protect their confidentiality, stated that they were with 2 brothers, 32-year-old Joey McCartney and 36-year-old Jesse McCartney, on the night Destiny was killed. They said that it was these 2 brothers who had killed and robbed Destiny that night. The informant then went over the events of that night with the police. The informant claimed Jesse and Joey said they were running an errand and that the informant tagged along. The informant said that they had been sitting in Jesse McCartney's Jeep outside the James Drive apartment when both the McCartneys had left the car and entered the house. The informant then heard a gunshot and saw both men come running out of the house. Jesse was apparently sweating heavily and was carrying a large bag of marijuana in one hand and a wad of cash in the other. The informant also described the gun Jesse had owned and told the police that 6 months after that night, Jesse had sold both his gun and Jeep to cover his tracks. The informant also took the police to the exact house where the killing had happened and pointed out where they had waited in the car and which apartment the McCartneys had entered. The informant told the police that they had taken so long to come forward because they were terrified of Jesse. But eventually, the guilt of knowing what had happened had been too much, and they felt they had to tell the truth. He also told the police that Jesse McCartney had since changed his phone number, but still lived in Kokomo on Monroe Street. They also informed the police of Joey McCartney's location and that he now lived in Kentucky. Having got all this information, detectives from the Kokomo Police Department, working along with the U.S. Marshals, arrested the brothers Jesse and Joey McCartney in February 2023 for the murder of Destiny Pittman. The brothers have pleaded not guilty, and the case will now go on trial. Before we dive in, don't forget to subscribe to our new channel, where we uncover captivating and chilling cold cases that will keep you on the edge of your seat. You won't want to miss the twists and turns we have in store. Okay, let's continue. 24-year-old Petra Knoll lay lifeless, like a broken doll, strangled by an unknown attacker behind a beer stand. A young single mother, Petra was living with her parents and her 1-year-old daughter at the time. Separated from the child's father, she was raising her daughter alone. On the night before her body was discovered, February 13, 1988, Petra decided to take a break and enjoy the carnival with friends. She spent the evening partying with 2 friends at a club called Charivari. Charivari was located in Beerdorf, Cologne, a lively tourist spot known as Beer Village, home to various pubs and cafes. The club itself was in the basement of a mall named Lannenstadt, now known as Toppern Passagen. Around 4 a.m. on February 14th, Petra decided to head to another club called Big Ben. Low on money, she borrowed 100 Deutschmarks from a friend before leaving. Sadly, she never made it to her destination. Instead, the morning of the parade, police officers and forensic professionals milled around her body, while the parade, which was in full swing, took place only a few meters away near the Scholl and Wiedelschach. While the parade was not cancelled when news of the gruesome incident emerged, that particular area was cordoned off, and the police made sure no spectators were allowed accidentally or otherwise on the scene. The unsolved murder of Petra Knoll was considered one of the biggest ever cases in Cologne's criminal history. For a time, the detectives pursued any lead they found, however slim. Unfortunately, they all led to dead ends. With no new leads and no further information, the case was deemed a cold case. It looked as though Petra Knoll would never receive justice and her family would never know peace. For 34 years, the case continued to baffle the investigators. How was it that no one had noticed anything out of the ordinary? Surely, there would have been sounds of a scuffle. How could nobody have heard anything? These questions continued to plague the officers. 34 years after Petra was murdered, her case was reopened in cooperation with the Special Organizational Structure, BAO, Cold Cases of the State Criminal Police Office of North Rhine-Westphalia. The case was also featured on the ZDF show, Aktengein XY, a television crime program on the December 7, 2022. This proved to be the break that investigators were looking for. Once the show was over, 5 people called and offered new leads, invigorated. At the thought of finally bringing Petra's murder to justice, they investigated all the leads carefully and thoroughly. Ultimately, this resulted in a valuable tip from a possible witness, which eventually led to the arrest of a suspect. When the case was broadcast on the Aktengein XY program in December 2022, a man at the Munich recording studio immediately came forward as a witness during the broadcast. The Cologne officials wasted no time in contacting him. During his questioning, he described in detail the course of the evening. It was the early hours of February 14, 1988, and it was Carnival Saturday. He had spent some time living it up with a friend in the Beer Village and the Shiver nightclub. Petra Knoll was also there, celebrating Carnival Saturday. As the time of the crime grew nearer, he remembered wanting to go back home, and his friend expressed the same desire as well. In perfect accord, the two men made their way to a taxi stand in Tunis Strasse. There they met Petra Knoll and struck up a friendly conversation. As it happens, taxis were in extremely short supply due to the carnival, so the group decided to move on to Newmark, hoping to find taxis there. As they walked and chatted, the two friends parted ways as their wait for a taxi proved to be very long. The witness remained at the stand, while his friend followed Petra in the direction of Newmark. The next day, the media reported on the homicide. Upon hearing what had happened, the witness wanted to go to the police and report on the happenings of the previous night. His friend at the time refused to do so quite vehemently, and convinced the witness that no good would come of it. Out of respect for his friend, the witness let the matter drop and decided against making a statement to the police. 34 years later, the witness watched the show. 34 years later, the two men were no longer friends either. When he saw a photograph of Petra, he recognized her immediately and came forward with his statement. While he described the evening to the officers in explicit detail, he did not initially want to share his friend's name. The officers spoke to the witness and convinced him to do so. Forensics came forward with details, which allowed them to have greater clarity on the matter. Fiber traces found on Petra indicated the murderer was probably wearing a black leather jacket, moon-wash jeans, and cognac brown shoes, possibly cowboy boots. Knoll's black purse containing her neck pouch was missing. The pouch probably contained the 100 Deutschmarks borrowed from her friend, and possibly also tokens used to buy drinks in the Bierdorf Cologne. On February 14, 2023, exactly 34 years to the day that Petra Knoll had been murdered, the police arrested a 56-year-old suspect from the Cologne district of Bilderstachen. The suspect's name has not been released to the public at this time. The suspect claimed that he could not remember the murder during an initial interrogation. However, his DNA profile was matched to DNA traces found on the victim. The suspect did not know Petra personally, and so the officers deduced the crime was probably one of greed by a then young 21-year-old man, too drunk and greedy to know better. At the present, the suspect has denied the crime, but he did not resist arrest. He will now be charged with the murder, and Petra's family can finally begin a long and painful journey to closure. On January 28, 2012, police received a call from Yvonne Johnson reporting that her son had found something unusual while cleaning the yard. When officers arrived at Brookhaven Trailer Park in Opelika, Alabama, they were shocked to discover a toddler's skull. A search of the area behind a nearby trailer uncovered more remains, including a few bones and a small bundle of curly hair. Additional evidence was found in a creek nearby, where police recovered a pink long-sleeve shirt. The shirt featured little heart buttons and floral ruffles around the neckline. The remains were determined to belong to a child, likely between the ages of 4 and 7. The case, both tragic and complex, led investigators to start with the basics. The remains were sent to the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia, to try to identify the child and conduct an autopsy. Sadly, the heartache surrounding the case was far from over. The reports revealed baffling details that the remains belonged to a 4 to 7-year-old African-American female child who had suffered blunt force trauma that caused more than 15 fractures in the bones of her skull, legs, arms, ribs, and shoulders. Not only that, she was also severely malnourished and showed signs of abuse, as there was evidence of her previous injuries being healed. She seemed to have had a fractured eye socket in her left eye, which led the forensic team to believe that she was blind in her left eye. Her death, considered a homicide, likely occurred between the summers of 2010-2011. No amount of investigation led the police to the baby's family. That was when the unnamed child was given the name Opelika's baby Jane Doe, who became beloved in the community. Everyone tried finding the answers after the detectives released the information to the public, but the mysteries of the case were not revealed. After almost 4 years, in 2016, a picture of a girl surfaced that could have been the Jane Doe. The police noticed that the picture was taken at Opelika's Greater Peace Baptist Church Bible School around 2011. The location seemed to be a match. The child looked neglected, She had a visible deformity on her eye, and the timeline fell into place too. The detectives saw a ray of hope. They believed that they would finally be able to reach baby Jane Doe's family, but all the efforts to locate the baby in the picture were proven unsuccessful. The teacher at the school could not recall the name of the child, but remembered her as a quiet person who liked to be alone and struggled to communicate with others. The church hadn't started officially registering the students, so they did not have any records for the child seen in the picture, so the detectives did the next best thing by enhancing the low-quality, grainy pictures provided by the church and publishing them so that someone could bring in useful information. The police even tried getting help from DNA testing, but the conditions of her remains did not allow any such procedure to be followed. The officers had no option but to wait for information from the public and continue their investigation. A decade passed by, but baby Jane Doe was still a mystery. During this period, between 2012 and 2022, the police went over 15,000 case files to try and find the identity of baby Jane Doe, but all their efforts were in vain. Despite thousands of tips, neither the baby nor her killer could be identified. With the development of DNA technology in January 2022, the detectives hoped that they could extract something substantial now. A DNA profile was built on the sample collected from her scalp and hair by Othram Laboratories and Astria Forensics. The forensics case was assigned to the renowned Dr. Barbara Ray Venter. Finally, in October 2022, with the help of genetic genealogy, Dr. Barbara was successful in identifying the father of baby Jane as Lamar Vickerstaff. He was born and brought up in Opelika, Alabama, and had served in the U.S. Navy, because of which he had resided in Honolulu, Norfolk, and Jacksonville. After this discovery, the police immediately traveled to Mayport Naval Station in Jacksonville, where Lamar was stationed at the time, to inform him of his daughter's death. But he was a no-show. After waiting for several hours, the police finally tracked him down. He provided no information about baby Jane Doe's identity to the detectives. Then the police questioned his wife, Ruth Vickerstaff, who had been married to him since 2006. She informed the police that she did not know Lamar's daughter or her mother. In December 2022, despite so many failed efforts, the police did not give up. Out of all the possible matches of women linked to Lamar around 2006, they figured out that baby Jane Doe's mother was 37-year-old Sherry Wiggins, native of Norfolk, Virginia. She identified the baby as her own daughter, Amore Javia Wiggins, who was born in 2006. The twists and turns of this case were over yet, as Sherry did not even know that her daughter, for whom she had been paying child support for all these years, had been missing for more than a decade. She told the officers everything that had happened after Amory's birth in 2006. Sherry met LeVar Vickerstaff at the age of 19, as they had lived in the same apartment complex. He was a 35-year-old Navy officer, and they quickly began a romantic relationship. One day, when Sherry realized that she was pregnant, they moved in together. However, the Vickerstaff family was not happy with him having a baby without getting married. Since they did not plan on getting married anytime soon, Lamar started being upset about his family all the time. Before long, he began showing aggressive tendencies towards Sherry, so Sherry planned to take some action and move out. Then, on January 1st, 2006, Amore Javea Wiggins was born in Norfolk, Virginia. Sherry named her Amore, meaning love in Spanish, and she was full of love and smiles. Amore was a happy child who didn't cry a lot. She was smart and special, but Lamar did not seem to care about that. He didn't take any part in Amore's early life. He was always absent, so Sherry went to court to try and get full custody of her child. By that time, Lamar had married Ruth in the same year, 2006. Sherry confessed that she had made many mistakes around that time. There had been misdemeanor reports against her which did not work out in her favor at all, and the legal custody of Amore was given to her father in 2009, while Sherry was not even given a visitation allowance. She tried fighting this decision by appealing to the court for years, but in 2013, she was informed that her appeals had been exhausted. So Sherry waited. She longed for Amore to turn 18 so that she could finally see her. Sherry told the police that she was not able to be a part of her upbringing, but she had paid child support ever since 2009 to support her daughter financially, and she was happy to do whatever she could to be involved in Amore's life. Little did she know that Amori's own father would be responsible for her death. After learning all this, police tried reaching out to school boards and pediatric clinics in the states that Lamar had previously resided in and the neighboring ones too, but they did not find any records, concluding that Amori was never enrolled in a school and was not even reported missing. Finally, on January 17, 2023, Lamar Vickerstaff was arrested for felony murder, and his wife, Ruth Vickerstaff, was taken into custody for failure to report a missing persons report. The police built a strong case against the Vickerstaffs, and the hearing was held on March 22, 2023. During the court proceedings, it was revealed that Lamar Vickerstaff had confessed on tape to killing Omari Wiggins. He wanted to keep his wife, Ruth, from being charged with anything. They also learned that Ruth had once made a call to Child Protective Services anonymously. Later, she confronted Lamar about how she felt overwhelmed by the child and told him to give Amory to another member of his family. Lamar was looking to strike a deal of some kind with the police by offering these details in exchange for his wife's innocence. Then Lamar took Omari from Virginia, where he was stationed at the time, to Opelika and just drove around without giving any further details about how he murdered her. Lamar told the police that he tried resuscitating her. Lamar was held without bond and Ruth had to wear an ankle monitor and stay within Duval County. They will be seeing a grand jury, the date of which will be released by the department later. If convicted, Lamar will be sentenced to life in prison without parole or even the death penalty, while Ruth could face up to 10 years in prison. The police requested people to come forward and provide information in the case of Amory Wiggins, an innocent child who did not live a happy life that was also brutally cut short by her own father. Opelika's baby Jane Doe was officially identified as Amory Jovet Wiggins on January 19, 2023 by teary-eyed officers who had spent years on her case. She would have been 17 years old in 2023. Sherry thought that she was just a year away from meeting her daughter when the police came knocking at her door and informed her that Amori had been dead for over a decade. Sherry organized a memorial for her late daughter in February of 2023. Everyone showed up in pink and red attire honoring her name. Amori, the tearful mother, said, "She has a name, say it loud, Amori Jovet Wiggins." She read out a poem in the loving memory of her daughter. "I wish I could hold your hand and kiss your cheek, just to let you know how much you mean to me." Detective Alfred White, who did not give up hope on Amory's case, also attended the services. He gave a heartfelt message to her, remembering how much she meant to the Opelika Police Department. "Amore, we love you. We do. We all love you, Amore. If you didn't get to hear from the people who had you last, you can hear it from here. We love you." Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. On January 6, 1982, Harold E. Bray, the sheriff of Jefferson County, Colorado, was on a United Airlines flight to San Francisco for business. While looking out the window as the plane flew over the mountains west of Denver, he saw flashes of light, 3 short, 3 long, then 3 short again. Recognizing this as an SOS signal, Sheriff Bray realized someone was in distress far below. He quickly alerted the pilot. The pilot relayed the report to the Federal Aviation Administration, which diverted 2 other planes in the area to investigate. A Rocky Mountain Airlines pilot spotted a truck in the location of the SOS, and the Clear Creek County Sheriff's Office was notified about a motorist stranded on Guanella Pass. Just before midnight, Dave Montoya, a fire chief in Clear Creek County, was sent to the scene. That night, heavy snow was falling, and the temperature at the high altitude was about 20 degrees below zero. Near the top of the pass, Montoya found a pickup truck stuck in a snowdrift, with 30-year-old Alan Lee Phillips still inside the cab. Phillips claimed he had attempted to drive across the more than 11,000-foot mountain pass on his way back to his home in Georgetown from a friend's house in Bailey when his truck became stuck in the snowdrift. He attributed his poor choice to try to make it across the pass in the heavy snow to the fact that he had been drinking earlier. He had been wearing warm clothes and had an emergency blanket in his truck, but he did not have snow chains for his tires. He had tried to walk to a nearby ski area after getting stuck, but had only made it about 200 yards on foot before he realized he would not survive the extreme weather conditions. Desperate, He used his truck's headlights to signal SOS when he heard a plane fly overhead and was extremely lucky that the signal was not only seen, but seen by someone who understood what it meant. Dave Montoya was shocked at the situation, both at Philip's bad idea to try to make it across the pass in the first place under those conditions and the sheer luck of the SOS being seen from the sky and Philip's being saved. "We ended up picking up the guy straight out of hell," Dave said decades later. When Dave found Phillips, he had a large bruise on his face. He claimed he had sustained it after getting out of his truck to urinate. He had been blinded by the raging snow and slammed his head into the corner of his truck as he tried to get back inside. When Dave got a good look at the man he was rescuing, he recognized him. Dave had seen Phillips at the local mine where he worked as a miner. Phillips was employed there as a mechanic. It would be almost 40 years before Dave would recognize that face again. This time he saw it on television while watching the local news in March of 2021. Phillips' mugshot popped up on the screen. He had been arrested. Mugshot popped up on the screen. He had been arrested for 2 cold case murders, both of which he was accused of committing on the same night Dave had rescued him from the Ganella Pass. He had not been in the area because of a bad choice he made while driving home from a friend's house. He had instead been there disposing of the body of the second woman he had killed that day. He got his mercy. He got saved. He got his life saved. He didn't die up there, but he did bad things before that, and he's got to pay for them, Dave told the media after learning of Phillips' arrest. Annette Schnee graduated from East High School in Sioux City, Iowa in 1978. She attended school in Nebraska before moving out to Colorado. She had a laid-back personality and was a free spirit who had hopes of one day becoming a flight attendant. At the beginning of 1982, 21-year-old Annette was living in the Colorado town of Blue River. She worked 2 jobs, one at the Holiday Inn in Frisco and the other at the Flipside Bar in Beaver Run. On January 6, 1982, she left work at the Holiday Inn early because she was not feeling well. She went to a nearby medical center in Frisco and then got a ride to a pharmacy on Ski Hill Road in Breckenridge. At the pharmacy, Annette was seen speaking with a woman she appeared to know, although the woman's identity has never been determined. When she finished at the pharmacy, Annette went outside to hitchhike home. Hitchhiking was a common behavior for Annette, as well as for the residents of what was then still the relatively small town of Breckenridge. Annette was last seen at 4:45 p.m. She did not report to or call out of her 8 p.m. shift at the bar that night. Annette was quickly reported missing. Her supervisor at the Holiday Inn filed a report the morning after she was last seen when she did not show up for her shift. However, despite this quick action, it would be nearly 6 months before there were any answers in her disappearance. On July 3rd, a young boy out on a fishing trip with his father found Annette's body face down in Sacramento Creek in a rural area in Park County, approximately 20 miles away from Breckenridge. Because she had been in cold water, her body was preserved enough for an autopsy to be performed despite the amount of time since her death. But testing to determine if she had been sexually assaulted could not be completed. She had been found fully clothed, but with her clothing in disarray. Annette was not the only woman to vanish from Breckenridge on the night of January 6th. Just a few hours after Annette was last seen, 29-year-old Barbara Jo Oberholzer, who went by Bobby Joe, also vanished from the small mountain town. Bobby Joe was a native of Wisconsin who moved to Colorado with her husband, Jeff Oberholzer, in May of 1980. She was the loving mother of an 11-year-old daughter. Bobby Joe had never hurt anyone in her life, according to her sister Lori, and had a kind soul that resonated with both humans and animals. She raised baby birds from the time they hatched until they could fly and was training a previously wild Mustang. She had big dreams and made meticulous plans to achieve them. She carried a notebook with her full of detailed notes and potential budgets for a horse corral she and her husband hoped to construct on their property. Bobby Joe had gone out for drinks with some of her co-workers on the evening of January 6, 1982 to celebrate a promotion she had just received. She had been working as a secretary at a local real estate developer's office and had just been promoted to office manager. The group went to the village pub at the Bell Tower Mall in Breckenridge. Bobby Joe called her husband, Jeff, to tell him she would be going out to celebrate and he had offered to pick her up from the bar. She told him that he didn't have to and that she would hitchhike back to their home in Alma, Colorado. She was an experienced hitchhiker who had her own set of safety rules she followed when she was getting rides, like avoiding vans and never getting into a vehicle with two men. Bobby Joe's co-workers offered to give her a ride home as well, but she wanted to leave her home earlier than any of them did. Bobby Joe was last seen at the bar at 7:50 p.m., just 3 hours after Annette was last seen. Jeff fell asleep that night but woke up at 11:30 worried that his wife had not arrived home. By 1:30 a.m., he was panicked because he knew the bars were closed and that Bobby Joe still had not gotten home. He drove to Breckenridge and spent the remainder of the night looking for her. By the time the sun rose, Jeff had filed a missing persons report, and he then organized his friends into search parties to look for Bobby Joe. Some of Bobby Joe's possessions were found that morning, but she herself remained missing. A rancher found her driver's license off of Route 285, and Jeff found her backpack not far from that location. Then a more concerning clue was found: Bobby Joe's glove, covered in blood. Around 3 p.m., some of Bobby Joe's friends discovered her body on a snow embankment near the summit of Hoosier Pass. This site was just 10 miles away from where Annette's body would eventually be found. Bobby Joe had been shot twice. She had one grazing wound to her breast and had been shot once in the back. It appeared Bobby Joe had managed to get away from her killer, who then shot at her as she ran to escape. Her autopsy found no signs of sexual assault. Annette and Bobby Joe had not known each other, but their cases were quickly linked. This was due in part to the similar circumstances of the cases. Both women had been hitchhiking out of Breckenridge on the same night and taken to isolated areas where they were killed. It was determined that both women had been shot with either a .38 or .357 handgun. The cases were most directly linked thanks to a more unusual clue: a pair of distinctive orange booties. One of the socks was found on Annette's body, while the other was located at Bobby Joe's crime scene. Authorities believed that the two women's killer must have been a local because of the remote high-elevation locations where the bodies were found. As Bobby Joe's husband, Jeff Oberholzer, was immediately looked at as a potential suspect, but he had an alibi, passed a polygraph examination, and was later cleared by what would prove to be the most important clue in the case: DNA. Testing on Bobby Joe's bloody glove initially could only determine the blood type of the blood, and it was the same type Bobby Joe herself had, leading to the assumption that the blood had come from her. Decades later, investigators were able to develop a DNA profile from the glove as well as from a tissue that had been found with it. The profile actually belonged to a man. Decades after Bobby Joe was killed, 11th Judicial District Attorney Linda Stanley would hail her as a fighter and a hero. Because Bobby Joe had been brave enough to fight her killer with enough force to draw his blood, she had provided investigators with the critical DNA evidence. The profile was uploaded to National Database in 2002, but no match was found in the ensuing years. Numerous potential suspects were considered in the case in the decades following Bobby Joe and Annette's murders. 8 or 9 men who knew either Annette or Bobby Joe, at least 4 serial killers and known rapists who operated in the area, were all investigated but eventually ruled out by the DNA evidence. After the case was featured on the television show Unsolved Mysteries, a psychic called in claiming that a man on death row in Idaho was Bobby Joe and Annette's killer, but his DNA was not a match to that from the crime scene either. Investigators Charlie McCormick and Richard Eaton spent decades dedicated to the case. Richard was assigned to the case in 1984 while he was employed as an investigator for the Summit County Sheriff's Office and continued working on it in his free time after he retired 15 years later. Charlie had moved to Breckenridge in 1976 after retiring as a Denver homicide detective because he had grown tired of such investigations and the stress that they caused. In Breckenridge, he became a private investigator, but took an interest in Annette and Bobby Joe's case. Annette's family hired him in 1989 to work as a private investigator on the case, which helped him gain access to law enforcement files related to the investigation. He charged the family $1 per year for all of his work. In 1999, both Charlie and Richard joined the district attorney's task force dedicated to the case, which was later transferred to the jurisdiction of the Park County Sheriff's Office. With no luck finding a match to the DNA from the crime scene, incremental databases, or amongst identified suspects, investigators ultimately turned to the more novel approach of using genetic genealogy to identify the contributor of the DNA. Working with United Data Connect, a Colorado-based genetic genealogy firm co-founded by former prosecutor Mitch Morrissey, investigators identified over 12,000 people who were biologically related to the man whose blood was left on Bobby Joe's glove. Numerous individuals were asked and agreed to provide samples of their DNA to help place the killer in the extensive family tree more accurately. It took over a year's worth of work, but genealogists were able to eventually narrow down the pool of potential suspects and identify Alan Phillips as a likely match to the DNA from the blood on the glove. Investigators surveilled Phillips for several weeks in hopes of surreptitiously collecting a sample of his DNA so they could compare it to the DNA from the crime scene. One day in February of 2021, they witnessed him purchase fast food and take his trash in with him to the post office. He left the post office without the trash, and the investigators collected it from the trash can. DNA was extracted from the saliva on a napkin left with the trash and found to be a match to the DNA from the blood found on Bobby Joe's glove. On February 24, 2021, the now 70-year-old Alan Lee Phillips was arrested and charged with 2 counts each of first-degree kidnapping, first-degree assault, and first-degree murder in connection to Annette and Bobby Joe's murders. He was taken into custody without incident after being arrested during a traffic stop. By this time, he was semi-retired and had 3 children from a marriage that had ended in divorce. He had remained in the area following Bobby Joe and Annette's murders and was a longtime resident of Dumont, Colorado. Following Phillips' arrest, Jeff Oberholzer released a statement that concluded by saying, "I cannot thank enough all who never gave up the search for the truth. They are, without doubt, extremely dedicated and extraordinary individuals. Phillips is finally in the hands of the judicial system. May justice be served." Phillips pleaded not guilty to all of the charges against him, and his trial began on August 29, 2022. On September 15, 2022, after 4 hours of deliberation, a jury found Phillips guilty of all 8 charges he was facing. Phillips' identification and conviction inspired complex emotions for Annette and Bobby Joe's surviving relatives. Annette's older brother, Russell, who attended the trial along with Annette's 2 sisters, was glad that his mother had lived to see her daughter's killer convicted, as she had long feared that she would not be able to do so. He was also grateful to all of the individuals who had spent so much time dedicated to his sister's case and had ultimately identified Phillips. However, he is hesitant to say that Phillips' conviction makes him happy. He had a stone face. He didn't move. No expression. No remorse. "That's one of the things I'm not happy about. No details. No motive," Russell said of Phillips' reaction in the courtroom to his conviction. "I want to know what fear my sister felt, the pain she felt, and I wish that he would endure that himself." Bobby Joe's sister, Lori, was unable to travel to Colorado for the trial, but stated that the emotion she felt after learning of Phillips' conviction was between relief and satisfaction of finally knowing that he had been convicted on all counts. "It was a very emotional thing to hear." Phillips is due in court for his sentencing on November 7, 2022. He faces life in prison. In 1992, the city was rocked by the murder of Annette Stewart, a young woman whose life was cut tragically short. The heinous crime sent shock waves through the community, leaving residents fearful and on edge. Despite exhaustive investigations, the perpetrator remained at large, and the case went cold, haunting the city for over 30 years. Annette Stewart was born in 1963 in Australia to Roy and Margaret Stewart. Growing up, she shared her home with her 2 sisters, Gillian and Jeanette, who she had a very strong bond with. Their home was full of love and laughter, and their parents adored their 3 daughters with all their heart. In her late teens, she had her first child, a daughter named Jacinta, who became the apple of her eye. 3 years later, she had another child, this time a son who she named Aaron. She raised the 2 of them as a single mother and worked at the Point Henry ammunition factory, which allowed her to provide a good life for both her and her children. The 3 of them lived together in 1992 in a home on Hope Street in Geelong West. Sadly, this is where the tragedy would occur. On March 18, 1992, a friend entered Annette's home after being unable to get in touch with her. When they heard no response after calling out, they went into Annette's bedroom to see if she was there. What they saw would haunt them forever. They saw Annette's naked body sprawled out in a non-position on the bed, lifeless and certainly dead. In a state of shock, they phoned the police, and the investigation began soon afterwards. As the investigation into Annette Stewart's death began, it was discovered that the 29-year-old had left work at Point Henry around 4:30 p.m., the day before her lifeless body was found in her home. There was also foreign DNA found at the crime scene, though its nature was never specified. As the investigators delved deeper, they turned to Annette's family and friends for answers. It was during these interviews that they uncovered a startling fact. Annette had shared a meal with 4 friends at her home the night before her body was found. The revelation sent shock waves through the community. How could 4 people have been in her home just hours before she died? And yet no one had noticed anything amiss? The truth about Annette Stewart's death was finally revealed after an autopsy was conducted. She had been strangled to death, and the case was ruled a homicide. Annette Stewart's tragic death not only left her friends and family devastated, but it also had a profound impact on her 2 children, Jacinta and Aaron. Jacinta was 13 years old at the time of her mother's death, and her brother Aaron was only 10. Despite the best efforts of the investigators working on Annette's case, the truth remained elusive. As time passed, leads dried up and the trail grew colder. The case became one of many in the growing list of unsolved mysteries. In 2007, a tragic and disturbing event unfolded within the murder case of Annette. Investigators worked tirelessly to uncover the truth, and their efforts led a coroner to pinpoint a co-worker as the primary suspect. Annette was a valued employee at the Point Henry ammunition factory. Despite this lead, justice was never fully served, as no charges were ultimately pressed. In 2015, a glimmer of hope emerged in this long-standing quest for justice in the case of Annette's murder. In an effort to encourage those with information to come forward, the Victoria Police offered a reward of a staggering $1 million. Annette's children also made a heartfelt plea to the public, imploring anyone with information about their mother's death to step forward. Darren John Chalmers, a 54-year-old man from Western Australia, was charged on March 14, 2023, with the 1992 murder of Annette Stewart in Geelong, Victoria. According to reports, Chalmers had been a person of interest in the case for some time and, in 2019, police obtained a DNA sample from him that matched the DNA found at the crime scene. This breakthrough led to Chalmers' arrest and extradition from Western Australia to Victoria to face charges. Chalmers is a former truck driver who had lived in the Geelong area at the time of Stewart's murder. He had no previous criminal record and was not known to Stewart. His arrest came as a shock to those who knew him, with some describing him as a quiet and unassuming man. The news of the arrest brought renewed attention to this case, and a renewed sense of hope that justice would finally be served. Following his extradition to Victoria, the man was remanded in custody until his appearance in the Melbourne Magistrates Court on March 20, 2023. He made a virtual appearance in Melbourne Magistrates Court wearing glasses, and lush green fields could be seen in the background as he connected to the courtroom via video link from jail. Chalmers has been ordered to remain in custody, and his next court appearance is scheduled for June 2023. In the event that Chalmers is found guilty of Annette Stewart's murder, he could be facing a lifetime in prison. Although it may not bring Annette back, it would at least provide a sense of closure for her family and friends, who have suffered her loss and waited for so long to see justice served. 57-year-old Sarah Roberts and her 26-year-old daughter, Sharon Roberts, were discovered dead in their apartment on February 20, 1994. The murderer remained a mystery for 29 years until 2023. Sarah Roberts lived with her daughter, Sharon Roberts, at West 125th Street in Harlem, away from the rest of their family. A caregiver named Celeste Cornelius was appointed to provide support for both of them, as Sarah suffered from severe emphysema and Sharon had a mental disability. Therefore, both Sarah and Sharon relied on Celeste for many things. It was February 20, 1994, when Celeste reached their 6th-floor apartment to find that the door was unlocked. With previous incidences of robbery in the complex, it was a matter of worry to her. As she went inside, she heard no sound, none at all. That's when Celeste rushed to the bedroom and found Sarah lying on the bed dead. She rushed in to check on Sharon in terror. Sharon too was laid out on the floor with a pair of woolen leggings around her neck. Both the women were dead. The sight horrified Celeste, who went to the neighbors for help and called 911. The police arrived at the scene at 10:15 p.m. and noticed the following things. There were no signs of forced entry, meaning that the killer was likely a familiar face, and the place was raided in such a way that the killer knew where the most precious items would be, meaning the killer had been in the apartment before. And lastly, both the women seemed ill and weak, meaning they could not have defended themselves. Now the officers relied on Celeste, who had found the bodies, for more information. She told them that she had been providing care for both of the women who had been slain. She told the detectives that she spoke to Sarah the previous night around 8 p.m. Later, she tried contacting them, but did not get a response. She tried again the next morning and around noon, but could not reach them. This was when she became worried and decided to check on them herself. What she found would turn out to be a 29-year-old long mystery. When the autopsy report came back, it revealed that they were both strangled to death using the tube from Sarah's oxygen tank. The cause of death was ruled as asphyxia. Hoping to find the killer, the police collected all the evidence available at the time at the crime scene, including some cigarette butts, which could not have been in their apartment if the killer had not left them. Because of Sarah and Sharon's medical condition, it was highly unlikely for the police to find cigarettes at their place. They collected a dry secretion swab from Sharon's hand. Along with this, they collected nail clippings from both the victims to extract any possible DNA that might belong to the murderer. As the police found the place to be completely ransacked with no sign of forced entry, their main suspect would be someone who Sarah and Sharon were familiar with. The neighbors, frequent visitors, and Sarah's acquaintances were all questioned. The detectives talked to a neighbor who did not want to be named. She said that someone broke into Sarah and Sharon's apartment a week before Christmas and took away $100 and a VHS cassette player with tapes. After this, Sarah installed a third lock in her apartment. The neighbor also referred to Sarah as very sickly, as she had oxygen tanks delivered to her place quite often, which were sometimes mistakenly sent to the neighbor's house. In fact, she needed support from her caretaker, who used to hold Sarah's hand to help her walk and get around. The police suspected that the murders were linked to the robbery. They thought that the previous robbery in the apartment could have given a strong motive to the robber to return and strike again. An intensive investigation followed, but all efforts fell short. Even the DNA evidence did not show any results in the database, so the case eventually turned cold. The year 2022 provided a major breakthrough in the murder case of Sarah and Sharon. Technology had evolved, and it gave the police the capability to solve a crime and catch the culprit, and that is what they did. When the crime site DNA was run through the national database again, it showed a perfect match to a 64-year-old man, Larry Atkinson, a man who lived in Harlem, just 13 blocks away from the site of the murders. When the officers from the NYPD Bronx Cold Case Squad reached his residence to arrest him on the morning of January 23, 2023, they found that he had been staying with his long-term partner, Celeste Cornelius, none other than the caretaker of Sarah and Sharon. They had been dating in 1984 when the murders happened, but neither Celeste nor Larry had been regarded as potential suspects in the original investigation. The story was not over yet. When Larry's background was checked, the police found that he was a convicted felon who had been in and out of jail since 1985 for several offenses. He had around 13 arrests and 5 convictions under his name for attempted robbery, drug use and sale, and assault. He served time under different aliases. He was in jail for 2 years due to a drug offense case and received parole in 2013. It was during his last arrest that his DNA was submitted to the national database. The police had found the killer of 2 innocent, harmless, vulnerable women who died terribly. Larry Atkinson was being taken to the police station when he informed the detectives that he was not feeling well. Larry had been diagnosed with cancer. He was taken to the hospital and then to the police station in a wheelchair with an oxygen mask. However, she was informed. Celeste, his partner, insisted that he didn't about the DNA match, but she did not believe that Larry could have killed Sarah and her daughter. She said, "I don't want you to misquote me, but I know he didn't do it. I don't care about the DNA. None of that mess. He didn't do it." Celeste and Larry's neighbor, Juliet Wilson, said that the couple had been living together for about 20 years without fighting at all. She seemed to believe that Larry was a nice guy. The news of his arrest came as a shock to her, but the police maintained their stance and believed that Larry was a cold-blooded killer. Although they could not narrow down the motive or if he was let in the apartment, Larry was tried. He tried defending himself by claiming, "You got the wrong person in jail. I'm not guilty." But on January 27, 2023, Manhattan Supreme Court Judge Alethea Drysdale charged him with the murders of Sarah and Sharon without offering bail. Although the killer is behind bars, under medical supervision, the case remains open for further investigation. Mary Lucille Wilfong, a mother of 3, was residing in Gainesville, Georgia in 1989. She was known to enjoy life and take one day at a time. She liked hitchhiking, and more often than not, she rode with truck drivers. Her mother described her as a base hopper because Mary liked military bases and military men. She lived a free and carefree lifestyle, but did not know what awaited her. On November 21, 1989, the Monroe County Sheriff's Office received a call from a group of deer hunters after they had discovered a body in a wooded area off the Johnstonville Road off the I-75, which was just about 50 miles south of Atlanta. When the police reached the location, they were able to identify the victim as a 23-year-old missing woman, Mary Lucille Wilfong, who had been reported missing on November 19, 1989. The case was deeply complex, as the woman had already been missing from a truck shop for over 2 days. Then her dead body was found in the woods, in a spine-chilling state. The autopsy revealed that she had been sexually assaulted, then strangled. It was unimaginable what harrowing events she witnessed and faced in her last moments. Therefore, the police were determined to find the killer. They set out to find any witnesses who might have seen Mary. Luckily, the police were able to receive some useful tips. There were some witnesses who had seen her at a farmer's market in Forest Park, 47 miles away in the southern region of Atlanta. The deputies found out that she had been seen entering a tractor trailer with an unidentified white man. The police searched and searched to find a suspect. They collected DNA evidence from Mary's body, but it showed no match for the possible suspects. So despite all their efforts in the investigation, in the end, the police had no leads about who could have murdered her. Ultimately, the case went cold. But all hope was not lost, as Monroe County Sheriff Freeman assigned the case to the investigator Mark Mansfield on March 11, 2019. He was instructed to reopen the case. New technology enabled the investigators to re-examine the initial evidence. Mark submitted the evidence to the GBI Crime Lab, the same evidence that was also sent to the DNA International, a company based in Miami, Florida, so that they could zero in on the correct suspect. Mansfield got in touch with Special Agent Tim Burke of the FBI Atlanta team to collaborate on the case. After more than 3 decades in early 2023, the police found a match using genetic genealogy. Larry Paget, a 59-year-old man residing in Lugatee, Indiana, was identified as a suspect. He would have been around 25 years of age when he committed the crime, and he, in fact, used to drive tractor trailers at the time of the murder of Mary Lucille Wilfong. So finally, an arrest warrant was issued. Then on March 1, 2023, Mark Mansfield and a local Indiana law enforcement officer, Sergeant Kimon Colvard, drove up to Washington, Indiana to find justice for Mary. They arrested Larry Paget for the murder and sexual assault of Mary Wilfong. More evidence was collected by the FBI Evidence Recovery Team, and Washington PD GBI Crime Lab retrieved the DNA proof and confirmed the match, which revealed additional evidence linking Larry to the murder. Larry is being detained in Indiana until the waiver of extradition can be signed, which will bring him back to Georgia for further procedures. Larry probably thought that he would never be apprehended and that he had gotten away with murder for more than 30 years. It definitely took time, but justice was finally served for Mary. On May 14, 1961, U.S. Air Force Sergeant and Vietnam War veteran James C. Turachak welcomed his first child into the world, a beautiful girl named Terry Turachak. A few years later, he had a son, who he named James Jr. Terry and her younger brother shared a happy childhood and were practically inseparable. When they grew up and began their own families, Terry had 3 lovely children of her own, but neither their names nor the identity of their father is known. Her brother James remembers her as being a great mom to the kids. Terry was 35 years old and residing at 1927 East 17th Avenue in Denver in 1996. Terry was in a relationship with an unidentified man, but was also known to have other relationships on the side. Terry's life was going good, but she had no idea what fate had in store for her in the near future. October 15, 1996 was a sleepy Saturday in Denver, Colorado. The previous night, Terry had planned a fun Friday out with her friends, as her kids were away and she had a rare night out for herself. She had gotten done with work and then got home and got ready for her night out and left her house around 8 p.m. The next morning, Terry's apartment door lay suspiciously open, but it was only after midday at 12:40 p.m. that a neighbor had noticed this and went to see if everything was all right inside. When they called out and got no response, they slowly approached the bedroom. When they entered the room, they were shocked to find Terry laying face down on the floor. When Terry did not respond after being shaken, they rushed outside and dialed 911 to report that she was dead. Homicide detectives Joe Tennant and Joe Dermott from the Denver Police Department took the lead on the case. In the bedroom, where Terry's body was discovered, they discovered evidence of a struggle. They also gathered from the neighbors that between 1 and 1:30 a.m. that day, there had been some sort of commotion in Terry's flat. The flat showed no indications of being broken into, and it appeared as though the murderer had simply strolled out and left the door open as they were leaving. They discovered that no one had seen someone leave around that time when they asked the other residents. Medical examiner Dr. T. Henry later performed an autopsy on the body. He had discovered that Terry had been strangled and that she had also suffered blunt force trauma to her head and face. He recovered hair from her right thigh, which detectives believed came from the killer. He also found evidence that she had been sexually assaulted prior to her death. The case was ruled a homicide, and an investigation began to catch the killer in order to learn more about Terry's whereabouts, as well as to determine whether anyone in the building had seen or heard anything strange. The investigators spoke with her friends, relatives, and neighbors. They discovered a number of odd facts regarding Terry's last night alive. Around 11:30 p.m., a neighbor had seen Terry entering the building, and she had not been alone, but was with an African-American male. Another neighbor reported that around 12:30 a.m., they had heard a disturbance and shouting coming from Terry's flat. Another neighbor reported that Terry knocked on her door at 1 a.m. to ask for money, and at the time, Terry seemed to be injured. When he left to pick up his girlfriend at 3:30 a.m., the neighbor who had heard the noise coming from her home also noticed that her apartment door was left open. Detectives believe Terry was killed at approximately 1:30 a.m. based on these reports. They also spoke to Terry's boyfriend, whose name was not released to the public. He told them that on the night of her death, he had been staying at his mother's house. He also told them that a week before her death, there had been an armed robbery by 3 men that had taken place inside Terry's home. The detectives now had a number of leads to follow, and they were especially interested in the man who had accompanied Terry home the night that she had died. However, even though they followed all these leads to the best of their abilities, they eventually led nowhere and the case went cold. In August 2004, 8 years after the murder, the case was reopened when suddenly there was a match within the COIDA system for the foreign DNA that had been removed from the crime scene. The match was for a criminal named Ricky Dawson, who was already serving a 25-year sentence for a second-degree murder charge at the time. When police looked to see if he had been mentioned during the original investigation, he was nowhere to be found. But he did match the description of the man who Terry's neighbors had seen with her the night she died. Detectives then went to interview him at the Sewanee Correctional Institution in Florida, where he was serving his sentence. The exact contents of the interview between the detectives and Dawson have not been released to the public, but after the interview, police conducted one final DNA test by testing new samples of DNA they had taken from Dawson against the hair they had recovered on Terry's body, and it matched the hair's major DNA profile. Satisfied with this, police could have now charged Dawson with Terry's murder. But for whatever reason, perhaps because Dawson still had 2 decades left on his sentence, this was not done and the case remained dormant for over another decade. Detective John McGrail of the Denver Police Cold Case Unit was given the file for a follow-up investigation 14 years later, a total of 22 long years after Terry's murder. He looked over the case file and discovered that it was basically an open and shut case. He subsequently filed for additional laboratory evaluation on the case in December 2018 in light of the evidence found at the scene and the victim's post-mortem assessment. The DNA once more revealed a conclusive match to Ricky Dawson in August 2019. Ultimately, on January 26, 2023, a warrant for Ricky Dawson's arrest was issued on the accusation of first-degree murder. He was 62 years old and still incarcerated in Florida on a charge of second-degree murder. The Denver Police Department extradited him from Florida to Denver, where he was informed of the charges against him on February 23rd. He is widely expected to be found guilty once the case goes to trial. Denver, Colorado, a vibrant city nestled in the heart of the Rocky Mountains, is known for its breathtaking scenery, rich history, and diverse culture, making it a popular destination for both tourists and locals. However, the city's peaceful image was shattered on August 15, 2015, with the murder of 61-year-old Jose Frias Olivias. For years, the case remained unsolved, leaving his family and friends without closure. Recently, however, a breakthrough occurred when a suspected Denver gang member accepted a plea deal in connection with the crime. The details of the case are disturbing. On August 28, 2015, Jose Frias Olivias was discovered dead at the intersection of South Federal Boulevard and West Vassar Avenue in Denver. He had been shot in the back of the head, and the motive for the killing was unclear at the time. Described as a kind, caring individual who was always willing to help others, his murder left his family heartbroken and searching for answers. On August 15, 2015, Jose Frias Olivias was visiting his daughter. It was a beautiful morning in Denver, and Jose decided to take a leisurely walk in the park and left his daughter's home, supposed to be a peaceful stroll, turned into a nightmare when he was shot while walking through Harvard Gulch Park in broad daylight close to Federal Boulevard. On that fateful day, the police rushed to the intersection of South Federal Boulevard and West Vassar Avenue at 10:30 a.m., following reports of a shooting. To their horror, they discovered Frias Olivia lying face down with a fatal gunshot wound to the back of his head. Despite their best efforts, he was declared dead at the scene, leaving everyone reeling from the tragedy. Jose Frias Olivias was an ordinary person, a retiree who enjoyed taking walks in the park and spending time with his loved ones. But on that fateful day, he became a victim of senseless violence, a tragedy that shook his family and the community to their core. His murder was not only shocking, but also incomprehensible. How could someone so harmless and unassuming fall victim to such a heinous crime, and in broad daylight, and in public of all places? The killing of Frias, who was unarmed and alone at the time, left many people perplexed and questioning why anyone would choose to take the life of an innocent individual. The community and his family were deeply shocked by his tragic and unexpected demise. No one could have imagined that a simple stroll in the park would lead to such a horrific and fatal outcome. Denver has a diverse culture with Western Hispanic and Native American influences, known for its vibrant arts, music, and outdoor recreational opportunities. The community is resilient and determined, but this act of violence served as a reminder to stay vigilant, despite low crime rates in safe neighborhoods. The murder of Jose Frias Olivias was an unexpected and tragic event that shook the Denver community to its core. The killer left no clear motive and seemingly disappeared without a trace. Following the initial investigation, the Denver Police Crime Scene Unit conducted a thorough search of the area. It was during this search that they discovered a single Remington .22 caliber cartridge case on the trail located just east of Frias Olivia's lifeless body. This crucial piece of evidence gave investigators a vital lead to pursue in their efforts to track down those responsible for the tragedy. Eyewitness accounts also shed some light on the shocking incident. Several people reported hearing 2 to 3 gunshots and saw multiple individuals fleeing the area in panic shortly after the shots rang out. One of the witnesses reported a peculiar detail that could prove to be a vital clue in the investigation. They described one of the suspects as having tattoos on his face, including one over his eye, that resembled the claw marks featured on Monster energy drinks. This particular detail can narrow down the proof of potential suspects and bring investigators one step closer to justice for the tragic death of Frias Olivia. Furthermore, detectives made a significant breakthrough in the case after discovering a Ruger handgun and a seized Acura. Ballistic tests confirmed that the .22 casing found at the crime scene matched the gun. The discovery that the gun had been reported stolen added weight to the evidence against the suspects. The investigation also uncovered DNA evidence from the murder weapons magazine, providing another crucial piece of evidence in the case. And it was in September 2016 that detectives discovered DNA from the murder weapons magazine matched a profile present in COITUS, the combined DNA index system database, and identified them as the homicide suspect. It was matched with a man named Nicholas Lugian. Despite detectives noticing Nicholas Lugian's distinctive claw mark tattoo on his face, when he was arrested for robbery in October 2015, witnesses were hesitant to cooperate with the investigation. They identified Nicholas as a member of the notorious GKI street gang who went by the moniker Caesar, according to the affidavit. This highlights the fear and reluctance of witnesses to come forward, especially when the suspect is associated with a violent gang. The lack of cooperation made it harder for the police to solve the case and bring justice to the victim and their family. Due to the fear of retaliation from the alleged killer and his associates, witnesses were reluctant to come forward and identify the suspect. This lack of cooperation from the witnesses caused the case to go cold, with little progress made in the investigation. Years after Freya's death, the tip that came in via Crime Stoppers in 2017 was a significant breakthrough in the Freya Olivia's murder case. The informant provided detailed information about Lugian's alleged confession, stating that he had bragged about the murder and how he had gotten away with it. This new information gave investigators a critical lead to pursue and provide them with a valuable starting point for their investigation. With this new lead, investigators were able to focus their efforts on building a stronger case against Nicholas. They conducted further interviews, reviewed evidence, and followed up on leads. In 2018, investigators made significant progress in the case by obtaining a DNA sample from Lujan, while he was serving time for a robbery conviction at the Limon Correctional Facility, matched the DNA found in the Ruger magazine, providing strong evidence linking Nicholas to the crime. Additionally, a witness was able to identify Nicholas from a photo lineup as one of the individuals seen fleeing the scene of the crime on the day of the shooting. These developments were crucial in building a case against Nicholas, according to the affidavit. One of the suspects in the group later revealed to detectives that Nicholas had fled to a nearby apartment and cleaned his hands with bleach after the incident, and also cleaned the gun. However, the magazine was overlooked, and it was only later discovered to have Nicholas's DNA on it. This evidence further strengthened the case against Nicholas and helped investigators build a solid case for his prosecution. The discovery of this vital piece of evidence would ultimately lead to Lujan's arrest in 2021, and finally, on March 10, 2023, Nicholas pleaded guilty to one count of second-degree murder, according to a news release from the Denver's District Attorney Office. He is scheduled to be sentenced on June 9, 2023. Denver District Attorney Beth McCann expressed her pride in the work of the Cold Case Unit and the Denver Police Department in a news release regarding their efforts in bringing justice to Mr. Frias Olivius. McCann acknowledged the heinous nature of the murder and recognized the dedication and persistence of law enforcement in solving the case. In the case of Jose Frias Olivius, the Denver Police Department and the Cold Case Unit worked tirelessly to bring justice to his family and loved ones, and we hope that they have received some form of closure. On May 21, 2003, Kathleen Fulbig was convicted of 3 counts of murder, 1 count of manslaughter, and 1 count of maliciously inflicting grievous bodily harm. The 4 victims were her own children, all of whom had died before their 2nd birthday. She was convicted of murder in the deaths of her son Patrick and her daughters Sarah and Laura, and of manslaughter in the death of her oldest son Caleb. Following her conviction, she was named Australia's worst female serial killer in the media and considered to be the country's most hated woman. Prosecutors at Kathleen's trial argued that she had smothered all 4 of her children, despite the absence of any forensic evidence supporting this scenario. Fulbig has always maintained that she did not kill her children. In the years following Kathleen's conviction, advances in genetics have provided stronger and stronger evidence that her children's deaths may have had medical rather than criminal causes. Currently, courts in New South Wales are facing the question: were the lives of Kathleen Fulbig's children taken by her own hand, Or were the children's deaths and her subsequent convictions for hand? Or were the children's deaths and her subsequent convictions for killing them just part of the series of tragedies in her life, which had long been marred by heartache and hardship? Kathleen was born on June 14, 1967, to Kathleen Donovan and Thomas Britton. Her life was difficult and unstable from the start. Both of her parents liked to drink, and her father had violent tendencies. Her mother left home one day after a particularly bad argument with Thomas, leaving their daughter with him. A few weeks later, on January 8, 1969, a drunken Thomas encountered his wife on the street and angrily demanded that she return home. She refused. Thomas then stabbed the elder Kathleen 24 times with a 10-inch knife. He held her in his arms and kissed her face while waiting for authorities to arrive. Kathleen did not survive her injuries, and Thomas was sentenced to 15 years in prison. He was subsequently deported to England. Baby Kathleen was just 18 months old at the time of her mother's death. She was at first taken in by her mother's sister and her husband, but they quickly reported behavioral problems in the little girl. She was reportedly aggressive, preoccupied with her genitals, and uninterested in learning hygiene or proper manners. A medical officer who assessed her at a child health center found that Kathleen had likely been abused by her father since infancy. Kathleen's behavior put strain on her aunt's marriage, and the aunt told authorities in June of 1970 that she could no longer provide care for the child. During a psychological and education assessment after she was removed from her aunt's home, Kathleen was described as a very disturbed little girl and found to have an IQ of just 77. Kathleen was placed in a foster home in the town of Newcastle, and the new environment seemed to help with her behavior and development. By the time she reached grade 2, her IQ was measured at 100, and she demonstrated good behavior and attendance at school. Behavioral problems would still arise over the years, with Kathleen being described as inattentive, disruptive, and defiant in grade 5. Kathleen left school. According to Kathleen, this resulted from ongoing issues they had. She has described her foster mother as unpredictable and controlling, which resulted in Kathleen never having many friends and being physically disciplined when she did not meet her foster mother's strict standards for her numerous household chores. Kathleen left home when she left school and moved in with a friend. One weekend soon after, she met the man who would become her husband while out dancing at a nightclub. Craig Fulbig was 6 years Kathleen's senior and worked as a forklift operator. Kathleen immediately found him charming and viewed him as a knight in shining armor who could give her support and love in her largely chaotic life. Kathleen married Craig in 1987 at the age of 18. Both Kathleen and Craig looked forward to having a family as an obvious next step. Craig came from a family of 8 children and was still processing the death of his own mother, who had died when he was just 15, and Kathleen had lacked a stable family life of her own growing up, so having children was important to both of them for their own reasons. When Kathleen became pregnant for the first time, she was very protective of her unborn child. She made improvements to her diet and made her husband go outside to smoke so that she would not be breathing in so much of the secondhand smoke. Kathleen had an easy pregnancy but a difficult delivery, which required the use of forceps. She was unable to hold her baby for a few hours but stated that she felt complete with her husband and her child as soon as she did get to hold him. Caleb Gibson Fulbeg was born on February 1, 1989. He was full-term and born at a healthy weight. Kathleen woke up around 1 a.m. on February 20th to feed Caleb and then went back to bed. When she woke up to use the bathroom 2 hours later, she went in to check on the baby while she was awake. She found that he wasn't breathing. She screamed for her husband, and Craig performed CPR on Caleb while Kathleen called an ambulance. Paramedics were unable to resuscitate the baby. Caleb was just 19 days old when he passed away. His cause of death was found to be sudden infant death syndrome, or SIDS. Kathleen and Craig were devastated by their son's death, but decided to try for another baby towards the end of 1989. Kathleen soon became pregnant. Her second pregnancy was obviously far more stressful, and Kathleen and Craig purchased all new bedding and made home improvements they believed would reduce the risk of SIDS for their second child. Patrick Allen Fulbig was born on June 3, 1990. In light of his brother's death, he underwent a variety of tests when he was a week and a half old, including a sleep study, an ECG, and a barium test to check for reflux. all of which had normal results. On October 18, 1990, when he was 4.5 months old, Patrick experienced what medical experts classified as an apparent life-threatening event. Patrick had been coughing, so Kathleen went to comfort him, and he went back to sleep. When she went to check on him at 4:30 a.m., Patrick was not breathing and had turned blue. He was rushed to the hospital and resuscitated. However, the brain damage the incident caused left him partially blind and suffering from seizures, which meant that he required constant supervision. Kathleen had planned to go back to work, but Craig took on a more demanding job so that she could stay home and provide Patrick with the constant care he now required. Patrick was taken to the hospital 4 more times in November-December of 1990 after suffering subsequent seizures. Patrick passed away on February 13, 1991, while Craig was at work. His cause of death was found to be due to airway obstruction as a result of a seizure. Kathleen became depressed and preoccupied with what external factors she had failed to address that could have saved Patrick. She and Craig coped by making several major life changes, including selling the house where both their sons had died, moving to a new town, and starting new jobs. Kathleen became pregnant again and fixated on limiting her food intake and becoming as physically fit as possible for her baby. Sarah Kathleen Fulbig was born on October 14, 1993, and had a normal sleep study at 3 weeks old. Kathleen and Craig put her crib in their bedroom so that they could keep a closer eye on her as she slept. Tragically, Sarah still passed away on August 30, 1991, at 10.5 months old. During one of her checks on Sarah, Kathleen had found her blue and not breathing. Sarah's death certificate listed her cause of death as SIDS. While the death of each of their children had left both Kathleen and Craig understandably depressed, following Sarah's death, their relationship almost fell apart due to each other's poor mental states. They again sold their house and moved, this time to be closer to Craig's family. Kathleen put on weight, but then feared that this would push away her husband. She returned to obsessively tracking her diet and working out at the gym. Kathleen and Craig did separate on several occasions, but only for brief periods of time. Kathleen felt her relationship with Craig hit rock bottom during this period, but the couple was able to rebuild their marriage. Eventually, Kathleen became pregnant with her 4th child and again fixated on exercising so as to be as healthy as possible for the baby. Laura Elizabeth Fulbig was born on August 7, 1997, and soon underwent extensive medical examinations. A sleep study found that while she did not have obstructive sleep apnea, she did have mild central apnea, although this would resolve itself by the time she was 6 months old. Biochemical, metabolic, and blood tests all came back normal. She was sent home with a cardiorespiratory monitoring device to record and download information about her breathing and her heart rate while she slept. The device would set off alarm if it detected any decrease in either. The machine reassured Craig but made Kathleen anxious because of its frequent false alarms. Laura was no longer prescribed to use the device after she turned a year old. Kathleen and Craig were understandably terrified of losing Laura like they had her siblings during the first year of her life. So when they were finally able to throw a birthday party for one of their children, they held a big celebration to mark Laura's birthday. While Laura lived longer than her siblings, she also ultimately died suddenly. She passed away on March 1, 1999 after Kathleen put her down for a morning nap when she was just shy of 19 months old. Her autopsy found that she had myocarditis or an inflammation in her heart muscle, while all 3 professors of forensic pathology called at a later inquiry stated that they would have listed Laura's cause of death as myocarditis because of how extensive it was. The forensic pathologist who performed the autopsy listed the cause of death as undetermined. They noted in their report that the family history of no living children, following 4 live births, is highly unusual. The possibility of multiple homicides this family has not been excluded. The death of a 4th child in one family also caught the attention of the local police, and a detective was assigned to investigate Laura's death on the day it occurred. Following Laura's death, the Fulbigs' marriage finally collapsed under the weight of their grief. They went to counseling, but Kathleen moved out of their shared home in April of 1999. She had moved back in by that June, but she and Craig were separated for good by June of 2000. It was during the first period of separation following Laura's death that Craig became suspicious that his children's deaths may have been caused by his wife rather than by natural causes. While cleaning up his wife's belongings in May of 1999, he came across a diary she had written between June of 1996 and June of 1997. He began reading it and was concerned by some of its passages. In October of 1996, shortly before she came pregnant with Laura, she wrote, obviously, "I'm my father's daughter," while discussing making mistakes in her past. Since Kathleen's father was a murderer, Craig was alarmed that his wife seemed to relate to him. In another entry, she wrote, "My guilt of how responsible I feel for them all haunts me. My fear of it happening again haunts me. What scares me most will be when I'm alone with the baby. How do I overcome that? Defeat that?" Craig took the diary to the police and was interviewed. During this interview, he said that he was suspicious that Kathleen had been involved in their children's deaths. He was asked to return for a second interview 4 days later. During the time in between these two meetings with police, Craig went to see his estranged wife and accused her of killing the children. Kathleen was appalled and slammed the door in his face. She later returned to the home she had once shared with Craig to yell at him, telling him that he knew how much she loved their children and that he needed to tell the police the truth. Craig recanted his earlier statement when he met with police again, and he and Kathleen temporarily reconciled a short time later. Kathleen was interviewed about the diary for 8 hours one day that July. She stated that she felt like she was her father's daughter, not because they were both murderers, but because she viewed him as a loser in general and felt like she was a loser as well. She felt guilt over the deaths of her children, not because she was their killer, but because she was their mother, and she had failed to protect them from whatever it was that kept taking them from her. Authorities remained focused on Kathleen's diaries and asked her if she had any more. She turned over one she had just purchased, which she said was the only one she had. However, after investigators obtained a search warrant and searched her home, they found another diary, written between June of 1997 and April of 1998, in a bag inside of a case in the wardrobe in her bedroom. Kathleen claimed that she had not tried to hide the diary from police. She had just forgotten that she still had it. Police would eventually come into possession of 6 of Kathleen's diaries, with 5 other diaries from the period of time her children died, believed to be unaccounted for. These diaries would play a major role in the criminal proceedings that would eventually be held in connection to the deaths of the Folbeg children. On April 19, 2001, Kathleen was arrested and charged with the murder of all 4 of her children. When Kathleen went to trial in 2003, her diaries were a major part of the prosecution's largely circumstantial case. The prosecution claimed that certain passages all but admitted her guilt. "I feel like the worst mother on this earth, scared that Laura will leave me now, like Sarah did. I knew I was short-tempered and cruel sometimes to her and she left. With a bit of help, Volbig wrote in one entry, 'Can't happen again. I'm ashamed of myself. I can't tell my husband about it because he'll worry about leaving her with me.'" The defense claimed that the passages were merely expressions of Kathleen's understandable feelings of maternal guilt and over-examination of everything she did in an effort to understand why her children kept passing away. The prosecution argued at trial that Kathleen had smothered all 4 of her children. However, there was no forensic evidence that the children had been smothered. Smothering sometimes leaves behind physical signs, but in some cases, it does not. Laura's death was slightly more difficult to attribute to smothering simply because of her age. At almost 19 months old, when she died, she would have been physically strong enough to struggle against being smothered, which can result in certain characteristic injuries which she did not have. Furthermore, there were other known health factors that could have contributed to the children's deaths. Caleb had been diagnosed with a floppy larynx, which can make it difficult for an infant to breathe. The seizures Patrick experienced were severe enough that they could have resulted in his death. In this case, the charge against Kathleen for maliciously inflicting grievous bodily harm alleged that she had tried and failed to smother him on the occasion of his first life-threatening event, which resulted in the brain damage that led to the seizures. If Laura had not been the 4th of her parents' children to die, her death would almost certainly have been attributed to the myocarditis found during her autopsy. However, at the time, there was no such known alternative explanation for Sarah's death. While the maxim was not explicitly invoked during the trial, The prosecution's case appeared to be highly influenced by what came to be known as Meadows' Law, which states that 1 sudden infant death is a tragedy, 2 is suspicious, and 3 is murder until proved otherwise. This saying originated from Roy Meadow, a British pediatrician who coined the phrase Munchausen syndrome by proxy to describe what is now also referred to as factitious disorder imposed on another, in which a caregiver either harms or creates the illusion of an illness in another person as an act of attention-seeking behavior. Meadow spent years collecting 1,000 pounds of taxpayer money per trial, testifying against mothers accused of killing their young children, whose deaths also could have been attributed to SIDS. One of those women was Sally Clark, who was accused of murdering her 2 sons, both of whom had died suddenly. Meadow claimed that the odds of 2 children dying in a home such as Miss Clark's were 1 in 73 million, a figure which had absolutely no statistical merit. The actual odds were later calculated to be 1 in 77. Miss Clark was sentenced to life in prison in 1999, but her conviction was overturned in 2003 in light of Meadow's misleading testimony and the fact that a home office pathologist had failed to disclose that microbiology tests had indicated that at least one of her sons could have died as a result of natural causes. She never recovered from the trauma of losing her sons, being accused and convicted of their alleged murder, and being the target of abuse in prison because she was viewed as a baby killer. She died in 2007 of acute alcohol poisoning. At least 2 more convictions that relied on Meadow's testimony have also been overturned. The General Medical Council struck Meadow off of the medical register in 2005 after finding him guilty of serious professional misconduct for providing erroneous and misleading testimony in court. A high court judge overturned that ruling the following year. During Kathleen's trial, the case against her relied heavily on the premise put forth by Meadow that multiple deaths within one family have to be criminal. The prosecution argued that it was not obligated to prove that the children had been smothered or be able to disprove that they could have died of natural causes. I can't disprove that one day some piglets might be born with wings and that they might fly. Is that some reasonable doubt? No. Is the hypothesis that the defense advances a reasonable doubt? No. Why not? Because if you look at what they are suggesting, not in isolation but in totality, there has never ever been before in the history of medicine that our experts have been able to find any case like this. It is preposterous. It is not a reasonable doubt. It is a fantasy. And, of course, the Crown does not have to disprove a fanciful idea, the prosecutor said during closing statements. The jury found this argument compelling. After almost 9 hours of deliberation, they returned a verdict of guilty. Kathleen collapsed in the courtroom when the verdict was read. She was sentenced to 40 years in prison with a non-parole period of 30 years. Kathleen was sent to a maximum security prison where she spent 22 hours a day alone in her cell to prevent other inmates from attacking her, and because she was considered high risk for harming herself. Over the following few years, she unsuccessfully ran through all of her rights to appeal her conviction. Her sentence was reduced during this process down to 30 years in prison with a non-parole period of 25 years. Her only remaining hope of proving her innocence and having her conviction overturned was directly petitioning to the New South Wales Attorney General in hopes of having an official inquiry opened into the case. In the years following Kathleen's conviction, the problems with Meadows' Law became increasingly evident and more research was carried out about the causes of sudden infant death syndrome. It should be noted that SIDS is a blanket term describing death in infants with no identifiable cause. Despite ongoing research, we do not fully understand what leads to the majority of these deaths. Parents are advised of certain preventative measures they can take, largely involving an infant's sleeping environment, but these only reduce the risk of a child dying from SIDS, not eliminate it. Furthermore, there is increasing evidence that deaths from SIDS have a variety of causes. In terms of Kathleen's case, the most significant development in SIDS research is the discovery that in certain cases, infant deaths are brought on by previously undiagnosed genetic conditions. More than 30 different genes that increase the risk of SIDS and the related syndrome sudden unexplained death in children, which affects children over 1 year of age, have been identified. According to current estimates, up to 35% of deaths attributed to SIDS actually have a genetic component. A new group of lawyers took over Kathleen's case in 2013, and they hired several medical experts to review the data from the case. One of these experts was Stephen Cordner, a respected forensic pathologist at Monash University. He spent over a year reviewing the children's medical data and the arguments presented at Kathleen's trial, eventually producing a 112-page report that argued that the medical data pointed to the full big children dying of natural causes rather than by being smothered. This report was included with the official petition Kathleen's legal team filed in June of 2015 requesting that the Attorney General's office open a formal inquiry into the case. The petition was not addressed for 3 years. Finally, on August 22, 2018, Attorney General Mark Speakman announced that an inquiry overseen by former District Court Judge Reginald Blanche would be held. Kathleen's legal team hoped to be able to provide more solid evidence that the full big children had all died of natural causes, and therefore began exploring genetic causes that could explain why all of Kathleen and Craig's children had died so young. At the time, they did not have access to the DNA profiles of the full big children, so they began their investigation by looking at Kathleen's DNA for clues. Professor Carola Garcia de Venosa, the co-director of the Center for Personalized Immunology at the Australian National University, was asked by Kathleen's legal team to lead the effort. She and a geneticist worked with a cheek swab and saliva sample that had been collected from Kathleen in prison and had the DNA extracted from the samples sequenced. When they sat down to study the resulting DNA data, they noticed something that could potentially be of vital importance in the case. Kathleen had a mutation in her COM2 gene. The 3 COM genes relate to the production of calmodulin in the body. Calmodulin plays a role in how calcium is transported into and out of cells, including cells in the heart. As such, one of its functions involves regulating the contractions and expansions of the muscles in the heart. Mutations in these genes can result in severe inherited cardiac arrhythmias. Variants in COM genes were known causes of SIDS, as they could result in severe cardiac problems and sudden death in infants and young children. At the time it was discovered that Kathleen had this mutation, only about 75 people had been identified as having potentially lethal mutations in any of the 3 COM genes worldwide. The specific mutation found in Kathleen had not previously been identified or, therefore, linked to any deaths. Luckily, it was possible for Professor Vinoesa to follow up on this lead, as she was able to obtain DNA samples from all 4 of Kathleen's children. 2 of the children had frozen tissue samples on file, and she was able to obtain DNA from the blood taken from the other 2 children at birth and preserved on their heel stick cards, which were still on file. Sequencing of their DNA showed that both Laura and Sarah Fulbig had inherited the mutation in the COM2 gene from Kathleen, while Kathleen's 2 sons, Patrick and Caleb, had not inherited this mutation. It was later discovered that they each had inherited 2 copies of another exceptionally rare mutation. In their cases, the variation affected a gene referred to as BSN or bassoon. Again, this mutation is very rare, but it is known to cause early-onset lethal epilepsy in mice. That is, it causes mice to experience seizures that are severe enough to result in their death while they are still very young. The deaths of the 4 full big children appeared to not have a single cause, as the prosecution had alleged during Kathleen's trial, but 2 separate genetic influences. The chances of 2 such rare genetic variants being in one family and causing 4 deaths seem almost incomprehensibly small. According to Professor Vinoesa, the overall small odds of Kathleen and Craig both carrying rare mutations are not as relevant as the high odds of them passing those mutations onto their children. In the end, it's not about these variations being very rare in the world, it's about the chances of Kathleen meeting someone like Craig and having this combination of mutations between both of them. Once genetics come into play, statistics go out the window, she has stated. Because of the novelty of the specific mutation found in Kathleen and her daughters, doubts were raised during the inquiry about whether or not it could be fatal. A pediatric cardiologist who was called to testify during the inquiry argued that since Kathleen herself was healthy and had lived into adulthood, it was unlikely that her daughters had died as a result of the mutation they shared. Kathleen did have a history of fainting episodes that began when she was a child, including an incident where she fainted while swimming, but luckily was rescued from the water by witnesses. Fainting while swimming is a specific symptom associated with long QT syndrome, which has been seen in individuals with COM mutations. However, during the inquiry, Kathleen was given an examination and found to not currently be showing any signs of cardiac problems, including long QT syndrome. However, around this same time, evidence supporting the theory that the COM2 variant carried by Kathleen and her daughters could have been lethal emerged. Professor Vinoesa was able to contact cardiovascular geneticist Peter Schwartz, who had just completed a paper examining data from the International Calmodulin Registry, which attempts to gather information from every individual and family affected by mutations in CAM genes. One of the families he wrote about was an American family with a mutation almost identical to the one shared by Kathleen and her daughters. The family's 2 children had each suffered cardiac arrest at a young age, one at age 4 and one at age 5. One child survived the cardiac arrest, but the other, sadly, did not. It was determined that the children had inherited the mutation from their mother, who was healthy. Professor Vinoesa viewed the discovery of this other family as a major turning point in the case that provided strong evidence supporting Kathleen's innocence. Other scientists doing research for the inquiry did not view the new evidence as being so crucial, maintaining that the mutation found in the Folbigs was likely pathogenic, but still not a likely explanation for Laura and Sarah's deaths, in part because of their young age at the time of their deaths and also because most deaths with cardiac causes tend to occur during highly active periods and the 2 girls had died in their sleep. Data from the International Calmodulin Registry does not necessarily support these critiques in cases where mutations in the CAM genes are concerned. The registry describes 5 families in which their mutation was fatal in some members who inherited it, but not all of them. Approximately 20% of individuals who died of a sudden cardiac event related to these mutations died in their sleep, and 9 sudden deaths occurred in children under the age of 3. There was also a possibility that another form of stress besides exertion played a role in Laura and Sarah's deaths. Each of the girls had been sick and on medication when they died. Sarah had been prescribed an antibiotic for a cough and Laura had a respiratory infection that was being treated with acetaminophen and pseudoephedrine. The cardiovascular stress from being ill and the medication, in combination with the altered heart rhythm caused by the mutation, which left the girls more susceptible to heart problems, could have led to their sudden cardiac-related deaths. The scientific arguments did not impress Judge Reginald Blanche, who oversaw the inquiry. In July of 2019, he ruled that there was no reason to doubt Kathleen Folbig's convictions while he acknowledged the scientific evidence presented at the inquiry and the possibility that Laura and Sarah had heart conditions. He wrote in his judgment, even on the basis of accepting the opinion of Professor Vinoesa, that it is now plausible that Sarah and Laura Folbig may have had a cardiac condition and that raises a possibility it caused their deaths. I do not consider the inquiry should be reopened for the purpose of holding further hearings about the COM2 variant identified in Sarah and Laura. As they had at her 2003 trial, Kathleen's diaries played a major role during the inquiry and in the judge's ruling. Kathleen's testimony during the inquiry to explain some of the passages used to point towards her guilt hurt her rather than helped her, in the judge's estimation. In reaching his verdict, Judge Blanche argued that, indeed, as indicated, the evidence which has emerged at the inquiry, particularly her own explanations and behavior in respect of her diaries, makes her guilt of these offenses even more certain. Many excerpts from the diaries are difficult to understand, but Kathleen has always maintained that they reflect the depression, lack of control, and paranoia she was feeling after losing multiple children. In October of 1997, she wrote about Laura wouldn't have handled another like Sarah. She saved her life by being different. Kathleen testified that she believed that her youngest daughter had not been taken from her so far because she was somehow different than her siblings. When Judge Blanche asked her if she believed some sort of supernatural power was taking her children from her, and she was hoping that Laura being somehow different prevented her from being taken by this power, she stated that she had believed something along those lines at the time. In discussing a January 1997 entry, in which she said she had done terrible things in the past when she was stressed, she stated, "It's a broad spectrum of things that I am using the word terrible for. Could be me placing my child down to let her cry for even 30 seconds. That's a terrible thing, in my view." Judge Blanche claimed that the diaries were virtual admissions of guilt. 6 separate experts who have examined the diaries have all had the opposite opinion. The most recent expert to study the diaries, clinical and forensic psychologist Dr. Katie Seidler, who has worked with violent incarcerated offenders for over 2 decades, has stated there are no clear disclosures of any criminal or violent conduct in Ms. Folbig's writings. Kathleen's legal team has long been critical of short, cherry-picked phrases and sentences taken from over 50,000 words of Kathleen's writing being highlighted in court without context. Following this loss in court, Kathleen's lawyers applied for a judicial review of the inquiry's findings. While they waited to get a response, more and more scientific evidence supporting the theory that Laura and Sarah Folbig had died as a result of the variant in their COM2 gene they both inherited from their mother was discovered. A biochemist in Denmark, with aid from scientists from 6 countries, was able to run tests on this specific mutation using a synthetic cell and was able to show that it was just as likely to be lethal as the more well-known mutations in COM genes. A major scientific study was published in November 2020 confirming that Laura and Sarah's deaths were most likely caused by the mutation. Specifically, their deaths were brought on by the variations of their heart rhythms caused by the mutation, which left them vulnerable to cardiac problems in combination with the medications the girls had been taking. On March 3, 2021, a petition signed by more than 90 prominent scientists and medical professionals from 9 countries was sent to New South Wales Governor Margaret Beazley requesting that Kathleen Folbig be pardoned and freed from custody in light of the accumulating evidence that her children had died as the result of natural causes. Among those who signed the petition were 2 Nobel laureates and the president of the Australian Academy of Science. The petition argued that Kathleen Folbig has endured the death of her 4 children and has been wrongfully incarcerated because the justice system has failed her by not properly taking the new scientific evidence into account. One of the signatories, John Shine, the president of the Australian Academy of Science, later stated, "It is deeply concerning that there is not a mechanism to appropriately weigh up all the medical and scientific evidence in a case of this nature. There is now an alternative explanation for the death of the Folbig children that does not rely on circumstantial evidence." 3 weeks after the petition was sent, the New South Wales Court of Appeal responded to the request for a judicial review of the Blanche inquest findings. They dismissed it, arguing that Judge Blanche's ruling was not at odds with scientific petition than the governor herself, did not seem to indicate that he would be in favor of granting the pardon. The Australian Academy of Science had offered to provide him with a panel of expert geneticists to help him go over the scientific data in the case, but he rejected this proposal. Still, on May 18, 2022, Attorney General Speakman announced that while Kathleen Folbig would not be granted a pardon, a second public inquiry would be held to ascertain if there were any reasons to doubt her original conviction. He did not believe simply granting a pardon was appropriate because the new genetic evidence needed to undergo further scrutiny. While he had not formed an opinion on Kathleen's guilt or innocence or on whether or not there was reason to doubt her conviction, he did find that the scientific discoveries in the case did merit some form of intervention. When announcing the second inquiry, Speakman said that he had been in contact with Craig Folbig and that he was truly sorry that he would have to go through another inquiry. Craig Folbig believes that his ex-wife is guilty of murdering their children. Almost all of the further scientific inquiry into his children's deaths has focused on the COM2 mutation his daughters inherited from their mother, who provided a sample of her DNA to researchers. However, further research into the deaths of his 2 sons has been hampered by the fact that scientists do not have access to Craig Folbig's DNA. Caleb and Patrick both had 2 mutated copies of the bassoon gene in question, presumably because they inherited one from each of their parents. However, Mr. Folbig has refused to provide a sample of his DNA to confirm this. A directions hearing held in July 2022 found that Craig Folbig's DNA was of vital importance for the inquiry, as examining it would allow scientists to determine if Caleb and Patrick, who were confirmed to have inherited one mutated copy of the bassoon gene from their mother, had inherited their second mutated copy of the gene from their father, or if it had been a de novo mutation. De novo mutations are not present in the parents of a child. They are instead spontaneous mutations in DNA that occur during early DNA replication of the child. Making this distinction would allow scientists to better determine if the mutation could be categorized as pathogenic or likely pathogenic. The lack of analysis of Craig Folbig's DNA limits the scope of the analysis of genetic factors in the deaths of his 2 sons. At the hearing, it was also found that Mr. Folbig could not be compelled to participate in the inquiry or provide a sample of his DNA. Mr. Folbig's refusal to participate in the inquiry is largely due to financial constraints. He does not have the money to finance his legal representation for the inquiry and says that rather than being given the necessary funds from the Attorney General's office, he was given the suggestion to take out a loan against his home to pay for his lawyer. Mr. Speakman says his office did approve the use of discretionary funds for Mr. Folbig's representation. However, according to Danny Eade, who previously represented Mr. Folbig, This funding was limited and would only provide Mr. Fulbig with approximately 8 days of representation, which is completely inadequate for an inquiry of this scale. The upcoming inquiry will be overseen by retired New South Wales Supreme Court Chief Justice Tom Bathurst Hurst and will be conducted in 2 parts. The first part will take place in November of 2002 and examine the medical evidence in the case, and the second part will be held in February of 2023 to examine the psychological evidence. Regardless of the outcome of the inquiry and the credibility it may or may not give to the new genetic evidence, it will be a major moment in Australian legal history and shape the role science plays in the courtroom. If the new genetic evidence supporting the theory that the Fulbig children died of natural causes is found to be valid, the inquiry will have to decide if circumstance or science is more important in the case. On September 28, 1979, a reporter at the Tahoe Tribune received a chilling anonymous call. The voice on the other end of the line told the reporter that there was a body at the Sugar Pine Point State Park in El Dorado County, California. Without hesitation, the reporter sprang into action and immediately alerted the sheriff's deputies. Detectives were quick to arrive at the scene, and to their horror, the tip turned out to be true. There, in the picnic area, lay the lifeless body of a woman. She appeared to be in her mid-30s or early 40s and wore a red shirt and jeans. Her golden wedding band shone brightly in the sunlight. 2 other rings adorned her fingers, and a necklace with what resembled a deer pendant hung around her neck. It was immediately evident to the detectives that the woman had met a violent end. She had clearly been beaten to death, and beside her body lay a single discarded flip-flop. The detective speculated that she had likely been chased through the park and lost her other flip-flop in the process. As they scoured the area for clues, the detective stumbled upon a beer bottle not far from the woman's body. They collected it as evidence, along with a sexual assault kit and a DNA sample. They also carefully searched the woman's clothing for any clues that might help identify her. But despite their thorough examination, they came up empty-handed. The woman had no means of identification on her person. With no immediate leads, the woman's body was removed from the scene and taken for an autopsy. The results of the examination were shocking. It was determined that the cause of death was strangulation and severe beating, confirming the detective's suspicions that she had been the victim of a brutal attack. Determined to uncover the identity of the woman and bring her assailant to justice, the detectives launched a full-scale investigation. They combed through missing person reports and interviewed witnesses in the area, determined to find any shred of evidence that could lead them to the perpetrator. As the investigation continued, the detectives were able to track down the individuals who made the initial call to the reporter. There were 3 of them, and they all explained that they had wanted to report it themselves, but feared arrest due to their outstanding warrants. None of them were held as suspects in the case. Despite numerous tips pouring in, the detectives were still unable to identify the slain woman. One particularly promising lead revealed that she had lived in a motel in South Lake Tahoe and had won a substantial sum of money playing Keno shortly before her murder. The detectives scoured local casinos for potential leads but came up empty-handed. As time passed, the case grew colder and no arrests were made. The identity of the woman remained unknown, and she was buried in an unmarked grave in Tahoma, California. Simply labeled as unknown female, it was a tragic end for a woman whose life had been cut short by a senseless act of violence. The case of the unidentified woman remained a thorn in the side of detectives for decades, until 2014 when a new lead emerged. Detective John Gaines, a member of the Cold Case Homicide Unit of El Dorado County, took up the challenge of solving the mystery that had remained unsolved for so long. As he delved deeper into the case, he discovered an overlooked piece of evidence, and this was the necklace worn by the victim. It had been previously classified as a deer necklace, but Detective Gaines recognized it as a chai necklace, a Hebrew symbol that means life. This revelation sparked an idea in his mind. The victim might have been Jewish. With this knowledge in hand, the detectives reached out to the Jewish community for help in solving this case. They contacted several Jewish centers in the area, including the Shabbat Jewish Center of Lake Tahoe and a Shabbat Center covering Folsom, Placerville, and other nearby regions. Photographs of the victim's jewelry were also published in a Jewish newspaper, in the hope that someone would recognize and provide a clue that could crack the case wide open. The renewed investigation breathed new life into the case, and the detectives remained hopeful that they would finally unravel the mystery that had eluded them for so long. In 2015, detectives finally caught a break in the case. A 61-year-old woman saw the photographs of the jewelry in the newspaper and recognized it as the type her mother used to wear. She reached out to detectives believing that the unidentified woman might be her mother, who went by the name Patricia Carnahan. To confirm this, detectives exhumed the unidentified woman's body to take a DNA sample for testing. When the DNA of the unidentified woman and the 61-year-old woman claiming to be her daughter were compared, it was a match. The mystery of the woman's identity had been solved. She was indeed Patricia Carnahan. Further investigation revealed that Patricia was from Virginia and had been 35 years old when she met her end. In 1979, she had been visiting California in her red Volkswagen bus, traveling alone. Her family had lost contact with her at some point, and her Volkswagen was later found abandoned at a car dealership in Venice, California. Her family had reported her missing about a month after her death, of which they were unaware. With Patricia's identity finally confirmed, her body was released to her family for a proper burial, finally giving them a bit of closure after more than 3 decades of not knowing what had happened to her. After finally uncovering the identity of the mysterious victim, detectives were left with an even greater mystery. Who had killed Patricia? They had to find the killer and bring justice to the victim. With determination in their hearts, the detectives delved into the case. They started by testing the DNA sample collected from Patricia's body all those years ago. And finally, a DNA profile was developed. Upon testing the beer bottle found near the body, they discovered that the DNA matched the one found in Patricia's body. This confirmed that the killer had used the bottle. Despite uploading the DNA profile to Cody's, the detectives were left disappointed when they found no match, but they refused to give up. In the year 2022, the Washington State Attorney General's office decided to take on the mammoth task of addressing the backlog of untested sexual assault kits in the state. Among the 1,500 untested kits sitting in the Spokane Police Department storage room were the remains of a 1994 sexual assault case. The case involved a homeless woman who accused a man named Harold Carpenter of assaulting her. Healthcare workers had collected evidence as part of a sexual assault kit, and detectives arrested Carpenter at that time. But the case took a strange turn when Carpenter claimed that the sex was consensual and that the woman had stolen his wallet. The detectives collected DNA from Carpenter before releasing him from jail. But their investigation was suspended later that week when they lost contact with a woman. For decades, the woman's sexual assault kit sat untested until August 2022, when it was sent to the Washington State Patrol Crime Lab as a part of the Washington State Sexual Assault Kit Initiative. In early February 2023, Spokane police detectives were jolted by an incredible revelation. A forensic scientist with the Washington State Patrol Crime Lab reached out to them that the DNA from the 1994 case had been uploaded to the FBI's DNA database, COIDUS, and it had matched the DNA evidence collected from none other than Patricia's case. And this meant that the suspect in her murder was Carpenter, the man accused of the 1994 sexual assault. With this news, the detectives dug deeper into Carpenter's past and discovered that he had been arrested in Susanville, California on September 29, 1979, on suspicion of driving under the influence just 1 day after Patricia's body was found. He had been released to the Bonneville County Sheriff in Idaho, where he served time for an unrelated burglary charge. Carpenter's criminal record was extensive, including several misdemeanors and arrests in Bonner County from 1998 to 2018, such as drug possession, disturbing the peace, reckless driving, and driving under the influence. The story of Carpenter's life took an even darker turn when the detectives discovered that he had been homeless in Spokane since around 2016 and had moved into the Park Tower Apartments, a low-income building for elderly and disabled people. Shockingly, in 2018, Carpenter was a prime suspect in another sexual assault case in Spokane County, and, to make matters worse, he was also suspected of an unwanted sexual touching incident in 2022, but no arrest was made in either case. On February 27, 2023, The Spokane police, in collaboration with the El Dorado County Cold Case Task Force, made a long and awaited arrest. After more than 4 decades of evading justice, 63-year-old Carpenter was finally apprehended. He was booked into the Spokane County Jail, charged with being a fugitive, and is awaiting extradition to California, where he will face a murder charge. The next day, Carpenter made his first court appearance in Spokane, where he was remanded in custody on a $1 million bail. Although the statute of limitations has expired in the 1994 sexual assault case, and the victim has since passed away, authorities remain resolute that Patricia's murder case will continue to move forward and Carpenter will finally be held accountable for his heinous crimes. 47-year-old Ralph Stutzman was a married father of 13 children who owned a farm in La Grange County, Indiana. On August 17, 1952, he left his house to go out to his barn and never returned. Rumors about his disappearance swirled in his community for decades, which was very upsetting to his family. His wife, as well as several of his children, passed away without ever learning what became of him. On June 16, 2023, more than 70 years after Ralph disappeared, the Grange County Sheriff's Detective Stephanie Mickham announced at a press conference that his case had been solved. Sometime after he vanished in Indiana, he moved to Florida, where he lived under the name Delbert Schrock and had 6 more children before passing away in 1968. In 2022, a woman given the pseudonym of Crystal in the press submitted her DNA to Ancestry.com in hopes of finding her biological parents. She believed she was a descendant of Ralph Stutzman of Indiana, but the site identified her grandfather as Delbert Schrock of Florida because his daughter Ruth had used the service and uploaded her DNA profile to their site. Crystal contacted a genealogist named Randy Davis to help investigate this unexpected result. After doing more research and realizing that Ralph Stutzman had disappeared before Delbert Schrock appeared in public records, Randy reached out to Detective Mickham to tell her he had a lead in a decades-old disappearance. She was initially suspicious, but did her own investigating into the Stoltzman case. When she realized Randy may have been onto something, she requested that Ralph's daughter, Mary, provide a DNA sample. Mary's DNA sample confirmed that she and Ruth, the woman living in Florida, were half-sisters. Mary Stutzman Boyd is now 92 years old and suffering from memory issues. Her family does not believe she fully comprehends what has transpired, but they are relieved she finally has some answers about her father, even if she does not fully understand them. According to her son, Ben Boyd, who was just 5 years old when his grandfather disappeared, for years, she always said that she would like to know what happened to her dad before she died. I think for the whole family, it's just a relief to know what really happened to him and that he's not laying in some ditch somewhere and deteriorating away. Ralph's reasons for leaving his first family remain unknown. Some members of the family he had while living as Delbert Schrock watched the press conference via Zoom and were able to virtually meet the members of the Stoltzman family who were in attendance in person in Indiana. They were shocked by the revelation that the man they had known as Delbert had another family. Many members of both sides of the family hoped to get together for a family reunion to meet in person sometime soon. On April 26, 2023, a farmer was digging a ditch on his farmland off Coxmore Road, Sutton in Ashfield, Nottinghamshire, when he made a terrible discovery. Between 4 and 6 feet underground, he discovered human bones. Unintentionally, the farmer had just solved a 56-year-old mystery. Traumatic injuries to the skull led an anthropologist to determine that the bones belonged to a murder victim. Initial DNA inquiries made by police did not help them identify the remains. Then they released images of a shoe and distinctive socks found with the remains, which were seen and recognized by a man named Russell Lowbridge. Russell contacted police believing the remains may have been those of his long-missing grandfather. Russell and one of his uncles provided samples of their DNA, and testing confirmed that the remains were those of Russell's grandfather, Alfred Swinscoe. Alfred was a native of Pinxton on the border of Nottinghamshire and Derbyshire. He became known as the Champion Pigeon Man of Pinxton as a result of his love of pigeon racing. He went to work in the local coal mine at the age of 14. He was able to work his way up to one of the better-paying positions at the mine, but frequently gave away any extra money he had to friends and relatives in need. Alfred was married and was the loving father of 6 children. By 1967, 54-year-old Alfred was a grandfather as well. On the evening of January 27th that year, he went out to the local Miners Arms pub with 2 of his sons and some friends. He was last seen around 10:30 p.m. when he gave his son some money to buy the next round of drinks and then stepped outside to relieve himself. He never came back inside. While Alfred's entire family was distraught over his disappearance, his son Gary, who had been with him at the pub the night he went missing, was particularly affected by it. He spent decades reaching out to agencies, hiring a private detective, and performing searches of his own, going into abandoned wells and searching local fields. Gary shared his father's love of pigeon racing and continued the hobby well after his father disappeared. He unfortunately passed away in November of 2012 following a short illness, never getting the answers about his father's fate that he spent decades searching for. According to Russell Lowbridge, it completely broke him, never knowing what happened to his dad. I want justice for Gary because he tried so hard to get answers. It tormented him up until the day he died. The Swensko family plans to bury Alfred's remains alongside Gary so that father and son can in some way be reunited. While Alfred's disappearance has been solved, the news that he was murdered has created new questions that now need answers. A murder investigation has officially been opened in the case. Alfred's family appeared on BBC's Crime Watch to appeal to the public for help. The coal mine where Alfred worked has since closed, and as it was a major employer in the area, a large number of people who lived there at the time of Alfred's murder have since moved. The family hopes that national media coverage will help reach former residents of the area who may have relevant information but now live elsewhere. Alfred's remains were found some 5 miles away from where he was last seen. According to investigators, this is an important detail because it indicates that his killer had access to a car, which very few members of the community did back in 1967. 4 of Alfred's 6 children are still living and desperate for answers about who took their father from them. Alfred's now 82-year-old daughter Julie told the press, "Someone, somewhere will have some information, and we would urge them to get in touch with the police. We might be able to now give my dad the funeral he deserves, but we don't have the answers we desperately want. Someone killed my dad, and I want to know why. I need to know why." In the heart of Harris County, Texas, sits the vibrant and diverse city of Houston. Famous for its iconic landmarks, rich culture, and thriving economy, Houston is where dreams come true and the impossible becomes reality. Yet, beneath the city's beauty, a dark and tragic story unfolds. On April 24, 2009, Houston was left in shock and disbelief when the lifeless body of 38-year-old Demelita Alvarez was found in the office of her family's auto repair shop on B Street in West Houston, Texas. The gruesome discovery sent shock waves through the community, leaving them grappling with the sudden loss of a beloved member. The investigation revealed that she had been stabbed multiple times, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and the family and community in mourning. Who could have committed such a heinous crime? Why was Demelita a target of the killer? Her life slipped away before paramedics arrived, leaving the investigation with the arduous task of piecing together what happened. They combed through every inch of the scene and conducted a painstaking investigation. But unfortunately, it yielded minimal leads. There was foreign DNA found at the scene, but the nature of it was never revealed to the public, and since no suspects were identified, it is assumed that there were no matches in the system. The mystery of her untimely death lingered, leaving many to wonder who was responsible for her demise. The investigation hit a dead end, as no suspects emerged, causing the case to go cold and leaving investigators scratching their heads. Despite their tireless efforts, they were unable to unearth any new information, and the case remained unresolved, shrouded in a veil of mystery. After years of uncertainty, a glimmer of hope emerged in 2021 when the Houston Police Department Homicide Division, Cold Case Squad, re-examined the evidence in Demelita's case as a part of a case review project. Thanks to the advancements in technology, investigators were able to use DNA evidence found at the scene of the crime to make a major breakthrough in the case. The evidence led them to Jorge Trevino Cardenas, a suspect who had eluded them for so long. How exactly this DNA evidence led to him has not been released to the public. The discovery of a Jorge Trevino Cardenas as a suspect was like finding a needle in a haystack, but investigators refused to let the case go cold this time. Their persistence paid off when further investigations uncovered additional information that implicated him in the case. The pieces of the puzzle were slowly coming together, giving investigators a clearer picture of what happened to Demelida Alvarez. Armed with this newfound evidence, Cardino was charged on January 26, 2023, making a significant milestone in the case. Jorge Trevino Cardenas, a 50-year-old suspect, faced the full weight of the law when he was charged with the murder in the 185th State District Court for his alleged role in the tragic death of Demelida Alvarez. It was also revealed that he was already serving a sentence for an unrelated crime in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice William R. Boyd Unit Prison, raising troubling questions about the extent of his criminal activities. Despite this, the wheels of justice continued to turn, undeterred by Cardenas's previous convictions. Finally, justice had caught up with the suspect and he was paying the price for both crimes. The news provided some measure of comfort to the community and Alvarez's, who could take solace in knowing the perpetrator was off the streets and would never harm anyone again. Before we dive in, don't forget to subscribe to our new channel, where we uncover captivating and chilling cold cases that will keep you on the edge of your seat. You won't want to miss the twists and turns we have in store. Okay, let's continue. Murray County, Georgia, is a picturesque and peaceful area nestled in the foothills of the Blue Ridge Mountains. Known for its natural beauty, welcoming community, and rich history, the county thrives with charm. Yet, beneath its serene surface lay a dark secret that remained unsolved for over 15 years. In March 2008, 20-year-old Lance J. Bannister vanished without a trace, leaving his family and friends confused and deeply concerned. His disappearance became one of the area's most infamous cold cases, until a stunning breakthrough in 2021 finally revealed what had happened to him. Lance J. Bannister, born in 1988, was the son of Beverly and Alan Bannister. He had a typical childhood growing up in Ackworth, Georgia. He attended Woodland High School and was a regular at the Faith Baptist Church. Lance had a close-knit group of friends and enjoyed spending time with his siblings, Philip and Tammy. However, this idyllic family life was soon shattered by tragedy. In early March 2008, Lance disappeared without any word to his family. They were extremely distressed, knowing he would never leave without informing them. So assuming something went wrong, they reported him missing on March 15, 2008. March 28, 2008 began like any other day. But at about 10:30 a.m., a fisherman close to the Talking Rock Bridge, near State Highway 136 and the Gordon County line, found a body in Carter's Lake and immediately contacted the authorities. Murray County officials scoured missing persons report across Tennessee and Georgia, from Cleveland to Atlanta, until they finally stumbled upon the missing report filed by Beverly Bannister for her son, Lance J. Bannister, just a few weeks prior. With heavy hearts, officials contacted the Bannister family to deliver the heartbreaking news of Lance's tragic demise. The news of Lance's untimely death left his family and friends devastated, and the community was left reeling in shock and grief. A gravesite service was held on Thursday, April 10, 2008, at 2 p.m., at the Cheatham Hills Memorial Park in Marietta, with Reverend James Kitchens officiating in the loving memory of Lance. For the Bannister family and the rest of the community, the discovery of Lance's body marked the beginning of a painful journey towards closure. It was a stark reminder of the fragility of life. Lance's disappearance and subsequent murder came as a shock to his loved ones and the community. It was a devastating blow to his family, who had hoped for a safe return. After being officially classified as a homicide case, the Murray County Sheriff's Department detectives began their investigation of the murder of Lance J. Bannister. The foremost question that the investigators wanted the answer for was, who was Lance waiting for the last time he was seen alive? Upon reviewing the police report filed at the time of Lance's disappearance, the detectives learned that he was waiting for someone named Daniel to take him to Cartersville. This was a vital piece of information, and it made Daniel the prime suspect in the investigation, and the investigators wanted answers from him about Lance's death. Despite their best efforts, the detectives of the Murray County Sheriff's Office could not locate their prime suspect, Daniel. The trail had gone cold, and they were running out of options. That's when the Georgia Bureau of Investigation was brought on board to assist with the case with their added resources and expertise. The detectives hoped to crack the case wide open and finally get the answers they were looking for. But sadly, without any real leads to follow, the case went cold. It sat on the unsolved homicide list for 15 years, until the investigation was finally reopened in 2023. With renewed enthusiasm, detectives dug deeper into the investigation, and a new suspect emerged, Shannon Tapley. Detectives learned that the victim and Shannon Tapley had a connection. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation discovered that Lance and Shannon were friends at the time, which piqued the detectives' interest. They dug deeper and discovered something even more troubling. They found out that Shannon was with Lance on the day he disappeared in March 2008. The detectives began to suspect Shannon's involvement in the crime, and the investigation led them to gather evidence against him. This was a shocking revelation that threw the investigation into disarray. Their attention on Shannon, determined to uncover any evidence that might link him to the murderer. The investigation was intense, with every piece of information carefully analyzed, and every lead followed up on. Finally, after months of tireless work, the joint investigation involving the Murray County Sheriff's Office, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, special agents from the Dalton Safe Streets Task Force, and the Bartow County Sheriff's Office detectives came to the conclusion that Shannon Tapley was responsible for the murder of Lance J. Bannister. While the exact details and evidence found against him has not been released to the public at this time, on March 5, 2023, Shannon Tapley was finally arrested and charged with the murder of Lance J. Bannister, 15 years after his tragic death. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation revealed that Shannon is currently being held in custody at the Bartow County Jail on suspicion of murder charges. The arrest came as a moment of closure for Lance's family and the community who waited for years for justice to be served. However, it was also a harsh reminder that danger can come from unexpected places, and those closest to us can turn out to be the ones who causes the most harm. Despite the difficult circumstances, Lance's family and loved ones can now find some solace in the fact that the legal system is working to bring justice for their beloved Lance. Thousand Oaks, California, is a small town full of big surprises, where it's hard to walk down the street without seeing a familiar face. But on April 28, 1997, the city was shaken when 39-year-old Monica Leach was found dead in broad daylight. Born on September 15, 1957, to Elaine and Al Cavelto in the close-knit Somas community of Oxnard, Ventura County, Monica Lynn Cavalito Leach grew up with deep roots in her hometown. After graduating from Rio Mesa High School in 1975, Monica followed her family's footsteps into a career in banking. Outside of work, she enjoyed needlepoint and taking relaxing morning walks. Monica married Jeff Mintz, and together they had 2 children, Stephanie and Andrew. Following her divorce, she met Floyd Leach at church, a man whose first wife had passed away 6 months earlier from a medical condition, leaving him to raise 2 children on his own. Floyd started dating Monica, and he was finally happy after months. They both got married after 7 months of courtship, and lived as a happy family with their 4 children. She was as kind and loving as one could be. Above all, Monica was known and cherished for her role as a devoted wife, daughter, and mother. Monica continued her career in the banking industry, which had been marked by a series of mergers and divestments, leading her to work at a variety of institutions throughout Port Hueneme and Oxnard over the course of 15 years. From the Bank of A. Levy to First Interstate to Home Savings of America, she had seen it all. She initially worked in the Oxnard area before transferring to Western Financial Bank just 2 short months before her untimely death. It was a decision she had made on the advice of her friends and family, who urged her to seek the safety and tranquility of Conejo Valley, a move that tragically proved futile. Everything was normal on April 28, 1997, when Monica gave a kiss to her husband Floyd and both of them left the house. Their morning routines were carried out as usual, until the clock struck 10:15 a.m. 3 managers and a teller were going about their day at Western Financial Bank, 2920 East 1000 Oaks Boulevard, when 2 armed intruders came in. They wore strange yet professional disguises and posed as construction workers. The men were dressed in thigh-length jackets, had nylon stockings as masks, and yellow hard hats. Hurling obscenities at the 4 employees in the bank, the intruders demanded that they get on the floor, and they complied. Out of fear, Dee Dee Smith, the bank manager, hid under the desk and the robbers did not see her. She managed to push a button that triggered the bank's camera to take some photographs. However, according to bank safety measures, she could not have set off the alarms in the bank until the gunman left. In the meantime, the men handcuffed the other employees and took them into the back room. Monica was asked to empty the vault, and she did. The 3 handcuffed employees, including Monica, were kneeling down, facing the other side, when suddenly the trigger went off. In the raw terror of that moment, for a second, no one understood if they had been hit by the bullet or someone else. That was when Monica slumped on the floor, dead. Monica's colleague could not hold back her shock. Even when she was still in danger, she freaked out and exclaimed, "Oh my God! Oh my God!" Despite Monica's cooperation, the men had shot her in the back of the head. With about $9,000, the gunmen ran out of the bank within 5 minutes of entering. They escaped in a 1994 Ford Explorer, but crashed it and then fled the scene. The employees who were still in the back ran out for help. The nearby chiropractor, Dr. Rich Schwartzberg, one of Monica's many clients, heard the commotion and came out. Everyone asked if he could do something to help, and all he could do was try. When he attempted to give her CPR, he knew nothing could save her. The bullet had hit her head. When the police were called, they were met with a grisly sight. The police knew that the tragedy was unavoidable that day. The bank had no security guard or locks on the front door. The community was so safe and secure that it was pretty normal not to have locks. Thousand Oaks, once deemed one of the safest cities in the country by the FBI, was now a place where the unthinkable could happen. This senseless murder left the entire community in shock. People were now looking over their shoulders, wondering if they could be the next victim. The police found all the evidence that was left inside the bank, including the handcuffs. They even found the vehicle that the robbers had used to escape and found that it had been repainted since it was last seen. In order to find the culprits, witnesses were asked to give the description of the suspects. But due to the mask and hats, it had been difficult for them to notice any features. Therefore, the descriptions turned out to be different from each other. Still, composite sketches were produced. Police had the entire story with them. The only thing that was missing was the names of the perpetrators, but everything about this case was proving to be difficult. John Riley was the first deputy who responded to the call at the bank. When Monica's family showed up asking about her, it was the first time that the young officer, who had been on patrol for just 18 months, cried at work. Monica's children from her previous marriage, 10-year-old Stephanie Mintz and 13-year-old Andy Mintz, were in the middle of their school day when they got the news. Hearing about her mother's sudden and violent death left Stephanie in disbelief. She struggled to make sense of the cruel and unfair world that had robbed her of a loving parent. Captain Eric Bushchow with the Ventura County Sheriff's Department believed the robbers knew what they were doing. He explained that they weren't stupid and entered the bank after taking measures that would stop them from being recognized. Putting on the disguise and going in with simply adding a reflective vest and a hard hat that draws your attention away from the face, he said when talking about the robbers. Bank robbers are usually solely focused on getting money. All the arms and ammunitions are mostly to cause terror. However, the cases of dedicated killings are different, where the robbers entered the bank with a target to kill. The motto was to get the money and do it with violence, irrespective of how cooperative the staff might be. The motive seemed pretty clear. In fact, the case seemed half-solved because the detectives knew where to look for the answers. The case matched the MO of Crips gang members who had terrorized South Los Angeles with back-to-back bank robberies at the time. Dr. Georgia Leap, a professor at the UCLA Luskin School, who had been studying gangs for over 4 decades, said that the Crips were one of the oldest gangs in the southwest Los Angeles area and had spread all over the world. The gang is not only known for criminal activity, but also for social services like community activities focused on hosting charity events and providing assistance to those in need. As the investigators pored over the case files, frustration mounted with every passing hour. The notorious Crips had committed yet another heinous crime. And despite their best efforts, the detectives were no closer to identifying the culprit. With the clock ticking and the pressure mounting, they knew they needed a breakthrough. But where would it come from? Months had passed since Monica's tragic death, but the wounds were still raw for those closest to her. Her husband, Floyd Leach, struggled to keep his composure as he worked at the auto repair shop, often retreating to a back room to weep. Not only had he lost his beloved wife, but he was also separated from his stepchildren, who now lived with their father and stepmother in Upper Ojai. For Al and Elaine Cavaletto, Monica's parents, memories of their daughter crept up at the most unexpected times, triggered by songs about angels or the sight of someone wearing a peach or flower dress. Despite the passage of time, the pain and grief were ever present, a constant reminder of the irreplaceable loss they had suffered. Monica's mother, Elaine, a 62-year-old assistant vice president at the Citizen State Bank in Santa Paula, spoke of the cruel irony of it all, that her daughter had finally found some peace in banking, only to be taken from them so suddenly and brutally. She had been in one of the safest cities in the country, and to add an extra layer of security during her daily commute to work, her husband had purchased a cell phone and a Ford Contour for her. For a brief moment, it seemed like Monica had finally found the peace and contentment she had been searching for in her career. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Elaine expressed her grief and anger over this situation. Jail time, she felt, was not enough. It wouldn't truly make them pay for the heinous act that they had committed. Instead, she envisioned something far more brutal. The culprits should be given tools and forced to plow the road, a grueling and back-breaking task that would leave them exhausted and humbled. The once safe neighborhood was forever changed after Monica Leach's tragic death. The bank where she worked now had to have an armed security guard, and the board of directors voted to create a memorial fund of $100,000 for her family. The employees were deeply affected by the incident, and after a few weeks off to help them recover, they returned to work. However, within a year, none of them were working in banking anymore. The bank manager, Dee Dee Smith, left her decades-long banking career to become a tour manager. Another female teller couldn't even bring herself to go to work and stayed home with her children, while the financial services officer of the bank, who knew and worked with Monica, returned to school to pursue a career as a special education teacher. Years were passing by as the detectives sat in their cramped office, surrounded by stacks of paperwork and empty coffee cups. One thing became painfully clear: they needed inside information. The Crips gang was a formidable foe with countless members and a tight-knit code of silence. The detectives knew that without a snitch, they could be investigating this case indefinitely. In 2001, police were confident that the new technology would be able to extract DNA from the evidence. Touch DNA used to be rather difficult to retrieve and identify, as it didn't rely on bodily fluids, but on cells which contained fairly less DNA. However, the growth in science and technology eliminated the restrictions. Yet the case did not actually progress. 3 decades had come and gone, but the wound was as fresh as ever, and the passage of time had done nothing to dull the pain. In 2012, Floyd opposed the new Cheetos ad that featured 2 robbers entering the bank. The advertisement was supposed to be humorous and entertaining according to the company, but Floyd knew it was no laughing matter. After all, he lost his wife to a similar incident. The calendar pages flipped by, and the investigators found themselves stuck in a frustrating and seemingly endless loop. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't seem to get any closer to catching the culprit. With each passing year, the case grew colder and their hopes grew dimmer. In 2021, Perry Desto, a member of Crips gang, met with the media outlet and described his life since he joined the Crips as a 10-year-old child, as a means of survival. He stole food so his friends could eat. He found people to trust and depend on amid so much uncertainty. With his understanding of the gang, Perry believed that this particular incident had happened because the robbers had been desperate. Floyd's unrelenting pursuit of justice served as a driving force that rekindled the investigation into Monica's murder. The Ventura County Sheriff's Office and the Cold Case Unit, moved by his persistence, reopened the case in March of 2021. Although years had passed since the crime was committed, Detectives believed that Monica's killers were still out there, and the FBI and Ventura County Crime Stoppers offered a substantial reward of $30,000 for any information that could lead to their capture. After years of searching, authorities made a breakthrough in the Monica Leach murder case by amplifying and isolating the DNA from the evidence left at the scene. Investigators linked the crime to a 55-year-old man named Kevin Ray James, who was arrested on March 9, 2023 in San Bernardino. James was charged with first-degree murder, commission of a robbery, and using a firearm in the commission of the offense. Ventura County District Attorney Eric Nazarenko praised the tireless work of the investigators and revealed that James would be held without bail at the Ventura County Jail. According to reports, Kevin Ray James, the suspect charged in Monica Leach's murder case, was a gang member living in the Los Angeles area at the time of the crime. However, investigators were not able to identify the second suspect involved in the robbery. Therefore, a $30,000 reward from the FBI and a $100,000 reward from Crime Stoppers is still available for any information leading to the identification of the second suspect. While the pain of losing Monica will never completely go away, her loved ones could finally find a measure of closure, knowing that one of the individuals responsible for her death had been brought to justice. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. 42-year-old Megan Morone is not skilled at small talk, but she loves discussing deeper concepts and bigger ideas. She is idealistic and passionate about social issues like climate change and engages in activism and attending demonstrations. She is very intelligent with a deep interest in literature and poetry. While living in Troy, New York, she started the Troy Poem Project, setting up a typewriter in public places and at local events to write poems for passersby after talking with them briefly to get to know them. Megan turned her love of language into a career, working as an English teacher. In 2022, she was a teacher at Shaker High School in Latham, New York, where she had been employed for 3 years. She was dedicated to her students, but not all of the aspects of her job were positive. On March 24, 2022, she went on paid personal leave for the remainder of the school year. The exact reason Megan went on leave has not been publicly disclosed. The school district has only stated that the district did not request her to go on leave. It has been reported that a conflict with a coworker may have contributed to Megan going on leave, but this has not been confirmed. According to Megan's older brother, Peter Naple, at the time Megan went on leave from work, she was going through an emotional upset and needed a break. At the recommendation of some friends, she checked into the Red Lion Inn in Stockbridge, Massachusetts on the first day of her leave to get away and relax. She planned to stay at the inn until March 30th. Megan's time away seemed to be good for her. She seemed to be in good spirits and enjoying a relaxing evening on March 26th when she and her brother were communicating via text message. She told him that she had spoken to some friends earlier in the day and that she was in her room at the inn enjoying a book and some soup. As of August of 2022, this remains the last time Peter has heard from his sister. Peter tried contacting Megan the following day, March 27th, but never received any response from her. He then called the inn and asked the staff there to check on her. When they went into her room, her bed was made, and many of her belongings were still there, but Megan was not. Still unable to contact his sister, Peter went to the police to report her missing on the morning of Tuesday, March 29th. That same day, a resident of Lee, Massachusetts reported a vehicle that appeared to have been abandoned in the parking lot to him, notifying authorities. The car was Megan Morone's black 2017 Subaru Impreza, and it had been left unlocked. Hiking was a perfectly normal activity for Megan, who had gone on hikes with her brother since she was young. However, in addition to the day's weather, other circumstances led investigators to believe that Megan may have never made it onto the trail. According to Megan's brother, Megan might leave her car door unlocked while she went to scope out a hiking location, but she always made sure to lock her car before actually beginning a hike. In addition, a pair of boots had been left behind in the car. The trail near where the car was found was not a particularly well-known hiking spot, and other locations would have turned up first had Megan been researching places to hike. Her family believes it is possible she may have come to the park because the woman it was named in honor of was a cousin of the poet William Alexander Percy, which may have piqued Megan's interest and led to her wanting to visit the park. Cell phone records showed that Megan had not gone onto the trail, and 3 pings from the afternoon of 27th showed that she had instead been on private property across the street from the park. The remote residential area had dense vegetation and streams that ran through it. Police began an extensive search of the area. They utilized ground searches, canine units, helicopters, and drones in the effort. They later conducted a search along the Housatonic River corridor from Lee into Stockbridge and nearby Glendale, using kayaks, side-scan sonar, and underwater cameras to search the river. When the police were not out looking for Megan, her family and the volunteers they organized were. Despite days full of searching, Megan was not located, and no clues relating to her disappearance were found. Megan's family has continued to actively look for her. They've established a 24-hour tip line as well as a website with information on her case. They are offering a $50,000 reward for information, leading directly to the safe return of Megan. 67-year-old Scott Graham lives in Victoria, British Columbia. In 2022, his love of travel took him to Europe. On June 29th, he flew to Amsterdam to meet up with some old friends before continuing to travel on to Spain and Portugal on his own. For the first several days of his trip, he was in daily contact with his family back in Canada and everything seemed fine. Things started going wrong for Scott on July 11th. He was traveling by bus from Vigo to San Sebastian in Spain when his bus left him behind at a rest stop. His bag containing his cell phone, passport, and critical medication was still on the bus when it left without him. Scott had received a kidney transplant in 2014 and was dependent on daily anti-rejection medicine. It appears that Scott was never able to get his bag back. It is unclear if Scott was ever able to obtain more of his medication. He was able to make his way to San Sebastian by an unknown means of transportation, and he contacted his brother to tell him about the lost bag and his inability to get it back from the bus company via WhatsApp, although again, it is unknown how he did so as he was without his phone. This is the last time he has been in contact with anyone in his family. On July 14th, he reported his bag missing to local police who advised him that he would need to go to the Canadian Embassy in Madrid to get a replacement passport. Scott was in Madrid the following day, July 15th, but before he made it to the embassy, he had to visit a local hospital after sustaining minor injuries to his head and hand in a fall. Hospital records contradict themselves, so he may have been given his anti-rejection medications or he may have just been issued a paper prescription for them. A record of him filling such a prescription has not been found. A nurse from the Royal Jubilee Hospital Kidney Clinic in Victoria has confirmed that a nurse from Spain contacted them sometime around 15th inquiring about Scott, his medications, and their dosages. Scott then went to the Canadian Embassy, where he applied for a new passport and paid the necessary fee. This trip to the embassy is the last place Scott has been seen. His family reported him missing the following day. Scott failed to come back to the embassy on July 18th for his appointment to pick up his new passport, and he missed his flight from Amsterdam back to Canada on July 29th. There has been no activity on his credit or debit cards. Scott's daughters have had a difficult time receiving support from the government in Canada and getting clear information from officials in Spain. Their efforts to locate their father have been hampered by bureaucratic and logistical constraints. Thanks to donations to a GoFundMe they set up, they were able to travel to Spain on August 10th to continue their search efforts there. Scott's family is concerned that the fall that brought him to the hospital on July 15th may have been the result of side effects of him being without his anti-rejection medication, which could have potentially been made worse by the extreme heat in Spain at the time. Scott has also previously suffered minor strokes, and if he has had another one and not received the necessary medical treatment, he may currently be cognitively impaired. Scott's daughters have not been able to find evidence confirming that their father is still in Madrid. They are therefore expanding their search into other European countries. Because Spain is part of the Schengen area, Scott could have crossed into the other member countries of the area even without his passport. Scott's missing person flyer has been translated into numerous languages and posted to a description. Scott's family is hoping that individuals living in the countries where Scott could have traveled to will either share the post with the flyer written in their language or print the flyers and post them in their area. Kainelu Higby, who also goes by Kai, was born in Maui where his parents met. His mother is Hawaiian, and his father is Caucasian and originally from California. Kai was 7 years old when his parents' marriage ended, and following the divorce, he, his twin brother, and younger sister moved to California with their father. He grew close with his father's side of the family over the following years, but ultimately decided to return to Hawaii as a teenager. He was able to still maintain a close relationship with his family in California. In 2003, when he was 22, Kai met the woman who would become his wife, Samantha, when he pointed out to her that she had dropped a $5 bill. Samantha was instantly smitten, drawn to Kai's laid-back and fun personality. The couple got married in 2005 and had 3 children. They settled in a small town on Maui, and Kai began working in landscaping, becoming popular with the owners of the properties where he worked. Kai is a dedicated father who loves spending time with his children. He regularly takes them out on outdoor excursions, including hunting, spearfishing, and hiking. While Kai has a loving family, not all of the aspects of his life are as ideal. Kai has a history of substance abuse. On May 6, 2022, he relapsed after months of being clean. His wife, Samantha, asked him to leave the home they share because she did not want their children to see him while he was under the influence. In previous instances when he was using, Kai would either go stay with his mother at her home in Lahaina or in a nearby rental property while he sobered up. His mother would be the last person to see Kai before he went missing on May 7th. Around 11:30 that night, Kai hugged his mother, gave her his phone, and told her Happy Mother's Day, which was the following day. He has not been seen since. Kai was formally reported missing on May 12th, the day his white Toyota Tacoma was found abandoned in a parking garage on Front Street near the Lahaina Harbor. The truck was sighted at that location as early as May 8th. The vehicle was left unlocked, and Kai's wallet containing his driver's license, credit cards, and debit cards was left on the front seat. According to Samantha, Kai abandoning the truck was highly out of character as he is very proud of the vehicle because of how hard he worked to purchase it. Even more out of character was Kai's missing of his son's high school graduation on May 19th. Kai loved his son and had been looking forward to the event. Kai's family has become frustrated with how the Maui Police Department is handling the investigation into his disappearance. According to Samantha, the investigating officers made comments to her that she considers heartless, stating that her husband is probably off doing lots of drugs. Kai has had minor run-ins with law enforcement in the past, something his wife believes has led police to disregard his disappearance. Samantha acknowledges that her husband has made some poor choices in his life but says that does not take away from the fact that he is a good person, and something has clearly happened to him. The family is still actively looking for Kai on their own, putting up flyers and trying to hire a private investigator. Kai's oldest son no longer sleeps in his bedroom, instead staying in the living room, waiting for his father to come home. 41-year-old Kai is 6 feet tall, has a number of traditional Hawaiian tattoos, and was last seen wearing a white shirt and dark-colored board shorts. Kai and his brother are identical twins who often get confused for one another, which could potentially complicate potential sightings of Kai. In the summer of 2009, 28-year-old David Gimmelfarb was in need of some relaxation. He was pursuing his doctorate and was about to enter his 4th year of graduate school at the Adler School of Professional Psychology in Chicago. Alongside his studies, David volunteered as a counselor at a community health center on Chicago's West Side. Though he intended to build a career in counseling, the work was naturally demanding and stressful. Adding to the strain, David was also coping with the recent loss of his beloved grandmother, Valentina. Valentina had helped take care of David from the time he was an infant until he started kindergarten. One of David's mother's co-workers had suggested that David look into traveling to Costa Rica. It seemed like an ideal travel destination for David. He was fluent in Spanish and was an experienced hiker. The country was full of beautiful trails for him to explore. David decided that some time away in nature would do him good before he started school again, and he planned a trip to Costa Rica just a few days before he left on it. Solo travel was not out of character for David, who had gone on a similar hiking trip to Hawaii alone within the previous year. Solo travel and spending time alone in nature also fit in with David's personality, as he tended to be more introspective and reserved. These aspects of his personality may have been tied to events in his early childhood. When he started kindergarten, he struggled to speak in English with his classmates as he was used to speaking Russian with his parents and grandmother. David became slightly less reserved later in life when he began college at Beloit College and joined a fraternity. He had a wry sense of humor and a positive outlook on life and was skilled at writing out his thoughts about deep and philosophical topics. David began his 6-day trip to Costa Rica on August 9, 2009. David was his parents' only child and was in daily contact with them, whether he was at home in Illinois or traveling. He spoke to his mother, Luda, on August 10th from his room at the Hacienda Gacapelan in the Guanacaste province of northwest Costa Rica. David told her that the hotel was too far away from the beaches and most of the other area attractions he was interested in visiting, so he was considering moving to another hotel for part of his trip. He had met a girl at the beach and hoped to see her again. Luda wanted to know more about the girl, but David would only say that she seemed very nice. David told his mother that he would be spending the following day, August 11th, hiking in the nearby Rincón de la Vieja National Park. However, the following evening, he never called to tell her how his hike went, as she expected. By 10 p.m., she had grown concerned enough to try calling him, but he did not answer. She called the hotel's front desk the following morning, but they told her that he was not answering his room phone either. Luda insisted that hotel staff go into her son's room to see if he was all right. Several hours later, Luda received a phone call from the hotel's owner. It did not appear that David had slept in his room the previous night. His suitcase was still in the room, but the car he had rented had been located still in the parking lot of the national park where David had planned to go hiking the day before. Luda and her husband, Roma, immediately made plans to travel to Costa Rica to look for their son. By the time they arrived the following day, search efforts were already underway. Volunteers from the Red Cross were searching the national park on foot. Other hikers had gone missing in the park in the past, but all of them had eventually been found. Witnesses had seen David eating breakfast at his hotel on August 11th around 9 a.m., and he signed in at the national park shortly before 10 a.m. He told the park ranger on duty that he would be hiking along an easy and established loop that was not even 2 miles long but would take him past some of the thermal mud pots that were a famous feature of the park. Initial search efforts were therefore centered around this loop. However, when David was not located, search teams grew in size and rethought their strategy. Since David was an experienced hiker, they considered that he may have changed his mind and undertaken a more difficult hike. Had he done so, he potentially opted to hike up to the crater of the park's nearby volcano. This hike would take approximately 8 hours to complete round trip, and sundown had been at approximately 6 p.m. on August 11th, meaning that if David had started the hike after 10 a.m., he would have been caught in the dark and could have potentially run into trouble. The crater itself was searched from the air, but nothing was found there. The expanded area did not turn up any signs of David. While David's parents worked to find him in Costa Rica, his other loved ones back in the United States were also contributing to the search effort. A Facebook group called Help Find David Gimmelfarb was established, and more than 1,000 people joined it within just a few days. David's parents were not receiving support from the American Embassy in Costa Rica, so members of the group were encouraged to contact their elected representatives to ask for government support for the search. David's friends also staged demonstrations in Chicago's Daily Plaza and outside local television stations with signs describing why David was important to them in hopes of garnering media coverage and, in turn, government support for the search effort. Their actions did finally pay off on August 19th, when the embassy sent 2 military helicopters equipped with infrared sensors to search the dense vegetation of the national park from the air, along with a dozen soldiers from Sotacano Air Base in Honduras. When David was not located during the search, concerns that he may have fallen victim to something more sinister than a simple hiking accident arose. Robberies within the park were not unheard of, and sections of the park were closed down in 2009 and then later in 2012 due to visitors being robbed, reportedly by individuals wielding machetes. Because the park was close to the border with Nicaragua, Some of its more remote trails were known to be used by drug smugglers and poachers to move product into the neighboring country, opening up the possibility that David may have witnessed something illegal while out hiking and was killed to prevent him from reporting what he had seen. Alternatively, David could have stumbled onto private property bordering the national park and been killed by a property owner who mistook David as a poacher or smuggler encroaching on their land. Nicaragua also raised the possibility for some people that David may have voluntarily disappeared and traveled there to start a new life, as the cost of living in Nicaragua is fairly low and immigration laws are not strictly enforced. However, circumstances, as well as David's behavior, do not support this theory. The night before he went missing, he had called a friend back in Chicago to confirm dinner plans they had for after he returned home. David was understandably sad about his grandmother's recent death, but he was not depressed or distressed at the time of his trip. According to messages David wrote and conversations he had shortly before he disappeared, his grandmother's death appears to have highlighted the finiteness of life for him. However, this seems to have inspired him not to despair or give up on his life, but rather to make the most out of the time he had. The items David left behind at his hotel also indicate that he was not planning on leaving for more than a day. Inside the safe in his room were his cell phone, his passport, and $600 in cash. David had traveled to Costa Rica with $800 in cash, and taking into account his expenses during his travels and at the beginning of his trip, it is estimated that he would have only had around $100 with him when he went missing. It is believed David only had his backpack, a copy of his passport, water, protein bars, his journal, an inexpensive camera, and his wallet, which contained his driver's license and a few credit cards, in addition to the presumed amount of cash with him when he began his hike. None of David's financial accounts have been accessed since he disappeared, and there is no evidence of him opening any new ones. When David's disappearance was not quickly resolved, his parents continued to visit Costa Rica year after year to continue looking for their son. Potential clues and sightings were reported to them in the following years. A stack of crayon-drawn artwork, which bore stylistic similarities to drawings David was known to create, was found in an abandoned house in Capos, which led to the Gimmelfarbs hoping that whoever drew them had come in contact with their son and could provide them with information if they could be located. There have been several potential sightings of David since he disappeared, but none of them have been confirmed to be David. A local farmer reported seeing a disheveled hiker who ran away and into the woods when he approached him. In February of 2010, a disheveled man matching David's general description wandered into a Coast Guard station. The man appeared confused and disoriented. Law enforcement contacted David's parents, but by the time they reached them, the man had left the station. The authorities had no legal reason to detain him. In October of 2012, an unkempt and confused man stumbled into a mini-mart in the coastal town of Limon, more than 200 miles away from the national park David visited on the day of his disappearance. The man could not talk but gestured that he needed something to drink. A family there had seen a television report about David's disappearance and believed this man was him, so they took him to the local police station. The police met with the man but soon let him go without even taking a photograph of him. So there is no evidence besides the family's belief that the man was David. In 2013, while David's parents were in Costa Rica searching for David, they received calls and emails from someone telling them that David was being held hostage and would only be released if they paid a quarter of $100,000 in ransom. They were sent a photo which was supposed to be of David, but it was too dark to tell if it was actually their son. Police ultimately determined the extortion to be a hoax, as the calls the Gimmelfarbs received were found to have been made from inside of a prison. In 2018, a woman called in a tip that David may have received treatment at the National Psychiatric Hospital, but an investigator who visited the facility found no sign of anyone matching David's description. David's parents hired for private investigators to work on their son's case, both in Costa Rica and from the United States. On November 6, 2009, Costa Rica's Organismo de Investigación Judicial formally closed their investigation into David's disappearance despite the lack of resolution to it. As of 2018, David's case had been transferred to the agency's Department of Criminal Investigations based out of their office in San Jose. David's parents, Roma and Luda, continued to make yearly trips to Costa Rica around the anniversary of David's disappearance to ensure David's case continues to be covered in the local media, follow up on tips, and meet with officials from the American Embassy and the OIJ about their son's case. They continued to believe that their son was still alive. In a 2018 interview, they vowed to continue making these annual trips until they were too old to travel. Unfortunately, Roma Gimmelfarb did not live to go on the next year's trip, passing away in March of 2019. He had spent 4 years battling cancer, but had not let it interfere with his travels to Costa Rica and his search for his son. Luda Gimmelfarb remains active in and dedicated to the search for David. A $100,000 reward is being offered for information that reveals David's whereabouts. Friday, October 29, 1993 was a full day of fun for the students at Eureka Elementary School in Granite Bay, California as they celebrated Halloween. They went from classroom to classroom trick-or-treating and had a fall festival. After the day's festivities concluded and the students went home, 5th grade teacher, Sherilyn Hockley, stayed late to clean up from the celebration. She was seen cleaning up popcorn around 4:30 p.m., and the school's janitor saw that her minivan was still in the parking lot at 5:30. When he went out to the parking lot again around 6, the Mini was gone. Sherilyn never arrived home, however, and her boyfriend quickly became concerned. He went to the school to look for her, but did not find her there. He called Sherilyn's family to see if they had heard from her before reporting her missing. It would not be until the day of the holiday she had just been celebrating with her students, Halloween, that Sherilyn would be located. That night, a deputy out on patrol saw Sherilyn's Dodge Caravan minivan pulled off of East Roseville Parkway in a wooded area. The location was less than a mile away from the school where Sherilyn taught and had last been seen. Curiously, it was within view of another school, Oak Hills Elementary. Sherilyn's body was discovered in the vehicle's back seat. She was just 39 years old. At the time of her death, Sherilyn had been going through a period of major change. She'd applied for the position at Eureka Elementary after going through a divorce. She and her ex-husband had been married for 15 years and had 3 children together, 2 daughters and a son. Sherilyn's daughter Heather, who was just 14 years old at the time of her mother's death, would later describe Sherilyn as the best mother ever. Sherilyn was loving and full of life. She and Heather shared a love of Whitney Houston and would blast her music when they were in the car. Sherilyn's loving nature, which made her such a great mother, also helped her quickly endear herself to her students. Heather was proud of her mother for being hired for the position at Eureka Elementary because so many people had applied for it, and Sherilyn was overjoyed to have been selected for the job. When interviewed even decades later, the students who had been in her class enthusiastically recalled what a great teacher she was. Sherilyn's autopsy found that she had died as the result of ligature strangulation. She was found partially clothed, but tests to determine if she had been sexually assaulted were inconclusive. Authorities believed that she was killed the night she was last seen, the 29th. Robbery did not appear to be the motive for the murder as her purse and several other personal items were still inside the van. Sherilyn's boyfriend and ex-husband were investigated but quickly ruled out as suspects in the case, as were Sherilyn's co-workers at the school. However, investigators do not believe that Sherilyn was killed by a stranger. When the case first started, there was definitely a sense that it was probably somebody who at least knew her, somebody familiar with the area, and to a large extent that remains true today, Placer County Sheriff's Detective Brian Madison stated in 2016. There were reported sightings of an unknown individual sitting in a Volkswagen Beetle at Cheryl Lynn's school on October 29th, but following up on that lead did not produce any useful information. Authorities also considered that Cheryl Lynn's murder may have been connected to the unsolved murder of 35-year-old Cindy Warner, who was killed in November of 1991. Like Sherry Lynn, she had been strangled to death and disappeared in Granite Bay. She had been at her sister's house with her 11-month-old daughter. Her sister and brother-in-law left the home, and when Cindy's husband arrived at the house approximately 45 minutes after they left, Cindy's car, jacket, and shoes were there, but Cindy was not. Her young daughter had been left unattended but unharmed in her high chair. 19 days after she disappeared, Cindy's body was discovered by a quail hunter off of Forest Hill Road east of Auburn. She was found face down amongst some trees and was wearing only a bra, although tests to see if she had been sexually assaulted came back inconclusive. Unlike Sherilyn, who appears to have been killed the night she went missing, Cindy had been kept alive somewhere for approximately 2 weeks before she was murdered. In 2017, it was reported that Cindy's case was still being investigated by the Placer County Sheriff's Office and that there is a large amount of evidence available in the case. However, the Sheriff's Office is still looking for witnesses who can help them put that evidence into context to move the case forward. Investigators working on Sherilyn's case ultimately concluded, based on the differing circumstances and the different behavioral patterns between the killers in each case, that the two cases were not connected. In 2015, the Placer County Sheriff's Office began a major effort to finally solve Sherilyn's case. They resubmitted numerous pieces of evidence in the case, including the rope they believe Sherilyn was strangled with, to the lab in hopes that advances in technology would provide them with new clues and potentially the DNA profile of Sherilyn's killer. While they waited on the results of the new testing, they engaged in less high-tech means of investigation as well, revisiting the scene where Sherilyn's body and her car were found, re-interviewing witnesses, and meticulously going through the thousands of pages of documents that make up Sherilyn's case file. Detective Chris Joyce stated that he believed he knew who was responsible for Sherilyn's murder in 2016 and hoped that the new testing would reveal DNA evidence that could conclusively tie that individual to the murder. Unfortunately, the renewed effort and advanced testing ultimately did not identify new evidence that led to an arrest in the case. Investigators still hope that the evidence they do have will help them secure a conviction should they be able to identify the correct suspect. They believe that Sherilyn's killer has already come up in the investigation in some capacity, and they continue to work trying to identify them. A permanent memorial was created for Sherry Lynn at Eureka Elementary, bearing the names of all the students in her class who had all wanted to ensure that she would never be forgotten. Nestled in the rolling hills of upstate New York, East Greenbush is a town in Rensselaer County, known for its blend of small-town charm and nearby bustling cities. However, this peaceful setting became the site of a horrific crime when 81-year-old Wilhelmina Filkins was found bludgeoned to death in her Coventry Lane East Greenbush apartment on August 19, 1994. Wilhelmina Violet Filkins' life story began on June 9, 1913, in New York. She was born to Myron Filkins, then 41, and Georgiana Wright, 39. By 1930, Wilhelmina lived in Rensselaer, New York, and by 1950, she had relocated to Greenbush. Growing up in Rensselaer with 7 sisters and 1 brother, she had learned the value of hard work and perseverance early on. It was a lesson she carried with her throughout her 60 years in the cozy town of East Greenbush, where she had put down roots and flourished. Though she never sought the spotlight, she was loved and respected by all who knew her. A retiree from the Department of Education, Wilhelmina had a passion for gardening that was the envy of her neighbors. Her backyard was a riot of color, with vibrant flowers and lush greenery spilling over every inch of available space. And she didn't keep her talents to herself. She was also an avid volunteer, lending her green thumb to various community projects over the years. While she never married or had children of her own, Wilhelmina had a way of nurturing those around her. With her gentle smile and kind heart, she lived her dreariest of days alone. Even at 81 years old, and standing at a petite 52 with sparkling blue eyes, Wilhelmina had a vitality that connected her to all who knew her. August 19, 1994 was a day that would forever be etched in the memories of those who knew and loved Wilhelmina. Violet Filkins. After several failed attempts to reach her, Wilhelmina's brother, Sterling, and her niece, Carol Filkins, came to her ground floor apartment at 2202 Coventry Apartments to check on her. Carol became suspicious when she noticed that the drapes were caught in the door. Something just didn't feel right, so she pushed the door open and was met with a sight that would haunt her forever. Her beloved aunt, lifeless and cold, laid motionless on the floor. The police were immediately called, but even with their thorough search of the apartment, they were unable to locate a murder weapon. An autopsy revealed that she had been dead for 2 days, and the cause of her death was several vicious blows to the back of her head. But what could have led to such a brutal attack on this quiet and unassuming woman? It was suspected that Wilhelmina was the victim of a daytime robbery 2 days earlier. The police noticed that her car, a 1989 Plymouth Reliant, was unusually parked. Her family told them it was not parked how she normally parked it. That was when they realized that the killer had used her car to dispose of her belongings. During the investigation of her death, a thumbprint was discovered on a coffee table in her apartment. Police took the thumbprint as evidence in the hope that it could provide a clue to the identity of the killer. This discovery could be a potential breakthrough in the case. The police worked diligently to compare the thumbprint to prints in their database, hoping to find a match and bring closure to the case. However, it did not yield any results, and the days kept passing by. 3 years after her death in 1997, some of her items were found by a cemetery caretaker on a remote road bordering the cemetery, which is on Route 203 in the village of Nassau. The discovery led the detectives behind the Nassau Skodek Cemetery, where the items were found. It confirmed their story that the suspect had used Wilhelmina's car. While the police never revealed exactly what was found, they believed that the killer was a local resident, as the area was only known to those in the community. Troop G Major Crimes Unit members, the Bureau of Criminal Investigations Unit at the State Police Shattuck Barracks, and the East Greenbush Police Department worked tirelessly to gather all the information they could about the case. They conducted extensive interviews with potential witnesses and suspects in the hopes of shedding light on what happened to Filkins and who was responsible for her death. For decades, the tragic murder of Wilhelmina had been at the forefront of the town's police department's investigations. With the case file handed to a new investigator, every time a predecessor retired, each detective took on the case file and vowed to find the heinous perpetrator responsible for the crime. Despite the many years that had passed, the department's unwavering commitment to justice did not falter. Through the revolving doors of detectives, there had always been a promise made to continue the search for answers and to bring closure to Wilhelmina's family. In 2019, a long-awaited breakthrough and the Wilhelmina Filkins murder case occurred while the New York State Police and East Greenbush Police received a tip from a close acquaintance of a potential suspect. Jeremiah J. Guyet's ex-girlfriend had recently watched a true crime show about cold cases on Netflix, which triggered her memory of strange comments Gajetti had made about an elderly woman. She quickly reported her suspicions to the authorities. According to East Greenbush Police Detective Sergeant Michael Guadagnino, with the new information, investigators were able to unravel the web of Gadget's life, tracking his movements and places of residence to build a case against him. What's more, after discovering Wilhelmina's body in 1977, the police had launched an intense investigation, canvassing the entire apartment complex and questioning hundreds of witnesses, including Jeremiah Gayetti, who lived in apartment 10, just around the corner from the victim's home. Despite being in such close proximity to the crime scene and having been interviewed shortly after the murder, Gayetti was not initially considered a person of interest. Jeremiah James Gayetti, the prime suspect in the murder of Wilhelmina Filkins, had a rather tumultuous life. He was born on March 21, 1976, and later moved to the same East Greenbush apartment complex where Filkins lived to stay with his father. He graduated from Columbia High School in 1994 and left East Greenbush for Red Hook the same year. After joining the Air Force, he was stationed in Florida before being discharged and returned to Red Hook, before eventually moving to Rosendale. Gayetti's career as a bus driver involved transporting school children and the elderly. The ex-girlfriend's recollection of Gayetti's comments was chilling. She remembered him telling her that he had robbed a woman and hit her. In August 2009, he expressed his disbelief after learning that the woman had died. "This can't be true, I'm sure she is fine." But she was not fine, and he had most definitely killed her. After learning this, the New York State Police and the East Greenbush Police sprang into action and headed to Rosendale in Ulster County, New York. There, they conducted extensive interviews with Galetti's family members, co-workers, and friends in an effort to gather evidence against him. However, on October 1, 2019, when the police attempted to question Gayet himself, he immediately demanded a lawyer. The very next day, on October 2, 2019, nearly 70 miles south of East Greenbush, authorities made a chilling discovery in the garage of Jeremiah Gayetti's home in Rosendale, his lifeless body with a gunshot wound to the head. The autopsy revealed the shocking news that Gayetti had taken his own life, leaving behind a slew of unanswered questions about his involvement in the decades-old murder case. Gayet's death did not put an end to the investigation. An autopsy was performed, and his fingerprints and DNA were collected. For further comparison with the evidence from the original case, all physical evidence was resubmitted, including the wooden coffee table with the unknown fingerprint. The investigators hoped to find a match. While the testing was being carried out, a family member came forward in 2021 and confirmed Gadget's involvement in the murder. On October 1, 2019, after he had a conversation with the detectives, he panicked and called his family member, revealing that he did not want to go to prison. The family member also disclosed that Gadget had also once planned to rob a bank and steal a car for money to pay for his college education. Despite making arrangements to meet with a lawyer, Gadget cannot hold off his guilt and ended up taking his own life. It took 3 years for forensic experts to finally determine the identity of the unknown fingerprint. The delay was due to the strain on the state crime lab caused by the COVID pandemic. However, when the results finally came in, investigators received confirmation that the fingerprint belonged to none other than Jeremiah James Galletti, the prime suspect in the decades-old murder of Wilhelmina Filkins. The fingerprint was a match to Galletti's left thumb, providing the conclusive evidence needed to close the case once and for all. All the information about the case was disclosed to the public by authorities on January 19, 2023. Wilhelmina was 81 years old at the time of her death, and Gadget would have been just 18 years old. Despite his involvement in the 1998 murder of Wilhelmina Filkins, he managed to avoid suspicion for decades. The district attorney, Mary Pat Donnelly, emphasized that every single detail, no matter how seemingly insignificant, had contributed to this breakthrough in the investigation. While Galletti ultimately took his own life before he could be brought to justice, the resolution of this case brought some closure to the community, especially to Wilhelmina's family. Sabine Parish, Louisiana, is a picturesque area with lush forests, serene lakes, and rolling hills. Nestled between the bustling cities of Lafayette and Shreveport, it offers a peaceful blend of nature and modern life. However, beneath this tranquil facade lies a chilling secret. In 1986, the remains of Lester Rome were discovered hidden in a well, marking one of the most disturbing crime scenes the region has ever known. The well, located in the small town of Maine, Louisiana, in the heart of Sabine Parish, was once used for irrigation but now stands as a haunting reminder of the murder that occurred nearly 4 decades ago. The crime has left an indelible mark on the community, forever changing the way residents view their town. It's a sobering reminder that evil can lurk, even in the most seemingly peaceful places. It all began in early 1984, when a 57-year-old man named Lester Rome vanished without a trace, leaving his family with more questions than answers. On January 9, 1984, 57-year-old Lester J. Rome went missing from Grand Isle, Louisiana. According to the police report filed by Lester's family, after waiting several days for Lester to return, his family finally filed the report with the Grand Isle Police Department, Louisiana. Following the filing of the complaint, the police department, located on a narrow barrier islands along the Louisiana coastline, initiated an investigation into Lester Rome's disappearance. After a month of investigating Lester Rome's disappearance, with no significant progress, the case was transferred to the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office, which is located 2 hours north of New Orleans. The investigation soon became a collaborative effort among multiple law enforcement agencies, as they followed various leads and tips in hopes of finding clues to solve the case. Upon initiating the investigation into Lester's disappearance, the detectives spoke with Patricia Tito, who lived in Lester's home. According to the deputies, Tito claimed to be running Lester's business in his absence, and stated that he had gone on a trip before disappearing. She denied having any information regarding any wrongdoing in the matter. Despite the tireless efforts of the investigators, the search for Lester continued for years with no solid leads. However, in a surprising turn of events, a shocking discovery was eventually made in the heart of Louisiana in the central region of the state on April 18, 1986. Human remains were found in a water well located in Sabine Parish, Louisiana. The Sabine Parish Sheriff's Office, which is situated 4 hours away between Lafayette and Shreveport, initiated a homicide investigation. Upon discovering the remains, no one at the time knew the discovery of his body would be a mystery for nearly 40 years, as the remains were unidentified and the case was referred to as the man in the well. It was October 2013, when the Faces Laboratory made a possible connection between the remains from the well and Rome, using advanced technology and forensic techniques. The remains found in the well were eventually confirmed to be those of Lester Rome, ending the decades-long mystery in the search for answers. The LSU Forensic Anthropology and Computer Enhancement Services Laboratory played a crucial role in connecting the remains found in the well to Lester Rome. One significant discovery was that the skeletal remains had shotgun pellets embedded in the pelvic area. It was then revealed that Lester had been shot in the abdomen area with a shotgun some years before he went missing. This crucial piece of evidence helped in identifying Rome's remains and linking them to the mysterious case of the man in the well. With this revelation, the investigation took a new turn, and law enforcement agencies intensified their efforts to identify the perpetrator responsible for Lester Rome's death. The cause of Lester Rome's death was determined to be stabbing, and his body was found with several personal items, including a blue shirt, blue knit pants, brown belt, light blazer jacket, sneaker-type shoes, a key ring with 5 small keys on it, a folding brush comb combination, a urine cup, a small pocket knife, and a Snoopy nightlight. Further investigation into Lester Rome's disappearance revealed that he had suffered an old injury to his left hip from a gunshot wound, which had likely caused him to walk with a limp and experience chronic pain, despite the wound having healed. The autopsy report also revealed that he had a bridge on the upper right side of his mouth and multiple fillings. These findings provided additional clues to the investigators, helping them to build a clearer picture of Rome's life and what may have happened to him. It wasn't until 2021 that the mystery was finally solved. Central Sabine Fire Department provided assistance to the sheriff's office in recovering evidence from the well, located off Reckner Road. The operation involved a team of 9 firefighters, the sheriff, 2 detectives, and 3 support members. The well was approximately 27 feet deep, and the oxygen level was closely monitored throughout the operation to ensure the safety of everyone involved. A fan was used to push fresh air into the well. The team successfully recovered evidence from the well case and decided to speak with Tito. According to sources, during an interview with the investigators, Patricia Tito made a stunning admission. She confessed that Lester Rome was actually murdered in Grand Isle, and that his remains had been disposed of in Sabine Parish. This revelation was a crucial breakthrough in the case and provided investigators with the vital information to continue their investigation. With this new information, the focus of the investigation shifted to uncovering the identity of the perpetrators responsible for Lester Rome's murder. In a surprising turn of events, in the spring of 2022, Patricia Tito led investigators to the exact location where Lester Rome was murdered. This was a significant development in the case, as it provided crucial evidence and allowed investigators to gather new information that would help bring the perpetrators to justice. The investigators worked tirelessly to piece together the events that had taken place, building a timeline of events and collecting evidence to support their case. Tito's cooperation in the investigation was instrumental in helping to bring closure to the case of Lester Rome's disappearance and murder. During her cooperation with the investigation, Tito made additional claims alleging that she was present during the murder of Lester Rome, but placed the blame solely on a man named Delvin Avid Sibley. Now 76 years old, Tito further claimed that Sibley took Rome's remains with him when he left Grand Isle. In a statement posted on Facebook, the sheriff's office highlighted that while the level of Patricia Tito's involvement in the murder of Lester Rome was not entirely clear, she was aware of the crime and failed to notify law enforcement or any of Rome's family members between 1984 and 2021. Despite her protestations of innocence, Tito's knowledge of Rome's death and her failure to report it to authorities were seen as significant violations of the law. Her actions allowed the perpetrators of the crime to evade justice for nearly 4 decades and caused untold suffering to the family and loved ones of Lester Rome. The authorities made it clear that Tito would be held accountable for her role in the crime, and the investigation would continue to bring all those responsible for the heinous act to justice. Following Patricia Tito's confession and the information she provided during her interview, the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office confirmed Delvin Avid Sibley as a person of interest in the murder of Lester Rome. Subsequent investigations conducted by law enforcement revealed that the remains of Lester were found in a well on the property that was previously owned by Sibley's family. This discovery further deepened the suspicion and strengthened the case against Sibley and the Rome murder. The authorities continue to investigate and gather evidence against Sibley, who is now a prime suspect in multiple homicide cases. Upon further investigation, and with the evidence pointing towards Sibley, law enforcement issued arrest warrants in 2023 for Sibley on charges of second-degree murder in the death of Lester Rome and Tito, as well for her involvement in the crime. It is certainly concerning that Patricia Tito did not come forward with the information about Lester Rome's murder earlier, despite serving a sentence for an unrelated crime she committed in 2003. Her failure to notify law enforcement or Rome's family about his death for almost 4 decades is a serious matter, and it raises questions about her level of involvement in the crime. While it is not clear what motivated Tito's actions, it is important that all individuals who have knowledge of a crime come forward to help bring justice to the victim and their family. Sibley was arrested at his home in Biloxi when Sabine Sheriff's Detective Chris Abrams got an arrest warrant for him after working on the cold case for the past 10 months. Sibley was extradited from Biloxi and booked into the Sabine Parish Detention Center on a charge of second-degree murder. Sibley is accused in the death of Lester Rome and will soon stand trial. This case takes us to the vibrant city of Toronto, the capital of Ontario, Canada, known for its soaring skyscrapers and bustling energy. It was here in 1993 that a heinous crime occurred. Barbara Brodkin was born in Toronto on April 24, 1950. While little is known about her early life, including her parents' names or where she was educated, it is clear that she spent her formative years in the city. In the 1980s, Barbara met Christopher Barry, and the two experienced an immediate connection. After a brief courtship, they married in a beautiful ceremony and were thrilled when their first child, Zachary, was born in 1987. However, Barbara soon noticed a change in Christopher after Zachary's birth. He became increasingly distant, spent less time at home, and exhibited irritability and a short temper whenever he was around. Barbara made the decision that enough was enough when he started becoming violent and aggressive towards her. She decided to leave him and took Zachary with her and moved into a flat on Balliol Street. Here she started a new life as a single parent while working multiple jobs as a secretary and typist. It was difficult being a single mother, and she frequently had financial difficulties. She started selling marijuana out of her flat to people she knew in an effort to supplement her income. Barbara believed that this was her only choice, despite the fact that it may not have been the best one. She was engaged in a bitter custody dispute with Christopher and had a young child to support. She was willing to do whatever was necessary to provide her son with the best life possible. In 1993, Barbara was 42 and Zachary was 6, and they were living in their little apartment on Balliol Street. Sadly, they were unaware that tragedy was waiting for them just out of sight. On March 19, 1993, Toronto awoke from its slumber, and people went about their regular routines. But there was complete silence in Barbara's flat. Her son Zachary slept in. He was never woken by his mother to get ready for school. When he eventually opened his eyes on his own, the home was strangely silent. He got out of bed, wondering why his mother hadn't woken him up for school, and went exploring in search of her. He searched the entire home, but couldn't locate her anywhere, so he headed to her bedroom. What he was about to find would stay with him for the rest of his life. He discovered his mother's bloodied body next to the wardrobe in her bedroom. The closet door lay open as he tried to get her to move. Barbara, sadly, was dead. Zachary proceeded to do as she had instructed him to do in an emergency and called 911. When the boy told the operator that his mother was covered in blood and not moving, they realized something was terribly wrong. A few minutes later, the sound of sirens filled the air as squad cars rolled up to the crime scene. Rob Thomas, a young constable, was the first to arrive on the scene. In the flat, he discovered Zachary alone and a lifeless Barbara stretched out in the bedroom. He removed the little child from the residence before cordoning off the crime scene. The investigation began soon after. As several detectives and forensic experts arrived at the flat, they noticed Barbara had a solitary stab wound to the chest. When they examined her body, she had scratches on her wrist and arms that showed she had fought back against her attacker, and she had marks around her neck that suggested she may have been strangled. The medical examiner then submitted the body for an autopsy. A few days later, the findings of the autopsy were released. The single knife wound to her heart was determined to be the cause of death. Born DNA was discovered under her fingernails during the autopsy. These nail clippings were stored away in case they could prove useful later in the investigation. Police then interviewed her friends, relatives, colleagues, and neighbors to see if anyone had any information that could help with the investigation. Over 295 witnesses were interrogated in the hopes of obtaining relevant information, and detectives discovered a number of leads to pursue. The main lead they were interested in was Barbara's side business of selling marijuana. They learned that she stored her product and the cash she earned from selling it in a cosmetics case in her cupboard. But when they searched the cupboard, this case was nowhere to be found. This made them sure that the robbery was likely the motive behind the murder. However, when they could find no suspects within her known customers, they shifted their attention to someone else who had begun to stand out during their investigation. This person was Christopher Berry, Barbara's ex-husband, who had a history of displaying violence towards her, as well as an assault charge from a separate incident. He also lived nearby and was well aware of Barbara's routines, which police saw as means and opportunity. They aggressively interviewed Christopher 4 times during the investigation, but could never find any evidence against him. His girlfriend provided an alibi for him, confirming that he was with her at the time of the murder. And when they tested his hair and saliva samples against the DNA found at the scene, they were not a match. With no evidence against him and no further reason to hold him, police were forced to let Christopher go, but he remained the primary suspect in their minds. After this, they had very few leads to follow up on and no other major suspects to pursue. And eventually, as time progressed, the case turned cold. For 24 years, the case stayed cold, until it was finally reopened in 2017. In a twist of fate, the lead detective on the new investigation was Rob Thomas, the same young constable who had been first on the scene all those years ago. He still remembered finding young Zachary at the scene of the crime. And now, a senior detective in the Toronto PD, he was determined to help provide closure and solve the case once and for all. After going through all the cold case files and evidence from the original investigation, they decided to run the DNA from underneath Barbara's fingernails through the system again to see if there were any new matches that would turn up. Detectives were overjoyed when the system gave them a match, someone who had not been a part of the original investigation at all, a man named Charles Mustard. Born in 1954, Charles William Mustard was the 7th and youngest child of the world-renowned Toronto surgeon, Dr. William Mustard. When detectives looked into his past, they found a disturbing trail of crimes. In the early 90s, Mustard was arrested for 8 counts of sexual assault against a number of females at a local shopping mall in southern Ontario. Shortly after this, he lost his job as a teacher. It was while awaiting trial in 1993 for these crimes that he had made the acquaintance of Barbara, who used to sell him marijuana. Mustard was 39 at the time. When detectives learned this, they theorized that Mustard had likely killed Barbara due to being low on cash after losing his job and had stolen her case of marijuana along with her money. After Barbara's death in 1993, Mustard was convicted of the sexual assault case that he had been involved in and was sent to jail. In the years that followed, Mustard was always in and out of prison, accused and convicted of a variety of crimes. Between 1993-2007, he had a total of 12 different convictions for sexual assault and interference, all against females. The last offense on his record was for the theft of $5,000 in 2011. After the DNA match and learning of Mustard's troubling history, police now had enough evidence to charge him. On October 19, 2018, Charles Mustard was arrested and charged with the murder of Barbara Brodkin. Soon after, the case went to trial, and it was a judge-alone trial that would drag on for 5 long years. Mustard denied any involvement in Barbara's death and tried to convince the judge that his DNA was found under Barbara's nails because the two had shared a marijuana joint on the day she died, which Mustard had licked when rolling it. But the judge ruled this to be false, as this would not be enough to deposit his DNA underneath the fingernails of both her hands. On February 23, 2023, Ontario Superior Court Justice Brian O'Mara found 69-year-old Charles Mustard to be guilty of the murder of Barbara Brodkin and convicted him on a second-degree murder charge. His bail was revoked, and he was taken into custody by Toronto police. His sentencing hearing was scheduled for early April. Brenda Joyce Holland was born on July 8, 1947, as the second of 4 children to Geraldine and Charles "Shotgun" Holland, Raised in the mountains of western North Carolina, Brenda's family had deep roots in the region. The Hollands resided in Canton, a town whose economy depended largely on the local paper mill, where Brenda's father worked as a floor manager. Her parents felt secure in their tight-knit community and hoped their children would stay close, enjoying the safety of the mountains. Although Brenda's ambitions eventually led her away from Canton, she remained mindful of her parents' feelings and sought their approval with each step toward her goals. While some of her choices may have seemed drastic to her parents, Brenda took their concerns into consideration when making her plans. Brenda was the first member of her family to attend college. Her family physician, Dr. Matthews, had encouraged her to enroll at Campbell College. The small Baptist institution was in North Carolina, but still nearly 300 miles away in the town of Buys Creek. Brenda's father was not opposed to his daughter receiving a college education, but her mother was worried about paying for college and about her daughter being so far away from home. With the help of Dr. Matthews, Brenda was able to work out the logistical concerns of going away to school and got her mother to agree to letting her attend. Brenda eventually wanted to move off of campus and into a boarding house run by a local widow, but knew this would be pushing her parents' limits. She ultimately secured their permission by taking care of the necessary preparations and by appealing to the amount of money the move would save each month. Brenda became very active with the drama program at the school and soon got a paid position as a costumer for the Campbell players. She was successful in this position due to both her creativity and her hardworking nature. She considered staying on campus during a semester break to do more for the department because she was concerned that completing her assigned tasks alone did not merit the paycheck she received. Brenda dreamed of having a career in theater and considered moving to New York City to work odd jobs while making connections with the Broadway community. However, she knew that her parents would never approve of such a plan and, therefore, made slightly more local arrangements for her employment over the summer of 1967. Following her sophomore year of college, Brenda had been hired to be the makeup supervisor for The Lost Colony, an outdoor symphonic drama that had been staged in the town of Manteo in North Carolina's Outer Banks since 1937. While a local production may not seem comparable to a Broadway play, working on The Lost Colony was a major opportunity for Brenda. The play, which details the history and mystery of the Roanoke colony and the unexplained disappearance of more than 100 of its settlers, continues to be a major and respected production to this day. During the 1966 season, the year before, Brenda was hired to work on the play. More than 145,000 tickets had been sold for the outdoor performance throughout its summer run. As of 2022, more than 4 million people have seen the production, and it received an honorary Tony Award in 2013. Working on The Lost Colony would allow Brenda to work with multiple individuals in the theater community with experience within and outside of North Carolina. Her position as the makeup supervisor gave her the chance to work under famed costumer Irene Smartrains, famous for her work as the costume director for the Carolina Playmakers at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. Joe Layton, who directed and choreographed The Lost Colony for the 1967 season, had extensive credits working on Broadway and in television. One of the most popular television stars of the time also had ties to The Lost Colony and to Manteo. Andy Griffith, who, in 1967, was near the end of the 8th-season run of his successful eponymous television show, owned a home in Manteo and spent time there when he wasn't filming. His love of the town stemmed from his time there working on The Lost Colony. One of his earliest stage roles had been as a soldier in the play, and he would return for several more seasons, eventually playing the role of Sir Walter Raleigh. As good of an opportunity working on The Lost Colony would be for Brenda. Her parents did not want her moving even farther away from their home for the summer. They instead wanted her to come home to Kenton and go back to her job at a local drive-in, arguing that she would make more than the $45 a week she would earn working on the play by doing so. They eventually relented and signed off on her employment contract for the summer, as was required at the time. Brenda's parents were frustrated to learn that their daughter ultimately would be unable to come home to see them at the end of her spring semester before heading to the coast to start work on the play. The last time they had seen her was at the end of March for Easter. This meant they had not seen Brenda since she had decided to dramatically change her hair on May 12th, dyeing it blonde and cutting it into a stylish bob. On May 31st, 1967, Brenda caught a ride from Bowie's Creek to Manio from a fellow Campbell student who had occasionally taken Brenda out on dates and was a native of Manio. For the summer, Brenda would share an efficiency apartment on the upper level of a local family's home with another student working on the Lost Colony for the season. Brenda's dedication to her job quickly earned her the respect of those she worked with, and she built up a social life in Manio based largely around the play. She quickly began integrating into the Lost Colony community and the coastal community of Manio. While Brenda may not have been living a conservative lifestyle by her parents' standards, she was social and curious rather than wild and rebellious. She mainly attended parties not to drink or cause trouble, but for the opportunity to speak to a variety of people, sometimes ending the night still holding the same beer she had started the night with. She went out on casual dates with a few men in the weeks following her arrival in Manio, with her supervisor from the play keeping a watchful eye on her and giving her advice on how to avoid being taken advantage of. Unable to spend time with her younger brother and sister as she was accustomed to, Brenda got to know the younger members of the cast and crew, including a 13-year-old boy who sold seat cushions at the theater. He had suffered from rheumatoid arthritis and had never learned to swim, so Brenda taught him how to at Nags Head Beach and reassured him when he struggled. Brenda kept in touch with her parents by regularly sending them letters. At the performance of The Lost Colony on July 1st, 1967, everything seemed perfectly normal to the audience, but backstage, the cast and crew was growing concerned. Brenda Holland had not shown up for work. While an unexplained absence may not have been cause for alarm when it came to some members of the crew, when it was Brenda involved, it was. While she had only been working on the play for a month, she had never missed a shift. Furthermore, Cora Twyford, who performed as a colonist in the play and was Brenda's landlady, reported that Brenda had not come home the night before. While it was common for some of her boarders to stay out all night, like Brenda's roommate who had not arrived home until 7 a.m. that morning, it was unheard of for Brenda to do so. Brenda had left after the previous night's performance with Danny Barber, a chorus singer in the play, to go out on a date. At intermission, Cora Twyford and the play's general manager asked Danny when he had last seen Brenda. At first, he stated that he had dropped her off in front of the house where she was staying. When Cora told him she knew that this wasn't true because Brenda had never come home, he admitted that he and Brenda had gone back to his house after their date. They had been talking and reading magazines in his room, and he fell asleep. When he woke up that morning, Brenda was gone, and he assumed that at some point after he fell asleep, she had walked the few blocks back to where she was staying on her own. The general manager called the sheriff's office to report Brenda missing at 9:20 p.m. and drove over programs for the play, which contained a photo of Brenda, to the office after the conclusion of the night's performance. After a sleepless night, he called the sheriff's office again at 6 o'clock the following morning to reiterate his concerns and try to get the investigation pushed forward, even though it is Sunday. The sheriff's investigation began that morning, and alerts about Brenda's disappearance went out throughout the state. However, notifying Brenda's family that she was missing proved difficult as no one was answering the phone at the family home. Brenda's older sister, and learned that her sister was missing through a radio broadcast she heard over the AM radio in her car on her way home from church Sunday evening, and knew why her family had not answered their phone and why no one in Canton was able to find them. The family had gone to stay at a remote trailer they owned near Lake Glenville, an hour west of Canton. The trailer had no phone, so once and notified the Hayward County Sheriff's Office of their location, a deputy was sent out to notify Brenda's parents of her disappearance. The Holland family had gone to bed early that night, so they were all asleep when the deputy arrived. After learning their daughter was missing, Brenda's parents quickly packed up and left for Canton so that they could drop off their two youngest children with their oldest daughter and her family before continuing on to Manio to help look for Brenda. On Monday morning, approximately 75 volunteers joined sheriff's deputies in a search for Brenda. Most of the volunteers were cast or crew members from the Lost Colony. The scale of the search increased over the following few days. Helicopters from the Coast Guard searched from the air, and soldiers from the Marines joined the effort. The search parties grew as Brenda's family members and fellow students at Campbell College arrived to help. On July 6th at 10:15 in the morning, A pilot with the Civil Air Patrol spotted something in the Albemarle Sound off the coast of a small fishing village northwest of Manio. When he circled back at a lower altitude to look again, he realized that the object in the water below was, in fact, a human body. He radioed in what he had found and circled the area so as to not lose sight of it until law enforcement arrived. The body was pulled from the water and confirmed to be Brenda Holland. Brenda's body was driven to Norfolk, Virginia, so that her autopsy could be performed at the office of the Virginia State Medical Examiner. North Carolina did not have a statewide medical examiner's office at the time, and the facility in Virginia was the closest one with the best equipment and experienced pathologists. Brenda had wounds around her neck, and the pathologist found that she had died as the result of ligature strangulation. He also found signs that Brenda had been raped. Whether or not rape was the motive for Brenda's murder is not entirely certain. Investigators were initially confused as to why her killer would redress her so exactly after raping her. When her body was found, she was still wearing her underwear, a bodysuit, and a tight skirt, still completely buttoned up. Furthermore, witness accounts of statements made by Brenda indicate that the injuries that pointed to her being raped may have been inflicted in a separate incident. Days before her death, Brenda had confided in her supervisor, Irene Raines, that she had a bad experience while on a date with a local man she had been seeing. Brenda stated, "I'm no good," and said that she would no longer be seeing the man. She further confided in Danny Barber, her date on her last evening alive, about the incident. During an interview with authorities, he stated that Brenda had told him about this man and his mistreatment of her. He said she told him about him going to bed with her, about the rough treatment. It was very repulsive, and it had changed her outlook on life. If Brenda had been raped by this man while on a date earlier on in the week, these specific injuries found on her body may not have been connected to her murder, but rather to the earlier assault, leaving the question of whether or not she had been raped just prior to her murder open. Brenda's body was taken back to Canton for her funeral and burial. Her parents received mourners at a local funeral home on the evening of July 8th, the day that should have been Brenda's 20th birthday. Her funeral was held the following afternoon at her family church, and she was buried in a lot in the cemetery her parents had purchased just a few years earlier with the belief that their children would be burying them there first. Some of the friends Brenda had made during her time in Manio, while working on the Lost Colony, traveled to Canton for her funeral. 100 other members of the cast and crew attended a memorial service held for her back in Manio, which was held at the same time as the service in Canton. Dare County Sheriff Frank Calhoun quickly zeroed in on Brenda's last date, Danny Barber, as his main suspect. And Danny was one of the first people he contacted when Brenda went missing. 24-year-old Danny had served 3 years in the Army, where he had been a member of the U.S. Army Band and was a student at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. 1967 was his third season as a singer in the Lost Colony. According to Danny, after the performance on June 30th, he and Brenda had gone to a bar where they each had one beer and then to Jeanette's Pier to watch people who were shark fishing. He returned to the home he was sharing with 2 housemates just after 2 a.m. and went up to Danny's bedroom because they did not want to make noise in the living room and disturb one of Danny's housemates, who they knew was home. Danny and Brenda then talked for a while and kissed but did not have sex. They then passed a magazine back and forth reading articles to each other. At some point, Danny fell asleep and woke up hours later to find Brenda gone. He assumed she had just walked home rather than wake him up to get a ride. When first asked about when he last saw Brenda by the play's general manager on July 1st, Danny at first lied and said he had dropped her off at the home where she was staying around 2 a.m. when he had in fact taken her to his place at that time and had never taken her home. This initial falsehood made him look suspicious, although it may have been the product of Danny's more conservative nature rather than him having something to hide. Danny would later tell the play's general manager that he was afraid of Brenda's boss, Irene Raines. Irene was very concerned about the young people who worked under her, and if she had thought that the interactions between crew members was inappropriate, she would not hesitate to confront them about it. Danny, unaware of the seriousness of the situation at the time of the questioning, may not have wanted Irene to find out that he had been alone in his bedroom with Brenda. Furthermore, Danny's failure to take Brenda home seems to have violated his own understanding of gentlemanly conduct. According to Cora Twyford's daughter Penny, Danny came to their house to apologize to her mother for failing to see Brenda safely back to the room Cora was renting out to her. He appeared to have recognized that he made a mistake and was upset over it. Regardless of the reason for this initial lie, Danny was still the last known person to have seen Brenda, and he admitted to being alone with her in his bedroom. It was not inconceivable to the sheriff that he may have wanted more from Brenda sexually and killed her when she did not consent. However, Danny's version of events did appear to be supported by a statement from his housemate who had been in his room that night. He heard Danny and a girl go up to Danny's room and was woken up later that night by the sound of the front door opening and someone quietly exiting the house. He did not, however, hear any signs of a struggle inside the house or the sound of a car starting up after the door to the house was opened. If Danny had killed Brenda in his room, he would have needed to get her downstairs and transport her by car to the water to dispose of her body, which would have created a lot of noise. What the housemate heard sounds more in line with Brenda waking up and deciding to walk home rather than waking up Danny to drive her. While Brenda's parents were in town when her body was found and could have identified it in a more clinical setting, Sheriff Calhoun apparently hoped to rattle his prime suspect with the sight of Brenda's badly decomposed body. Danny Barber was therefore brought in to identify Brenda's body as it lay in a hearse near where it was found. Danny had to step away for a moment after seeing her, but then confirmed that it was Brenda. He based his identification off of a necklace Brenda always wore, which she had been given for winning Miss Congeniality in the Miss Hayward County Beauty Pageant the year before. Danny came in for multiple, often hours-long interviews, including one that kept him from attending Brenda's memorial service in the days after her body was found. Danny would later state that nothing he told the officers seemed to convince them that he hadn't killed Brenda. His brother eventually convinced him to hire a lawyer who placed limits on law enforcement's access to Danny. Authorities remained focused on Danny in their investigation and continued to put pressure on him. An agent from the State Bureau of Investigation was in the audience of every performance of The Lost Colony Danny sang in for the rest of the summer. Agents from the SBI interviewed Danny twice in Chapel Hill after he returned to school, once in November of 1967 and once in April of 1968. The SBI tracked his changes in residence and his employment as he entered the corporate world after graduation in the following years. Those who knew Danny and Brenda generally did not believe Danny could have had anything to do with Brenda's murder. Whispers of his involvement, nevertheless, persisted throughout town, with the popular rumor maintaining that Danny left Manny at the end of the summer of 1967 and never returned, which some believed pointed towards his guilt. This was not true, however. Dan, as he was known once he began his successful career in business, vacationed in Dare County with his family regularly, with their last trip occurring just months before he passed away. He took his wife Diane and later their 2 children to see the Lost Colony. He told Diane about Brenda's murder and how police had tried to pin the crime on him. She does not believe that her husband could have returned to Manio, much less brought his family there, had he been involved. The 2 main emotions he seems to have felt about the events of the summer of 1967 were genuine confusion over how anyone could have wanted to harm Brenda and gratitude for his brother insisting he retain a lawyer when he did not know what to do in the face of intense interrogation. Dan was contacted by the SBI again in 1985 and 1995, and according to the SBI files, he was open and cooperative. He retired as Vice President of National Sales for Sara Lee Hosiery in 1994 and turned his attention back to his love of singing and performing. Dan Barber passed away unexpectedly in January of 2011, just days after his 68th birthday. While Dan Barber was the most popular suspect with law enforcement years after Brenda's murder, new information would point to a new suspect who had no connection to Brenda at all and no chance of being convicted of the crime, as he was by then long since deceased. For many years, Dr. Linus Edwards was the only dentist in Manio. On Valentine's Day of 1971, Dr. Edwards went to the home of Dr. Harvey, Manio's general practitioner, to drop off the set of dentures he had ordered. Dr. Harvey and his wife were at a Valentine's Day party but had left their front door unlocked. So Dr. Edwards went inside and left the dentures on the dining room table. Early that evening, Dr. Edwards made 3 phone calls, one to his lawyer, one to Sheriff Calhoun, and one to Dr. Harvey, asking them to come to his house. He then shot himself in the head with his .22 caliber pistol. His lawyer discovered him lying on his kitchen floor when he arrived at the house an hour after being called there. Dr. Edwards was taken to the Naval Hospital in Norfolk, Virginia, where he remained unconscious until 5 a.m. on February 16th when he finally died. He did not leave a suicide note. Edwards was a native of Durham, North Carolina, and a member of Mensa, something he was very proud of. He served as a dentist with the United States Army, eventually reaching the rank of lieutenant colonel. Edwards was also a violent drunk. While Edwards was still in the Army, he once choked his wife so savagely and intently that her young daughter had to threaten him with a mallet to get him to stop. He was granted an honorable discharge after undergoing psychiatric treatment just 3 years before he would have been eligible for his full military pension. Edwards' first wife, Ida, had divorced him after 20 years of marriage in 1956 and then remarried him in 1960, with this marriage lasting just a few years. It was during the second attempt at their marriage that Edwards came to Manio, which did not have a dental office at the time, and opened a successful practice. Following his second divorce from Ida, Edwards married Dottie Fry, a young widow with 2 children and a long-standing family history in Manio. He and Dottie were married from 1964 until 1969, during which time Dottie was subjected to violence and abuse. Edwards physically beat his wife, at least once so badly that she needed to be hospitalized, and she and her children had to flee the home they shared with Edwards on multiple occasions. Edwards would regularly get blackout drunk, which would lead to physical and/or verbal abuse. While Edwards himself had an ongoing affair during the marriage, he was very jealous and controlling of Dottie's interactions with others. He did not like her having any friends, whether they were male or female. Edwards was briefly considered a suspect in Brenda's murder after investigators received tips that he and his wife, who bore a strong physical resemblance to Brenda Holland, had domestic difficulties on the night of June 30th and that he had drunkenly gone out that night looking for her after she fled their home. Edwards agreed to undergo a polygraph examination and passed. However, while these exams are notoriously unreliable under the best of circumstances, Edwards may also have had advantages that helped him appear truthful during the test. Just after the time Brenda was killed, he began wearing an upper body cast for some sort of unexplained neck or back injury, and he secured a prescription for Demerol. As John Rayleigh would later write, blackout drunks, free of feelings of guilt and zonked out on Demerol, as Edwards might have been, can sail through the tests. Early on in the investigation, Edwards told law enforcement that his wife probably wouldn't talk to them, so they did not attempt to contact her. She might not have been forthcoming at that time because she was afraid of her husband, but investigators simply taking Edwards at his word shows an unusual amount of deference. Edwards' car and home were never searched. Edwards was formally ruled out as a suspect in September of 1967. While Dottie may have been too afraid to speak with investigators while she was still married to Edwards, even if they had asked her, she was willing to speak with them after his death. However, they were not as interested in hearing from her. Former Manio Police Chief Ken Whittingham never formally had jurisdiction over Brenda's case because her body had been found outside of city limits, but that did not diminish his interest in the case while he was with the department or after his departure from it in 1974. In 1979, while looking into the case on his own, Ken spoke to Dottie Fry. His notes indicate that on January 21st that year, she had told him that she had unsuccessfully tried to speak to both Sheriff Calhoun and an SBI agent named Lenny Wise multiple times about her ex-husband's potential involvement in Brenda's murder, but neither man was interested in speaking with her. It seemed to Dottie that they were both still convinced of Danny Barber's guilt. 6 years later, journalist Ray Pye was working on investigative pieces on Brenda's murder for the Outer Banks Current, and Ken was one of the people who spoke to him about the case. After learning about Ken's conversation with Dottie Fry, Ray contacted the SBI by phone in December of 1985 and told them of the importance of speaking with both Dottie and Ken. On April 7, 1986, almost 19 years after Brenda's murder, investigators finally interviewed Dottie Fry, and her statement provided important evidence pointing to her former husband being Brenda's killer. This interview was brief and Dottie told her general theory of what she believed happened the night Brenda was killed, but she more elaborated on the events of that night in an article written by Ray Pye and published on August 7, 1986. Dottie's children spent a large part of their summers with their father's family in Carthage, North Carolina, some 200 miles away from Manio. So Dottie was alone with Edwards on the evening of June 30th, 1967, when he, not surprisingly, became belligerently drunk. He started yelling at Dottie, and she yelled back. He told her he was going to kill her. Dottie decided not to stay to see if he meant it. She fled the house before the altercation became physical. She got into her van and went to pick up her best friend. They drove around for the rest of the night, making a few stops throughout the Manio area. At least the beginning of Dottie's account was corroborated by two of her neighbors. Because her windows had been open that night, their neighbors heard the fight, Edwards threatening Dottie, and Dottie's van driving away. They also later heard Edwards' car driving away. At least one of Dottie's friends also reported Edwards showing up at her house and angrily looking through each room in the home for Dottie that night. Dottie waited a few days for her husband to sober up before returning home. When Edwards came home and saw her there, he went pale and said, "I thought you were dead." According to Dottie, Edwards would later claim to have killed Brenda Holland on multiple occasions while he was intoxicated. Dottie believed her former husband killed Brenda in a case of mistaken identity. While Dottie was older than Brenda, both women were tall and thin, with long necks and bobbed blonde hair. If Edwards had come across Brenda from behind as she was walking home from Danny Barber's home, in his intoxicated state and with his headlights as his only source of light, he may have thought that Brenda was Dottie and attacked her, as he had a long history of doing to his wife. With so little light and in such an inebriated state, he may not have noticed that he had killed a different woman even after he strangled her, potentially with the braided rope straps of her handbag. Still drunk and still without light, he conceivably still could have believed the woman he killed was Dottie, even after putting her body in his car and taking it to a nearby bridge to throw it into the water. Edwards also would have had reason to believe his wife would have been in the neighborhood where he theoretically came across Brenda. Dottie was friends with both of Danny Barber's housemates and worked with one of them. Edwards did not like that his wife was friends with the young men and may have been in that area that night checking to see if she were at their house. Dottie had, in fact, stopped at the house earlier in the evening during her drive around town with her best friend. No one was at the house when she arrived, so she took a beer from the fridge and left a note before leaving. Edward's behavior seems to indicate that, for a time, he did believe that he had killed his wife. He had his mistress come over to the home he shared with Dottie, which was not something he typically did. Neighbors saw her car at his house on Sunday. Edwards went to the sheriff's office around 1 a.m. on the morning of Sunday, July 2nd, to report his wife missing, but claimed that she had left home after an argument just a few hours earlier when she had actually left more than 24 hours earlier. After making his report, he went home and went to bed after about 20 minutes, potentially indicating that he was not actually concerned about anything authorities might find looking for Dottie, and that he had just made the report with the incorrect timeline to make it appear as though he was appropriately concerned for his wife. He was never questioned about the inconsistencies between his timeline and the statements of his neighbors, despite the fact that they were obvious and known to investigators well before Edwards was cleared as a suspect. Former Sheriff Cahoon, who had retired a few years before Dottie Fry's claims were made public, did not support the theory that Brenda's murder had been the result of mistaken arguing that Brenda had been smothered with a pillow or blanket, indicating that he was still a proponent of the theory that she had been killed in someone, presumably Danny Barber's house. However, the pathologist had found that Brenda had been strangled, not suffocated, and no evidence contradicted that finding. Brenda's family was not notified when Dottie made her statement to the SBI. They only learned of this alternative suspect in the case when a relative happened to read the newspaper article Ray Pye wrote after speaking with Dottie. The family had still received periodic phone calls from Sheriff Calhoun as the years passed, but he always told them that Danny Barber was the most likely suspect and they simply lacked enough evidence to file charges against him. Brenda's murder devastated her family, affecting her siblings and her parents in different but profound and painful ways. Her father, Charles, believing Sheriff Calhoun's assertion of Danny's probable guilt, grew angry with the sheriff for failing to make the case against the young man. He would also express his regret over not exacting revenge against the man he believed killed his daughter. Neither of Brenda's parents would live to see their daughter's case resolved. Charles Holland passed away in 2003, and his wife, Geraldine, followed a decade later. They are both buried near Brenda in their family plot. In 2018, in response to a series of articles written by John Rayleigh for the Coastland Times about Brenda's murder, the SBI assigned a specialized cold case investigator to the case. Unfortunately, Brenda's case may not benefit from the passage of time and the advancement of science the same way other older cases have. The necklace was then given to her father just a few hours later. While this was, of course, an act of kindness towards Charles Holland, the necklace would have been of great evidentiary importance, especially given the fact that it was determined that Brenda had been strangled. The clothes Brenda was found wearing were washed shortly after her body was found, potentially eliminating trace evidence along with the strong smell that most likely led to them being cleaned. This is not currently relevant, however, as the clothes could not be tested now regardless of them having been washed. All of the physical evidence from Brenda's case has been lost. Previously, physical evidence from cases the SBI was involved in remained stored at the SBI laboratory. Following a policy change, evidence in these cases was returned to the local law enforcement agencies with whom the cases originated. It is not clear if the evidence from Brenda's case went missing while it was in the custody of the SBI or at the Deer County Sheriff's Office. It is not unheard of for evidence from older cases to be intentionally destroyed, but there is no record of this occurring, and it would be unusual for evidence from a case that had received so much statewide attention to have been destroyed. Ongoing efforts to solve the case are also hampered by the fact that there are no photos from the crime scene or of Brenda's body to examine. According to notes from the FBI file, a state trooper took photographs at the scene near where Brenda's body was found, but the exposures were all blank when they were developed. Renowned local photographer Aycock Brown also took photographs at the scene, and 2 witnesses have reported seeing the photos in the past, but the current whereabouts of the photos are unknown. They are not with the case files or with Mr. Brown's private collection of his photographs, which was donated to the Outer Banks History Center. No photos from Brenda's autopsy in Virginia can be located either. While the evidence against Dr. Linus Edwards is only circumstantial, Brenda's younger sister, Kim Holland Thorne, believes he is most likely the killer and that his connections to local law enforcement influenced the investigation into Brenda's murder. After speaking with Dottie and others in Manio, I concluded that Sheriff Calhoun's friendship with Dr. Edwards kept the whole truth from being divulged. When Dr. Edwards committed suicide, there was sort of an attitude of let sleeping dogs lie, she told the Raleigh News and Observer in 1997. Investigative efforts on the case did seem to die down following Edwards' death, except for the SBI keeping track of where Danny Barber was living and working. Kim Thorne has asked that the FBI formally declare Edwards as Brenda's killer based on Dottie Fry's statements, but the agency has not agreed to do so. They did offer to close Brenda's case without identifying her murderer, but Kim will not stand for that. I said, "Oh, hell no. It will not be closed until you say who the killer was," she said in 2018. She furthermore wants both her sister and the consequences of unprofessionalism to not be forgotten. "I want it remembered. I want it at the top of the list for unsolved murders in North Carolina. They need to remember that sometimes the good old boys club doesn't work and it's wrong," she told WTKR News in 2018. Brenda's memory, of course, lives on in the hearts and minds of her family and friends, but they hope to preserve her memory in Manio as well. For several years, there have been efforts to get a plaque memorializing Brenda installed somewhere on the property where the Lost Colony continues to be performed each summer. This process has been complicated by the fact that the property is a part of the National Park Service and subject to certain rules and regulations. Hopefully, these issues can be resolved so that whether or not her case is ever solved, Brenda can be remembered by all of those who come to see the play that tragically showcased her final work more than 50 years ago. 56-year-old John Lazaro lived in Rochdale, a suburb south of Brisbane. On April 11, 2012, he was in the living room of his home when 2 masked men burst inside and shot him multiple times. His 19-year-old daughter witnessed the shooting but was not harmed during the attack. She was able to immediately call for help. But despite her quick action, her father did not survive his injuries. John's dog, a Rottweiler mix named Kilo, was also shot during the attack but survived after undergoing surgery. Police would later describe John's murder as a brutal execution. While his murderers clearly targeted him, investigators could find no motive for the crime, despite interviewing more than 150 individuals in connection to their investigation. Years went on without an arrest in John's case. Police made a renewed appeal to the public for information in April of 2022, on the 10th anniversary of John's murder. At this time, they also released CCTV footage taken near John's home at the time of the murder. The footage shows a tray-back utility vehicle speeding away. The footage was taken less than 100 yards away from John's home, just moments after the time he was shot. Due to how quickly the vehicle left the scene, investigators believe that at least 3 people were involved in the crime, the 2 shooters and a getaway driver. A major break in the case came just months later in June of 2022 when authorities announced that they had located the gun used to kill John. Ballistics testing had confirmed that it was the weapon used in the case. The firearm in question was an unregistered Browning 1932 caliber semi-automatic. The 45-year-old man from New South Wales, who had been in possession of the gun, was questioned by authorities, and his home was searched. The weapon had been in the possession of numerous individuals since 2012, making it difficult to tie it to the person responsible for John's murder. However, Detective Acting Inspector Daniel Cunningham has stated that the discovery of the weapon has accelerated the investigation. Inquiries into the various individuals who had been in possession of the weapon are ongoing. When announcing the discovery of the gun, Queensland Police also stated that they now believe that the shooters had ties to the Bandidos outlaw motorcycle gang. John himself was not involved with the gang. Investigators are hoping that the quickly shifting loyalties amongst gangs like the Bandidos will result in someone with information finally coming forward. There is a $500,000 reward being offered for information that ties all of the new clues and information together to finally solve John's case. Erica Crippen Crosby, 26, lived with her family in Mount Laurel. Having lost her mother at 13, she was raised by her 2 aunts, with whom she shared a close bond. Family was everything to Erica, and everyone agreed that motherhood was her greatest joy. She had a daughter, Amira, from a previous nearly decade-long relationship, and a 3-month-old baby girl, Kaylee, with her new husband, Kyle Crosby. Erica's family noted that Kyle adored Amira as if she were his own, and the family dynamic seemed ideal. Erica's friends described her as funny, vibrant, intelligent, and sassy, often exaggerating and making self-deprecating jokes to get a laugh. She loved entertaining and socializing but also cherished quiet nights with her daughters. While busy as a mom, she worked toward her dream of becoming a doctor and served in hospice care, always on the go and challenging herself. Though married to Kyle for nearly a year, their friendship dated back to school, reconnecting in 2012. Kyle reached out on Facebook, and they connected instantly. Erica appreciated his ambition, as he was driven and hardworking, aligning well with her own personality. Founder of a fitness company, Kyle shared her love for working out, and after 2 years together, they married and moved into a new apartment. Erica soon found out she was pregnant with twins, and the pair were over the moon. Erica's uncle said, "The white picket fence and the puppy, that's all they were missing." Tragically, however, one of the twins didn't survive, but little Kaylee did, and Erica called her her miracle princess. Several months would pass, and the cracks were beginning to show in the couple's relationship. Erica and Kyle were definitely not without their issues. Kyle had started using a lot of drugs and would disappear frequently. Erica was forever trying to get him to stop and be present with his family. But the minute things seemed to get better, they would go back to how they were shortly after. The police had been called to the house several times for domestic disturbances, but it had never gone any further in the way of charges. Erica eventually put her savings towards paying for rehab for him, and everyone said that although she was trying her best to help and get their family back to how it was, she was mentally and physically exhausted. December 30th, 2014. Erica had a tradition that New Year's Eve was always spent with her girls. So Kyle and Erica decided to go out and celebrate the night before, having a nice meal and some drinks. Erica documented everything about her life online, and at around 11 p.m., she uploaded a photo of the couple to Facebook and set it as her profile picture. They were smiling and happy, enjoying their evening together. The next day, on what was New Year's Eve, Erica's Aunt Sonia answered the phone to Kyle. He told her that Erica was going out again, and he asked if she could help watch the children. She said this was strange, knowing it was Erica's tradition to spend the evening in with her family, and everyone she would normally have gone out with hadn't heard from her. Kyle phoned back later saying that everything was fine and she didn't need to come over anymore. Several hours passed and Erica's uncle got another call from Kyle. Kyle said he was getting worried as he had phoned Erica several times, but was getting no answer. Her family started trying to call her too, but they were also met with silence. The hours ticked by into New Year's Day, and when her aunts got no text or call from Erica to wish them a happy new year, they knew something was wrong. January 2nd, 2015, Kyle posted a status to Facebook, asking if someone could look after the girls. Surprisingly, Erica's family then received a couple of texts from Erica's phone, but something about them didn't sit right with them. They all had an instant, uneasy feeling, as the messages did not read or sound like her at all. She was still not answering her phone when it rang, and her social media was a ghost town. She posted every single day without fail, where she was, what she was doing, and tagging who she was with. Everything from her daily workouts and how many assignments she had to do, to her late-night snacks. But since her poster day before New Year's Eve, there was no activity whatsoever. When a mirror wasn't collected from school and the police were called to do a welfare check, everybody felt sick to their stomachs. On January 7th, when officers arrived at the couple's apartment, they found baby Kaylee alone in the bathtub, fully clothed in a soiled diaper. Police immediately suspected there was improper childcare going on. Family members then turned up at the apartment too and said that it was in total disarray. There was a smashed window and broken glass on the floor. Food and rubbish scattered around. Furniture was overturned, and everything was everywhere. Erica's purse and keys were still inside. And despite the freezing cold temperatures, her coats were all there too. Everybody said she would have been horrified at the state of her home. There was no way she would walk away from the children, and not a chance that she would leave them in an apartment like that. Kyle was sat on a chair, and he appeared to be high on something. Given the state of the home, and little Kaylee in the bathtub, the police asked Kyle to come in and make a statement. Amira's father, Hammond, came and picked her up, and Kaylee was taken in by Kyle's mom, Jo. Hammond said that Amira was very smart and perceptive, and it was heartbreaking to know that she knew something bad had happened to her mother. But, the same as everyone else, she had no idea what. At the police station, Kyle wasn't really making any sense and told officers that he had taken some painkillers. He told them he hadn't actually seen his wife since New Year's Day. He tried to get in contact with her, but to no avail, and he had no idea where she might be. He filed a missing persons report, and the search got underway. As well as the detectives, Erica's family and friends were conducting their own investigation. In the harshest and coldest conditions, and through all hours of the day and night, they looked for her. Her best friend even quit her job so she could spend every day searching for her. Given everything that they knew about Erica, her constant communication, her presence as a loving mother, her social media updates, and her keys and purse being at home, authorities informed the family that things had escalated fast and they were now treating her case as a homicide. A few days later, police returned to the couple's apartment and realized that Kyle was gone, and so was Erica's Ford Taurus. They tracked down Kyle's mother, Jo, hoping she would be able or willing to tell them where he was. Perhaps he was out looking as well, or maybe he'd gone to work. She was open and forthcoming, saying she hadn't actually spoken to her son in a week. And as well as Erica, she was concerned for his safety too, given the stress he was under. And Kyle's boss confirmed that he hadn't been in work for a couple of days, which was unlike him. One of Erica's aunts used the Find My app to see if she could get hold of Erica's last location according to her phone. This led everyone to a restaurant, but after looking in the bins outside and around the area, they determined that neither she nor her phone was there. Her cousin Barbara begged the manager to let them watch the CCTV, but there was no sign of Erica on any of the cameras. There was, however, some footage of Kyle, Kaylee, and Amira from a few days before. The tapes were handed over to the detectives, who at this point were seeing red flags everywhere. They knew that Kyle had something to hide. He had been evasive from the start, and his story kept on changing. They also learned that Kyle was now out on a drug binge with a sex worker whom he had brought back to the couple's apartment. According to sources, he even told her she could go through Erica's wardrobe and take whatever she wanted. Police didn't have enough to arrest him on suspicion of murder, but they did have enough to file charges against him for child endangerment. On January 10, 2015, given the state of the apartment and the way the girls had seemingly been left to fend for themselves for 8 days, a warrant was issued for his arrest. Fortunately for the team, Detective Rayner, who was heading the investigation, received an unexpected call. It was Kyle's father, and he said that his son had called them off of a random number that morning. He handed the number over, and this pointed police to a convenience store in Maryland. Using this location, they managed to get a hit on Erica's car license plate. It had been seen driving down the Francis Scott Key Bridge. Finally, they were narrowing in on Kyle Crosby. A bolo, otherwise known as a bee on the lookout, was put out for the car. An off-duty police officer driving around Maryland soon spotted the car with Kyle driving it. He attempted to pull him over, but before he could do anything, Kyle jumped out of the car and ran off. After police caught up to him, he was officially charged with 2 counts of child endangerment. They seized the Ford Taurus, and a forensic examination began on it. Police uncovered several items from inside that they believed had significant evidentiary value. Duct tape, a shovel, a bag of cement, and several used air freshener canisters. They now believed that they had enough circumstantial evidence to charge Kyle Crosby with the murder of his wife. He was held on a $1 million bond. But they still didn't have Erica's body, and they had no idea where she might be. After looking in the glove box of the car, they found a GPS device. And the hope was, if this was plugged in, the data would be able to tell them where he went and when. The GPS device contained over 8,000 points over a few 100 miles. These points showed where the vehicle had come to a stop. Detective Rayner said, it was essentially like digital breadcrumbs being dropped. They limited down the points to anywhere the vehicle had stopped for 10 minutes or longer, believing that if Kyle had moved and left Erica's body somewhere, it was likely it would have taken longer than a few minutes. Going through everything and eliminating certain points was a mammoth task. And while the team worked on this, Kyle's phone was also looked at. They found 15 messages between him and his mother, Jo, that had been deleted. Detective Rayner said the messages were disturbing, to say the least. On December 31st, the day police believed that something had happened to Erica, Kyle was actually texting his mother in real time, as a fight between the pair was going on. At 3:20 a.m., a message from his mother read, "Please do not touch her in any way or form." 13 minutes later, Kyle replied and said, "I'm not that stupid." For hours later, at around 7 a.m., Jo's phone had pinged off of a tower near to the couple's apartment. Jo hadn't mentioned any of this to the police, and she was asked to come to the station and explain it. She bluntly told them if they checked her phone, they would find many more deleted messages between her and her son. She said she assumed they would have already found them and didn't feel the need to mention it. Police were convinced that she knew what had happened and was trying to help her son cover it up. Jo Crosby was also charged with tampering with evidence. She was held on a $12,500 bail, but posted 10% of it and was let out. The data on the GPS device was being looked at alongside Google Maps and Street View to see if any of the points looked like somewhere Kyle might have tried to hide Erica's body. One spot caught their attention right away. It was in the middle of Maryland, near a long country road, a quiet, rural area amidst a forest. Kyle's car had stopped there for 5 minutes one night and then for 14 minutes a couple of nights later. Just a short walk away from the road the car had stopped on, Erica's body was found under some branches. She was wrapped in a blanket. Her arms, legs, and neck were bound with electrical cord, and duct tape was across her mouth and nose. Although the cold weather had often hindered the search, police were now actually grateful for it. Despite detectives thinking she had likely been dead since New Year's Eve, her body was well preserved, as was any evidence around her. And this was all down to the freezing temperatures and the snow. After a lengthy time for the family, just waiting for some sort of conclusion to the case, it was announced that Kyle Crosby would plead guilty. In December 2015, He pleaded guilty to aggravated manslaughter and hindering apprehension. As part of his plea deal, his mother's charges were dropped, as were the charges of child endangerment. Detective Rayner said he wanted to believe Kyle's tears were genuine, but he couldn't help but think they were more for himself than anyone else. After he was sentenced, Erica's Aunt Sonia said, "We can finally move on. We can just be there picking up the pieces for the children." Today, he really showed remorse. He did care for her. He did love her in some way. Erica's cousin said the best thing anyone could do following this was maybe take something away from it. Be honest with their loved ones and let them help you, she said. There's signs in the beginning of relationships. Act on those signs and don't be afraid to leave, she said. Erica's oldest daughter, Ramiro, now lives with her father, Hammond, and Erica's Aunt Sonia and Uncle Kanye adopted Kaylee. Her Aunt Sonia said that Erica told her that if anything were to happen to her, she wanted to be cremated and put into lockets so that her daughters could wear her close to their hearts. Erica's family never gave up and were relentless in their efforts to find Erica and the truth. Detective Rayner said, "I've been a homicide detective for almost 10 years, and it's rare that I've ever experienced a family as involved in looking for their missing loved one as Erica's family was. I have a lot of respect for them, and I'll never forget that grit and that tenacity that they showed in trying to find Erica." Erica was a loving, hardworking mother, giving everything she could to her children, husband, and family, dedicating so much to her dreams of one day being a doctor. Barbara said she feels like Erica is never far away, and that's thanks partly to how much her daughters are like her. She said, "Amira remembers a lot. More and more, every day she's looking like her. She laughs like her. It's like having Erica back in the house." Before we dive in, don't forget to subscribe to our new channel, where we uncover captivating and chilling cold cases that will keep you on the edge of your seat. You won't want to miss the twists and turns we have in store. Okay, let's continue. On March 21, 1984, the manager of the Little League baseball field in Bayonne, Washington was stunned when his dog returned to him holding a human bone in his mouth. The area, which is now land utilized by the Seattle-Tacoma International Airport, received heavy foot traffic and was especially popular in the summer months. After wresting the bone from the dog's mouth, the manager ran to his office and contacted the Kings County Sheriff's Office. Within a matter of hours, the field was teeming with forensic scientists and other experts who were eager to locate the source of the remains. Their answers lay in a swampy area of the baseball field that sat at South 146th Street and 16th Avenue South. After a long day's work, investigators had managed to uncover most of the remains, which were in a skeletal state. At the autopsy, the medical examiner determined the remains belonged to a white female between the ages of 12-18 years old, most likely around 15 years old, who stood at 5'2" to 5'8" and was between 110–130 pounds. The medical examiner was also able to determine the girl had previously healed a skull fracture and had likely been left-handed. Whilst her remains were skeletal, investigators were still able to determine a cause of death: strangulation. The circumstances and the age of the victim immediately shocked the police and the greater community. There had been whisperings of a serial killer for many years, and this latest discovery only added fuel to the fire. The girl had been deceased for around a year, and the medical examiner and anthropologist believed she had lost her life sometime the summer before. One day after the skeletal remains of the girl were found, the Kings County Sheriff's Office found themselves setting up yet another crime scene. According to the Seattle Times, whilst out with bloodhounds, the investigators came across the remains of another young woman who would eventually be identified as 18-year-old Cheryl Wims. The pattern was becoming too apparent to ignore, and the Kings County Sheriff's Office had yet another homicide to add to their ever-growing list. As reported by the Seattle Times, just 8 months before the bodies of Cheryl and the skeletal remains were found, the remains of 17-year-old Shonda Summers was discovered half a mile from the swampy baseball field. Cheryl Wims was identified within a matter of days, but the victim in the other case was not so lucky. Despite investigators spending months scouring missing persons reports, nothing ever came to light, and she was dubbed Jane Doe B10 or Bones 10. In 2001, the world was shocked as it watched as Gary Ridgway was arrested and eventually convicted in the Green River killings. Between 1982–1998, although it's possible he was active until his arrest. Ridgway is believed to have taken the lives of as many as 70 to 100 girls and young women. Ridgway was only convicted of killing 48 victims, but he has readily admitted to being responsible for many more. Ridgway was interviewed at length about the many crimes believed to have been committed by him, and within days, he'd given up knowledge about Jane Doe B10. He told investigators that he remembered picking up a young white woman he believed to be in her 20s in Tukwila, a suburb of Kings County, in the spring or summer of 1983. He went on to add that he picked her up near the Pacific Highway South and remembered her murder in detail as he, quote, wanted to make sure she was dead because he had attempted to kill another woman nearby, but she had escaped. Unfortunately, Ridgway was not able to give investigators a name, and the case of Jane Doe B10 was added to his ever-growing rap sheet. In 2020, the DNA Doe Project obtained bone fragments from Jane Doe B10 and sent them to a third-party lab, Astrea Forensics, for further testing. Astrea was able to create a family tree for Jane Doe B10, and after much searching, they came across the possible parents of the Jane Doe. By late 2020, Cecil Gasper of Denver, Colorado, received a knock at the door that she had never thought would come. Cecil agreed to submit a DNA test, and weeks later, she finally learned the long-awaited truth. In August 1983, Cecil's daughter, 14-year-old Wendy Stevens, disappeared from their Denver, Colorado home. Wendy was a bright and intelligent young woman, but in the summer of 1983, she became rebellious and was hanging in the wrong crowds. She would run away from home for a few days at a time, but in August 1983 would be the last. Cecil tried to report her daughter missing, but was brushed off each time. In a bizarre and painful twist, Cecil had submitted her DNA to an ancestry site in 2019 in a bid to find out what had become of her beloved daughter. According to the DNA Doe Project, quote, early in 2019, one of Wendy's parents had taken a direct-to-consumer DNA test and uploaded the results to GED-Match, hoping to learn the fate of their daughter. Unbeknownst to the parent, GED-Match had changed the settings on that kit in May 2019 as part of their new policy regarding law enforcement access to matches. Because the parent's kit remained opted out, when DNA Doe Project uploaded Wendy Stevens' data in September 2020, that important connecting lead was not immediately available to the team. There are still 2 unknown Ridgway victims. The last 2 unknown victims are called Jane Doe B17, who was found in 1986, and Jane Doe B10, who was found with the help of Ridgway in 2003. Authorities still hope to identify them. Authorities believe that there's still more victims out there, and we may never know the exact number Ridgway killed. Gary Ridgway is currently residing at the Washington State Penitentiary in Walla Walla. Because of his immunity deal and assisting law enforcement to find all of his victims, there'll be no charges related to Wendy Stevens' case, but Gary Ridgway will never be free, and he will die in prison. On April 20th, 1979, the New Haven Water Company of New Haven, Connecticut received an unusual and rather morbid call. On the other end, the remains had been located on the company's property and a full investigation would be taking place. Managers of the water company raced to the scene and provided investigators with everything they needed to carry out their investigation. When law enforcement arrived, they found partial skeletal remains that were somewhat scattered across the land. The remains were taken into the custody of the state's medical examiner, who was tasked with identifying them. Due to the level of decomposition that had taken place, the medical examiner couldn't determine an exact cause of death, and a post-mortem index is not listed in contemporary reports. The medical examiner could discern that the remains belonged to a white female between the ages of 1830, who stood around 5'1" to 5'3". It was determined that the young woman may have had some sort of congenital condition where the lower part of her vertebra was missing, and she may have suffered from arthritis. And it was also noted the woman had been born without wisdom teeth. The only items found with the remains were a black lace bra and a Westclox brand folding travel alarm clock in a red case. Without the cause of death, investigators found the investigation difficult. Her identifying features didn't match any local missing persons cases, and no one came forward to claim her remains. 2 years after the initial discovery was made, the woman's mandible or jaw was found in an undisclosed location. Due to the scarce details available, the case quickly went cold, and interest in the case didn't pick up again until 2022 when Michelle Clark, a meteorological death investigator, partnered with Othram Labs. Othram did what they do best and were able to obtain a DNA profile from the partial skeletal remains. From there, genealogists scoured records and created a possible family tree, which led them to one outcome. 29-year-old Sarah or Sally Tatum Abbott of New Haven, Connecticut. Not much is known about Sally other than the fact that she was born on August 3, 1940 in Manhattan, New York. At some point in her life, Sarah moved from Manhattan to New Haven, Connecticut, and was last heard from in July of 1970. Sally had been divorced at the time of her disappearance. Her ex-husband hadn't been the one to report her missing. Her siblings had done that. Sally didn't have any children with her ex-husband, and it's unclear if he is a suspect at this time. Her cause of death remains unclear. In 44 years, her family did not once stop searching for her. On October 29, 1993, two squirrel hunters trekking through a wooded area off I-59 in St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana, near the Mississippi border, stumbled upon a chilling discovery. While navigating the woods, they found the skeletal remains of an adult male. Despite the advanced decomposition, one detail was unmistakable: a bullet lodged in the skull's back. The hunters quickly returned to their vehicles and notified the St. Tammany Parish Sheriff's Office. Officers arrived promptly and began assessing the scene. They noted the victim had been shot in the back of the head, and animal scavenging had likely disturbed the remains, complicating identification. According to Othram Labs, who would consult on this case decades later, only the skull and part of the skeleton remained due to animal activity, along with a few other pieces of evidence. Lacking the resources for such a complex case, the St. Tammany Parish Sheriff's Office transferred the remains in November 1993 to the LSU FACE's Division, Forensic Anthropology and Computer Enhancement Services, in Baton Rouge, where the team conducted a more detailed examination. They determined that they belonged to a white male around the ages of 25 up to 38, who stood at 5'6" to 5'8". The man had amalgam fillings on at least 11 teeth and a myriad of other health problems. According to the Doe Network in Othram, the young man was possibly healing a broken right hip and showed signs of remodeling to his right femur and fibula, which may have affected his gait and caused hip and back pain. Investigators also found another contributing factor to the man's hypothesized back pain: Schmerl's depression or nodes on several of his vertebrae. Schmerl's nodes are defined as spinal disc herniations, which cause soft tissue of the spinal disc to protrude upward or downward to the adjacent vertebra. This condition often goes unnoticed, however. It has been known to cause lower back pain in some patients. These depressions, paired with the man's existing injuries, would have likely caused the man some level of discomfort. Also, with the remains, investigators found a distinctive pair of glasses and remnants of blue Wrangler jeans and size 11 Nike Air running shoes. Despite all of the information that was readily available to them, the St. Tammany Parish Sheriff's Office had a difficult time identifying the remains or who had killed him. For many years, the case fell silent, with the STPSO occasionally performing DNA comparisons from time to time. In 2020, the St. Tammany Parish Sheriff's Office partnered with Othram Labs to perform more in-depth testing. Within a matter of weeks, Othram was able to uncover a list of possible candidates. After further screening, they had potentially tracked down two siblings of the John Doe who lived in Florissant, Missouri, and Burnsville, Minnesota. According to Othram, these two siblings were asked to provide DNA tests and further information about their brother. A year later, in June 2023, Othram and the St. Tammany Parish Sheriff's Office held a press conference in which they identified the St. Tammany John Doe as 21-year-old Joseph Lee Muniz, originally from Burnsville, Minnesota. Joseph's siblings confirmed he had been living in Louisiana in 1993, and they had last heard from him sometime in 1993. At this time, additional details about the suspected killer have not been made public, but the coroner's office did say that they believe the person who killed Joseph has since passed. The investigation in Joseph's murder is currently ongoing, and anyone with information is asked to contact Detective Marco Dima of the St. Tammany Parish Sheriff's Office at 985643247. Case number 1. Catherine Parker Johnson. On August 21, 2001, a construction worker in property developments in Redondo Beach, California would make a discovery that would shut down operations for the foreseeable future. The discovery was so gruesome and troubling that it would go on to haunt investigators for several decades. And it was only thanks to genetic genealogy and the kindness of strangers that this case was reopened. On the day of the discovery, construction workers were working on a site at 1600 Wallacott Street in Redondo Beach. They were digging in the backyard of a private residence when they made a chilling discovery. Wrapped inside a plastic bag was a headless skeleton. Operations immediately ceased. The Redondo Beach Police Department were summoned to the scene. As the remains were skeletal and without a head, investigators knew they were faced with a near impossible task. Medical examiner charged with investigating the case found it almost impossible to determine a cause of death. The estimated post-mortem index, or PMI, was said to have been anywhere from 1 to 26 years, meaning that the victim could have passed away any time between 1974 and 2001. An anthropologist was brought into the case, and in their initial report, they believed that the remains belonged to a white woman aged 20 to 50. No clothing or personal items were found with the skeleton, so it was hard to discern anything about the woman. Without a face or a skull, investigators were left unable to create an approximation sketch, significantly hindering their investigation. Eventually, the case went cold and wouldn't be picked up until 2019 when the Redondo Beach Police Department partnered with the DNA Doe Project, which mainly relies on donations to fund their research. In 2019, the DNA Doe Project began examining the Redondo Beach Jane Doe's DNA further and made a vital discovery. She was determined to be of sub-Saharan African descent, not Caucasian as previously noted in 2001. This new information gave the Redondo police a new jumping-off point, and the DNA Doe Project began scouring family trees. Eventually, they came across 2 women who shared a biological relationship with a possible match. And after contacting the 2 women, they provided comparative DNA samples. The DNA Doe Project work continued. In June 2023, the DNA Doe Project and the RBPD announced that they had finally identified the Redondo Beach Jane Doe as 24-year-old Catherine Parker Johnson of Lenox, California. The 2 women, who had been identified as possible matches, were revealed to have been Catherine's daughter and Catherine's sister. According to her sister, she had last heard from Catherine in May 1981, and the date of official last contact being listed as August 31, 1981. Catherine had not been reported missing, although it's not known whether this was due to the family failing to report her or the local police department's failure to make a report, as seen in so many missing persons cases. It has been noted that sometime in 1980 or 1981, Catherine left home in Tennessee, headed for Inglewood, California, and ending up in Lenox. Shortly thereafter, all contact ceased. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. Richard Arenas, 46, lived in Providence, Rhode Island, with his wife of 22 years, Beatrice, and their young son. Together, Richard and Beatrice had 3 children and 2 grandchildren, who he cherished deeply. According to Beatrice, he was the perfect husband, father, and all-around person. Richard was always busy, working as a mechanic and forklift driver, and when not on the job, he often helped others in the community with vehicle repairs. Known in the neighborhood for his generosity, Richard was the go-to person for help and favors. He loved socializing, frequently hosting gatherings, preparing large meals, and making guests feel at home. He enjoyed playing baseball, attending his local church, and would often bring coffee to share with others. Friends noted that Richard cared equally for close acquaintances and people he'd just met, offering his help without hesitation. On Wednesday, June 12, 2013, Richard had a day off from work. True to his nature, he told Beatrice he was finally going to start work on a friend's car, a project he'd been meaning to tackle. With a free day ahead, he saw it as the perfect opportunity. Beatrice left for a few hours of work, and his son headed off to school. Just before 10 a.m., with his friend's car in the driveway, Richard called his nephew, Hector, who would often help him out with his jobs. The pair gathered their tools and got to work. About half an hour later, Hector went inside to grab a lighter so he could have a cigarette, leaving Richard alone by the car. Less than a minute later, Hector heard 3 loud popping sounds. He ran outside to find his uncle on the ground. He was covered in blood and unresponsive. At around 11 a.m., Beatrice returned home from work to find police cars filling the street. She said the minute she saw the yellow tape, she knew it was bad news, but she had no idea the tape was blocking her house. As she ran over, she saw her husband covered in a blanket on the ground. Hector was sobbing and everybody was just staring in stunned silence. Richard Arenas was pronounced dead at the scene. He had been shot 3 times in the head and would have died instantly. It simply made no sense to anyone. Police were horrified that this had happened in broad daylight on a residential street with people coming and going and a busy road just next to it. Detective Jason Siminar was heading the investigation, and he said there was so little to go on, he was instantly nervous. He said the one thing the team did feel confident about, however, given the way Richard had been killed, was that this was a cold-blooded assassination. But who would want to take a hit out on Richard Arenas? Everybody was at a loss and no one had any potential suspects. His family were trying their best to put any pieces they could together, but there were simply no pieces. The only person that was around at the time was Hector, who had left his uncle alone for less than a minute before this all happened. Detectives said they found it a little questionable that all of this had happened while he was inside for such a short time. After questioning him and taking statements, it was evident that he was distraught. He hadn't been there to help or been able to try and stop what had happened. Detectives were able to rule him out as being involved in any way, and they started going door to door. Most people were out at work or school, and the people that were at home hadn't heard or seen anything. One of the neighbors just across the street from Richard had several security cameras outside, and he said police could take a look at them. Despite initially being nervous that there was no one around that morning that could offer them any information when it came to looking at the cameras, the police were very grateful for them. The morning of June 12th was a quiet one. By 10 a.m., the work and school run was long over and the street was virtually empty. This made the detectives' jobs a lot easier when it came to spotting something or someone out of place. No one was picked up on camera around the time that Richard was shot apart from one person. 8 minutes before everything happened, a man walked onto Leah Street heading in the direction of Richard's home. He walks past his driveway and carries on down the street. No shots are fired and nothing out of the ordinary appears to happen in that moment. It appeared he had walked past and taken a turn at the end of the road before disappearing. Another neighbor about 3 doors down also had several cameras pointing in various directions. One of them was on the back looking over the neighboring street, one on the side and one right by the front door. His footage also picked up the same man, and this time it showed him with a hood covering his face. The man can then be seen walking over to Richard's driveway. Less than a minute after he had entered Leah Street for the second time, he sprinted away. Police believed that whoever this was, he had been scouting the area, looking for Richard's house and making sure he was there. After he was sure he was, he walked back around, concealed his face, then came back to shoot him. Not one other person was spotted coming or going around that time, and police knew that this was Richard's shooter. But with grainy and blurry CCTV being all they had to go on, their work had really only just begun. But they did know. The man had seemingly arrived on foot, implying he would likely live fairly close and that they weren't looking for a vehicle. They were also only looking for one person at this time. To the shock of the detectives, just a few streets away, they found a gun wrapped in a gray sweatshirt. It had been just left in an alleyway without even really being concealed. The gun was sent off for testing, and officers turned their attention to the stores in various businesses around the area, hoping for a potential lead on one of the cameras. It looked like the gun had been wrapped in a gray sweatshirt the man was wearing on the street, and this meant they were now looking for a completely new set of clothes. Several days went by as they scrutinized every piece of footage in that area from around that time. On one camera outside a shop just after 10:30 that morning, they spotted a man walking past. After comparing the footage and looking at the way he walked, his size and build, and what trousers he was wearing, they felt fairly confident that this was probably him. But it still wasn't enough to get a clear ID on his face. Just a street away from the shop, a final camera picked up the man crossing the road and walking towards a block of apartments. A few minutes later, the same man came back out with a dog. He had changed into shorts but was wearing the same white t-shirt. After going door to door in the apartment building, showing the picture of the man and asking anyone if this person looked familiar, they knocked on one door, which was met with a dog barking and growling. A man named Stephen opened it, apologizing about the noise. Detective Simoner asked him about his whereabouts that morning or if he had seen or heard anything. But Stephen said he couldn't help them. He'd been at work all day and his brother was looking after his dog. The minute they saw Stephen's dog, the detectives knew it was the same one from the CCTV. But it definitely wasn't Stephen walking it. And after seeing a picture of his brother, they knew it wasn't him either. Stephen was angry that someone he didn't know was out and about with his dog and, unbeknownst to him, likely using this as an alibi. Detectives asked him to come down to the station. And while he was there, he called his brother demanding to know what was going on. His brother said, "Oh, that's my boy, Judea." Finally, they had a name. About 6 weeks after the murder of Richard Arenas, police announced they had made an arrest in Alabama, over 1,200 miles away. On July 26th, a 19-year-old named Judea Dixon was placed under arrest and held without bail. Judea was already known to police and was actually also wanted in Superior Court on another unrelated shooting in Providence. In May 2012, Judea had shot Amori Santos outside a gas station. According to Amori, Judea was staring at him as he was filling his tires with air. The two then exchanged some heated words before Judea pulled out a gun and shot him in the stomach. Fortunately, Amory survived and was able to positively identify him. The testing had also come back during this time period, and it proved that the DNA found on Richard's clothes matched the DNA found on the gun that had been dumped. And all of it linked to Judea Dixon. As relieved as they were, they had finally found the person responsible for not one, but two awful crimes. They still didn't know why he'd done what he'd done. There just was no motive at all, and Judea wasn't talking. He pleaded not guilty and refused to say anything. Preparations for trial started moving ahead, and it was undoubtedly a strong case. Just before it was set to start, however, Judea's legal team announced he had changed his plea. In court, he pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and weapons charges. He also pleaded guilty to the non-fatal shooting of Amory in 2012. He was later sentenced to life in prison for murder, plus an extra 20 years for the 2012 shooting. He is able to apply for parole after 20 years. The deputy police chief said they firmly believed that Richard was not the intended target and it was a case of mistaken identity. The intended victim still remains unknown, and Judea has never talked about it further. Knowing this didn't change anything for the family, however. Richard's daughter tried to give an impact statement at the sentencing, but she had to give it to the prosecutor to read as she was so upset. To everybody's surprise, Judea turned to the family and apologized. "I'm not asking none of you to forgive me. It's unrealistic, you know. I'm not expecting you to. But at the end of the day, I apologize." Family members gracefully said they appreciated his apology and were channeling Richard's accepting and loving personality in that moment. For those Richard left behind, the pain they feel is as raw today as ever. To have their loved ones snatched away in cold blood with no rhyme or reason and no explanation will always leave them with more questions than answers. Beatrice said, "Judea took everything from me. He took the person that provided for us. He took my backbone, my soul mate, a loving family man, never shying away from work and never turning anyone away that asks for help. The community still feels, and will likely always feel, the loss of Richard Arenas." Susan Morrissey Ledyard was always juggling at least 2 books, a lifelong habit that began in childhood and shaped many aspects of her adult life. Naturally brilliant, Susan's intelligence was both admired and occasionally intimidating to her siblings. She didn't just skim through her books. She absorbed every detail, consistently learning and growing. She highlighted passages extensively, drawing on what she learned to fuel her passions and make a positive impact on others. Susan's compassion extended to all beings, human or otherwise. At just 8 years old, she became a vegetarian out of concern for animals, and as an adult, She advocated for the protection of sea lions in San Francisco. From an early age, she was highly informed on both national and international issues, and her political awareness and activism continued throughout her life. Although deeply concerned with global issues, Susan never lost sight of the people closest to her, consistently giving them her care and attention. She cared deeply about the well-being of the most important people in her life, particularly her brother and two sisters. Her family valued her complexity and the depth of her knowledge, and she drew attention from even mere acquaintances because she was so obviously an interesting person to speak with. Susan ultimately incorporated her love of language and literature into her career, working as a teacher for over 20 years. She was drawn to teaching English and language arts at the high school level because working with older students allowed her to fully and deeply dive into literature and explore language with them. She was very popular with her students because she made them feel confident in expressing their own opinions and viewpoints on the books they were studying rather than demanding a standard response. Susan's career as an educator had taken her to numerous places before she arrived at Academy Park High School in Sharon Hill, Pennsylvania, where she would teach for 13 years. She taught English for a year in Prague and then went on to earn her master's degree and teach in California for a number of years. Despite her travels, Susan's favorite place did not change. She felt the most like herself at the beaches of Stone Harbor, New Jersey, spending time with her family at her mother's home there. Susan's sister Meg would bring her family from California to the house at the shore for 3 weeks every July, and since Susan was off work for the summer, she was able to spend almost the entirety of their trip there with them. In 2019, that trip to the shore ended on July 20th for Susan, and she returned to the home she shared with her husband, Ben Ledgard, in Wilmington, Delaware. Just 3 days later, on July 23rd, at approximately 7:30 a.m., Susan's body was discovered in the Brandywine River near Northeast Boulevard in Wilmington. A short time later, her black 2016 Honda Civic was found parked on Walker's Mill Road near the Rising Sun Lane Bridge, approximately 3 miles upriver from where Susan's body had been found. Susan's body was taken to the State Division of Forensic Science to determine her cause and manner of death. Investigators stated early on that they did not believe Susan's death had been a suicide, although they could not comment further about what had caused her death without the full results from her post-mortem examination. Susan's loved ones initially believed her death had been an accident, largely because evening before Susan's body was found, he had gone to the movies with a friend. Susan was sitting on their porch, drinking wine and sending texts when he and his friend arrived home. The friend remained at the house for a brief time before going home. Susan called and texted friends and family members for the next several hours. She was having a conversation with her sister, Missy, over text until 12:30 a.m. on July 23rd. According to Missy, there was nothing unusual about their conversation. Susan continued calling and texting friends until 2:45 a.m. The friends she was texting during this time were all ones she had made while living in California. So while it was almost 3 a.m. on the East Coast, it was only approaching midnight for her friends on the West Coast. Susan being up so late and sending so many texts was perfectly normal behavior for her during the summer months. During the school year, she was dedicated to her students and kept a schedule that allowed her to get enough sleep to be ready for the early mornings she had for school. When school was not in session, however, Susan would regularly stay up late to focus more on spending time with her friends and family or communicating with them. What was unusual about Susan's behavior that night is the fact that she then left home. Her reason for leaving remains unknown. There is no record of her contacting someone and agreeing to meet with them. And while Susan occasionally smoked cigarettes in the evenings, her family does not believe that she would have left home at 3 in the morning to purchase them. Even if she had, she traveled in the opposite direction of the nearest place where she could buy them at that time of night. Authorities were able to use Susan's cell phone records as well as surveillance footage to determine that her vehicle had pulled out of her driveway at 3:02 a.m. 2 minutes later, it was parked on Walker's Mill Road, where it would be located later that morning after Susan's body was found. Since Susan's home was only about a mile away, it appears that the car was driven straight from the home to Walker's Mill Road. Because of the darkness of the surveillance footage and the distance of the cameras from the car, no one can be seen getting out of the car. No one can be seen getting out of the car after it was parked, and it cannot be determined if Susan was the person driving the car or if anyone else was in the car with her. One detail been provided also gave a potential explanation for Susan leaving the house and a possible contributing factor to what was originally believed to be her accidental death. According to Ben, as he was going up to bed, he and Susan both took sleep aids they had been prescribed. For Susan, that sleep aid was Ambien. In May of 2019, the Food and Drug Administration issued a warning about Ambien and several similar drugs after patients taking them began experiencing dangerous side effects. While these side effects are very rare, they have resulted in injury and death. The FDA found 66 cases in which patients who took this category of drug unknowingly engaged in dangerous activities like sleepwalking or driving while not fully awake. 46 of these incidents involved serious but non-fatal injuries like burns and the loss of limbs. 20 of them resulted in the patient's death caused by accidental drowning, falls, hypothermia, and carbon monoxide poisoning. No matter how unusual these severe side effects are, if Susan had taken Ambien, it opened up the possibility that she had been experiencing some of them leading up to her death. If she had not been fully awake, it could explain why she left her house for no identifiable reason, and she could have accidentally gone into the water after she parked her car. However, problems with this theory were identified quickly after Susan's death. The terrain between where Susan parked her car and the river would have made it very difficult for Susan to make it directly down to the water, especially at night and while she was theoretically impaired. Additionally, despite the proximity of Susan's car to the river, authorities quickly came to the realization that Susan most likely did not go into the river near where the vehicle was parked. That stretch of the river had exposed rocks due to low water levels and other obstructions that would have prevented her body from continuing down the river to where it was ultimately discovered. Susan most likely went into the water closer to where her body was ultimately located. Furthermore, Susan's death did not occur immediately after she left her home. Susan wore a Fitbit, which recorded activity in a heartbeat until around 7 a.m., 4 hours Susan's movements. Susan's cell phone had been found inside her purse, which had been left inside of her car, and, therefore, it also could not be used to determine where Susan went during this period of time when her location and activities remain unaccounted for. The theory that Susan had experienced an adverse reaction to Ambien was fully discredited when her toxicology report was finalized. The report showed that she did have some alcohol in her system at the time of her death, but no Ambien or any illegal drugs. The theory that Susan's death was the result of an accident was also disproven a few months after she passed away. In early October, authorities informed Susan's family that the Delaware Division of Forensic Science had ruled that Susan's death had been a homicide. They found that the cause of her death had been blunt force trauma and drowning. Due to their ongoing investigation, the Delaware State Police have not disclosed the exact nature of Susan's injuries or where they were located, but does offer a wider window of opportunity for witnesses to have seen her. Since Susan's death, her family has organized efforts that have distributed thousands of flyers in the area where her body was found, hoping that witnesses with information that could potentially identify Susan's killer will come forward. While the exact location where Susan entered the river has not been identified, the general area along the river has parks and condo buildings where early morning dog walkers and joggers may have seen Susan or something suspicious on the morning of July 23, 2019. Susan was 5 feet 4 tall, weighed 130 pounds, and was wearing a purple tank top at the time she was killed. Susan's family has partnered with Crime Stoppers to offer a $50,000 reward for information that leads to an arrest in the case. The Morrissey family is also preserving Susan's memory and her teaching legacy through the establishment of the Susan Morrissey Foundation. A major focus of the foundation is the Susan Morrissey Ledyard Prize for Achievement in English, a partial scholarship awarded to students from the high school where Susan was teaching at the time of her death who excel in the subject of English. The foundation awarded its first scholarship to one of Susan's former students in 2021. 2 additional students from Academy Park High School received scholarships in 2022. While Susan's family has found some comfort in honoring her legacy through the foundation, they struggle greatly with her death and the lack of answers in her case. Losing Susan and not knowing who is responsible for her murder has dramatically changed their lives individually. as well as their dynamic as a family. The Morrissey family has asked that anyone with information, no matter how insignificant it may seem, report it to police so that they can evaluate its importance. Even the smallest detail could potentially lead to the identification of Susan's killer. Marlene Warren, a well-liked and seemingly ordinary woman, was brutally shot at her doorstep by someone dressed as a clown with a bright orange wig and red nose. The chilling case of the killer clown sent shockwaves through the nation, leaving both law enforcement and the public puzzled. It all happened on a Saturday morning of Memorial Day weekend, May 26, 1990, while 40-year-old Marlene was at home in Wellington, Florida. She was having breakfast with her son, 21-year-old Joe Aarons, who was recovering from a broken leg. Some of Joe's friends were there too when they saw a colorful figure approach the house. The clown, fully dressed with face paint, red nose, and an orange wig, knocked on the door. When Marlene answered, she was greeted with a basket of carnations and 2 mylar balloons. One reading, "You're the greatest." Marlene remarked, "Oh, how nice," as she reached out to take the gifts. The moment Marlene took the flowers, the clown pulled a handgun from a pocket, aimed it directly at her, and fired. Then, without a word, the clown turned and calmly walked away, leaving Marlene at the doorstep. Joe, who witnessed the incident, rushed to his mother's side. He recalled shouting something out, though he now can't remember what he said. He briefly locked eyes with the clown, noticing brown eyes behind the makeup, though he couldn't identify the person. The clown climbed into a white Chrysler LeBaron convertible and sped away. Joe immediately called 911, providing their address before grabbing car keys. Despite his cast, he attempted to follow the clown's vehicle. When he lost sight of it, he returned home, where police and paramedics had just arrived. Marlene was rushed to the hospital, where she stayed in a coma until she succumbed to her injuries 2 days later. Joe has said that he stayed with his mother in the hospital, begging her to stay with him and that he loved her. Marlene was born on April 15, 1950 in Mount Clemens, Michigan. In 1965, she married her high school sweetheart, John Aarons, at only 15 years old and had her first son, Johnny Jr. They had their second child, another son named Joey, a few years later. However, tragedy struck the young family only 5 years after they were married. Marlene's husband, John, died in a car accident, leaving the 20-year-old with 2 very young children. 2 years later, she met Michael Warren. She was 22 when he was 19. Michael Warren grew up in a small suburb in Detroit, and the two really seemed to hit it off. The couple had a whirlwind romance, and Marlene was swept off her feet. Michael also doted on her 2 young sons, and soon the couple married. After their wedding, the couple left Michigan for sunny Florida, where Michael's family lived. Once in Florida, Michael became a meat factory inspector, but the couple had also started dabbling in the real estate business and began investing heavily in properties. Marlene had a wide range of interests. She was intelligent, she was good with the growing businesses, she was a devoted mother, and she loved art. She was a particularly skilled painter, and one of her favorite things to paint were clowns. Marlene mostly ran the property businesses by herself, and many of the properties were in her name. It had been going so well that in 1984, Michael was able to quit his job as an inspector and start his own company, a used car and rental dealership called Bargain Motors. Then they built their dream home on an acre of land in Wellington, an affluent and exclusive area of Florida. It was home to many celebrities who owned expansive properties to get away from the bustle of Miami or Fort Lauderdale. Its many gated communities boast a private escape and the best that Florida had to offer. The population in the area boomed in the 1980s as luxury residential communities moved into the area. One such community was the Aero Club, and that was where Michael and Marlene Warren decided to build a home. It was well regarded as an extremely safe residential area. Many of the residents were families of wealthy Florida business owners, entrepreneurs, and working professionals. At the time, it was the kind of community where everyone knew everyone and ran similar social circles. It was a neighborhood that Marlene thrived in. She was involved in the community. She enjoyed going to parties in the country club. However, Michael Warren stuck out as a loner. Michael had kind of been known in the community as having a quote used car salesman personality, with many neighbors believing that he'd sell his own mother for a buck. He was described as extremely confident, but there had always been a vibe that he wasn't the kind of person that you could trust. There had also been a few incidents that concerned those who knew him. Michael got really into flying. He got his pilot's license and bought a plane, but the plane was stolen and turned up crashed with an engine that had been tampered with. He also loved horse racing and would eventually start purchasing thoroughbred horses. But in another strange coincidence, his horses were also stolen and killed. The insurance payouts had been significant in both cases. Then Michael had a run-in with the law in 1983. At his used car dealership, he was busted for tampering with the odometers on the vehicles he sold. Michael pleaded guilty to the charge, but avoided prison, only serving 18 months of probation. One sentence, he transferred the automotive business to Marlene in 1985. She was still the owner on paper when she died. The two were married for 20 years, but things had started to get rocky. Marlene's business was extremely successful, and her two sons were also involved in helping her out with the business. She had a net worth of $1,100,000 all on her own. Michael had also started to drift from the family, spending more and more time traveling at the used car lot and hanging out with his friends. Marlene had started making comments to her mother that things weren't really working out anymore, but the businesses would make a divorce complicated, with many of the family's assets being in Marlene's name. Then in 1988, Marlene experienced a second horrific tragedy in her life. Her eldest son, John, died in a car accident. It was reported that he'd failed to stop at a stop sign and hit a car going through the intersection. The person in the other vehicle survived with minor injuries. Marlene launched a lawsuit with the city alleging that the stop sign her son had failed to stop at had been actually removed for construction and had not been replaced at the time of the accident, and that had contributed to the car accident that killed her son. Also, later that year, her younger son was arrested and put on probation for assault. Joey had been experiencing some difficulties following his brother's death, and it was after John's death that Mike and Marlene's marriage really started to deteriorate. The two began to fight constantly. In 1990, the Warrens really only had one neighbor, and their neighbors were walking their dog on May 26th, when they heard what they had believed was a nail gun going off before seeing Joe screaming, a white Chrysler LeBaron speeding down the road. The neighbors also called 911 after realizing what had happened the day Marlene was shot. The investigation started right away. Very quickly, police had evidence coming in from all directions. Joe had seen the clown but couldn't identify who it was. Joe had originally described the clown as having big hands and broad shoulders, so the media reported that it was a male suspect wearing a clown costume. Police would also find the LeBaron that they believed had been used in the murder abandoned on May 30th, parked at a Winn-Dixie grocery parking lot. The white Chrysler LeBaron had been reported stolen on April 14th by Payless Car Rentals. A couple that's never been named in the media rented the vehicle from Payless Cars, and when they returned the vehicle to Payless, they realized that they didn't have the address for drop-off. They checked the phone book for the company and saw an ad for what they believed was Payless Cars. When they called the number, the person gave them the address and told them to park it outside of the lot and leave the keys hacked under the windshield wiper. The couple did what the company said, but it felt weird. They returned to find the car missing. When they got in touch with Payless Car Rentals, they discovered that they had called the wrong rental company. The company they had left the car at was Bargain Motors, the company owned by the Warrens. The ad that they had responded to had been purposely made to deceptively look like it was the Payless company, when in fact, it was Michael's business number on the ad. Michael Warren would become a quick suspect for the police, but he had an alibi for the time of his wife's murder. He had been in a car with some of his racing friends on the way to some horse racing. His alibi meant that he couldn't have been the shooter, but police didn't rule him out completely. Throughout the investigation, the police discovered that Marlene had talked to her friends and family, and that she had expressed wanting to leave Michael because he was having an affair. She had told her mother that if anything happened to her, Michael was probably the one who did it. Her mother would explain that Marlene had even told her where to find money that she'd hidden in case anything happened. If the couple had divorced, it would have cost Michael considerably, with almost all of their assets being in Marlene's name. And with Michael having an airtight alibi, law enforcement still didn't know who pulled the trigger. Crime scene photos, funeral pictures, seized evidence, and aerial shots. These are just some of the images tied to a Wellington killer clown cold case murder made public for the first time. The photos show pictures of detectives searching a home on Takeoff Place, the same home where 40-year-old Marlene Warren was gunned down by a killer dressed in a clown costume. Detectives also wanted to know who was the other woman in Michael's life. Who was he having an affair with? Was an affair really happening? The police interviewed employees of the Warrens, family members, and colleagues. Only one name came up consistently: Sheila Keene, someone who worked closely with Bargain Motors. Sheila Keene, who was 27 in 1990, and her husband, 46-year-old Richard Keene, owned a car repossession business together. They often worked with the Warrens, repossessing vehicles when people hadn't managed to make their payments. Police interviewed Richard Keene first, who told them he was estranged from his wife for years, and that he'd heard that she was having an affair with Michael Warren. Sheila and Michael were known to take long business lunches together, and their relationship had been an open secret at Bargain Motors. However, 2 weeks before the shooting, employees at Bargain Motors noticed an abrupt absence of Sheila's presence at the lot. Both Sheila and Michael denied having an affair with law enforcement. Sheila was born Sheila Sheltra. She was known to be beautiful, with long brown hair and brown eyes. She'd grown up in Central Florida in the agricultural area. Sheila was strong and independent, and many described her as a force to be reckoned with. She was fearless. Sheila had always been described as kind of wild. She was beautiful, and she loved the attention that she got from men, and from an early age she started to get involved with much older men. She had met Richard Keene when she was a teenager, and he was nearly 20 years older than she was. And Keene wasn't exactly the kind of person that you'd want your young daughter dating. He was a very vocal member of the KKK and involved in the drug trade. Sheila would end up marrying Keene, and shortly after their marriage, Keene was busted for trafficking cannabis and sentenced 10 years in prison. Sheila ended up moving to Georgia to be closer to Keene while he served his prison sentence. And while Keene was in prison, Sheila started to get in trouble with the law herself. She was busted twice for theft. By 1990, their relationship had soured. Sheila had accused Richard of domestic violence, and by May 1990, she hadn't been living with her husband, and the police reported that she'd been living in an apartment that they discovered was being paid for by Michael Warren. Started their investigation into Sheila Keene just days after the murder. A witness came forward saying that approximately 6 p.m. on May 24th, just days before the shooting, a woman with long brown hair came in and purchased a clown costume from their costume shop on South Dixie Highway. The woman also purchased an orange wig, a sponge nose, and makeup. The store employees remembered the woman asking for extra white makeup to get complete face coverage. 2 of the shop employees would tentatively identify Sheila from a photo lineup shown by the police. One of the 2 balloons found at the crime scene was discovered to be so unique, they were only sold at one public store in town. An employee there said that 2 hours before the shooting, a woman with long brown hair had come in and purchased 2 Mylar balloons and a basket of flowers. Law enforcement were even able to connect her to the car that the clown had used. Sheila had been at Bargain Motors on April 14th when the car was dropped off. Police believe that Michael Warren and one of his employees may have been involved in stealing the car but couldn't find any evidence to confirm this. The evidence law enforcement found in the vehicle were orange fibers similar to ones found in synthetic wigs, a brown hair that police said was consistent with the hair that they found in Sheila Keene's apartment, and a brown paper bag from Publix. Sheila denied having any involvement and said that she had not bought a clown costume or a basket of flowers or balloons. Her alibi was that she'd been out all day looking for cars to repossess and could not specify exactly where she'd been that day. It would seem like law enforcement had a growing amount of evidence, but a lot of it was circumstantial. They believed that Michael was involved but couldn't prove it, and his alibi made it impossible for him to have been the one that pulled the trigger, and the evidence against Sheila was piling up. At the time, prosecutors didn't feel that there was enough evidence to convict, and they would only get one shot, so they didn't make any arrests in 1990. Michael Warren also continued to be a suspect, but was not charged with any crime connected to his wife's murder. However, during the investigation, law enforcement looked into every part of the Warren business and discovered Michael had been doing something illegal. He was charged with 43 counts of odometer tampering, grand theft, and racketeering. He went to prison in 1994 and spent 3 years there. His business and properties never recovered, and while in prison, he only had a few visitors: his mother, sister, grandmother, and a few friends from his horse racing days. Joey never visited. Michael Warren, in an interview right before he went to prison, speculated that he thought maybe his wife was a victim of an angry tenant or car buyer. Authorities didn't believe that she was a victim of any angry person involved with their businesses. Marlene's love for clowns had been well known. It had been a very personal attack, and no one seemed to have a grudge against Marlene specifically. However, without new evidence, the case would go cold, and Sheila Keene would go off the radar for now. Marlene's son, Joe, became estranged from his stepfather and reportedly moved back to Michigan to be close with his grandparents. He's also stated that he had spent a year grieving the loss of his mother, brother, and father with drugs and alcohol. He has since been able to pull himself out of the fog, and he's often taken interviews and has been very open to talking with the media about the case for years. Joe has also always held that Sheila Keene was responsible for his mother's death. More than a decade later, police would be shocked to discover that Michael Warren was now married to the lead suspect in his wife's murder. In 2002, Michael and Sheila married in a quiet Las Vegas wedding, and now she was Sheila Keene Warren. After their marriage, they moved to Tennessee, and Sheila started going by the name Debbie. They purchased a fast food restaurant called the Purple Cow. An ex-employee said that one year, Sheila had dressed up as a clown for Halloween at the restaurant, and when she was drunk, she had boasted about getting away with murder in Florida. They sold the restaurant in 2016, purchasing a property in Abington, Virginia, and retired. In 2014, Florida police got extra funding and they started reviewing unsolved murders. One of the cases was Marlene Warren's murder. They were able to reopen the case, and they were going back through the evidence that couldn't be used in 1990 with new DNA technology. Forensic experts were able to connect DNA from the hair in the getaway vehicle directly to Sheila Keene. As far as the new evidence was, the key pieces of evidence was hair found in the getaway vehicle and a hair that was found entangled in the balloon ribbons. Both were matched back to Sheila. Sheila Keene Warren was arrested in 2017 for the murder of Marlene Warren. She was charged with first-degree murder, and the death penalty had originally been sought by the prosecution, but was later reduced. She would continue to her involvement for years. She pleaded not guilty at her first plea hearing and was held without bail while she awaited trial. Following her arrest, an employee's son came forward with an allegation. His father had proclaimed a deathbed confession for the purpose of being able to blackmail Michael of his involvement in helping Michael and Sheila cover up Marlene's murder, and he knew where the murder weapon was. A vehicle was found when law enforcement searched the canal where John Moran had said the car would be. The vehicle was searched, but nothing was found inside the vehicle that appeared to tie into the murder. Divers also searched for the gun, but it wasn't found. In 2017, Michael Warren, in an interview with the media, said that his now wife, Sheila Keene, had nothing to do with the death of his first wife and that Sheila was innocent. He's reported to be standing with his second wife and has continued to express his belief that she didn't kill Marlene Warren. There were multiple delays in getting a court date for Sheila. Many of the delays were due to COVID-19. Some delays were reported because of the difficulties with the evidence. Sheila Keene Warren, now 59 years old, was finally set to have her trial in May 2023. But in April 2023, just 2 weeks before her trial date was to start, she changed her previous plea of not guilty to guilty after a plea deal that allowed her to plead second-degree murder was brought forward by the prosecution. The plea deal was for 12 years, and with time served, she'd be looking at the possibility of being released by 2025 since Sheila had been in custody since 2017. In 1990, second-degree murder sentences in the state of Florida could be drastically reduced with good behavior. Sheila has been reported to have been a model inmate since her arrest, so it is believed she will serve just over half of her sentence. Michael Warren does not seem to have spoken to the press since 2017. Now in his 70s, he seems to still reside in Virginia and live a quiet life. No evidence of a recent comment on the guilty plea could be found. Police always believed that Michael may have played some role in his wife's death, but there was never any evidence that connected him to the crime. He was never arrested or charged with any crimes related to Marlene's murder. Marlene's son, Joe, was at the sentencing hearing via video conferencing. It was reported that he told the judge that he accepted the plea conditions. What do you think of the outcome of this case? Do you think justice was served? On November 21, 2021, around 9 p.m. in Dragon Rise, Norton Fitzwarren, England, Sean Hart was settling in for the evening with his partner watching television. Their calm was suddenly disrupted by loud shouting and the sound of a door slamming from the house next door, number 61. Then, piercing screams filled the air for about 10 seconds. Sean, shocked by the sound, said he'd never heard anything like it before. He messaged his neighbor to check if everything was all right and also contacted another couple on the street to see if they'd heard the commotion. Concerned, Sean decided to walk over to number 61 to investigate. As he approached, he noticed a tissue on the ground with what looked like blood. At that moment, Sean saw another man from the street entering his own home and slamming the door, locking it behind him. Sean described the man as looking right through him, as if he were in a trance. Shortly after, two other neighbors, Emma and her husband Tim, joined Sean and repeatedly knocked on the door of number 61, calling out for a response but receiving none. Emma gently pushed on the door, which opened. Inside, they were confronted with a horrifying scene. The living room floor was stained with blood, and the homeowners lay dead, while their two young children slept upstairs. Police arrived soon after, and a 34-year-old man was taken into custody. Investigators were left with the daunting task of piecing together the tragic events that had unfolded that night. 36-year-old Stephen Chappell and his 33-year-old wife, Jennifer, lived on Dragon Rise with their two young sons. Jennifer worked in a cafe at a garden center, and Stephen worked as a teacher at a local school. The pair were devoted and dedicated parents who doted on their children. Jennifer was described as caring and exuberant, and Stephen was called thoughtful and intelligent. The couple lived next door to 34-year-old Colin Reeves, his wife, Kaylee, and their two young children. The couples enjoyed a cordial relationship, sharing stories about parenting, and when the United Kingdom went into lockdown, the struggles of homeschooling. But the friendliness soon began to dissipate. Dragon Rise had a limited number of parking spaces available, and one was designated for each house. When Jennifer Chappell bought a car and parked it on the street, it partially blocked the Reeves parking bay. In May 2021, Kaylee sent Jennifer a message asking her not to park at the bottom of their garden because it meant that her husband, Colin, could not access their parking space. And from this, a feud over the parking took hold. The Reeves argued that their bay was obstructed, with the Chappell saying they didn't own the road in front of their property, and they had tried not to inconvenience them. What had started as a minor dispute was now a major problem. Both Jennifer and Kaylee had said to their friends that they were nervous about seeing each other when taking their children to school. A woman who worked with Jennifer at the cafe said Jennifer was very scared of Colin Reeves. On one occasion, he had brought his daughters into the cafe and then adjusted his chair so he could stare at her. On November 8, 2021, footage captured from the Reeves' bedroom showed Jennifer gesturing towards their house. 3 days later, on November 11th, an argument ensued between Jennifer and Colin outside the homes, which was also caught on camera. Following this, Jennifer reported it to the police, but decided not to take formal action. Just 10 days later, the feud would explode. November 21st, 2021. That night, a call had come through to 999. As police arrived on scene, Colin Reeves was taken into custody. Jennifer had been stabbed 6 times in her shoulder and upper chest, fatally injuring her heart and a major blood vessel. Stephen had also been stabbed 6 times. Some of the stab wounds were as deep as 21 centimeters. The attack had been so quick, neither Jennifer nor Stephen had defensive wounds. The community were in shock. Flowers were laid in tribute, and people were trying to come to terms with how something like this had happened. But who was Colin Reeves? Colin Reeves had been born in Wales and was one of 5 children. During his childhood, He and his siblings had witnessed their mother being the victim of domestic abuse at the hands of their father. At the age of 12, his family moved to Taunton, but his brother had enlisted to join the army and his older sisters remained in Wales. His mother would later say that after moving, Colin felt like he needed to be responsible for his family and had also become lonely. She recalled on one occasion, she had heard Colin calling for her help, and she found him being beaten by his father in the front room. In 2006, Reeves enlisted in the Royal Engineers for training before completing a commando course. In 2008, he would be deployed to Camp Bastion, Afghanistan. In his military career, he became a lance corporal, and he would be sent home the following year. His wife would later say that when he returned, he was like a different person, saying he would keep things bottled up and was more agitated. After leaving the army in 2017, he struggled to reintegrate into civilian life. He began working as a lorry driver, which he found isolating. His wife would later say that he felt like he was on camera all day while he was driving. Colin didn't like cameras and said he had a feeling of being watched. He then put up cameras to watch their car and also put tape over the camera on his phone. In November 2021, he told his wife he thought she would be better off without him. She told him to go and see a doctor in 2 weeks if he was still feeling the same. He didn't seek medical help though, as he was worried he would be put on medication and have to take time off work, meaning that bills would not be paid. On November 21st, Colin Reeves had been to a Christmas light switch on with his sister, mother, and daughters. He came home at around 5 p.m. and put his children to bed. He told his wife, Kaylee, that he was not in the right frame of mind. She suggested it might be worth trying a separation for 2 weeks to see if this helped things improve. She continued to watch television in their bedroom while he went downstairs. Not long after, she heard screaming. She went downstairs and saw that the military plaque, which held a ceremonial dagger framed with pictures behind glass, had been ripped down and the dagger was nowhere to be seen. CCTV recorded Reeves at around 9 p.m. creeping into the chapel's garden before launching his frenzied attack. Kaylee phoned Colin's mother, Lynn, saying she thought he had done something stupid. He was then seen on CCTV again going back to his house. Using the landline, he called 999. He then shut himself in the front room of their house. Kaylee called his mother again and told her she thought he had gone next door and stabbed his neighbors. When neighbors Emma and Tim went to the chapel's home, Jennifer was slumped to the bottom of the sofa and Stephen was on his side. Tim checked Stephen for a pulse but could not find one. They then phoned 999. Whilst on the phone, Colin Reeves's father came in and shouted at everyone to get out. Emma would later say, "I was on the phone for 5 or 10 minutes, and he took the phone off me and started shouting, 'Where are you?' at the ambulance call handler." Police then arrived on scene, and Colin Reeves was detained. He was then nightmare, one I'll never wake up from. They looked asleep and peaceful. 3 days after their deaths, the family told their beloved sons what had happened to their parents, saying they would be in the stars and the rainbows and always watching over them. A few weeks after their deaths, family members went to Dragon Rise to get some more of the boys' belongings. Everything was still in its place. Rhonda said it smelled the same and she was expecting them to greet her at the door. She said the house felt cold and silent and that they felt wrong for being in there. She said it felt like they were breaking in. As Christmas came around, the community rallied together to support the families as huge amounts of gifts were donated to the boys. But Rhonda said she knew from looking in their eyes, they knew something was missing and that Christmas would never be the same for them ever again. 5 days after Christmas, a funeral service was held for the couple. They shared memories of the couple and united to support each other through their pain and grief and shower their children with love and affection. At Winchester Crown Court, Colin Reeves entered a plea of guilty to the manslaughter of Jennifer and Stephen, but denied murder on the grounds of diminished responsibility. On Wednesday, June 8, 2022, the murder trial of Colin Reeves began at Bristol Crown Court, presided over by Mr. Justice Graham. On Thursday, June 9th, the court was presented evidence from neighbors who had lived on the street and were some of the first on the scene. Their statements were either played as recorded video interviews or read by Adam Feist QC, the prosecution barrister. They spoke with Reeves' mother, Lynn, who talked about the argument that had been ongoing over the parking space, saying that Jennifer would often stare at Kaylee. One day, Kaylee was cutting my hair in the kitchen, and she stared through the window at us, which had left Kaylee upset. She added, there was something about her husband hitting Colin's car, and that being a hassle to sort out. But he hated the way they picked on Kaylee. He said she shouldn't be treated like that. When asked about what Colin had said that night, all she could remember him saying was, I have to protect my family. She said he didn't appear to be himself that night. He just looked through us like we weren't there. When Lynn was questioned by the defense team, she referred to the domestic abuse that had happened in the family home during his childhood and the impact that that had had on him. Another piece of evidence played for the court were extracts of a conversation between Kaylee and Colin on the night of 21st. Kaylee could be heard saying, there's only so many years I can take your shit. They also both talked about feeling lonely. The issue of his mental health was a huge point of contention. Dr. Lucy Bacon, a forensic psychiatrist, performed an assessment on Reeves. He told her he felt dark all the time. She told the court, for me, that's quite an evocative description of low mood. There's no brightness, no enjoyment or happiness. Things are pretty miserable. She concluded that at the time of the killings, he had moderate depression, but was also able to function in some aspects of his life, such as going to work. Dr. Bacon said, I would definitely say that depression is a relevant factor in Mr. Eves' actions. I wouldn't say depression caused him to do what he did, but I think if you're looking at the totality of it, having depression played a part in it. From my point of view, I don't think he met the criteria of diminished responsibility. But that's my point of view, and that's a decision for the jury. When he was booked into the police station, he had given his rank and service number. Dr. Bacon said this suggested he had regressed to his training. It's possible that he had already regressed somewhat and had gone into army mode during the killings. I think he has experienced dissociative amnesia. In periods of extreme emotion, the mind can lose all memory. You see it most commonly in people who have committed serious offenses. She also said that he had displayed symptoms that were consistent with acute post-traumatic stress disorder. He reported that being in crowds had made him anxious, but said he did not appear to be hypervigilant, which is a symptom often seen in soldiers suffering with post-traumatic stress disorder, where they feel constantly under threat. She said, for me, there wasn't evidence of complex PTSD in Mr. Reeves. I think childhood trauma had an effect on Mr. Reeves, both as a child and as an adult. But I don't think it led to complex PTSD. It is a serious condition, and we would be seeing someone who has had problems all their life like hypervigilance, and this would cause serious problems in their ability to function. Whether or not Colin Reeves had complex PTSD was debated. Dr. Karen Goff spent 3 hours interviewing Reeves at Exeter Prison. It was her opinion that he had complex post-traumatic stress disorder, caused by a combination of the abuse he had experienced in his childhood, flashbacks to a serious road traffic collision he had witnessed while in training, and his time in Afghanistan. She said that his complex PTSD, anxiety, and depression had played a significant part in his actions. Dr. Goff said he presented signs of nightmares, hypervigilance, flashbacks, and avoidance. She said that she believed on the night of the killings, he had dissociated, forcing his brain to shut down. On the 4th day of his trial, it was now time for Colin Reeves to address the court. He said, I feel ashamed, disgusted with myself for what I have done, for the pain and suffering I have caused. Those 2 boys will never see their mom and dad again, because of me. I cannot understand why I did it. White light was a trigger for me when I was a soldier. When a light goes on or somebody sets off a flare, when that white light goes up, something is going to happen. I had a feeling like it was me or them. I know it was wrong. I should never have been there. He said he found it difficult to talk about his mental health, and that in the previous weeks he and Kaylee had been snapping at each other and not getting along. He told the court that he drank heavily and often after returning from Afghanistan, and admitted that he had been violent with his wife. He said little minor things result in an argument, and yes, I hit her. He said that he had lost his memory from when he was sat crying on the stairs with the ceremonial dagger still in its frame to when he was back in his house and in the living room with Kaylee screaming. But he did say he could remember the handle to the chapel's back door going down. Dr. John Sanford, a forensic psychiatrist for the prosecution, said that Reeves' inability to remember was consistent with dissociative amnesia, and that it was not a contributing factor to what had happened that night. He said, "This has nothing to do with depression. It's a reaction to a traumatic act, something that is usually a reaction to something you've done, rather than something done to you." He added, "This is a man who was unhappy in his job, unhappy in his marriage, and he was just stressed. It's important not to medicalize every emotion." Dr. Sanford had interviewed Colin Reeves, and Reeves had said that Jennifer had used a pattern of subtle intimidation and social cruelty towards Kaylee. Reeves' assertion that he couldn't remember was challenged by the prosecution. Adam Feast QC highlighted that when he had called 999, he said he'd gone round with a knife. In his call, Colin was also able to say that Jennifer and Stephen were in the living room and exactly where they were, arguing that if he had genuinely blacked out, he would not have been able to recall those details. Those who had known him during his time in the military provided character references for him, calling him warm and one of the best soldiers. However, the woman who had worked at the cafe with Jennifer told the court, Mrs. Chappell was very afraid. She knew Mr. Reeves would kill her if she would say or do anything against him. She knew he was ex-military. During his closing arguments, Adam Feast QC said for the prosecution, "All of us have different moods, especially during the pandemic. This is all part of everyday life. It's part of how we all function as human beings. But, as Dr. Sanford puts it, just because someone has a mental health condition does not mean that the function of their mind is abnormal. The abnormality must substantially impair their ability to understand what they are doing, to form a rational judgment, or exercise self-control." He also referred to the way in which the dagger had been removed from its frame, leaving the pictures correctly in place, and the way that he had crept into the chapel's garden to avoid being spotted, arguing that the defense of diminished responsibility did not stack up. Joanna Martin, QC, gave the defense's closing statements. She reiterated that what had happened that night was a tragedy and that Colin Reeves had accepted what he had done and was horrified by it. She argued it pointed towards diminished responsibility, saying, "Why would a sober man suddenly stab his neighbors to death while not only their children slept upstairs, but while his own children slept next door? Why call the police to confess? How can that possibly be a man who was in control?" After 4 hours of deliberation, the jury had reached their verdict. On the 8th day of his trial, Colin Reeves was unanimously found guilty of murder. His defense of diminished responsibility had failed. Mr. Justice Graham sentenced him to 2 life sentences with a minimum term of 38 years. He said the killings had torn the heart out of 2 perfectly normal and decent families, adding, "You left Mr. and Mrs. Chappell on the floor, bleeding to death, and all of the time their 2 children were asleep upstairs. Your murderous behavior left them orphans. They were put to bed that night by their parents, and they would never see them again. The harm you did to those 2 innocent children is incalculable." He also referred to the pain and damage that had been caused to Reeves' own daughters, saying that they would now grow up without their father. As the sentence was handed down, members of Jennifer's and Stephen's families sat in the public gallery holding hands, many in tears. Colin Reeves sat with his head down throughout. Kaylee Reeves held her husband's hand through the gaps in the glass of the dock where he stood, before he was taken down and sent off to Bristol Prison to begin his sentence. After the sentencing, his mother Lynn stood up to give a statement. She blamed her son's conviction on the psychiatrists who had carried out the assessments, saying they had failed him. She said that it should never have gone to trial and that his manslaughter plea should have been accepted. Mr. Justice Graham then stopped her from continuing. Detective Inspector Neil Mead gave a statement on behalf of the family. "No verdict will bring back our beautiful Jennifer and Stephen. If anything, this past 10 days prolonged us finding out how Jennifer and Stephen spent their final moments. We will now focus on Stephen and Jennifer's beautiful boys, help them to live the life that Jennifer and Stephen would have wanted for them." On July 7, 2022, it was reported that Colin's mother, Lynn Reeves, had lodged a petition to have his sentence reduced, saying he had been let down by both the Army and the mental health services. She told the County Gazette, "We can't condone that Jennifer and Stephen Chappell lost their lives on that night. Their 2 boys left without parents. The suffering their families and friends are dealing with. What happened shouldn't have happened. We all agree that, but it wasn't Colin. It was so out of character. Colin accepts he should be punished for his actions, though it was something his mental state made him do. Not the Colin we know and love. He'd never have done anything like that. He thought they were the enemy and he was on an operation and needed to do his job. He's expressed regret and can't believe he did it. It was something his mental state made him do. The following day, July 8th, it was reported that the Attorney General, Sala Braverman, was asked to review his sentence, as it was argued it was unduly lenient. On August 11th, Sala Braverman ruled his sentence was not too lenient. A statement said, after careful consideration, the Solicitor General has concluded that this case cannot properly be referred to the Court of Appeal. The threshold is a high one, and the test was not met in this case. For the families of Stephen and Jennifer, the pain and sorrow is immeasurable. And Clayton, Jennifer's mother, said, as a grandparent, to know that your grandsons are now growing up without the two most important people in their lives creates such a rage and an anger that it is like a fire in my stomach. Jennifer lived for her children. She loved them with all her being. There was nothing she would not do for her children. Now they will never know what it feels like to hug her, snuggle her, get bedtime kisses from her again. Jennifer and Stephen will not be there for all their milestone moments. This is not right. This should not have happened. He had no right to do this to Jennifer and Stephen. His depraved, evil actions that night have left a tragic legacy that will remain with us all forever. Jennifer's sister spoke of her agony for her two nephews. With their ages, the boys will most likely grow up with no memory of their parents, so they'll never really remember a time when they had parents. The two boys are now being raised by Stephen's sister Marie. She said she was devoted to keeping the memory of Jennifer and Stephen alive, ensuring both their boys would never forget how loved they were. After nearly 4 decades, authorities have identified the killer of 23-year-old college student Kathy Spacito. On June 13, 1987, Kathy set out on the Thumb Butte Trail in Prescott, Arizona. It was early, with the sun already high in the sky. She had just left the trailhead when she was viciously attacked. Though the Thumb Butte Trail was a popular hiking spot and multiple people heard her desperate screams, no one was able to reach her in time. Kathy had been found in a brutal overkilling. She'd been hit in the head with a rock, which might have been an attempt to immobilize her. She had also been beaten with a ratchet that had been left behind by the killer, shot in the face and stabbed. It had been a brazen attack. There were people around. It was daylight, and Kathy had fought back with every ounce of strength she had. People were responding to her screams and trying to find her. Years later, another woman was attacked in almost identical circumstances. This woman had been camping nearby and had decided to hike the nearby trail. She had only started the hike when she was attacked by a man with a rock in his hand. She had been sexually assaulted, but survived the attack. The time of day, location, and date have been too much to have been a coincidence. The DNA evidence was cataloged, but at that time nothing had come up, and again the case went cold. The difference was that she had frozen and complied with her attacker's demands. Once his attack was over, he ran off into the woods. For decades, Kathy's murder would stump law enforcement. Eventually, her case was handed off to a volunteer cold case unit who worked the case for 12 years. And over the years, the case was reopened, opened, examined, re-examined by new detectives. Even decades later, tips still poured in regarding the young woman who had been killed on the Thumb Butte Trail. Kathy was remembered as a vibrant young woman taken too soon. While attending Prescott College, she worked as a waitress, and she'd moved from Brooklyn, New York 2 years prior. Attention in the case was focused on the ratchet that had been used to bludgeon Kathy, as it had not just her DNA on it, but also that of her killer. His blood was able to be isolated, and it held the key to discovering who he was. Law enforcement sent the DNA off to Parabon Nanolabs, who were able to locate a female relative who had narrowed down the suspects down to 2 brothers, Scott and Brian Bennett. Scott was able to be eliminated, but his older brother Brian became the primary suspect. Brian, for some reason, went by his younger brother's name and had been relocated to Prescott a year prior to Kathy's murder. He'd originally been from Kentucky. He'd been 16 years old and a high school student when Kathy Spacito had been murdered and had not been any kind of suspect at that time. Brian would go on to have a history of violence towards women, and after Kathy's murder, he had been accused of sexual assault of 2 women. In 1994, he killed himself with the same caliber of weapon that Kathy had been shot with, a .22 caliber pistol. Law enforcement exhumed his body, and they were able to get a positive match to Kathy Spacito's murderer, as well as a sexual assault that happened years later. The announcement was made on August 25, 2023. Kathy's parents had passed by that time, but her brother was able to receive the news that Kathy's murder investigation was solved after 36 years. Bennett's DNA has now been added to Cody's, and law enforcement will be looking to see if there's any additional victims out there. They feel it is unlikely that Kathy was the only murder victim. December 20th, 1976, passersby making their way along Interstate Road 80, near the Lehigh River in Carbon County, Pennsylvania, made a harrowing discovery. Underneath the bridge lay 3 suitcases that had been thrown from the bridge above. When people drew closer, the familiar stench of decomposition permeated their nostrils, and they flagged down the nearest police officer. When officers opened the 3 suitcases, they recoiled in horror. Inside were the remains of a young woman who had been shot, strangled, and dismembered, and dumped into 3 suitcases. Her body had been heavily mutilated, and the scene was too much for even the most seasoned officer to bear. Heartbreakingly, there wasn't just 1 body found in the suitcase, but 2. The body of an unborn baby girl, believed to be at 9 months gestation, was also found. The woman also suffered sexual trauma before her life was taken. Investigators determined that the baby had been removed before the body was sawn into ton pieces. On the left hand of the remains were the letters WSR with a 4 or a 5 written in pen, with a 7 or 4 underneath the right-hand side. The significance of these letters and numbers remains unknown to this day. The brutality to which this woman had been subjected made investigators' stomachs turn. Whoever had done this to her had investigators' stomachs turn. Whoever had done this to her had removed her ears, nose, and breasts in a bid to slow down the identification process. This level of brutality signaled to investigators that whoever was responsible likely knew the victim and was extremely angry with them. The case garnered statewide attention as residents were horrified to learn what had happened in their quiet community. Despite garnering wide-scale attention, no one recognized her. In the absence of a name, the woman was dubbed Beth Doe, and she and her unknown baby were buried in Pennsylvania. As the years passed, investigators continued to keep her case alive, but without any leads, it proved difficult. And with the advent of the internet, Beth Doe's case was picked up more than once, thanks to internet sleuths. In 2020, the Pennsylvania Police Department partnered with Othram Labs to perform forensic genetic genealogy on Beth Doe's remains. Beth's femur was sent to Othram, who were successful in extracting a DNA profile. From there, Othram worked with another genetic genealogy company that discovered a possible relative. This relative was contacted, and after raising the necessary funds, they submitted a DNA sample. By February 2021, all agencies involved had completed their work, and they were able to hold a press conference. They announced that Beth Doe was Evelyn Colon, who was 15 years old when she disappeared from Jersey City, New Jersey. In 1976, Evelyn was living with her 19-year-old boyfriend, Louis Sierra, and was in the final stages of her pregnancy. Louis was known to be abusive towards Evelyn, and her family urged her to leave him. Her family wasn't particularly fond of Louis, who had previously been a neighbor to the Colon family, but allowed Evelyn to move in with him due to the pregnancy. According to reports, Evelyn disappeared sometime in December of 1976. That December, Evelyn's mother arrived at her apartment to deliver her some homemade soup, but when she arrived, she found the apartment empty. Both Evelyn and Louis were gone. In early 1977, Evelyn's family received a bizarre letter written in Spanish, supposedly from Evelyn. In the letter, she had said she and the baby were okay and living happily. There was just one problem here. According to the Daily Mail, who spoke to Evelyn's parents, she couldn't write in Spanish. Her family desperately tried to find Evelyn over the years, hoping she would reemerge after leaving, but she never came home. Louis was, of course, the police's primary suspect, and in March 2021, a year after she was identified, he was arrested and charged with 2 counts of homicide. Lewis is now 63 years old and had lived in Ozone Park, New York for many years. Investigators believe that he didn't want the child and took matters into his own hands. The case is currently ongoing. Evelyn's surviving family members were shocked at the identification. They had never believed anything nefarious had ever happened to Evelyn and that she was just out living her life somewhere. In a statement to the media, her nephew said, quote, "I wanted to find her, but not find her deceased. It was obvious there was no other person in the family who was missing, and that's when the ball started rolling. We're so thankful for that community, that Carbon County community, that they loved her, that they cared for her. They treated her like their own, these random people for all these years." On New Year's Day, 1974, Mr. and Mrs. Kerb returned to their Fresno, California home after a weekend away in Pismo Beach. They had left their daughter home alone. When they returned, they found body of their 17-year-old daughter, Deborah Kerb, in her room. She was found on the floor of her room in a nightgown and a robe. She'd been strangled with the leotard that had been in her room. Her mother told Deborah was a Fresno high school student. Her boyfriend, Tim Robinson, also a Fresno high school student, told law enforcement that he and Deborah had gone to a New Year's Eve party and that he dropped her off at home around 1 a.m. Tuesday, January 1st. There was no sign of forced entry at the home. Authorities believe that she had been getting ready for bed when maybe someone came to the door using that to get into the house. A sexual assault kit was done and the samples taken and preserved. Early reports had said that it was inconclusive if she'd been sexually assaulted, but more recent reports state that they believed that she had been. Authorities apparently had a person of interest who attended the New Year's Eve party with the couple, 17-year-old James Blaylock. Unfortunately, at the time, there was not enough evidence to charge Blaylock at that time. The case went cold. However, in 2006, a sexual assault kit was tested and returned with a match, James Blaylock. Blaylock, now in prison, was interviewed and denied any involvement with Deborah. When shown the DNA evidence, he changed his tune to say that they had consensual sexual encounter and that he had believed that she was alive. The district attorney filed the case, but it was dismissed due to lack of evidence. In 2021, detectives asked that the leotard that had been used as a murder weapon be tested with more advanced DNA techniques. Came back with a positive match to James Blaylock. When detectives investigated further into the charges, they discovered that Blaylock, who was 66, had died in hospital in 2022. This has closed the case of Deborah Kerr. Her parents are deceased and never got to know who killed their daughter. James Blaylock had an extensive criminal record, which had included being a registered sex offender. The Kansas City Police Department established its first dedicated cold case unit and has already solved 4 cold cases. One of these cases has been the murder of Pearl Davis and Christina King. The 2 women's cases were connected with DNA evidence, but at the time, the perpetrator was unknown to law enforcement. Pearl Davis's murder had occurred in 1996, and there's very little information available on her case. On November 22, 1996, Pearl was discovered murdered inside a home in Kansas City, Kansas. Her cause of death has not been revealed, and the only information available is that it was strongly believed that she didn't know her killer. Christina King's body was discovered in an abandoned building on Christmas Day in 1998. There are reports that Christina had been beaten to death. At the time of the murders, the cases weren't connected, but when the cold case unit was established, detectives discovered that DNA evidence had tied them together. Soon after, they were able to identify the source of that DNA as 52-year-old Gary Dion Davis Sr. Davis was a cross-country truck driver at the time of the murders. His DNA is being submitted to other states as law enforcement believe he is likely to have other victims out there. Davis has been charged with 2 counts of second-degree murder and is being held in custody on a $500,000 bond. His trial will commence in the new year. He faces life in prison if convicted of either murder. Family members of both Pearl and Christina attended the press conference, but didn't speak. Both left behind an extensive family who have been shocked by the recent arrest. The conclusion of this case is a little more unique. It wasn't genetic genealogy, there was no sting operation, and in fact, this case had very little hope of ever being solved. However, sometimes these things just happen, but on a random August evening, the now 68-year-old John Michael Ermer walked into the Portland, Oregon FBI office and confessed to the 1979 murder of Susan Marcia Rose in Boston, Massachusetts. Susan had been 24 years old at the time of the murder and had met Irma while at a bar with friends. It had been Halloween night, and he had offered to walk her home. While the two had walked into our building, the apartment on the first floor was being renovated, and it was then that Irma grabbed a hammer and hit the woman on the head. Susan had been found the following morning. Her cause of death had been blunt force trauma. She'd been sexually assaulted. There had never been a solid suspect in her murder. Irmer said that the following morning, he left Boston and moved to New York. Susan had been from a small community in Pennsylvania and had been at her family's insistence that she should go out and see more of the following the confession. Irmer's DNA was collected and tested against evidence in Susan's case, and it was determined to be a match. Irmer had already been imprisoned for another murder. He'd been in prison for 30 years for that killing, and he also confessed to another slaying in the southern U.S., but law enforcement has not been able to identify that victim. At this time, it's unclear what prompted the confession, but without it, he likely would have gotten away with murder. Irmer is being held in prison while he waits further court proceedings. He's been charged with murder and aggravated sexual assault. Since he's fully cooperating with law enforcement, it will likely be that there won't be a trial since he isn't fighting the charges. His next to court appearance is unknown. In 1981, 34-year-old Sylvia Quayle lived on South Ogden Street in Cherry Hills Village, Colorado, just south of Denver. Sylvia had a passion for history, particularly in researching her uncle, Wesley Quayle, a renowned architect. She combined her love for architecture with her career, working as a secretary at an architectural firm. Sylvia's creativity and ambition led her to pursue multiple endeavors, including her own baking business specializing in wedding cakes. Alongside her baking, Sylvia was skilled in pottery, creating pieces that her sister still cherishes. Family was central to Sylvia's life. She was close to her parents and younger sister. Her parents' home was only about 150 feet away, and she joined them for coffee each morning. However, on August 4, 1981, Sylvia missed their daily coffee date. The last time she was heard from was the previous night, around 11 p.m., during a phone call with her sister. Just before 8 a.m. on 4th, Sylvia's father, William, went over to her home. When William arrived at the home, the storm drawer and front door were both open, and he could see inside the living room from outside. His daughter's body was immediately visible on the floor. Sylvia was lying on the floor, her spread legs facing the door. She was nude from the neck up. Her red, long-sleeved shirt had been pulled up so it covered her face from the nose up, and her arms were still entangled in the garment above her head. A white towel had been thrown over her to cover the rest of her face and her neck. William quickly called for help, but he could not do so from Sylvia's house as someone had cut the phone line inside the house, as well as pulled down the phone lines outside. William moved the towel on his daughter's face to try to cover up her body before police arrived. He told them how he originally found it, and they moved the towel back to its original position to properly document the scene. Sylvia had been sexually assaulted, stabbed, and shot. Red marks approximately the size of fingers on her neck indicated that her killer also tried to strangle her. Extensive injuries to her hands and fingers showed that Sylvia had aggressively tried to fight off her attacker. Sylvia's cause of death was ultimately ruled to have been the blood loss caused by the 3 stab wounds she had sustained, which had pierced her heart and both of her lungs. The .22 caliber gunshot to the top of her head was ruled a secondary cause of her death. A bloody knife was found a few feet away from Sylvia's body, as was a pair of underwear. A small pool of blood was found behind the home's front door, and what court documents would later describe as a significant amount of blood was found on Sylvia's pillow in her bedroom. Drops of blood were found between the bed and the bedroom door. The killer appeared to have first attempted to enter the home through Sylvia's bedroom window, a conclusion authorities arrived at based on a hole cut into the lower corner of the window screen. Evidence indicated that the killer's successful entry into the home was made through the bathroom window. The screen from that window had been removed and there was a prime mark visible at the bottom of the window. The screen was found 50 to 75 yards away from the house, tossed into tall weeds. Several items that were most likely from inside the bathroom, including a can of hairspray and 2 hair curlers, were found outside the home, underneath the bathroom window. Numerous items of evidence that would later be used to test for DNA were collected at the scene. These items included the bloody towel found covering the lower portion of Sylvia's face, the orange area rug upon which Sylvia's body had been lying, the knife, and the underwear found near her body. In addition, an internal vaginal swab and swabs from Sylvia's breasts were taken during her autopsy and preserved. In total, more than 140 pieces of evidence were collected and preserved in the case. New technologies were applied to the examination of this evidence as they were developed in the years following Sylvia's murder. In 1983, 2 years after Sylvia was killed, forensic technicians re-examined the carpet from her home with an alternative light source. When they did so, they were able to identify foreign biological evidence in the area of the rug that was close to where Sylvia's body had been found. This section of carpet was submitted to the Colorado Bureau of Investigation for testing in 1995. 5 years later, in 2000, the CBI was able to develop a male DNA sample from the carpet. However, when they uploaded the profile to the FBI's combined DNA index system, the search returned no matches. In the early days of DNA testing by law enforcement, the technology had been used to discredit a confession from a known attention-seeking killer. In 1983, while he was imprisoned on unrelated charges, Addis Toole claimed to have killed Sylvia and reportedly described the hedges and bushes outside of her home to prove his involvement. Toole and his criminal associate Henry Lee Lucas famously claimed responsibility for 100 of crimes committed across the country, apparently for the notoriety it afforded them and the benefits like food and cigarettes they received while working with various law enforcement agencies. Their claims have largely been disproven. Toole was eventually charged with Sylvia's murder, but in 1993, DNA from another piece of evidence excluded him as Sylvia's killer, and the charges were dropped. Toole died while incarcerated in Florida in 1996. In January of 2020, police in Cherry Hills Village began working with United Data Connect, a Colorado-based genetic genealogy company founded by former Denver District Attorney Mitch Morrissey. Using GED Match and Family Tree DNA, 2 public genealogical databases, United Data Connect was able to provide police with the identity of someone who was a possible match to the DNA from the crime scene on May 26 that same year. In addition to the genealogical evidence pointing to this individual, United Data Connect was also able to provide evidence that he had been living in the city of Englewood, just to the west of Cherry Hills Village before, during, and after the time of Sylvia's murder. The potential suspect was living in Cozad, Nebraska at the time. In January of 2021, an investigator from United Data Connect traveled to Nebraska in hopes of surreptitiously collecting a sample of this individual's DNA. He retrieved 2 bags of trash from the dumpster of the apartment building where the potential suspect lived. The bags contained mail addressed to the potential suspect, indicating that he was the person who had owned the items in the bags. From the 2 bags of trash, the investigator was able to obtain 15 items that potentially had the possible suspect's DNA on them and turned them over to the district attorney's office back in Colorado. The evidence was then taken to an evidence technician with the Cherry Hills Village Police Department. The items were submitted for testing, and a male DNA profile was developed from a can of vanilla Coke found in one of the bags of trash. It was a match to the DNA found on multiple pieces of evidence collected from Sylvia's body and her home following her murder. On February 10, 2021, nearly 40 years after Sylvia was murdered, 62-year-old David Dwayne Anderson was arrested in Nebraska and charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder in connection to Sylvia's case. One count alleged that Sylvia was killed after deliberation, and the other alleged that she was killed during the commission of another felony. Anderson had been just 22 years old at the time of the murder. While he had never been arrested for violent crimes, he did have a criminal record. Between 1981 and 1986, he was arrested on 8 separate occasions for committing commercial and residential burglaries. During one of the residential burglaries, he had entered the home by discarding the screen to a bedroom window. Anderson agreed to an interview with investigators, during which he denied knowing Sylvia Quayle and stated that he did not know how his DNA ended up in her home. Anderson's first trial began in March of 2022. During opening statements, Anderson's defense team argued that he and Sylvia had consensual sex, explaining the presence of his semen on so many of the pieces of evidence from the scene. His DNA had been found in the swab taken from Sylvia's breast and in the semen found in her vaginal swab, on the carpet near her body, and on the towel, which also contained Sylvia's blood that had been left on her face. The defense also suggested that the real killer was an abusive boyfriend of Sylvia's who had raped and beaten her several years before her murder. She had told her family at that time that if anything happened to her, he was responsible. Anderson's lawyers claimed that police had not taken the boyfriend seriously as a suspect despite being told about him by a member of Sylvia's family. Sylvia had dated this man on and off for years, and they had begun seeing each other again several months before she was killed. The boyfriend's DNA was reportedly eventually found on a knife found in Sylvia's home, but not on the bloody knife found near her body. All of the foreign DNA samples found on or near Sylvia's body belonged to Anderson. There was no commingling of Anderson's DNA with any other individual aside from Sylvia, whose blood was found on the towel that also contained Anderson's semen. After 5 days of deliberation, the jury announced that they could not reach a unanimous verdict, leading the presiding judge to declare a mistrial. A new trial was held just months later, in June of 2022. On June 30th, 2022, a jury found Anderson guilty of both counts of first-degree murder. Anderson is scheduled to be sentenced on August 4th, while current Colorado state law does not allow for parole following a conviction for first-degree murder. Anderson has to be sentenced under the guidelines in place at the time of the murder, meaning that even if he receives a life sentence, he will be eligible for parole after 20 years. Sylvia's parents did not live to see their daughter's killer identified and convicted. William Quayle passed away in 1999, and Mary Quayle passed away a decade later. Sylvia's sister and brother-in-law were able to finally learn who had taken Sylvia away from them more than 4 decades earlier. Following Anderson's conviction, District Attorney John Kellner stated, "This verdict should give hope to all those who are still waiting for justice. And for any killer who still thinks they got away, know that we are still coming for you." Robert Peter Kissel was born on April 21, 1963, in Manhattan and was raised in the New Jersey suburbs. He was born to William Kissel, a prominent businessman, and was the middle child among 3 siblings. His elder brother, Andrew Kissel, and younger sister, Jane Kissel Clayton, completed the family. Robert shared a close bond with Andrew, who was 4 years older, and they enjoyed a healthy competition for success from a young age. Even as teenagers, their personalities diverged. Robert was a talented sportsman and the quintessential all-American boy, with an intuitive knack for numbers and a natural inclination to help others. Andrew, however, was more focused on personal achievement and would go to great lengths to secure success. Robert pursued his education at the University of Rochester's College of Engineering and later at New York University, graduating in 1986. After attending the University of Rochester, he put his bachelor's degree in optical engineering to use by joining his father's toner business. In 1987, he took a trip to a Club Med resort in the Turks and Caicos Islands, a journey that would change his life. There, he met a 22-year-old waitress named Nancy Keeshan, whose vivacious personality and attractive presence captivated him. Their connection grew stronger, and about 2 years later, the couple moved in together, eventually marrying in 1989. Nancy Keeshan was born on May 1, 1964, to Gene and Ira Keeshan. Originally from Michigan, she moved to Oakland, California, with her mother following her parents' divorce. She pursued art studies at the Parsons School of Design in Manhattan's Greenwich Village while working in various restaurants, including EJ's Luncheonette. The union of Robert and Nancy set the stage for the events that would follow. In 1990, a year after their wedding, Robert pursued further education at New York University's Leonard N. Stern School of Business, where he graduated in 1991 with a master's degree in business administration. During his time at NYU, Robert studied under Edward Altman, a renowned finance professor known for inventing the Z-score, a mathematical formula to assess a company's risk of bankruptcy. Impressed by Robert's capabilities, Altman appointed him as a teaching assistant. He reflected on Robert's time as a student and stated that Robert was a very bright, ambitious, and pleasant student who really blossomed after his graduation. He also claimed that Robert was very focused and intense in his work. During this period, Nancy Kissel had stopped attending art school to support Robert while he pursued his studies at NYU. In 1991, Robert began his career at Leidenberg Thalmann and Company, a Wall Street investment firm where he specialized in distressed debt. A year later, he moved to Lazard Frères and Company and became a vice president in the high yield. By 1997. Robert joined Goldman Sachs and was sent to Hong Kong as a managing director in its Asian Special Situations Group. In Asia, Robert faced the aftermath of an economic crisis, with opportunities arising from distressed debt. Foreign investors had dumped shares, which created cutthroat conditions in businesses. In June 2000, Robert moved to Merrill Lynch, the largest U.S. securities firm by brokers, to lead its Asian distressed debt business. Over the next 2 years, Merrill purchased at least $500 million of bad debts in Korea and around another $200 million in Taiwan. Robert had brought along his friend and colleague, David Ngo from Goldman. In the wake of the crisis, Robert gained immense respect as a top-tier investor in Asia. Joseph Draper, a Hong Kong-based managing director at Citigroup Incorporated, the world's largest financial services company, collaborated with Kissel to purchase bad debts in Taiwan. The duo had prepared rival bids for the $1.8 billion of distressed debt from the Bank of China at the time when Robert's life was tragically cut short. Through all the downfalls and successes, Robert and Nancy remained close to his brother Andrew and his wife, Haley Wolf. They ventured into business together, with Robert investing $500,000 in one of Andrew's real estate companies. They occasionally vacationed together at multimillion-dollar homes in Stratton, Vermont. This was a resort in the Green Mountains about 4 hours north of New York where they had skied as children. It was a blessed model family, and they had everything they could ever want. By 2000, Nancy Kissel had 2 small children, Elaine in June and an infant named Reese. The move to Hong Kong brought additional pressure for both her and the family. Adjusting to the foreign environment and being frequently alone due to Robert's extensive travels made it challenging. Robert's demanding work schedule left him with little time for his children. Despite these challenges, Nancy excelled as a mother. They took time to settle into the new environment, but eventually began to find spaces to pursue their hobbies. In a city without skiing, Robert still found time for sports, participating in Trail Walker, a grueling 60-mile mountain trek taking 12 to 48 hours to finish. Nancy dedicated herself to volunteer work, contributing at the Hong Kong International School, a $15,000 a year private school attended by their 2 oldest children, and at the United Jewish Congregation. She also organized an annual Halloween party for all the residents of their 20-story tower at Parkview, the largest private housing estate in Tai Tam, Hong Kong. In 2003, at the age of 40, Robert became an expatriate banker, leading a lavish life in a $20,000 a month, a 3,270 square foot apartment with a breathtaking view of Hong Kong's skyline and the South China Sea. His sleek silver Porsche Carrera, to live in Filipina maids, and a $20 million fortune spoke of his prosperity. And this was the same year he was found lying dead, wrapped in a carpet. The incident began when Robert missed a conference call on November 3, 2003, according to David, his colleague and friend. Concern grew as he didn't show up for an important meeting the next day, where they were supposed to prepare a bid for Bank of China's distressed debt. As the week went on, colleagues and friends became more worried about Robert. By Wednesday, November 4th, David decided to inform the authorities about his disappearance. After this call, Hong Kong authorities went to the Kissel residence, where they met Nancy and their 3 children. Was nowhere to be seen. Consider it a simple gut feeling, but officers felt a bit uneasy about the situation. Despite the place looking clean, they didn't like how Nancy behaved or talked about Robert. She made it clear to officers that she filed a missing persons report that very same morning, claiming he had left after assaulting her. However, officers didn't believe her story. From an intuitive perspective, Robert's disappearance didn't make sense. investigators finally discovered what they were searching for. A serviceman at the complex had tipped them off about Nancy seeking help to move an old rug into the apartment garage. This rug proved to be exceptionally heavy, requiring for service members to handle it. And those who assisted noted a suspicious fishy smell. When they entered the storage room, investigators swiftly located the item of interest. Behind the door there was a rolled-up oriental rug, tied tightly with rope and secured with layers of tape. On top of the rug was a pillow and a bag filled with bedsheets, and they all appeared oddly bulky. As they unrolled the rug, suspicion transformed into sheer horror. Inside, with a plastic bag secured around his head, lay the lifeless body of Robert Kissel. His entire form was wrapped within a large white plastic bag and bound with layers of tape. Investigators immediately recognized that he had been deceased for a considerable period as the unmistakable odor of decay permeated the scene. At 2:41 a.m. on November 7, 2003, a mere 2 hours after the discovery of Robert Kissel's body, police officers arrested Nancy Kissel. She faced charges for the murder of her own husband. When police examined Robert Kissel's body, they found out he was hit 5 times with a blunt object. An autopsy showed he had 5 prescription medications in his stomach, which included a strong sedative called Rohypnol. During Nancy's interrogation, she asserted that Robert came at her with a baseball bat, and in self-defense, she swung back. According to her, she then blacked out and had no memory of how he died and ultimately ended up wrapped in a carpet. She also said that for years Robert had subjected her to both mental and physical abuse. Nancy also claimed that her husband had a history of cocaine abuse and heavy drinking. She portrayed a narrative of having endured years of mistreatment. Additionally, Nancy asserted that Robert Kissel had actively searched the internet for both male and female partners in Taiwan and Paris. Their life had seemed perfect, and to the world, they appeared happy. However, there was more lurking beneath the surface. As detectives looked deeper into the couple's history, a lot of information came to light. Robert and Nancy's story was like a roller coaster, and their love life had its ups and downs, much like their marriage. For many years, Rob and his wife seemed like a fantastic and fun couple, especially since Rob worked long hours and traveled a lot. But he made a fortune and they enjoyed a luxurious lifestyle. Nancy came from a more modest background and loved the money. She shared a similarity with Andrew in that aspect. One of her best friends mentioned the more money she's got, the more she wanted to spend it. Even though Nancy sometimes boasted about her intimate life with Rob, things took a turn during a spring 2003 visit to their Vermont house. Nancy, along with the kids and one of their maids, went there to escape the Asian SARS threat, a viral respiratory illness that emerged in Asia in the early 2000s. During this time, Nancy needed someone to fix the house's sound system, and she reached out to Lance Del Piore, 41, recommended by Robert's brother. Lance sent his brother, Michael Del Piore, 42, to handle the repairs. This is when Nancy met the good-looking Vermonter. He showed up to repair her TV, and soon, he began bragging about the expensive jewelry Nancy had given him to the people around town. He even talked about the tattoo she got, which was something Robert, her husband, hadn't approved of. Nancy had started an affair with him, the man who lived in a trailer park near Stratton. She also claimed that Michael wasn't interested in her wealth and understood her struggles to be accepted for who she was as a person. He didn't judge her by where she lived, what she drove, or the kind of jewelry she wore. According to Lance Del Piore, who fired his brother over the affair, Nancy started to spend a lot of money on him. Even though he knew about the affair, Lance agreed not to tell Robert Randrew about it. Robert Kissel became suspicious of his wife, so on June 6, 2003, he hired Alpha Group Investigations, a private investigation firm in Farmingdale, New York, led by Frank Shea. The firm was paid a total of $25,000. Frank Shea, a former New York Police Department detective, sent investigator Rocco Gatta to Stratton to keep an eye on Nancy. Gatta spotted Michael Del Piore when he drove up to the house and immediately called Shea, who was on the phone with Robert. Robert then called Nancy and confronted her about the situation. Del Piore left the house shortly after, as reported by Gatta. On other occasions, Del Piore stayed at the house until late at night. Robert had also installed spyware on his wife's computer. When she returned from the US, he found out that she had conducted internet searches using very suspicious phrases like overdose of sleeping pills and medications causing heart attack. In August 2003, during a visit to New York, Robert confided in Shay, telling him he suspected he was being drugged, as he often felt woozy and disoriented. When Shay traveled to Hong Kong for other business, he met Robert for drinks at the China Club on September 6, 2003. Shay recalled telling Robert that Nancy was trying to get rid of him. After Robert heard this, he struggled to believe that his wife of 14 years would do such a thing. In late September, Robert discovered bills for a mobile phone that Nancy had acquired secretly, listing her address as the Hong Kong International School, according to David No. This discovery was the breaking point for Robert, and he confided in David about his marital problems. Despite their troubles, the couple still appeared in public together. On October 8, 2003, Nancy and Robert attended a banquet hosted by the International Bank of Asia in Hong Kong, where former U.S. President George H.W. Bush was the guest of honor. Due to having a terrible argument, according to Nancy, they arrived late for cocktails with Bush. During dinner, she approached Bush's table, tapped him on the shoulder, and asked if she could introduce him to her husband. The ex-president then even posed for photographs with them. In the last week of October, a few weeks after their public appearance, Robert informed David No that he planned to seek a divorce and intended to tell Nancy that Sunday night on November 2, 2003. Robert even told David about his readiness to fly Michael Del Piore to Hong Kong so that Nancy would stay there while he stayed close to their children. During that week, Nancy made appointments with 2 doctors and obtained prescriptions for hypnotic and sedative drugs, as later detailed by prosecutor Peter Chapman. On the Sunday in question, November 2nd, Robert Kissel and an acquaintance, Andrew Tanzer, returned to the Kissel apartment after their children played together at the Jewish Center. Nancy prepared 2 strawberry milkshakes and asked the children to give them to their fathers. When Tanzer inquired about the contents, she referred to it as a secret recipe. Tanzer returned to his apartment where he fell asleep and later exhibited strange behavior like consuming 3 tubs of ice cream, as testified by his wife, Kazuko Ochi. At 5 p.m. that day, David called Kissel and found him vague and unclear, tired and sleepy. Later that same night, police alleged that Nancy bludgeoned her husband to death using an 8.3-pound lead statue, a Kishin family heirloom topped with 2 female figurines. While looking at the sequence of events, it became very apparent to investigators that Nancy was responsible. According to them, Nancy had kept the body in their house for at least 2 nights before she called workers to move the carpet she had wrapped him in. The trial commenced in June 2005 at the High Court of Hong Kong, where the prosecution accused Nancy of murdering her husband, to which she pleaded not guilty. During her testimony, Nancy described how Robert, after their visit to the synagogue, revealed his intention to divorce her and retain custody of their children. She claimed that Robert, in response to her pressing for answers, slapped her across the face. This angered Nancy and led to a confrontation where she pointed her finger in Robert's face, a gesture he very much despised. She recounted how Robert, in a fit of rage, dragged her to the bedroom, threw her on the bed, and engaged in forceful, inappropriate acts with her. Nancy managed to break free during the struggle, and as she crawled away, Robert grabbed her leg and tried to pull her back. She panicked and grabbed a figurine and swung it around in defense. After this, Nancy believed the confrontation was over. However, Robert recovered, grabbed a metal bat, and began swinging it at her head while she used the figurine as a shield. According to Nancy's account, everything went blank at this point. She claimed no recollection of hitting Robert 4 more times with the heavy object, buying the rug, rolling him into it, or even calling maintenance to move it to storage. Although homicide detectives were aware Nancy had cleaned up the crime scene, she testified that she didn't remember any of it and only realized her husband was dead when informed by investigators. During the trial, a great deal of information regarding the aftermath of the murder was revealed. On the day when Robert met his tragic end, Nancy instructed her maids to purchase packing tape and rope. At the same time, She went carpet shopping and arranged for packing boxes to be delivered. These boxes were later filled with bloodied items, like the ornaments she wielded to commit the crime. On November 4th, she conversed with a female friend. Confirmed her plan to fly to San Francisco on November 17th for cosmetic surgery on her breasts. On November 5th, Nancy hired workmen to transport Robert's body, wrapped in the carpet, to a storeroom. A workman vividly recalled the carpet gave off a strong, peculiar smell, similar to that of salted fish. Nancy and Del Piore exchanged frequent calls, as revealed by the prosecutor, who presented the phone numbers dialed from Nancy's cell phone in court. After the heinous act, Nancy visited a doctor, alleging assault by her husband. She told the same story to her father, Ira K. Shin, who promptly flew to Hong Kong to support her. On November 6th, Nancy filed a police report claiming assault. Nancy also claimed that she had contemplated taking her own life due to the constant abuse she faced from Robert, but resisted since she was fearful of the impact on her children. To get better, she looked for help and visited several doctors in Hong Kong and secured prescriptions for various medications, including the notorious date drug Rohypnol, as well as a painkiller, a sedative, an antidepressant, and a sleeping medication. All these substances were later found in Robert's system. After presenting these mysterious events in court, the judges were left to make their decision. Despite her attorney's efforts, this strategy failed, as prosecutors highlighted Nancy's marital deception, internet searches for drug combinations, and clear attempts to conceal the crime. Unanimously pronounced her guilty after 8 hours of deliberation on September 1, 2005. Consequently, she was sentenced to life in prison and entered the Hong Kong correctional system on the same day. Kissel appealed her conviction in April 2008. That petition was rejected. Confined to a Seve cell in the high-security sign on her door had the label, Lifer. After her appeal proved unsuccessful, she planned to explore the option of serving the rest of her sentence in a U.S. prison. Regardless, this marked a significant departure from her once privileged life at Parkview, where Robert Kissel's silver Porsche Carrera still sat unclaimed in the parking lot. But there was still more that would unfold in the legal battle. After lodging an appeal with the Court of Final Appeal on January 12, 2010, Nancy Kissel was granted a retrial after the court cited the prosecution's use of inadmissible evidence in the original trial. The retrial began on January 10, 2011. Sensing their client's difficult position, the defense tried to halt the proceedings for Nancy to enter a plea, but their request was denied. On March 25, 2011, the jury declared her guilty once again. Nancy Kissel returned to her cell at Tail and Women's Prison near the Chinese border, serving a mandatory life sentence. No additional appeal was filed by Nancy's lawyers. In April 2011, they submitted a request for her transfer to a U.S. prison under an international inmate exchange program that allows prisoners to serve sentences in their native countries. Simon Young, the director of the University of Hong Kong Center for Comparative and Public Law, mentioned that local authorities must communicate to the U.S. government the minimum time Kissel needs to serve before becoming eligible for parole for the transfer to proceed. In 2014, the Court of Final Appeal dismissed an appeal from her for the second conviction. During the same year, Nancy Kissel expressed having no regrets about her husband's death and revealed infrequent communication with her children in Seattle, Washington. Now turning our attention to the fate of the couple's innocent children. After their father's tragic murder and the imprisonment of their mother, they briefly stayed with their maternal grandfather, Ira Kishin, in Winnetka, outside Chicago. While they were there, a custody dispute emerged between Robert's two siblings, Andrew Kissel and his wife, Haley Kissel, and Robert's sister, Jane Kissel Clayton, along with her husband, Richard. Jane, residing with her family outside Seattle, became a central figure in this legal struggle for the children, Elaine, 11, June, 8, and Reese, 6. Their mother, Nancy Kissel, being in jail, made the inheritance of Robert's wealth a prominent aspect of the custody battle. It was estimated that the 3 children were receiving a monthly income of $1,000, of at least $10,000 from their father's estate for their living expenses. In December 2003, Andrew and his wife Haley sought temporary custody of Robert's 3 children, which the court granted in January 2004. During this time, Andrew faced legal challenges after being accused of defrauding a New York co-op board of millions of dollars. This included lawsuits from lenders, business partners, a title insurance company, and a yacht dealership. And during problems in Andrew's work life, he also started to face one at home. Haley, his wife, filed for divorce in March 2005. During these legal battles, Haley moved out and took custody of their 2 children and temporary custody of Robert and Nancy's 3. The court-appointed attorney, Michael Colizano, described Andrew as a recovering alcoholic. Eventually, after legal proceedings, custody of the children was granted to their aunt and uncle, Jane Clayton and her husband. After these unsettling events, an unimaginable tragedy struck that left everyone, especially the Kissel family, in shock. On April 3, 2006, Robert's brother, Andrew Kissel, was discovered with 5 stab wounds to his neck. The eerie similarity to Robert's murder raised chilling questions. It seemed someone had tried to end their lives in a hauntingly similar manner, with the same method of attack. The mystery deepened, leaving everyone puzzled. Could these murders and attempts be connected? Was Nancy Kissel really the killer, or was someone targeting the Kissel family? Before we dive in, don't forget to subscribe to our new channel, where we uncover captivating and chilling cold cases that will keep you on the edge of your seat. You won't want to miss the twists and turns we have in store. A Louisiana man who spent more than half his life on the run has now been apprehended after 30 years on the FBI's most wanted list. 63-year-old Greg Lawson was located in Huatulco, Mexico, and was brought back to U.S. soil on September 19, 2023. Lawson had been in the middle of a trial for gunning down his childhood best friend, Seth Garlington, on April 24, 1990, when he just left the county courthouse before the jury had come back with their verdict. In 2007, the FBI announced a $10,000 reward for information leading to the arrest of Greg Lawson, and 3 decades passed before credible tip cashed in that reward. In coordination with law enforcement in Mexico, the FBI located Lawson, who had been using the identity of a deceased man from Alabama, and were able to swiftly arrest Lawson, who apparently laughed as he was being cuffed. Once back in Louisiana, Lawson was charged with an additional felony for bail jumping, and he is being held at the Claiborne Parish Detention Center while he awaits further court proceedings. Douglas A. Williams Jr., special agent in charge of FBI New Orleans, said in a statement, quote, "We want to thank our partners and the public in this case, who never gave up hope that justice could be served for Mr. Lawson's victim. There's no doubt that Mr. Lawson might still be in the wind if our partners in Mexico had not been willing to deal with this so swiftly." On July 23, 2023, one of Canada's most wanted fugitives was located and arrested in a Detroit, Michigan suburb. In a coordinated arrest, Malik Kalu was extradited back to Windsor, Ontario in connection to the 2022 drive by shooting that killed 24-year-old Daniel Squalls. Malik Kalu was a semi-professional basketball player who played in the junior teams, but never made it to the NBA, unlike his brother Maurice Kalu. At the time of the murder, Malik was 26 years old. Kalu was on the run for 9 months. Video surveillance had placed him at the scene of the crime. Kalu had also been on release for another violent crime, which Windsor police have stated is another reason to keep violent offenders in custody while awaiting further court proceedings. He had been added to the Canadian Be on the Lookout or BOLO program's top 25 most wanted fugitives. In his time on the run, there had been a $6,000 reward for information leading to his arrest, and it is unclear if it was a tip that located him. Daniel Squall's mother, Taylina, said of the arrest, quote, "I shouted, I jumped, I cried. I'm just so excited now. Daniel's finally going to get some justice." It appears the shooting may have been prompted by a custody disagreement. Daniel Squall was with a woman and his daughter, and the woman also had a child with Kalu. The family had recently informed Kalu of their relocating to the U.S., but because of Kalu's criminal history, he wouldn't be able to see his child freely. The lead detective on the case, Staff Sergeant Joe Faddle, said in addition to the surveillance footage, there is forensic evidence that directly ties Kalu to the crime scene. He also stated that he may seek additional charges for anyone who aided Kalu while he was on the run. Quote, "There's no doubt in my mind that people have helped him evade capture for 9 months. This could not have been done by himself. We will continue this investigation into anybody who assists Mr. Kalu in any sort of way to avoid capture." The gun used in the murder was not found at the time of the arrest. For 2 years, 34-year-old Edgar Salvatore Cashin Garcia and 38-year-old Araceli Medina had been on the run after fleeing Washington state. The pair had been the first fugitive couple to appear on the U.S. Marshals Top 15 Most Wanted list. They were wanted for various crimes relating to child abuse allegations, and it sparked an international manhunt not just for them but also for their 5 children. The children were considered endangered. The situation began to unfold in 2020 when 2 little girls were discovered abandoned at a gas station in Tijuana, Mexico. The girls, aged 8 and 3, were taken into child protective custody, but the girls were extremely traumatized. It took child welfare experts 6 months to get the girls to trust them enough to explain what had happened to them. The girls were sisters, and they had continually asked officials if they had found their 7-year-old brother. The eldest girl eventually revealed their names and the extensive amount of physical and sexual torture used by Edgar Salvatore Cashin Garcia and Araceli Medina. Until recently, the 3 children had lived with their maternal grandmother. It had been who the 3 kids had always lived with until May 2020, when Cashin Garcia and Medina took custody of the 3. From there, the girls described the absolute hell that they had been faced with when they lived with the pair. They described being trafficked out to strange people, abused, and just unimaginable horrors. Law enforcement in Washington located the couple and began to investigate. When officers arrived at the family's apartment, Cashin Garcia told law enforcement that their son, the boy that the 2 girls had been desperate for police to find, was staying with relatives in California. However, the boy was not found, and when law enforcement went back to arrest the couple, they discovered that they had fled to Mexico. At the time of their escape, Medina had visitation of her 4 children from another relationship and her infant son with Cashin Garcia. The couple were initially wanted on first-degree sexual assault and 3 counts of assault of a child. However, on February 5, 2022, hikers found the skeletal remains of 7-year-old Edgar Jr., the missing child. Another charge was added to the warrant, first-degree murder. Based on the evidence found on the remains and testimony from the other 2 girls, Edgar Jr. had been tortured to death and both physically and sexually abused by both Cashin Garcia and Medina, but also other individuals. Marshals elevated the fugitive investigation when Edgar Jr.'s remains were found, and there was a $20,000 cash reward for information leading to the couple's arrest. In February 2023, the reward was bumped up to $50,000, and it was only a few weeks later when law enforcement got a tip that would eventually lead to the couple's capture. On March 31, 2023, the couple were captured along with their 5 missing children. Detective John Davis of the Kennewick Police Department said of the situation, "This is the worst child abuse case I've come across in 9 years as a detective. What we've seen from this investigation, Garcia and Medina, had no problem hurting children to outright murder. The crimes that Araceli Medina and Edgar Cashin Garcia are charged with are heinous, and we commend the unwavering dedication of law enforcement. This successful rescue is a testament to the critical importance of collaboration and community involvement in safeguarding our most vulnerable population." The duo were extradited back to Washington, where they now face their charges. No word yet on further court proceedings. They're being held in custody while they await further court appearances. Their bail has been set to $5 million each. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. It was in 2021 when Michael Anthony Baltimore was added to the U.S. Marshals Top 15 Most Wanted list. Baltimore had previously been on the reality TV show 90 Day Fiancé, in which he was featured as a barber at the GQ Barbershop in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. Even featured on the show were his co-workers and boss, longtime friend and mentor, Kendall Jerome Cook. After the show had aired, however, Baltimore and Cook had a falling out, and on May 22, 2021, Baltimore went into the barbershop and opened fire, killing Cook and injuring another employee at the shop. Baltimore then fled, and the surviving victim had been able to positively identify Baltimore as the shooter. Baltimore was wanted on charges of assault, homicide, and parole violations. He had an extensive criminal history that went back to the 90s, and while on the run was considered armed and dangerous. It was later announced that there was a $25,000 reward for information leading to an arrest, but it wasn't needed because 6 months after that announcement, Baltimore went into a restaurant in Davies, Florida, and started a physical altercation with another patron there. In the restaurant, an employee trying to break up the fight got hit in the face with the back of a knife, and the suspect fled claiming to be retrieving a gun. It was then that law enforcement was called. Baltimore fled, but was later arrested on January 20th, 2023. Upon his arrest, he was fingerprinted, and it was then that Davie police realized they had wanted a fugitive in their custody. Baltimore had attempted to give officers a fake name. Also in his possession were drugs, a handgun, and 3 fake IDs. Michael Anthony Baltimore is being held in Florida where he faces charges there, and it's likely he will be extradited back to Pennsylvania to face the murder charge there as well. A war criminal wanted for his participation in the 1994 Rwandan genocide was recently discovered hiding in South Africa. Fulgence Kayishema had been on the run since 2001 when it was discovered that he had orchestrated the killing of more than 2,000 men, women, and children on April 15, 1994 at a church in Rwanda. An estimated 800,000 people were killed in 90 days in what is described as one of the most brutal genocides in human history. It was revealed that during the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwandans that Kayishema attempted to burn a church with 2,000 Tutsi people hiding inside. Failing to ignite the structure, he helped to use a bulldozer to collapse the building, killing all those who sought refuge inside. He was charged with genocide, conspiracy to commit genocide, and crimes against humanity charges. However, when law enforcement went to arrest him, he had already fled. The United States government themselves had offered a $5 million reward for information leading to his arrest. For over 2 decades, multiple agencies worked tirelessly to find Kayishema, and it was while monitoring family members that they eventually had word that he was hiding in South Africa. Kayishema had been using a forged identity and was working on a grape farm in Cape Town. When he was discovered and arrested on May 19, 2023, he initially denied his identity but eventually said to arresting officers, "I've been waiting a long time to be arrested." Fulgence Kayishema was a fugitive for more than 20 years. His arrest ensures that he will finally face justice for his alleged crimes. IRMCT Chief Prosecutor Serge Brammertz, who led the investigation, said in a statement to the media, quote, "Genocide is the most serious crime known to humankind. The international community has committed to ensuring that its perpetrators will be prosecuted and punished. This arrest is a tangible demonstration that this commitment does not fade and that justice will be done, no matter how long it takes." Kayishema's arrest is the 5th in recent years of top officials. Agencies are still looking to arrest 3 more. Kayishema is being held in Cape Town custody while he awaits his trial and sentencing. He faces life in prison. On January 15, 2018, a British Airways flight arrived at London's Heathrow Airport from Chicago's O'Hare International Airport. However, as the passengers disembarked, airport officials quickly realized an issue with one of them. This passenger, 66-year-old Marilyn Hartman, had arrived in London without any documentation, boarding pass, or passport. She didn't have a boarding pass because she had never purchased a ticket. Instead, Hartman had somehow managed to bypass British Airways ticket agents and security checkpoints in Chicago, boarding the plane without a pass. Hartman had simply walked on board and taken an empty seat without raising any concerns among the flight crew. Upon arrival in London, she was sent back to Chicago, where she was taken into custody and charged with felony theft for taking the flight without paying for a ticket, reportedly valued between $24,100 and $34,100. She was also charged with misdemeanor trespassing for entering the airport illegally. This incident was far from her first unauthorized airport entry or flight without a valid ticket. Authorities later compiled a list of dozens of similar incidents involving Hartman at various U.S. airports, though she claimed the total number was even higher, recounting numerous times she had boarded flights undetected. According to Hartman, her first successful attempt at boarding a flight without a ticket was in 2002 when she flew from Chicago to Copenhagen. She claimed to have taken another flight to Paris later that same year. Given her later difficulties in London, attempting to pass through customs and immigration without documentation, these claims of free international travel are met with skepticism. However, her domestic incidents are well documented. In 2009, she was arrested in Hawaii while using another woman's identity to try to board a flight without a ticket. She spent much of February-March of 2014 at San Francisco International Airport, coming into contact with police on 5 different occasions. On February 15th, Hartman successfully made it through security and onto a plane that was bound for Hawaii. She sat down in a seat on the plane, but when the person with the ticket assigning them to that seat came on board, the flight crew realized that Hartman did not have a boarding pass. Police interviewed her but released her. They did the same 3 days later when she was apprehended trying to get through a security gate. She was finally arrested 2 days after that, carrying someone else's discarded boarding pass and charged with trespassing. A court order prohibited Hartman from returning to San Francisco International unless she had a valid ticket for a flight. However, she was found eating at the food court in the airport's A on March 18th. She was arrested on suspicion of violating a court order and trespassing. She was again arrested for the same reasons on March 26th when police found her at the baggage claim in Terminal 3 of the airport. Hartman attracted national media attention in August of 2014 when she was arrested after successfully sneaking onto a plane and taking a flight from San Jose to Los Angeles. When she went before a judge, she was told Los Angeles. She was taken into custody and, this time, sentenced to 6 months in jail, but due to overcrowding, she was released after just 3 days. Hartman then went on to have similar multi-day interactions with police after getting through security at Phoenix Sky Harbor International Airport and Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport. She was generally only given warnings after each incident, although she did eventually serve 3 days in jail for trespassing following her second incident in Minnesota. Hartman did face slightly more serious charges after turning up in Florida a short time later, reportedly after successfully flying there from Minnesota without a ticket. After landing at Jacksonville International Airport, she took a shuttle to the Omni Amelia Island Plantation Hotel, claiming to be a woman who was a registered guest there. At the hotel, she checked in under the same woman's reservation. This led to her being charged with fraud by impersonation, defrauding an innkeeper, and trespassing. Her public defenders were able to get her felony fraud charge dropped down to a misdemeanor, and Hartman was released after they had her declared mentally unstable. After leaving Florida, Hartman returned to Chicago, which appears to be her hometown. There are few concrete details available about Hartman's early life. She appears to have been born Marilyn Stahl and legally changed her last name to Hartman in 1985. She grew up on the south side of Chicago and attended Chicago Vocational High School, where she was a member of the National Honor Society and the chorus. She graduated in 1969, and within a few years, she was no longer in contact with anyone from her family. She reportedly has 3 brothers who have not heard from her since the early 1970s and who do not like to publicly speak about her at all, much less in any detail. Hartman claims to have grown up in a violent home with mentally ill family members. Although these statements are difficult to corroborate, an important factor in Hartman's behavior to consider is the fact that she is mentally ill, although the exact nature of her illness is not publicly known. Legal documents state that she suffers from depression and post-traumatic stress disorder, and she has stated that she has bipolar disorder. She further stated in court in 2022 that she has struggled with depression and medication management throughout her life. Hartman also has a conspiratorial worldview, which plays into her explanation as to why she continues to sneak into airports and onto airplanes. While corresponding with journalist Joe Eskenazi for a 2015 article he wrote about her, Hartman detailed what she believed to be an elaborate plot against her that compelled her to attempt to get past airport security and onto planes without tickets and had resulted in her various legal troubles. Hartman claimed that the conspiracy against her began in 1990 when she exposed a Chicago lawyer working with a retired FBI agent to fix cases. Her actions resulted in ongoing retribution, which led to her becoming homeless on various occasions and committing her criminal actions at airports. She diagnosed herself with and apparently created what she called whistleblower trauma syndrome. She told Ashkenazi that the condition resulted in a severe fight or flight reaction, which, in her case, literally made her feel the need to get on a flight to get away. She would say in a different interview several years later that she was always in a depressed state of mind when she snuck onto planes. According to Hartman, numerous people, including President Obama, were in on the conspiracy. She claimed she did not evade security checks at the various airports. Rather, TSA agents let her through. She further claimed that sometimes plane tickets will be left for her to find, and airport staff would let her use them, but then take her into custody once she was in a secure area of the airport. According to Hartman, the goal of this conspiracy was to land her in prison for an extended period of time, a belief that does not seem to align with reality, given the dozens of times she has been released with little to no punishment following her various incidents at airports. The purpose of highlighting this case on this channel is not to malign Marilyn Hartman specifically or individuals with mental illness in general. Rather, it is to draw attention to two major issues her case highlights: airport security and how the legal system handles individuals with mental illnesses. While someone managing to get past airport security in a post-9/11 world sounds like it should not only be impossible, but of major concern should it occur, the Transportation Security Administration and several aviation experts, who have been consulted for articles about Hartman's case, have downplayed the security implications it has. After Hartman successfully flew from San Jose to Los Angeles without a ticket, the TSA claimed that the incident was not a security concern, because while Hartman had not been checked for a boarding pass at security, she had been screened for prohibited items, meaning she had no way of bringing any sort of weapon on board. They maintained that the incident only illustrated the need for minor changes to their document examination procedures to ensure people without boarding passes could not get through security checkpoints. While there are no indications that Hartman illegally boarded planes with any plans to commit any sort of nefarious acts, that does not change the fact that the holes in security and procedure she exploited with simple techniques could also be exploited by individuals with more malicious intentions. Hartman employed unsophisticated tactics by blending in with large family groups at security and covering her face with her hair at airports where she was a repeat recent offender and known to airport staff. If she could find success with so little planning or effort, a more methodical and motivated mind could presumably have even more success than Hartman. The fact that potential criminals would most likely still have to be screened for prohibited items before sneaking onto a plane does not necessarily ensure that the public is safe. Just because a criminal does not plan on committing a violent act while a plane is in the air does not mean that the ability to travel domestically without record or have easy undocumented access to secure areas of airports could not potentially benefit them in their criminal activities. As a nonviolent offender suffering from mental illness, Hartman falls into somewhat of a gray area, according to psychology and psychiatry professor Stephen Hinshaw, cited by Joe Ashkenazi in his article on Hartman. It has become more and more difficult to have individuals confined to mental health facilities against their will. While this is a great victory for individual civil, it also means that some of the people most in need of help and treatment are unable to get it. While Hartman should not necessarily be forced into treatment, Hartman's case raises the important legal issue of if and when the courts should be allowed to order individuals to undergo treatment for their mental health, especially in regards to offenders who have not caused physical harm to others. Hartman was required to undergo various mental health evaluations throughout her criminal career and was at times placed in voluntary treatment facilities, although she generally quickly left them. In recent years, while she has operated largely in just one jurisdiction, Hartman has been compelled into long-term treatment at different times, which did result in her various incidents at airports becoming fewer and farther between. Especially early on in her career as a serial stowaway, authorities felt sorry for Hartman because of her apparent mental health issues, which played a role in her being given such lenient sentences in the situations where she faced repercussions for her actions at all. Individuals suffering from mental illness should of course be treated with compassion, but Hartman's case raises the question of whether it is truly compassionate to release individuals in need of treatment, knowing that they will most likely reoffend since the issues that led them to committing crimes in the first place have not been addressed. After leaving Florida following the conclusion of the legal proceedings against her there, Hartman appears to have largely remained in the Chicago area. She was involved in at least 9 incidents involving trespassing and attempting to enter secure areas at both O'Hare and Midway airports, including her flight to London without a ticket. In one incident, she did purchase a valid ticket but had been removed from the plane, which was taking off at Midway because she caused a disturbance. She was charged with misdemeanor reckless conduct. The following day, she went to O'Hare, where airport staff detained her after she attempted to get through security without a ticket. Hartman had only received 18 months of probation for the trespassing and theft charges stemming from her ticketless flight to London. Just 7 months after she received that sentence, however, she was back at an airport in violation of the terms of her probation, involved in the incident that has resulted in her most recent legal troubles. On October 11, 2019, Hartman was seen by police attempting to get through one of the security checkpoints at O'Hare International Airport. She had already made it through the first checkpoint with no ticket. She was taken into custody and charged with felony trespassing. This time, she was held without bond. Hartman was eventually placed into a mental health facility, and her lawyers negotiated a plea deal. On March 16, 2021, just 2 weeks after they reached that agreement and before it was finalized in court, Hartman fled the mental health facility, where she had been ordered to stay. She had also been ordered to wear an electronic monitoring device, so authorities were able to track her movements. She again attempted to enter O'Hare International Airport. She was taken into custody at the airport's public transportation station. Hartman would later claim that she ran away because she was upset over the early release of an interview she had given in the local media. She had been given written assurances that it would not be broadcast until after her court cases were complete, but this did not end up being the case. She escaped the facility 2 days after it actually aired. In court, her lawyer would argue that the escape had been in response to something Hartman had no control over, the early release of the interview. On March 3, 2022, Hartman appeared in court and pleaded guilty to felony counts of criminal trespass and escape from electronic monitoring. The escape charge was in relation to her running away from the mental health facility in 2021, and the criminal trespass charge was in relation to the 2019 incident that had resulted in her being placed in the facility. The judge sentenced Hartman to 18 months in prison on the trespassing charge and to 2 years in prison on the escape charge, with the 2 sentences to be served consecutively. Hartman was given credit for approximately 2 years 5 months already spent in custody. The facility she escaped from in 2021 agreed to let her return there for her court-ordered period of supervised release and mental health treatment. Hopefully, this time, her treatment will finally result in her long-term success and keep her out of the courtroom and the airport. It was on July 13, 2019 in Cayuga Heights, a small community located on the outskirts of Ithaca, New York, when a custody battle turned heated. At the center were 4-year-old Paisley Schueltz and her older sister, who was already school age. The older sister was picked up from school by her maternal grandmother and aided by a social worker and police escort. They headed over to the biological parents' home to get Paisley, but when they arrived, the home was empty. The parents, Kimberly Cooper and Kirk D. Schultz Jr., had long since been believed to be the abductors of Paisley, and several properties were searched, but no sign of the child was found. They had lost their custody battle when a babysitter came forward with some concerns about the children's well-being in the home. Kirk Schultz was later arrested and charged with possession of methamphetamines and heroin. Prior to the abduction, Cooper and Schultz had already lost 2 daughters in infancy prior to Paisley's birth. However, their causes of death are unknown, though it is speculated that this has also contributed to them losing custody. The babysitter also alleged that the girls were often taken with their parents to work to dangerous job sites. They owned Schultz Paving, and if they couldn't afford childcare, they just brought the girls with them, often as late as midnight and without supervision. She also alleged that both parents used illicit substances while caring for the girls on the job operating machinery and while driving. Law enforcement repeatedly questioned Schultz Jr. and his father, and both had been adamant that they didn't know where Kimberly was and that they believed she had taken Paisley to Philadelphia. Officers had been allowed voluntary entry to the homes nearly 24 times, but they weren't allowed access to search the basement or the bedrooms. No sign of Kimberly secured a search warrant for the whole property and descended. Officers had been searching for an hour when one detective noticed something not feeling right about a staircase that descended to the basement of the home. He inspected further and noticed that the stairs had a small crack that revealed something inside, and using a flashlight, he saw what appeared to be little feet underneath. The floor was ripped open and revealed a small makeshift opening dug into the foundation of the home. The room had a dirt floor, was wet, and smelt of mold and human waste, and a pile of filthy soaked blankets was Kimberly Cooper, holding her now 6-year-old Paisley Schultz. Kimberly Cooper, Schultz Jr., and Sr. were taken into custody and charged with felony custodial interference in the first degree and a misdemeanor endangering the welfare of a child. Cooper also faced additional felony charges related to the abduction. All have pleaded not guilty. Paisley was taken to the hospital, where it was said that she was deemed healthy and returned to the care of her maternal grandmother and older sister. Experts have said there's still a long road ahead for Paisley's journey. She hasn't been to school. She is quite behind in terms of learning and has had a very limited experience from being confined to one house for so long. It isn't believed that Paisley was confined to under the stairs, and she did have her own bedroom within the home. The under the stairs was simply used as a stowaway area to wait out whenever law enforcement came to the property. Law enforcement said on the matter, quote, "I understand as a parent, no one wants to lose custody of their children, but sometimes the right thing for us to do for our children is the hardest thing to do for our children. What they should have done in 2019 when custody was granted to a third party, they should have relinquished the child rather than run and hide." An episode of Netflix's Unsolved Mystery was the reason that now 15-year-old Kayla was reunited with her father after being abducted in 2017 by her mother, Heather. Back on July 5, 2017. The then 9-year-old was abducted from South Elgin, Illinois after a scheduled visit with her mom. Heather didn't have full custody of Kayla and had been during one of her weekly visitations that she fled with Kayla. Heather had told friends that she had a camping trip planned with Kayla, and neighbors recalled seeing her packing her vehicle with a bunch of things. When Kayla's father, Ryan Azurka, went to pick her up, the duo was no longer there. Heather had expressed a desire to live off the grid and had already been in violation of their custody agreement when she took Kayla out of state without the court's permission. A felony kidnapping warrant was issued for the pair, as well as Heather's car, but they weren't immediately located. Heather's phone and all of her social media had been deactivated, and it seemed as though it had been a well-thought-out abduction. For 6 years, Ryan Ozurka worked tirelessly to find his daughter. Her cold case was briefly featured on Unsolved Mysteries in an episode dedicated to parental kidnapping cold cases. Her picture had been only on the screen for 4 seconds, but it was enough for a local store owner to recognize the now teenager. While at a shopping mall in Asheville, North Carolina, on May 13, 2023, Heather and Kayla were approached by mall security. When law enforcement arrived, the pair gave false names. The pair were detained until they were able to positively identify the pair. Heather has been held in custody on a $250,000 bond, and Kayla was reunited with her father. Ryan Azurka made this emotional statement to the media, quote, "I'm overjoyed that Kayla is home safe. I want to thank the South Elgin Police Department, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and all the law enforcement agencies who assisted with her case. I also want to thank all the followers on the Bring Kayla Home Facebook page who helped keep her story alive and were instrumental in spreading awareness. We ask for privacy as we get to know each other again and navigate this new beginning." Heather Unbehund is being extradited to Illinois, where she is expected to be charged with felony child abduction. Richard Wayne Landers Jr. was only 5 years old when he was abducted in 1994 from Wolcottville, Indiana by his paternal grandparents. Landers Jr. appeared to have always lived with his grandparents along with his parents, but when the two had split up, Landers Jr. was the subject of a long and bitter custody battle. Ultimately, temporary full custody was awarded to his mother, Lisa Harder. There are reports that Harder had been homeless, but at the time of the final custody hearing, she had secured an apartment and was equipped to take custody and care of her son. However, the grandparents disagreed, and the morning they had been mandated to hand over Lanier Jr., they took off. For 2 decades, the case sat cold, with neither Richard Lanier Sr. nor Harder having contact with their son. The grandparents, Richard and Ruth Landers, had a warrant out for their arrest for the abduction, but they weren't heard from for years. And over the years, his parents never gave up hope on finding their son. His pictures were sent out locally and nationally multiple times throughout the years, and charges against the grandparents were elevated. On 20th anniversary of the abduction, the cold case was reopened and law enforcement obtained Richard's social security card. It was discovered that a man in Minnesota was using the same number with a different name, but the same age and birthday. Only weeks after the anniversary, a 24-year-old man was identified as Richard Landers Jr., now married with children of his own. The grandparents were also found living in Browerville, Minnesota, and had been living under assumed names. Upon their arrest, they confessed to being Richard and Ruth Lander. It appears that Lander Jr. was, or at least is now, fully aware of the situation and has forgiven his grandparents. He believes that they had the best intentions for him and believed that they did the right thing for him. The grandparents were not charged, as the original charges were dropped in 2008. The community that the three had settled in were shocked by the news and stated that the family had kept to themselves mostly and were quiet. Both of the parents of Landers Jr. have made contact with their son and are working towards moving forward with cultivating a relationship. The father has told the media that he forgives his parents and is just grateful his son is alive and well, and he still has an opportunity to get to know him. It was in 2002 when Greg Allen's life changed forever. On the trail of what had been a messy divorce, and even messier custody battle for his 4-year-old daughter, Sabrina, things had just started to look up. Greg, an engineering scientist, had been granted primary custody, and after months of fighting with his ex-wife, Dara, things had just started to get easier. They were falling into a good routine, and the parents were beginning the road to cooperative co-parenting. Greg brought Sabrina to her mom on April 19, 2002 for the weekend. It had been agreed upon that Darla would return Sabrina on Sunday evening, but she never showed up. Greg recalled the last goodbye before the drop-off, and Sabrina had looked up at him and said, "Daddy, don't ever forget me." At the time, he thought it had been a silly little exchange, but it turned into an almost sinister warning. In the early stages of the divorce, Dar had often threatened to take Sabrina away. Dar was from Mexico and had wanted to return there with Sabrina since the beginning of their divorce. When Greg was granted primary custody, the courts had agreed that Sabrina would stay in Texas. There had been several wild attempts during the divorce to convince the little girl to lie in order to be granted protective orders from Greg. Sabrina had even been taken from school once by Child Protective Services when she allegedly told social worker, "My daddy hits my mommy. That's a lie my mommy told me to say." Greg called the police 2 hours after the time of drop-off had passed. He'd made several attempts to reach Dara, but all efforts went to voicemail. But by then, it was too late, and Dar and Sabrina were long gone. In addition to the police and Texas Rangers, Greg also hired a private detective. They tracked their whereabouts to the Texas-Mexican border, and they were able to confirm that Dar and Sabrina had purchased bus tickets to Mexico. Greg alerted all of the missing children's agencies and started his own website to generate tips. He also took a leave of absence from his job and went to Mexico City, where he tried to search for his daughter himself. Greg quickly learned that his lack of Spanish skills was holding him back, so he enrolled in an immersive Spanish class to learn the language as quickly as possible. Greg had been in Mexico for almost a year when he got his first solid tip. A teacher reached out to him and said that she'd met a student who she believed was his daughter. She was blonde, the same age, and didn't speak much Spanish. She'd been called Blanca because of her fair hair, and the teacher said that Blanca had been extremely distressed. She would get upset because she didn't understand the other children and begged the teacher to help her find her daddy in Texas. Only then did teacher look online and see Greg's website. She had looked Greg up and was shocked to discover that Greg was only 30 minutes away from his daughter. Greg bought the information to the U.S. police and officers in Mexico, but because of the need to coordinate by the time both agencies worked out a game plan, Dar had taken Sabrina out of the school and relocated. Greg was devastated, but continued the search for his daughter. He stayed in Mexico, took every opportunity to get his case in the media, and offered a $20,000 reward for information. Greg eventually remarried. He had fallen in love with the woman teaching him Spanish, and the couple married after 3 years. They now have 3 children together. 12 years after his daughter had been kidnapped, there was a new tip brought in from one of the private investigators Greg had hired. They located Dara in a small town outside Mexico City. They staked at the apartment for 2 weeks until they confirmed what appeared to be a teenage girl in the apartment. She had dark hair and was now 17, but showed no signs of physical harm. This time officers moved quickly. They arrested Dara and had Sabrina. She was put on a plane and sent back to the US. Sabrina had not gone to school since 2003, had her blonde hair dyed dark to conceal her identity, and had not been allowed to leave the apartment for fear of being recognized. Dara had undergone several operations to also change her appearance. Sabrina was not immediately released to Greg and his family. She underwent extensive therapy to work through the many traumas she'd experienced for the last 12 years. She'd been confused and frightened about the relocation, and the years of hearing bad things about her father made her not want to see Greg. In fact, she'd been told he had committed suicide and abandoned her. Eventually, with family trauma counseling, they were able to rekindle their relationship, and Sabrina moved into Greg's home that he shared with his wife, Mariana, and their children. Dara was extradited back to the US, where a judge sentenced her to 6 years in prison for aggravated kidnapping and interfering with child custody. Dara's sister also testified against her sister, citing strange, unhinged behavior, such as writing to their elderly mother, pretending to be their deceased father. Greg said in a statement, quote, "Sorry for all the silence, but we have been necessarily focused on healing. The past year has been quite a roller coaster ride, but I like to think that we are past the hardest parts. I'm happy to report that I have a strong and growing relationship with my daughter, and we still have trials ahead, but we are doing well." Nestled in Idaho's heart, Moscow offers an ideal blend of vibrant student life and close-knit community spirit. Known for its student-friendly vibe, the city thrives around the renowned University of Idaho, fostering a setting where academics and lively collegiate culture intersect. The neighborhoods around campus bustle with students living in hostels, rented university properties, and nearby homes. While Moscow is famed for its academic environment, students would sometimes gather covertly with friends and loved ones, though these occasions were typically uneventful. Yet, on the chilling night of November 13, 2022, four university students faced a tragic turn of events while unwinding after a party, shattering the peaceful night they had expected in their 3-story home. This story centers on 4 individuals from the University of Idaho: 20-year-old Ethan Chapin from Conway, Washington; 21-year-old Kaylee Gonzaves from Rathdrum, Idaho; 20-year-old Xana Kernadle from Post Falls, Idaho; and 21-year-old Madison Mogan from Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Ethan was a freshman, Xana a junior, and both Kaylee and Madison were seniors. Ethan James Chapin, the oldest of triplets, was born on a picturesque Tuesday evening of October 29, 2002, at 4:43 p.m. at Swedish Hospital in Seattle. His siblings, Maisie and Hunter, arrived moments later, at 4:44 and 4:45, respectively. Initially residing in Olympia at Summit Lake, the family spent the initial year and a half there before relocating to Conway. The children attended Conway School, receiving excellent education while actively participating in soccer, basketball, and cross-country. Ethan cherished fond moments of playing basketball alongside his brother at Conway, adorned in their team jerseys. Subsequently, Ethan enrolled at Mount Vernon High School, yet his on-campus schooling or normal schooling was disrupted by the onset of the COVID pandemic. Alongside his siblings, Ethan transitioned to Idaho, working at Hills Resort before attempting to resume studies at MVHS, which remained affected. They later worked at Tulip Town during the tulip season before returning to Hills Resort in Idaho for summer employment, just before commencing their stint at the University of Idaho. In August 2021, Ethan's family embarked on a journey to the University of Idaho to drop off their 3 children to college. Both Ethan and Hunter joined the fraternity Sigma Chi, while Mazzy became part of the Kappa Alpha Theta sorority. Since beginning his studies at the University of Idaho, Ethan embraced a vibrant social life, engaged in intramural sports, and managed his academic responsibilities. He continued his passion for sports and also developed a romantic relationship with Xana Kernadle during this time. Zana Alexia Kernadle was born on July 5, 2002 at Kootenai Health Hospital in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, and grew up in Post Falls. Her early years were marked by her talent as a gymnast, showcasing her skills from a young age. Throughout her schooling at Post Falls Middle and High School, Zana actively participated in volleyball, track, and soccer until her graduation in 2020. Alongside her studies, she also worked at Texas Roadhouse. Upon enrolling at the University of Idaho, Zana pursued a major in marketing while immersing herself in extracurricular activities, notably as an engaged member of the Pi Beta Phi sorority and the Vandal Solutions sales team. Juggling these commitments, she also held a part-time position at the Mad Greek restaurant in Moscow, Idaho. Beyond her academic and professional pursuits, Zana found joy in her dog, Shoeshine, cherished moments at EDM concerts, is spending quality time with friends, and eagerly embarked on family trips with her sister and father. Her childhood was filled with fond memories of her grandparents' farm and summers spent by the river. Zana's vibrant personality made her deeply loved by her family, friends, and classmates. Known for her positive and outgoing nature, she had a special ability to make everyone feel included. Her zest for life, infectious humor, and unwavering enthusiasm made an indelible mark on all who had the privilege of knowing her. Now Zana's co-occupant during her time at the University of Idaho, Madison May Mogan, was born on May 25, 2001 in Eugene, Oregon. She brought immense joy to her family and all around her from the very beginning. After spending her initial 2 years in Oregon, Madison's family relocated to the North Idaho region where her parents had their roots. Her upbringing in Idaho was nothing short of wonderful. Beginning her education at Winton Elementary, she later transitioned to Coeur d'Alene Charter Academy before ultimately choosing to enroll in LCHS, a decision she made after articulating her reasons in a decisive letter alongside her lifelong friend, who was practically her sister, Kaylee. It was evident to everyone who knew her that Maddie's endearing personality made her feel immensely loved. Her unique, offbeat, and humorous approach brought smile and laughter to others, and it was a well-known fact that keeping her well-fed was essential. Maddie was respected for her determination and commitment to her future endeavors. Excelling in academics and every job she undertook during high school and college, she built a network of friends, colleagues, supervisors, and teachers who admired her work ethic, care, and dedication. Excited about her academic pursuit at the University of Idaho, though a little farther from home, Maddie thrived, consistently earning a spot on the dean's list each semester. Joining Pi Beta Phi, she formed enduring bonds with close friends and also cherished having Kaylee alongside. Additionally, she found love with a boy named Jake, who held a special place in her heart. Now Maddie's best friend, Kaylee Jade Gonzalez, was born in Concord, California on June 8, 2001. Even before her arrival, she was a radiant spark for her parents, Steve and Christy Gonzalez. As the third child, Kaylee brought a unique energy with her, born with distinctive black thick curls, a charming button nose, and a perfectly round porcelain face adorned with a mysterious tiny scar on her forehead. Teased by her siblings about her horns, she remained a spirited and cherished middle child among her 5 siblings. Around the age of 1, Kaylee and her family relocated to North Idaho, where her vibrant personality flourished. Growing into a beautiful, authentic, and social individual, she adored Claire's fashion accessories and had an innate talent for eliciting laughter from those around her. Her educational journey began at Bora Elementary alongside her older brother and sister before transitioning to Charter Academy for middle school, where she crossed paths with Maddie Mogul, making the start of an inseparable bond. From that day forward, their lives intertwined, transforming their family of 5 into a family of 6. Despite initial hesitations from her parents, Kaylee attended Lake City High School before venturing out to the University of Idaho alongside Maddie. Joining the Alpha Phi sorority, she pursued her aspirations of becoming an elementary school teacher. Throughout her academic years, Kaylee demonstrated remarkable scholastic achievements, complemented by her ability to effortlessly make friends wherever she went. Her social, quirky, and infectious personality often infused a sense of humor and a hint of mischief into her interactions. Enthusiastic about adventure and pranks, she balanced her studies with a full-time job, showcasing her diligent work ethic. During their tenure at the University of Idaho, Madison and Zana resided together in a rental home located in close proximity to the university campus. Kaylee had previously been a resident of the same house, but had recently moved out. However, on the evening of November 12, 2022, Kaylee returned to the residence to attend a nearby party. Earlier on the evening of November 12th, 2 of the 4 students, Ethan and Zana, were present at an on-campus gathering organized by the nearby Sigma Chi fraternity, which lasted from 8 to 9 p.m. Subsequently, they arrived back home, which was the rented house at 1:45 a.m. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 individuals, close friends, Maddie and Kayla, had spent their evening at the Corner Club, a downtown sports bar, arriving at 10 p.m. and departing around 1:30 a.m. By 1:56 a.m., all 4 individuals had indeed returned to the shared rental house. Moreover, the building accommodated 2 additional students who resided on the ground floor, sharing the space with them. All of them retired to bed for the night. One of the residents, Dylan Mortensen, stayed on the ground floor. Maddie and Kaylee shared a bed, while the other residents stayed on the same floor, but in a separate room adjacent to theirs, and Zana and Ethan shared Zana's bed. During the early morning hours of November 13, 2022, one of the residents, apart from the aforementioned, who was asleep on Maddie and Kaylee's floor, was awakened by sounds resembling Zana and her dog. She even sensed hearing Zana saying, "There's someone here." Meanwhile, Dylan on the ground floor, upon hearing unusual sounds, opened her room door twice to investigate. During the second instance, she discerned what appeared to be cries emanating from Zana's room, accompanied by a male voice reassuring, "It's okay. I'm going to help you." Curiosity compelled her to open the door a third time, revealing a figure draped in black attire and a mask covering their mouth and nose, advancing in her direction. The unfamiliar individual, unnoticed by Dylan, proceeded past her and utilized the sliding glass door to depart. Stricken by a state of shock, she stood frozen momentarily, eventually seeking safety by locking herself within her room. No calls to 911 were immediately made. However, at 11:58 a.m. on November 13, 2022, hours following the incident, a call was finally placed from within the residence, utilizing a roommate's cell, requesting aid for an unconscious individual. Upon police arrival, they discovered the home's door open with no signs of forced entry or internal damage. Nothing seemed to be missing from the premises. Both the roommates were inside when the authorities arrived. However, the police made a grisly and distressing discovery. The heartbreaking truth unfolded. Zana, Ethan, Maddie, and Kaylee had been fatally stabbed while in their respective beds on the 2nd and 3rd floors of the home. The victims were found without restraints or gags, and blood spatters stained the walls at the scene. Maddie and Kaylee were located in Maddie's bedroom, while Zana and Ethan were discovered in Zana's room. However, the lingering question remained. Why did the killer spare the lives of the 2 roommates? Homicide detective Phil Waters speculated that the assailant may not have noticed Dylan or the other girl in the darkness. However, this assumption cannot be unequivocally regarded as the absolute truth. At present, it's the closest explanation available, pending further investigation and evidence. Law enforcement authorities appealed to the public for any video footage captured at the residence on the night of the tragic incident. To facilitate the collection of potential evidence, a phone tip line and email address were established, encouraging students and other individuals to submit any relevant information to the authorities. During a press conference held on November 23, 2022, the Moscow police chief disclosed that authorities had received several tips, one of which suggested that Kaylee might have had a stalker. However, at that point, law enforcement officials were unable to substantiate or confirm the reliability of that claim, nor were they able to identify any individual fitting the description of the potential stalker. By December 5, 2022, the response from the public was substantial, with more than 2,600 tips submitted via duct email, approximately 2,700 phone calls received, an additional 1,000 digital media submissions through these designated tip lines. Subsequently, on December 24, 2022, the investigative team disclosed that they had amassed a staggering count of at least 15,000 tips pertaining to the case from various sources and members of the public. Initially, the police did not rule out the possibility of there being more than one perpetrator involved in the tragic incident. Authorities expressed their belief that the attack was potentially targeted. However, they had yet to determine definitively whether the target was the residence itself or its occupants. After receiving numerous tips from the public, on December 15, 2022, the police announced their intention to scrutinize records involving approximately 22,000 fifth-generation Hyundai Elantras manufactured between 2011 and 2013. Surveillance footage from the area had captured video evidence of an Elantra present around the time of the tragic incident. Investigators observed that this vehicle had made multiple passes along the same route in close proximity to the residence. Another surveillance recording, acquired by investigators, depicted an Elantra passing by the victim's home 3 times, commencing around 3:29 a.m. Subsequently, at 4:04 a.m., the Elantra returned to the residence for a 4th time. Notably, at 4:20 a.m., the same car was observed speeding away from the victim's neighborhood. Some days later, the investigators finally tracked the ownership of the Elantra vehicle to a local resident, Brian Koberger, who had driven it along with his father to the Pocono Mountains in Pennsylvania for the holiday season. He and his father were pulled over by the police for tailgating. During their journey, Brian Koberger was pulled over again by the Indiana State Police on Interstate 70 outside Greenfield, Indiana, for infractions of speeding and tailgating. However, the FBI refuted allegations that they had directed the Indiana State Police to conduct these stops. Subsequently, when investigators dug deeper into Koberger's whereabouts, they acquired cell phone data indicating Koberger's phone had ceased connecting to the network around 2:47 a.m. in Pullman on November 13, 2022, before reconnecting at approximately 4:48 a.m. near Blaine, Idaho, an area near U.S. Highway 95 south of Moscow. Further cell phone data revealed that Koberger's phone accessed a cell tower in close proximity to the victim's residence at around 9 a.m. on November 13, 2022, roughly 5 hours after the tragic incident occurred. Moreover, police obtained data indicating that his phone had pinged from the cell phone tower nearest to the residence at least 12 times between June 2022 and November 13, 2022. However, this was not all. In addition to this evidence, investigators collected a DNA sample from the crime scene that did not match the DNA of any of the victims. This DNA was discovered on a tan leather knife sheath found on Maddie's bed. Authorities utilized a public genealogy database, which led them to a partial match with an individual having a familial connection to Koberger. Subsequently, investigators pursued this lead and successfully traced the DNA evidence to Koberger by matching it with DNA retrieved from the trash collected at his family's residence in Pennsylvania. Investigators proceeded to surveil Koberger outside his parents' residence in Pennsylvania. During surveillance, Koberger was observed on multiple occasions wearing surgical gloves and placing trash bags into a neighbor's garbage can. Subsequently, the items retrieved from the trash were sent to the Idaho State Lab for further testing as part of the investigation. Authorities also noted that Koberger had meticulously cleaned his vehicle, thoroughly addressing both the interior and exterior, ensuring that no area was overlooked or left uncleaned. On December 30, 2022, 28-year-old Brian Christopher Koberger was apprehended, unveiling comprehensive details about his background and personal information. The Federal Bureau of Investigation detectives arrested 28-year-old Brian Christopher Koberger in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania on a warrant for murder. Brian Christopher Koberger was born on November 21, 1994. Hailed from Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. Raised in Pennsylvania with his parents, Michael and Mary, and 2 sisters, Amanda and Melissa, Koberger's online presence was limited until his arrest. His academic pursuits primarily focused on criminality and psychology, aligning with his family's inclination towards education, especially in psychology-related fields. He graduated from Pleasant Valley High School in 2013 and attended Monroe Career and Technical Institute in Bartonsville, but dropped out a year later. Koberger pursued an associate degree in psychology at Northampton Community College in Bethlehem, which he obtained in 2018. After his graduation, He secured a position as a security guard within the Pleasant Valley School District, where his father had previously held a maintenance role for an extended period, and his mother had served as a substitute teacher for a while. While at work, Kohberger's proactive response during a colleague's medical emergency garnered local attention in Pennsylvania. However, before this, his high school years were marked by weight-related bullying. Kohberger underwent a significant weight loss, transforming his appearance and purportedly impacting his demeanor. Friends noted a noticeable shift in his behavior post-weight loss, describing instances of bullying and manipulation within his social circle. Several acquaintances asserted that Kohberger battled drug abuse, allegedly starting with marijuana to cope with teenage harassment and escalating to a heroin addiction. He reportedly sought rehabilitation after high school, continuing his education with an associate's degree, and later pursuing higher studies at DeSales University in Center City, Pennsylvania, where he excelled academically in psychology and criminology. And finally, in 2022, he received his master's degree in criminal justice. Kohberger ventured to Washington State University for a PhD program in Pullman, Washington, aiming to achieve a career in law enforcement. However, during this time, he encountered disciplinary issues in his teaching assistant role due to behavioral problems and problematic attitudes toward women. Email correspondence between Kohberger and Professor John Snyder revealed repeated warnings about his professionalism and conduct. Ultimately, on December 19, 2022, a month after the tragic murders, Kohberger was terminated from his teaching position at WSU. On December 30, 2022, Brian Kohberger was apprehended at his parents' residence in Monroe County, Pennsylvania by an FBI SWAT team and Pennsylvania State Police. During the arrest, officials discovered Kohberger in the kitchen, attired in a shirt and shorts, donning examination gloves, and sorting trash into individual Ziploc baggies. He faced charges of 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 felony count of burglary upon his arrest. Assigned a public defender, he remained incarcerated without bond at the Monroe County Correctional Facility in Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania. Kohberger's legal representatives asserted his innocence and his determination to establish his clean hands. His family issued a statement extending sympathies to the victims and emphasized the importance of presuming their son's purity. Individuals within Kohberger's social circle were stunned by the accusations against him, although some from his past were less surprised by the allegations. Kohberger then consented to extradition during his initial appearance at the county courthouse on January 3, 2023. Subsequently, on January 4th, he was transported by flight to Pullman and then driven to the Lataka County Jail in Moscow, where he was detained without bail. A week later, on January 12, 2023, he appeared for a status conference in the same courtroom at the courthouse. On May 17, 2023, the Latah County District Court disclosed that Kohberger had been formally charged by a grand jury with 5 offenses, 4 counts of first-degree murder, and 1 count of felony burglary. The scheduled preliminary hearing set for June 26 was annulled following the indictment. On Monday, May 22, 2023, in Atlantic County District Court, Kohberger declined to enter a plea. As just seen, the judge, in response to this unconventional stance, proceeded to enter a not guilty plea on behalf of Kohberger, paving the way for a trial where he could potentially face the death penalty. On June 26, 2023, the Latah County Prosecutor's Office declared its intent to pursue the death penalty due to the statutory aggravating circumstances associated with the first-degree murder charges against Kohberger. He remains detained at the Latah County Jail without bond, maintaining a plea of not guilty to all charges. The judge scheduled Kohberger's trial for October 2, 2023, accommodating requests from both Kohberger's attorney and the state. As of now, no further updates have been disclosed to the public regarding the case. However, it's speculated that prosecutors have requested to schedule Kohberger's trial for the summer of 2024. As for the question regarding Kohberger's motive for committing this heinous act, the answer remains elusive. Law enforcement authorities believe that the intended target of his attack was either Madison or Kaylee. Nevertheless, no substantial clues or evidence have been discovered thus far to confirm this statement, keeping the case still a mystery waiting to be unraveled. Friday, April 19, 1991. marked the beginning of a slightly longer weekend for 12-year-old David Hibbs. His school had early dismissal, so he got off the bus and arrived at his home on the 1200 block of Spencer Drive in the Croydon area of Bristol Township, Pennsylvania, around 1:05 p.m. That day, David had received his report card and was excited to tell his mother that he'd made the honor roll. However, upon arrival, he saw smoke pouring from the windows of his house. He panicked, knowing his mother was inside because her car was parked in the driveway. David ran to the door, attempting to get inside to help her, but he couldn't get past the flames and thick smoke filling the kitchen. He ran back outside, frantically shouting for someone to help his mother. A neighbor, who was outside doing yard work, heard his cries and called for assistance. While waiting for firefighters, the neighbor and a nearby concrete worker attempted to enter the house, but were also forced back by the smoke. David told them his mother might have been napping in her bedroom, so they broke the window in that room. Peering inside, they saw the room was empty. Half a dozen other neighbors came to help, using garden hoses to try to control the blaze. Tragically, David's mother, 36-year-old Joy Hibbs, was inside the house. Her charred body was later found in David's bedroom. Authorities initially assumed she had died in what they believed was an accidental fire. However, it was determined that 3 fires, one in the hallway, one in the kitchen, and one in the bedroom where Joy had been found, had been set deliberately. The autopsy performed on Joy's body the day after her death showed that she had been murdered. There were no signs of smoke inhalation in her lungs, meaning she was dead before the fire started. She had been stabbed in the chest and neck 5 times, beaten badly enough that she had broken ribs, and strangled, most likely with the computer cord found wrapped around her body. The fire appeared to have been set to destroy evidence in the murder. Joy was originally from Central Florida and kept her southern charm even after she moved north. She loved to spend time outdoors fishing and gardening. She and her husband, Charlie, celebrated their 18th wedding anniversary 6 days before she was killed. The couple had 2 children, and Joy was a devoted and loving mother. Her daughter, Angie, who was 16 years old at the time of the murder, would later describe her mother as her best friend. Joy worked as a medical assistant and was highly regarded by everyone in her community. Joy's husband, Charlie, was investigated for involvement in the case, but ultimately cleared of suspicion. He was at a job site in Northeast Philadelphia at the time of the murder. He voluntarily underwent a polygraph examination, which he passed and did everything police asked of him. He was devastated by the loss of his wife. "I don't believe in God anymore," he told the Philadelphia Inquirer 2 months after the murder. "If there was a God, this wouldn't have happened. She never hurt anyone in her life. She had me on a diet and not smoking. Now I die tomorrow, and I don't care. It doesn't bother me. I'm sick to my stomach all the time." Joy had no known enemies, and authorities had little physical evidence to go on as most of the house had been charred by the fire and then covered in water during the efforts to extinguish it. Investigators therefore looked into Joy's movements on the day she was killed. 2 days a week, including Fridays, the doctor's office where Joy worked opened late and stayed open late. She would normally work from 8 a.m. until 2:30 p.m., but on Fridays, she did not have to be at work until 2 p.m., so she had the morning free for her other responsibilities. After getting her children off to school, Joy had gone to the bank to cash her paycheck. Following her death, the contents of her purse were found strewn about her kitchen, and her wallet was found in her couch with no cash in it, indicating that robbery may have been a potential motive for the crime. She left the bank at 9:53 a.m. She then went to the grocery store with a receipt showing that she checked out at 10:54 a.m. Back at home, Joy was visited by a local minister and a member of his congregation. Joy had expressed interest in joining their church after attending services there on Easter. The 2 visitors were questioned and eliminated as suspects. They were witnessed leaving the home around 11:45. Police, therefore, placed the time of Joy's death as sometime between 11:50 a.m. and 12:50 p.m. During this hour-long window of time, multiple witnesses reported seeing one of the few major clues investigators had: a blue Chevrolet Monte Carlo seen parked haphazardly outside of Joy's house. The car had not only been notable because of how poorly it had been parked and the problems it created for drivers on the street, but also because the Hibbs home was at the center of a T-shaped intersection, making the front of their house an unsafe place to park. A potential suspect, who had a disagreement with Joy shortly before she was killed, did drive such a vehicle. Joy and her husband had started occasionally using marijuana in the late 1980s. Charlie usually obtained the small amount of marijuana they required from a coworker, but Joy had begun purchasing from a former neighbor, a man who drove a blue Monte Carlo. He had recently sold her what turned out to be just stems and seeds. Joy had tried to return it and get her money back, but he had refused. This individual refused to take a polygraph examination, later stating that his attorney had advised him against it because he suffered from carpal tunnel syndrome and nerve damage in his shoulder, which he said could interfere with the results of the test. Police also believed this individual had an alibi for the time of the murder and that a disagreement over a transaction valued at somewhere between $20 and 40 cents was not a sufficient motive for murder. While he was considered a person of interest, there was not enough evidence to charge him with Joy's murder. Joy's family, however, was not convinced of his innocence. In 2014, Joy's son David stated that he believed police knew who the killer was but had botched the investigation because they did not know what they were doing. In 2021, Charlie Hibbs, who is now 66 and living in Washington State, dipped into his retirement funds to offer a $25,000 reward in the case. The 3 decades that had passed since the murder had not eroded his desire to get justice for his wife. "This is something you can't put behind you. You just learn to live with it," he told the Philadelphia Inquirer. "I'm just reaching out for help. She was a good woman, and she never harmed anyone in her life. She didn't deserve what happened, and neither did my children." His son David and a family friend, who wished to remain anonymous, also contributed money, doubling the reward to $50,000 just a year later. An arrest would finally be made in Joy's case. On May 25, 2022, Bucks County District Attorney Matthew Weintraub announced the arrest of 56-year-old Robert Francis Atkins of Fairless Hills, Pennsylvania. He was charged with murder of the first degree, murder of the second degree, 2 counts of arson, and 2 counts of robbery in connection to Joy's murder. Atkins was the person of interest who drove the blue Monte Carlo and had sold Joy marijuana. He had long been suspected by Joy's family. Following the announcement of the reward in May of 2021 and the media coverage it generated, Joy's case was reopened and eventually sent to a grand jury in January of 2022. One of the witnesses called to testify before the grand jury was April Atkins, the ex-wife of Robert Atkins. She had been contacted by police in connection to Joy's murder in 2014 but told them at the time that she did not know anything about it. Then in September of 2016, following the deaths of her mother, niece, and significant other, she knew that there was something she needed to make right, and she went to the Bristol Township Police on her own accord. April told authorities that on the day Joy was murdered, her husband had come home with blood all over his clothes. He told her that he had stabbed someone and set their house on fire. He also ordered her to get their 2 young children ready because they were taking an unplanned weekend trip to the Poconos. He threw his clothes into the washing machine and took a shower. April did not want to leave town because she was due to go to work at 3 p.m. Her job required employees to give them at least 2 hours notice for calling out for a shift if they wanted to use paid leave. Records from her employer confirmed that she had called out at 2:15 on April 19, 1991. The family had already lost their house, 2 doors down from the Hibbs family home, to foreclosure and was living paycheck to paycheck, so going without a day's pay was a major problem. But Atkins insisted that they go. They quickly packed and began driving to a motel in the Poconos. According to April, her husband drove incredibly fast and aggressively the entire drive. When she woke up during that night at the motel, her husband was not there. The next day, he had new sneakers. While they were staying at the motel, he had April dress the kids to take a walk, and they went out to an area behind the motel. Her husband had a bag with him when they started. He disappeared for a while and returned without the bag. The family stayed at the motel from late Friday afternoon until Sunday. Police went to the motel and confirmed that the family was there and accepted the timeline Atkins provided, placing their arrival in the early afternoon, making him appear to have an alibi for the time of Joy's murder when, in fact, he did not. Records from the motel show that the family did not actually check in until 4:53 p.m. Atkins also claimed that the trip had been planned for weeks, a claim his then-wife's last-minute call to work to say she wasn't coming in that day seems to dispute. April stated that she had not come forward because she feared for her life. Robert Atkins had been physically and sexually abusive towards her since she was a teenager. He used drugs, including methamphetamines and steroids, which increased his violent behavior. However, his drug use also led to him becoming a criminal informant with police. He was very close with several officers. April had called police after some of the incidents of domestic violence during their marriage, but believed her husband's relationship with the responding department prevented action from being taken against him. While she and Robert were divorced by the time investigators came to see her in 2014, she was still afraid of him and had to be in regular contact with him because their youngest child, their son Gabriel, was still a minor. Gabriel was living with him at the time as well, potentially putting him in harm's way. April cooperated with police by making a recorded phone call to her ex-husband in December of 2021. Portions of this call were played for the grand jury. She told him a fabricated story about how authorities had arrived at her home to question her about Joy's murder, and that as she was making the call, they were interviewing her roommate, to whom April had admitted her ex-husband's involvement in the murder. He told her in a variety of ways to stop talking to police and that the phone was probably being tapped. He also said that he had explained everything to their son Gabriel. Gabriel also testified before the grand jury. The possibility that his father was involved in a murder and the recent attention his family was getting from law enforcement had taken a major toll on Gabriel's emotional state. He tearfully admitted on the stand that while talking about the case with his father had stated that I might have done it and stuff happened. Joy's son David also testified before the grand jury. He stated that his mother had confided in him that she had gotten into an argument about marijuana with Atkins just weeks before she was killed. He testified that Atkins told his mother, "I will blow up your house and I will kill you." After hearing testimony over a period of several months, the grand jury recommended that Atkins be charged on May 19, 2022. At his arraignment on May 25th, Atkins was denied bail and he has been remanded to the Bucks County Correctional Facility. A preliminary hearing in the case is scheduled for June 8th. While Joy's family was not shocked by the identity of the man arrested for her murder, they were grateful he is finally being charged in the case. Following the arrest, they released a statement remembering Joy and thanking the members of the DA's office and the police department, whose recent work had led to Atkins being charged for the murder. The statement also read, "The immense grief and suffering our family has endured over the last 3 decades will never disappear. For 31 years, our family has been haunted by this tragic loss, knowing, without a doubt, that Robert Atkins was the perpetrator. Our family has waited 31 years for justice to prevail." Melissa Tremblay was born on March 1, 1977. Her father was not very involved in her life, and she was her mother's only child. According to her friends, Melissa had a fun and bubbly personality. She was a very tough little girl with a spunky attitude. She already had her own distinct personal style and preferred to have her hair feathered and her clothes to have a funky edge to them. Melissa was featured in a local news story, looking for a big sister through the Big Brothers Big Sisters program at the Salem Boys and Girls Club, and stated that she wanted to be a secretary when she grew up because she liked to type. In 1988, Melissa and her mother lived in Salem, New Hampshire, and Melissa was a 6th grade student at the Lancaster School. September 11th that year was a Sunday, and that day, 11-year-old Melissa traveled to Lawrence, Massachusetts, a 20-minute drive away from her home, with her mother and her mother's boyfriend. At some point, while the adults were socializing at LaSalle Social Club on Andover Street, Melissa left the building to go play in the neighborhoods surrounding the club. Melissa was last seen in the late afternoon by a railroad worker and a pizza delivery man. Melissa's mother and her boyfriend frantically looked for Melissa throughout the neighborhoods around the social club but could not find her. They called police to report Melissa missing at 9 p.m. Melissa would not be found until the following day, September 12, 1988. Her body was found in the Old Boston and Main Railway Yard near Andover Street and South Broadway, not far from the Social Club and South Broadway. Not far from the Social Club, she had been stabbed to death. After she was killed, her body had been run over by a train, amputating her left leg. Police interviewed numerous witnesses and identified multiple persons of interest over the years, but did not find enough evidence to arrest a suspect. Serial killer Tommy Lynn Sells, who rode rail lines and worked at carnivals, was considered as a potential suspect, but ultimately cleared of involvement in Melissa's murder. Melissa's mother passed away without ever learning who killed her daughter. Melissa's friend, Andrea Ganley, was just 7 years old at the time of Melissa's murder. Losing her friend in such a brutal way at such a young age played a major part in shaping the person she would grow up to be. As an adult, Andrea pressed for police to remain focused on the case and used social media to raise awareness about Melissa and her murder. According to authorities, the social media campaign was helpful as it resulted in new tips being called in. Melissa's case was formally reopened in 2014 and investigated by assistant district attorneys and state police detectives assigned to the Essex District Attorney's Office Cold Case Unit. It would take several more years of work before an arrest was finally made in Melissa's case. On April 27, 2022, nearly 34 years after Melissa was killed, Essex District Attorney Jonathan Blodgett announced that the night before, 74-year-old Marvin C. McClendon Jr. of Bremen, Alabama had been arrested as a fugitive from justice. He was considered a fugitive because of an arrest warrant that had been issued for him that day for Melissa's murder. McClendon was a retired corrections officer, previously employed by the Massachusetts Department of Corrections, working for the department on 3 different occasions between 1970 and 2002. At the time of Melissa's murder, he was living in Chelmsford, Massachusetts, but he had several ties to the city of Lawrence. At the time, he was moonlighting as a carpenter and worked at several locations in Lawrence. He furthermore was known to frequent several establishments there, including the Seventh-day Adventist Church on Salem Street. He also drove a van that matched the description of one witnesses had seen Melissa near on the day she was killed. At the time of the press conference, McClendon was in the custody of the Cullman County Sheriff's Office pending his arraignment. A judge in Massachusetts had already ruled that he would be held without bond. McClendon ultimately waived rendition and was sent back to Massachusetts instead of first appearing in an Alabama court, mishearing when it will be determined if he should continue to be held in custody. According to DA Blodgett, McClendon had been a person of interest in the case for some time. He further stated that evidence found on Melissa's body was instrumental in identifying McClendon as her killer. However, due to the ongoing criminal case, he could not elaborate on the nature of that evidence at the time of McClendon's arrest. On the day of McClendon's first court appearance, prosecutors stated that DNA evidence had been found on Melissa's body when the case was reopened in 2014. Advanced DNA analysis eventually led them to McClendon's family. They took DNA samples from several members of the family, including Marvin. The rest of his family lives in Alabama, and he is the only known member of the family to have ever been in Massachusetts. He is also the only known member of his family who is left-handed, and analysis of Melissa's fatal wound showed that it had been inflicted by someone who was left-handed. Essex Victim Advocates has been in contact with the surviving members of Melissa's extended family, the family police who have worked so hard over the years to make sure justice was found. Since her murder in 1988, we have always prayed for justice. We are very eager for the next steps that the Essex County DA's office will be taking in the prosecution of Marvin McClendon. It was on October 13, 1987 in Boise, Idaho, when Joyce Casper was found in her car just a few blocks from her business, Casper's Vista Hallmark and Gift Shop. She had been murdered, and her death would shake the community. Joyce was 65 years old when she died. Joyce was well known in the community to be kind and caring. She and her husband, who was a pharmacist, owned a pharmacy until 1986 until they opened Casper's Vista Hallmark and Gift Shop. Her husband, John Casper, had died in 1982, and Joyce continued to run the shop after his death. John and Joyce had 3 children together, 2 daughters and 1 son. Joyce was known to work late, and it wasn't odd for her to be at the shop until very late in the evening. So she could have been attacked any time between the evening of October 12th and the early morning of October 13th, Authorities would eventually release that they believe Joyce had been abducted from her shop, sexually assaulted, and strangled to death before being put in her car and driven away. Another significant piece of evidence was that Joyce had reported being attacked in her shop 2 weeks prior to her murder, but she had managed to scare him off, and the attacker had run away quickly. During the encounter, he'd attempted to assault her. She reported that the man was in his late teens, early 20s with slicked back black hair. Police never found this man nor the man who had killed Joyce. The case would go cold very quickly with no witnesses and very little evidence that could be used in 1987, and all the leads soon dried up. But in 1988, another attack similar to Joyce's reopened the case. Another woman in her 60s had been attacked, but in her case, her attacker was found quickly and denied having any involvement with Joyce's case. Even though there were several similarities, the case would again turn cold, and it would stay that way for decades. It was reopened in 2005 when they took another look at the evidence that had been preserved in 1987. However, at that time, nothing new came up. But in 2017, 2 detectives were assigned permanently to the case, and scientific advancements had caught up with DNA analysis. They sent a DNA sample believed to have been from the suspect to Parbon Nanolabs, and they were able to create a computer-generated profile of the potential suspect. They would release that they believed the suspect was Latin American, possibly from Puerto Rico or Colombia. The data from the genetic markers would reveal that he had brown or hazel eyes, brown or black hair, and that he didn't have freckles. In 2017, they would admit that some of this, like the hair, may have changed in the 30 years since the murder, but that they had hoped someone would recognize the composite image created by their program. In 2019, a new detective would start to work the case, this time working with Identifinders International in the hopes of using genetic genealogy to help find a suspect. This analysis would take until 2023 to reveal the suspect. And it was in July 2023 when the Boise Police Department announced they had found a suspect in the 36-year-old cold case, Frank Rodriguez. Unfortunately, no arrest could be made as Rodriguez had died in 2007 by suicide. Authorities met with his family, taking DNA swabs which were analyzed and proved through genetics that Rodriguez was the suspect. Even though he had passed, both the retired Boise detectives that had worked the case and the Casper family were relieved to have some answers about what had happened to Joyce after all this time. Rodriguez had a history of violent outbursts, mental health issues, and substance abuse, but he didn't have a criminal record. At the time of Joyce's murder, he would have only been 17 years old, and he lived only blocks away from the store. He spent the rest of his life living in the area and is being investigated in connection to other cold cases in Idaho. Rodriguez's physical description at the time also matched report Joyce gave from the attempted assault that had taken place at her store 2 weeks prior to her murder. Police have asked if anyone knows anything about Frank Rodriguez to contact the Boise police, as they believe this is probably not his only crime. It was on May 3, 1975, when a farmer was checking the back end of his property near the Nation River, about 40 kilometers east of Ottawa, Canada. He noticed something floating in the river, and there he found a woman's body, face down in the water. Before doing anything, he called the police. The Ottawa Police Department arrived and discovered a woman's bloated naked body with a cloth covering her face. She had a dark blue leotard top, bunched up around her neck. Her hands had been bound in front of her with a blue necktie with Canadian flags, and her ankles had also been bound with 2 additional men's ties. The cloth around her head was described as 2 pieces of a bloody green fabric, a disposable hand towel, and a distinctive Irish linen tea towel. Loosely wrapped around her neck was a television cable, and a piece of a curtain rod runner could be found in her armpit. The autopsy would put her age between 25 and 35. She had shoulder-length dyed red hair that was believed to have been brown naturally with hazel or blue eyes, believed to be about 100 pounds, and she was 5'5" tall. Both her fingers and toenails were painted red. She had a high-quality partial dentures with multiple fillings, having police believe that she was of a middle-class background. They stated that it appeared she'd never had children, and she'd had her appendix removed. She'd also eaten a large meal right before her death. Her larynx had been fractured, and her case was ruled a homicide due to the nature of the body's decomposition that couldn't determine if she'd been sexually assaulted. Her body was believed to have been in the river for about 1 to 4 weeks, putting her time of death between April 5th and April 26th. Police believe she'd been dumped in the river from a nearby bridge. When they investigated, they found blood on the bridge. It wasn't enough to get a blood type at that time, but they assumed it was from the woman. There had been heavy rain on April 19th, so that led authorities to believe she'd been dumped between the 19th and the 26th. All of this information, and police had one key piece missing. They couldn't identify the woman. They combed hundreds of missing persons reports. They contacted dentists locally, as the Jane Doe had a custom denture made for her, and several fillings. Their forensic dental imprints were published in dental journals in North America and overseas, but no one recognized them. Law enforcement knocked on doors in a 25-kilometer radius of the bridge. They tracked down where the TV cable had been sold and checked hotels and motels where it might have been installed, but nothing. The necktie that had bound her had been made in Montreal and sold all over Ontario and Quebec. The tea towel from Ireland was imported by a Toronto company and sold in mass quantities until 1972. Nothing seemed to spark any leads. Without knowing who the woman was, the police had very little to go on. Was she from Canada? Was she a visitor? Had she recently moved here? Had she come from Montreal, or was just dumped near Ottawa, which at the time was a technique often used by criminals to confuse detectives? She would be dubbed the Nation River Lady, and she'd stay in a Toronto morgue until 1987, 12 years after the discovery. She was eventually buried in Toronto Mount Pleasant Cemetery. News of her burial would bring in some fresh tips, but would lead to dead ends. The Nation River Lady would be in the news every few years, with new sketches and advancements, but still they couldn't identify the woman. It wasn't until 2023 when Canadian officials would announce that they not only had identified the Nation River Lady, but had a suspect in custody. The Nation River Lady was identified as Jewel Parchman Langford, was 48 when she died, and had traveled from her hometown in Tennessee and moved to Montreal in April 1975. She was a successful businesswoman who owned a spa with her ex-husband, and she'd been well missed by her family, who'd reported her missing shortly after not hearing from her in 1975. Her parents and siblings had all passed by the time she was identified, but she still had some nieces who helped identify her after all these years. The module was identified after her body was exhumed in 2019 for a new DNA profile, which the Canadian authorities shared with US-based DNA Do-E project. Using genetic genealogy, they could upload the results into the database shared with the police. Quickly they found a match and had new samples taken from living relatives, which Canadian labs confirmed. They'd been able to make the announcement privately with the family in 2020 that they had identified Jewel. This was kept out of the press in the hopes of finding more information about her killer. The suspect was also identified via genetic genealogy. Florida native Rodney Nichols is now 81 years old and was living in Montreal and worked as a professional rugby player at the time of the murder. It would come out that Nichols had been dating Jewel at the time. It is being reported that once he was arrested, he confessed to the murder, but this is now being called into question by his lawyer. In the confession, he said that he killed her because she had lied about her age being 48 when he was only 32. Nichols had previously been investigated in connection to her disappearance, but he claimed to have lied to law enforcement when Jewel had been reported missing, saying he had heard from her and she was well and in Vancouver. Nichols is not being investigated for any other cold cases at this time. The Ottawa government is now working on extraditing Nichols to Canada, hoping he will face charges in Ottawa. This case is still ongoing and Nichols has not been convicted at this time. Jewel's family is glad to have answers, and in 2022 they had a small ceremony after her body had been sent back to Tennessee, where her grave marker was changed from missing to finally home and at peace. On the morning of August 15, 1975, at exactly 11:23 a.m., a phone call was placed to the Marple Police Department. The caller, David Zanstra, a minister who also oversaw a summer Bible camp, delivered a distressing report. An 8-year-old girl named Gretchen Harrington was missing. Gretchen had left her home in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, intending to walk to the camp, which was less than half a mile away. However, she never made it. A frantic search for Gretchen began immediately, but it turned up no leads. 2 months later, On October 14, 1975, her skeletal remains were discovered in nearby Ridley Creek State Park. This devastating revelation left the community in shock and confusion, with the crime still unsolved. What had happened to Gretchen after she set off for the summer Bible camp? Would the truth surrounding Gretchen's disappearance and death ever emerge? Today's case takes us to Marble Township in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, which had a population of over 23,000 as of 2015. Marble Township features several interesting attractions, such as the Broomall Fields and Marble Gardens. It is generally a safe place to live. With a crime rate below the national average, its crime score of 0.17 positions it as one of Pennsylvania's safest towns. This is where Gretchen Harrington's story began. On June 13, 1967, she was born to Harold Boyd Harrington and Ina Harrington. At the time, her father Harold served as a minister at a Presbyterian church. In addition to her parents, Gretchen had two older sisters named Zoe and Harriet. Gretchen's family described her as a person who radiated kindness and had a sweet and gentle nature. By 1975, at the age of 8, Gretchen was attending second grade at Delaware County Christian School in Newtown Square. Everything appeared to be going well for Gretchen and her family until a tragic event disrupted their lives. On the morning of August 15, 1975, Gretchen left home to attend a summer Bible camp program. This camp had two locations. The first was Trinity Church Chapel Christian Reformed Church, where a man named David Zanstra served as a pastor. The second location was the Reformed Presbyterian Church, where Gretchen's father, Harold, was the pastor. The Bible camp activities took place in the morning at the first church, and afterwards, David would transport the children to the second church. The Harrington and Zanstra families were well acquainted with each other. They lived nearby, and both fathers worked as pastors, while both mothers played the traditional role of a pastor's wife. In fact, one of Zanstra's daughters was Gretchen's best friend. Gretchen's journey that day was unusual. Typically, she would be walking to the summer Bible camp program with her two sisters, 12-year-old Zoe and 11-year-old Harriet. It was their daily routine. However, on that particular day, their mother Ina had just given birth to a baby named Jessica and was bringing the newborn home. Zoe and Harriet chose to stay back and await their return. Despite this change in routine, Harold, Gretchen's father, encouraged her to go to the summer Bible camp program to maintain her perfect attendance record, and so Gretchen embarked on the walk alone, as her father bid her farewell. It was just past 9 a.m. when she began her stroll up the hill towards Trinity. Harold kept a watchful eye on her as she proceeded along Lawrence Road. Little did he know that once she was out of his sight, it would mark the last time he would ever see his daughter alive. In the 1970s, in a peaceful suburban place like Marple, it was entirely normal to see children walking alone on sunny summer days. The idea of danger didn't even cross people's minds. This was a time when kids really played until late in the evening. They roamed the streets, ventured into the woods, and even cooled off at Darby Creek, which flowed behind Gretchen's house, without any worries. Children would walk to their friends' houses, blocks away without any aid of cell phones or GPS watches to keep them connected to their parents. Marple was simply an exceptionally safe place. That's precisely why many longtime Philadelphians chose to move there in the 1960s. Gretchen was supposed to be at Trinity Chapel Christian Reformed Church by 9:30 a.m., but she didn't arrive as scheduled. The first inkling that something was amiss came when Harold noticed her absence around 11 a.m. A group of Gretchen's friends had come to the front door of their residence, looking for her. Worried and unable to locate Gretchen within the classes or nearby, Harold took immediate action. He phoned the Trinity Chapel Christian Reformed Church and spoke with Maggie Zanstra, David's wife, in an attempt to determine his daughter's whereabouts. However, he was told she hadn't been seen. Following this, the Marple Township Police Department was contacted by David, and Gretchen was formally reported as missing. Gretchen's disappearance sent shock waves through Broomall in Marple Township. By the following day, August 16, 1975, an extensive search effort involving 100 of people was underway to find her. This included volunteer firefighters and K-9 units, who scoured both sides of the creek, fields, and wooded areas. A Pennsylvania State Police helicopter continuously scanned the area from above. However, on August 17, 1975, just 2 days after Gretchen went missing, the police had to call off the large-scale search operation because they had very little information to work with. The police chief, Daniel Hennessy, candidly admitted to a local newspaper that they had no clues regarding her whereabouts. This situation threw the entire town into a state of panic, shaking the community's sense of security to its core. In response, friends and family members started distributing flyers to passing motorists in the area. These flyers featured Gretchen's most recent school photo, showcasing her with a missing tooth and a cheerful childlike grin. The absence of information led to a surge in speculation and countless unanswered questions. Did she run away? Did she accidentally drown in the creek? Could a stranger have abducted her? Or was it someone she knew? The mystery surrounding Gretchen's disappearance left everyone deeply concerned and bewildered. In the days that followed after Gretchen vanished, the police worked to gather information and understand the events surrounding her disappearance. One of their key interviews took place on August 19th when they spoke with David. During this conversation, David disclosed that he had indeed transported a group of children to the church on the day Gretchen disappeared. However, he stated that he had not seen her on that particular day. As August turned into September, Gretchen's sisters, Zoe and Harriet Harrington, resumed attending Delaware County Christian School. However, their fellow students found it difficult to approach them or engage in conversation, unsure of what to say in the face of such a heart-wrenching situation. When traditional investigative methods yielded no results, the police decided to pursue an unconventional avenue in their search for Gretchen. They turned to the assistance of a psychic named Judith Richardson Hames. Judith was known for using her psychic abilities to aid law enforcement in solving nearly 100 criminal cases, particularly those involving missing children. In September 1975, Judith sat down with police officers and she made a prediction that she herself hoped would prove to be incorrect. According to her psychic insights, she believed that Gretchen was dead. A month later, on October 14, 1975, a jogger exploring Ridley Creek State Park stumbled upon a decaying body hidden in the forest. Initially unsure of what he had come across, his uncertainty vanished when he noticed a human fingernail. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the jogger promptly contacted the police. Gretchen's parents examined the distinctive clothing discovered with the remains, and they confirmed it was hers. Subsequently, the medical examiner matched the body to Gretchen using dental records. The tragic conclusion was that Gretchen's death had resulted from homicide. The forensic examination revealed that her skull had sustained multiple fractures, indicating a severe beating. Although the police initially suspected abuse, the autopsy did not yield any concrete evidence to support this hypothesis. On Sunday, October 19, 1975, just a few days after Gretchen's body was discovered, her father, Harold, stood at the pulpit and delivered a deeply emotional sermon. In his heart-wrenching address, he spoke of Gretchen's faith in Christ. He pointed out that she was now free from this world, but her murderer remained bound by their terrible actions. Gretchen's funeral was a somber event, and David officiated the service for the 8-year-old. Following the ceremony, she was laid to rest in Meridian Line Cemetery, situated in Johannesburg, Michigan, USA. Meanwhile, the discovery of Gretchen's body in the woods ignited renewed fervor for the investigation. Witnesses began to step forward, sharing accounts of various individuals they had seen in the vicinity where Gretchen's body was found. These eyewitness reports provided descriptions of men who had been in the area. As a result, the police received a flood of tips from the community, with some seeming more promising than others, while others turned out to be unrelated or unhelpful in the pursuit of justice. Investigators examined a range of potential suspects, even scrutinizing individuals with prior criminal records residing in the vicinity. Despite their efforts, no significant leads emerged, and the evidence box stored at Marple Township Police Department headquarters began to gather dust. This box contained a trove of materials, including reel-to-reel tape interviews, photographs, and memoranda, all relevant to the case, but the lack of progress had it sitting idle. As time passed, the investigation into Gretchen's disappearance grew cold. Occasionally during roll call meetings, or when a detective had a spare moment in an otherwise uneventful week, they would revisit the case. They would look through the file, hoping to spot something they had missed before. But each time, it seemed like a futile effort. The leads always led to dead ends, leaving them frustrated and without any breakthroughs in the case. For many decades, there were no developments in the case. The original detectives, who had been working on Gretchen's disappearance, had either passed away or retired. However, in the fall of 2022, there was a significant turn of events. A woman whose name was not released to the public reached out to the Marple Police Department, expressing her desire to discuss Gretchen's disappearance and murder. At the time, Nick Coffin, a sergeant, had taken charge of Gretchen's cold case. Therefore, when this woman contacted the Marple police, her message was directed to Coffin's phone. The woman informed Coffin that she believed she had information about who might have been responsible for Gretchen's tragic fate. She also mentioned an attempted kidnapping incident that had occurred around the same time, raising suspicions of a possible connection. This unexpected contact rekindled hope for solving the long-standing mystery surrounding Gretchen's disappearance and murder. On January 2, 2023, state troopers arranged an interview with the woman identified only by her initials, SF, denoting her as a confidential informant. This interview would prove to be a momentous breakthrough in a cold case that had remained unresolved for nearly 5 decades. According to SF, she had been a schoolmate of Gretchen and one of her sisters, Zoe. SF also disclosed to investigators that she had been friends with David Zanstra's daughters and frequently visited the Zanstra residence, even staying overnight on occasions. During one of these sleepovers, when she was 10 years old, SF recounted awakening in the middle of the night to find David inappropriately touching her. Frightened by this disturbing behavior, she shifted her position and prompted David to hastily exit the room. Shockingly, this inappropriate touching occurred again the following night. In the morning when the girls awoke, SF decided to confide in David's daughter about her father's unsettling actions. To her astonishment, the daughter responded with something along the lines of, "He does that sometimes." Over time, SF mustered the courage to share this distressing experience with her parents. Shortly after Gretchen's disappearance, the Zanstra family relocated to Plano, Texas, a suburb of Dallas, in response to the situation. During her interview, SF also shared with state police information about another child in their neighborhood, a girl named Holly, whom she considered a friend. According to her, someone had made an attempt to abduct Holly. As the conversation unfolded, SF presented the investigators with a diary she had kept during her childhood. In a specific diary entry dated September 15, 1975, she had written that a man had tried to kidnap Holly twice. In the diary, she went on to express her suspicion that this man, whom she referred to as Mr. Z, might be the one responsible for Gretchen's kidnapping. Mr. Z was her way of referring to David. This revelation from SF added a significant layer to the investigation into Gretchen's disappearance and murder. The interview with SF and her diary entry motivated investigators to locate 83-year-old David, who was now residing in Marietta, situated northwest of Atlanta, Georgia. On July 17, 2023, investigators conducted an interview with David at the Cobb County Police Headquarters in Marietta. This interview was carried out by 2 Pennsylvania troopers, Andrew Martin and Eugene Trey. The conversation started with a somewhat friendly tone. In the beginning, David initially denied having encountered Gretchen on the day she disappeared. However, the situation took a different turn when the police informed David about the allegations of assault made by a woman who had documented her experiences in the diary. As the conversation progressed, David eventually broke down and confessed to something profoundly disturbing. David recounted to the police that he had observed Gretchen walking towards the church that morning. He claimed that he offered her a ride in his green AMC Rambler station wagon, and she accepted, as she had no reason to decline the offer. However, contrary to taking her to church as promised, David admitted to investigators that he drove Gretchen to a nearby wooded area. There he parked the car and instructed Gretchen to undress, but she refused. Following this, he struck Gretchen with his fist, resulting in her suffering head injuries and bleeding. David then admitted that hearing Gretchen was dead, He tried to conceal her partially unclothed body with sticks before leaving the area. This shocking revelation left detectives stunned as they processed the horrifying details of what David had confessed to. In the wake of this shocking revelation, David was arrested and faced a slew of serious charges, including criminal homicide and first-degree murder, as a result of his confession regarding Gretchen. While David's confession provided some closure concerning Gretchen's fate, it also raised a disconcerting question with ramifications that reached far and wide. Could this man, who had openly admitted to killing one girl and harming others, have additional victims? Before relocating to Marple, David had served as a pastor at a now-closed church in Flanders, New Jersey for several years. During his time at Trinity, he had been an outspoken advocate against the inclusion of education about sexuality in the local school district's curriculum. Less than a year after the discovery of Gretchen's remains, he moved his family to a church in Plano, Texas, just outside Dallas, where he led the congregation for 7 years. Following this, David's pastoral journey took him to the Living Faith Community Church in San Diego. His final pastoral assignment was in Fairfield, California, from which he retired in 2005, at the age of 65. Authorities were aware that this lengthy period of leadership provided him with considerable influence and access to young and vulnerable individuals. This left them with questions about the potential extent of his actions during these years. The Marple community had at long last received some of the answers it sought for decades, but the shocking turn of events did not bring peace to many residents. It had been far more comforting to believe that an outsider, a disturbed criminal, had committed this heinous act. A person who randomly entered the town, abducted a young girl, and then vanished as swiftly as they arrived. However, the perpetrator was not an outsider, but rather a respected member of their own community. It was a religious leader, member of their own community. It was a religious leader, a man with a wife and young daughters of his own. This further shattered the sense of security within the community. In the aftermath of all this, Gretchen's family issued a statement. In it, they expressed their gratitude to law enforcement officials for their ongoing dedication to the case. They also conveyed their hope that the individual responsible for Gretchen's tragic murder would be held accountable. Following David's arrest, his legal team initially contested an extradition process. However, prosecutors led by Delaware County District Attorney Jack Stolzheimer sought assistance from Governor Josh Shapiro's office to facilitate the return of the confessed perpetrator to Pennsylvania. David is presently under investigation for potential instances of abuse beyond this case. Additionally, investigators took a DNA sample from David, which could prove valuable in a broader context, aiding in the investigation of other missing persons, as well as cases involving assault and murder nationwide. As we conclude this harrowing case, one can't help but reflect on the complexities and twists that unfolded over the years. What challenges lie ahead of Gretchen's family as they seek closure and healing after all these years? And what about David, the perpetrator? What kind of justice do you think he should face for his actions? And how will his arrest impact other potential cases of abuse? Discover the chilling world of secret crime mysteries, where we delve into the most perplexing cold cases and unsolved crimes. Join us as we unravel hidden clues and explore haunting mysteries. Subscribe now and be part of the journey to bring these cases to light. Virginia Freeman, known as Ginger, was an outgoing and charismatic woman with a vibrant personality. Always wearing a smile, she thrived in her role as a real estate agent, a career that suited her well due to her ability to connect with a diverse range of clients. Her passion for real estate was evident. According to her coworkers, her eyes would light up whenever she discussed the nuances of the industry. In 1981, the 40-year-old Ginger was employed at Real Estate Mart in Bryan, Texas. At that time, all the agents there were women. She lived with her husband Charles in nearby College Station, Texas. Their son, Brad, was 11, and their daughter, Betsy, was 14. Family was everything to Ginger. Some of her colleagues mistakenly believed she worked part-time instead of full-time, as her diligence and efficiency allowed her to leave the office earlier than most. She worked tirelessly to carve out more time for her children, structuring her demanding schedule around their needs and making sure she was home when they returned from school. An active individual, Ginger loved the outdoors and frequently went hiking and backpacking with her family. In her limited free time, away from work and family, she dedicated herself to volunteering. Ginger was deeply involved in her church, the Girl Scouts, and the American Red Cross. Her passion for nature inspired her to create engaging outdoor activities for the Girl Scouts. Additionally, she volunteered at Texas A&M University, assisting international students in adapting to life in the U.S. On December 1, 1981, Ginger had plans for a dinner out with her husband and 2 friends. However, around 3 o'clock that afternoon, a call came into her office. A man, described as having a country-sounding accent, said he had $73,000 in cash he wanted to use to purchase a home that was for sale on Greens Prairie Road. At the time, the home was on a secluded road in a rural section of College Station. Not wanting to miss out on a cash sale, which could generally be completed more quickly and easily than a finance sale, Ginger agreed to meet the caller at the property to show him the house. On her way, she stopped at home to see her children. She told them where she was going and that she would be back home in time for dinner. Ginger did not arrive home in time to go to the dinner. Around 7 p.m., her worried husband Charles reported her missing. He also called her office and got the address of the home Ginger had been going to show the potential buyer. He and the husband of one of Ginger's co-workers went out to search for her, starting out at the home she had been going to show that afternoon. Behind the remote home, they discovered Ginger's body. Ginger had been struck in the head with a blunt object, believed to be a 4.5-pound slab of concrete. She had been strangled with enough force that her neck was broken and she had been stabbed in the neck 11 times. A later examination would determine that she had been sexually assaulted. Her time of death was placed at approximately 3:30 p.m., just a half hour after Ginger received the phone call that brought her to the property. The home on the property was still locked, indicating that Ginger was most likely attacked as soon as she arrived to the home. Marks dug into the dirt at the scene illustrated how fiercely Ginger had fought for her life. 2 days after the murder, a group of local real estate agents announced that they were collectively offering a $10,000 reward for information in the case. More than 900 people were in attendance at Ginger's funeral on December 4, 1981. In February of 1982, a memorial fund was established in Ginger's name to help assist international students and their families when they arrived in Texas. On May 2, 1982, the Girl Scouts of Central Texas dedicated a secluded plot of land at their campground in Bryan, Camp Howdy, to Ginger's memory. The land was named the Ginger Freeman Primitive Area and is where young campers are taught to set up their campsites. Bo Ward, one of Ginger's co-workers at the real estate mart, would go on to use Ginger's story to teach new real estate agents about how to keep themselves safe while showing homes, particularly to clients they had not previously met. Even as decades passed after Ginger's murder, Bo could never bring herself to sell a home in the area where Ginger was killed. The early investigation Ginger's murder. Even as years passed after the murder, authorities did not give up on the investigation. Several known serial killers, including Coral Eugene Watts and Henry Lee Lucas, were interviewed as part of the investigation but ultimately ruled out as suspects. More than 6 leads were pursued over the years, with investigators traveling all over the United States to look into potential suspects. Witnesses were hypnotized in hopes of them remembering new details. While DNA testing was not available to law enforcement at the time of Ginger's murder, investigator Dick Gullidge had the foresight to have Ginger's hands covered with plastic bags at the crime scene. He coordinated with the medical examiner's office to make sure that Ginger's fingernails and any material under them were preserved. Decades later, testing would show that the killer's DNA had been deposited under Ginger's fingernails as she tried to fight him off. The DNA would prove to be crucial evidence once technology advanced to the point where investigators could properly utilize it. Evidence from the case was submitted for DNA testing in 1997, and a DNA profile was developed. Over the years, there was no match to it found in criminal databases or to any of the numerous suspects authorities collected DNA samples from. A major break in the case came in early 2017 when the television program National Geographic Explorer offered to pay for advanced DNA analysis in the case in exchange for investigators' cooperation in filming a segment about Ginger's murder. The DNA testing in question was Snapshot, a forensic analysis program developed by Parabon Nanolabs. The program predicts certain physical features, like hair color and eye color, an individual is likely to have based on their DNA profile and generates images of what they may look like. The analysis 17 with the hope that a member of the public would come forward identifying a man who resembled the man in the images who could be investigated as a potential suspect. It would be Parabon's further work with the department that would ultimately help close the case. However, in June of 2018, Sheriff Kirk held another press conference, this time announcing that Parabon had used genetic genealogy to provide clear and convincing evidence that Ginger's killer was James Otto Earhart. Earhart could not be arrested and tried in connection with her murder, however, as he had been executed by the state of Texas on August 11, 1999. Earhart had been sentenced to death after being convicted of capital murder for the 1987 murder of 9-year-old Candy Kirtland. Candy was a 4th grade student at Crockett Elementary School in Bryan, Texas. She went missing on May 12, 1987 after being dropped off by her school bus near her home. Her body, still in the clothes she had been wearing the day she went missing, was discovered hidden under debris in a wooded area off of a dirt road in Bryan. Her arms had been bound behind her back with electrical cord, and she had been shot once in the back of her head. Earhart had been in Candy's neighborhood recently, inquiring about a paint gun that had been offered for sale in a newspaper ad. Witnesses saw him and his vehicle near Candy's home the day she went missing. He was taken into custody in connection to Candy's disappearance, just hours before her body was discovered. He claimed to have given Candy a ride the day she disappeared, but maintained his innocence in her murder. He was tried and found guilty, based on witness testimony and blood evidence. According to authorities, Earhart had been on their radar during the investigation into Ginger's murder. DNA evidence tied him to the crime after Parabon uploaded the DNA profile generated from the evidence found under Ginger's fingernails into genealogy databases. They then identified 2 women they believed to be the killer's second cousins based on the amount of DNA they shared with the submitted profile. They then researched the descendants of the 2 women's shared great-grandparents, one of whom was Earhart. A sample of Earhart's DNA had not been collected prior to his execution. His son agreed to provide authorities with a sample of his DNA, which showed that he was the son of the contributor of the DNA found at the crime scene. This led to the announcement identifying Earhart as Ginger's murderer. Earhart's remains were exhumed in June of 2018 to obtain a direct DNA sample. When the testing on that sample was completed in August of 2019, it confirmed that the DNA found under Ginger's fingernails belonged to Earhart. Nearly 38 years after Ginger was killed, authorities believed they finally conclusively identified her killer. "We are all elated to finally close this case," Sheriff Kirk said. "The one regret I have is that we weren't able to put handcuffs on the suspect and prosecute him for the vicious killing of Virginia Freeman." Ginger's husband, Charles, did not live long enough to see his wife's killer identified. Ginger's children were living in Austin at the time Earhart was named as their mother's killer. They released a statement thanking law enforcement for their dedication to their mother's case. On the quiet autumn night of October 31, 1991, in Tyler, Texas, as the fall season settled in, the clock struck 2 a.m. The peaceful neighborhood on 29th Street was deep in sleep, except for a small framed house at the corner, blissfully unaware that it was about to become a scene of horror. 8-year-old Chad Choice lay in bed, lost in dreams, when an intruder silently entered the home, snatching him away into the darkness. Initially classified as a runaway due to the lack of evidence, the case turned into a nightmare for investigators once the critical 48-hour window passed without any sign of Chad. Who could have had the means to infiltrate Chad's home so quietly, whisking him away without a trace? The pivotal question remains: would Chad ever reunite with his family and return home? Tyler, named after the 10th President of the United States, John Tyler, is the largest city in northeastern Texas. Often called the Rose Capital or Rose City, Tyler earned this title due to its rich history of rose production and cultivation. Each October, the city attracts thousands of tourists. However, the October of 1991 took a dark turn as Chad Choice mysteriously vanished, casting a shadow over the usually vibrant atmosphere. Ernest Chadwick Choice, known affectionately as Chad Choice, came into the world on April 26, 1983 in Texas. He was one of the cherished 4 children in the Choice household, a beautiful soul deeply adored by his family, particularly his mother, Karen Elaine Choice. Chad was an outgoing youngster, surrounded by a large circle of friends with whom he frequently played. Moreover, his strong bond and affectionate relationship with his siblings were apparent, as they often enjoyed quality time together. Chad's energetic and lively nature was further evident in his regular visits to the playground. Chad had an older sister named Angela Choice, who fondly recalls that her little brother had a passion for riding bikes, scaling trees, and indulging in sports. Details about the remaining siblings were not made public. As a student at Mommy G. Griffin Elementary School, Chad's life was in its budding stage. At just 8 years old, he had his entire future ahead of him. However, fate often takes unforeseen turns, and tragically, Chad's destiny had already been sealed. The daily routine of the Choice family was shattered on the morning of October 31, 1991. On the fateful morning, Chad's mother, Karen, rose early and went to the church without waking her children, allowing them to continue sleeping. However, just a few minutes into her church service, Karen received a phone call. Karen rushed back home and began scouring the neighborhood for Chad. She sought assistance from her neighbors as well. Despite their collective efforts and their thorough search, Chad seemed to have vanished without a trace. It was as though he had disappeared into thin air. Now it was the police's turn to investigate the matter. Karen dialed 711, reaching the Tyler police station, where Sergeant Bill Gokane responded and arrived at their house shortly after the call. During his initial inspection, he looked for signs of a break-in, but there were no indication of forced entry. Moreover, there were no signs of struggle inside the house. The first thing he notices, no prime marks on the door. Based on the initial investigation, Gokane began to consider the possibility that Chad might have run away from home. However, Karen firmly believed that her son had been kidnapped, and as the sun set and the day turned into a chilly night, her tension escalated into fear. Adding to her fear, the crucial 48-hour window had passed without any signs of him. Later during the interview, Chad's older sister, Angela Choice, provided a crucial piece of information to the detective. Her house keys had disappeared the day before, and she distinctly recalled leaving them by the back door of the residence. This revelation raised additional questions, suggesting the possibility of a planned kidnapping or something even more disturbing. 2 days after Chad's disappearance, a ransom note was discovered at the business of Chad's uncle, Greg Sterling, prompting the investigation to swiftly shift focus to a kidnapping scenario. As the family attempted to deliver the money at the Greyhound bus station, as instructed, the kidnapper failed to appear. Several days later, Chad's mother received an anonymous phone call, revealing that Chad's disappearance was leaked to a family member's drug debt, with a man named Paco. Investigators discovered that Greg Sterling owed money to 3 Colombian drug dealers in the area, Paco Jr. and Carlos, shedding light on a possible motive of Chad's abduction. However, the case still remained elusive. On the 1-year anniversary of Chad's disappearance, his mother Karen Choice discovered a note fluttering on her car windshield. The note asserted that Chad was still alive and demanded $6,000 for his safe return. This development reignited the investigation, filling the Choice family with hope and prayers of seeing Chad again. However, the case suffered a setback when the kidnapper failed to make contact once more, causing the investigation to stall again. Time was not on their side. Slowly years were passing by, and Chad Choice's disappearance gradually evolved into a cold case. 4 years later, in October 1995, a grocery sack appeared on the Chase family's doorstep. Initially, it seemed like a regular grocery sack. However, upon opening, it revealed something that would haunt Karen Choice for the rest of her life. Inside the package was a human skull. The skull was subsequently sent to the FBI for analysis. DNA samples from Choice's family were collected to compare with the skull's DNA to confirm its identity as Chad's. Despite these efforts, the results remained inconclusive. Later, the skull was sent to a university in Texas for further examination, involving the expertise of forensic anthropology. The results came back, and unfortunately Karen's worst fears were confirmed, when forensic analysis revealed that the skull indeed belonged to Chad. Investigators grappled with the ruthless nature of a person who not only commits a crime, but continues to torment the victim's family for years. Despite the struggle to comprehend this, Karen, all along, had an unshakable feeling in her heart that she would never see Chad alive again. All she could do now was pray for justice. While Chad Choice's case grew increasingly difficult to solve, another narrative unfolded in Smith County Jail in early 1996. A man named Patrick Horn was slated to be sentenced in federal court for credit union robberies and carjacking charges. He was also charged with the murder of J.C. Levasseur, a fruit stand owner. It became evident that he was destined to spend the rest of his life behind bars or even face a potential death sentence. However, this man we are discussing was soon to become the center of Chad's murder case. It occurred when he mentioned the name Chad Choice to the police during his time behind the bars. While this might have been a part of a deal to reduce his prison sentence, to the investigators it marked the first significant breakthrough they had made in the case so far. Horn was a resident in the Choice family's neighborhood and was friends with them. During his interview regarding Chad's case, Horn informed investigators that he knew the identity of Chad's killer. As per Horn's account, Chad was murdered by two local drug dealers, both Colombian nationals, who were known by the street names Paco and Carlos. But the case was just about to get more twisted. After Horn made the statement, he received a package in his jail cell containing a small boy's leg bone, later confirmed through analysis to be Chad's. Horn asserted to the police that Paco and Carlos had sent the package. However, detectives couldn't shake the feeling that Horn was hiding something significant about the entire story. Despite repeated questioning by the detectives, Horn consistently maintained that he had no additional information apart from Paco and Carlos being the culprits. However, on May 31, 1996, Horn finally disclosed something more. Horn then revealed the precise location where Chad was buried. Shortly afterward, he was escorted by the police to 401 Sunnyside in Tyler, which was Horn's own backyard. At 4 p.m. that same day, the detectives began digging and discovered Chad's skeletal remains, along with 38 caliber shell casings. This moment marked a sudden turn in the investigation. With the evidence before them, all suspicions now pointed directly at Patrick Horn. Without delay, in June 1996, the investigators hurried to Athens, a city in Texas. In a jail cell there, a man sat who was anticipated to be a crucial piece of the puzzle, important in solving the case once and for all. This man was none other than Patrick Horn's brother, Keaton Horn, who was facing charges of probation violation. The detective's suspicions were completely on point this time. With Keaton's statement, this case solidified into concrete evidence that Horn was indeed responsible for this notorious crime. Horn's scheme to mislead investigators had ultimately unraveled. The solution to a seemingly unsolvable case was finally in hand. However, one question still lingered. Why did Horn kill Chad? On September 24, 1999, 8 years after Chad Choice's murder, the jury found Horn guilty in the Smith County Courthouse and sentenced him to death. However, even at the end of his chapter, Horn witnessed tormenting the Choice household. Horn adamantly refused to sign the waiver allowing Chad's remains to be released to his family for a proper burial. Legally, he was required to agree to the release since the remains were evidence in his case. However, he insisted on retaining control over the fate of the 8-year-old Chad's remains. Horn did initially sign a waiver, indicating his agreement to the release of Chad Choice's remains. However, the document was somehow lost between his attorney's office and the judge's office. At first deemed a mere formality, District Judge Diane Divizadou announced in a December 1999 hearing that she would order the release of 30 exhibits, including Chad's skull and other bones to his family for burial, contingent upon Horn signing another waiver. Horn's appellate lawyer, Tony Wilkinson of Greenville, sent the document to Horn via Federal Express, anticipating its return with his signature within a day. However, a month passed without any response from Horn. He did not reply to several letters from his attorney and ignored messages sent to him through officials at the Atlanta Federal Prison. Assistant District Attorney Ed Marty stated that if the remains were granted without the waiver, they might have to be exhumed sometime in the future. It remains uncertain when Horn eventually signed the waiver, and if he did, when he signed it. Furthermore, Horn was 17 years old when he committed the murder of Chad. According to a ruling by the United States Supreme Court, anyone under the age of 18 cannot be executed. As a result, his sentence was commuted to life in prison. While this might not have been the exact form of justice Karen Joyce desired, she can finally find solace in knowing that Patrick Horn will never walk free. As the final chapter in the Chad Joyce case concludes, there remains a haunting mystery that continues to trouble both investigators and Chad's grieving family. Why did Patrick Horn go to such lengths? Kidnapping Chad Joyce, refusing the ransom, and ultimately taking his life? What could have motivated such a horrifying act? And do you believe the mother who lost her beloved child will ever find peace again? Helene Anderson, known as Nikki, was born on October 15, 1958, in South Bend, Indiana. By early 1986, the 27-year-old Nikki was living in a duplex at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac in Bremerton, Washington, and working at a nearby Arby's restaurant. She shared her home on Magnolia Drive with her two children, 4-year-old Adrienne and 7-month-old Marcus. Adrienne's father, Kenny Hale, described her as a gift from God, with a charming smile and a strong personality, even at such a young age. He noted that she was an advanced child, able to spell her name by the time she was just 2 years old. Though Kenny and Nikki's relationship had not lasted, they remained involved in each other's lives for the sake of their daughter. They co-parented Adrienne well and often spent time together as a family. In January 1986, Nikki was engaged to the father of her son, who was serving in the United States Navy and stationed in San Diego. She was busy packing up her home in preparation for moving to California to be near him. During this transition, Adrienne would stay in Washington with Kenny for a while until Nikki was settled in California, at which point she would join her mother. On the evening of January 29th, Kenny visited Nikki's home to spend time with Adrienne after finishing work. When it was time for him to leave, Adrienne asked if she could spend the night at his house. He considered bringing her along but ultimately said no, wanting to keep her on her usual schedule and avoiding an early wake-up. He assured Adrienne that he would see her the next day before he left for the evening. Adrienne waved to him from the house's front window as he left. Kenny returned to the home on Magnolia Drive the following evening, as planned. He was surprised when there was no answer when he knocked on the front door. Disappointed, he turned around to leave. However, as he did, he could hear Nikki's son, Marcus, whimpering inside the house. Concerned, he tried the front door and found that it was unlocked. He had trouble fully opening the door as something inside was blocking the door's path. Kenny tripped over something as he entered the home. When he reached down, he grabbed something stiff. His heart dropped when he realized he was holding his daughter's leg. It was dark inside the home, but Kenny could see Adrienne lying on the floor near the front door and Nikki lying further inside the home. Kenny grabbed baby Marcus, who was in a playpen just feet away from his mother, and ran next door to the neighbor's home to get help. While the neighbor called police, Kenny ran back to Adrienne. Not knowing how long she had been there, he frantically began performing CPR on his daughter. Tragically, his efforts could not save his little girl. It would later be determined that Adrienne and Nikki had been dead, and baby Marcus had been alone in the home with their bodies for approximately 20 hours. Nikki and Adrienne had both been strangled to death. In addition, Nikki had suffered blows to the back of her head. Defensive wounds showed that she had fought fiercely against her killer. She had been sexually assaulted, which police believed was the motive for her murder. Robbery did not appear to be a motive, as valuables that were out in plain sight had been left behind. Adrienne had been found in her pajamas with the comforter from her bed near her. Investigators theorized that she had been woken up by the noise created by the struggle of the killer attacking her mother, and she had come into the living room to see what was going on. Based on where her body was found, she appears to have tried to escape the house, with the killer catching her just before she reached the front door. Police believed she was killed because she saw her mother's killer and was old enough to potentially identify him. Police theorized that 7-month-old Marcus was not killed because he was not old enough to describe or identify the killer. The killer placed Marcus in a playpen along with a cushion he removed from a nearby couch. Nikki's neighbor on the other side of the duplex says she did not hear anything the night of the murders. Normally, she could hear everyday noises through their shared wall, but she heard no screams or a struggle that night. She later said that she had an ear infection at the time, which may have impacted her hearing. She did hear Marcus crying throughout the day following the murders, but assumed it was just his normal cries for food or a fresh diaper. 2 other witnesses in the neighborhood reported hearing one scream the night of the murders, but nothing else. Numerous people had come to the home looking for Nikki on January 30th, including an acquaintance, a coworker, and a furniture salesman. Some of them came to the home multiple times, but no one tried to open the front door until that evening when Kenny Hale heard Marcus crying. Nikki's fiancé was confirmed to have been on duty at his naval base in San Diego at the time of the murders, eliminating him as a potential suspect. While Kenny Hale did have an alibi for the time of the murders as well, he remained under suspicion in the early days of the investigation. Police were skeptical of the peaceful co-parenting relationship he had with Nikki, viewed her upcoming move as a potential motive, and knew Kenny had regular access to the home. Kenny wanted to do whatever he could to help with the investigation and was shocked when he realized he was being considered as a suspect. His sister told him he should hire a lawyer soon after the murders. Kenny did not see how this would be necessary, but took her advice, which quickly proved to be a wise decision when he was aggressively questioned by police. Kenny agreed to undergo a voluntary polygraph examination, but his lawyer terminated the exam halfway through it, pointing out that Kenny was still too emotionally distraught for the results of the examination to be accurate. According to Kenny, after he walked out of the police station that day, it would be a decade before he heard anything more from police. The case soon went cold, with police following up on all the leads they could initially identify within the first 6 to 8 months of the investigation. Authorities identified a handful of potential suspects, including the boyfriend of Nikki's aunt, a neighbor who had babysat Adrian, and a man whose car was seen in the neighborhood that night, but none of them could be tied to the murders. The case was reopened by police in 1993, 2003, 2009, and 2019, but the renewed efforts have so far not led to any arrests. In the later efforts, Kenny Hale was contacted by investigators and made aware of their ongoing efforts. There is one major clue in the case, but authorities have so far been unable to use it to identify the killer. DNA evidence, believed to be from the killer, was found at the scene. The exact source of the DNA has not been publicly disclosed. Bremerton Police Detective Marty Garland, who has most recently been overseeing the investigation, has stated that it is unclear if the sexual assault against Nikki was, in his words, completed. A local newspaper reported in 2010 that a drop of blood that did not belong to either Nikki or Adrienne had been found on Adrienne's nightgown, but this has not been confirmed as the source of the DNA. Unfortunately, wherever the DNA came from, it has proven to be of limited use to the investigation. Despite advanced testing, the DNA profile that was developed is not complete. It is not a complete enough profile for investigators to be allowed by law to run it through criminal databases or use genetic genealogy to identify the killer. The only option investigators have is to directly compare it to samples taken from suspects they are able to identify. All of the men known to have been close to Nikki, including Kenny Hale, have been tested and eliminated as a contributor of the DNA. There were no signs of forced entry into Nikki's house. Investigators do not believe she would have opened her door to someone she did not know in the middle of the night, since no one known to be associated with her has been a match to the DNA. Investigators theorized that the killer was known by Nikki well enough for her to open her door for them, but not so well that he could be identified by the other people in her life. When he was contacted by different detectives over the years, Kenny Hale did not feel particularly optimistic about their efforts. When Detective Garland took over the case and contacted him, however, Kenny felt differently. Detective Garland has looked into numerous potential avenues of investigation in the case in recent years. He has conducted further DNA testing, investigated known serial killers, and even explored the possibility of having Nikki's son, Marcus, who was just 7 months old at the time of the murders, undergo hypnosis. He believes he is close to solving the case if he can just track down the right individual to compare the DNA from the crime scene to. Nikki's son, Marcus, is now in his 30s and lives in Mississippi, where his father, Nikki's fiancé at the time of her murder, also lives. Kenny Hale still struggles with the loss of his daughter and with remembering the brutal end to her young life. He has albums full of pictures he took of her, but sometimes he cannot look through them in their entirety because he becomes too emotional. While his relationship with Nikki did not work out, he still describes her as a beautiful person who did not deserve her violent death and hopes to get justice for her as well. As painful as revisiting the murders is for him, he will not give up on his daughter and her mother or on finally getting answers in their case. It gets kinda hard to go back and relive the story, he told the Daily Beast in 2022. But as long as I got air in my lungs and am able to tell their story, I'll keep telling their story until I can't tell it no more. At 4:45 p.m. on January 24, 1991, 13-year-old Paula Illera returned home from school in East Harlem, New York. Her mother buzzed her into the building as she entered the elevator, heading toward her family's unit on the 30th floor. However, she mysteriously vanished during that brief ride. 3 hours later, around 7:30 p.m., a man walking his dog stumbled upon Paula's lifeless body half a mile from her home. As the sun set on that tragic day, the neighborhood was left with haunting questions. What happened to Paula, and who could be responsible for her disappearance and death? Paula and her family were part of the East Harlem community, also known as El Barrio. Situated in the heart of Manhattan, this culturally rich area is celebrated for its vibrant mix of traditions, art, and community spirit. East Harlem boasts a diverse population, heavily influenced by Hispanic and Latino heritage, as seen in its lively festivals, eateries, and colorful murals that decorate its streets. The neighborhood is home to the renowned Museum of the City of New York, which showcases the city's history. Statistics indicate that the likelihood of being a victim of crime in East Harlem is approximately 1 in 22. And it is here that our story begins. Paula Illera was born in Colombia in the late 1970s to her parents, Cesar and Olga Illera, and had 2 older siblings, Julio and Alexandra. In June 1990, Paula, along with her mother and 2 siblings, moved to East Harlem, New York City, in hopes of a better life. They lived on the 30th floor of an apartment building at 420 East 111th Street with Paula's uncle, Guillermo Ospina. Her father, Cesar, stayed in Colombia, working as a taxi driver and saving money to eventually join them in New York. Upon arriving in the city, Paula began attending Junior High School 99. According to her sister, Alexandra, Paula excelled academically, dedicating her free time to studying English and mathematics. She had only a handful of friends, mostly classmates, and aspired to become a lawyer to help those in need. Her uncle Guillermo described her as highly intelligent and mature for her age, thinking beyond her years. He also noted that Paula was very happy in New York because of her love for the English language. She was a young girl with many plans for the future, her uncle Guillermo said. Everything appeared to be going smoothly for Paula and her family until a heartbreaking event suddenly changed their lives. On the cold afternoon of January 24, 1991, Paula, who was just 13 years old at the time, left her school and made her way back to the familiar surroundings of her apartment building. At approximately 4:45 p.m., she arrived at the entrance of the building and used the intercom to call her apartment. Her mother, Olga, answered and let her in by pressing the button to unlock the lobby door. This ordinary interaction would be the final one Olga would share with her beloved daughter. With the door now open, Paula entered the lobby and stepped into an elevator, but tragically, she never made it to their 30th floor apartment. 10 minutes later, when Paula hadn't arrived home, her brother and uncle grew worried. They felt that something was amiss and decided to go look for her. As they hurried down to the lobby, they found it completely empty. They began searching the neighborhood desperately for Paula, but it was as if she had vanished into thin air. 3 hours later, around 7:30 p.m., a man out for a walk with his dog made a chilling discovery. He spotted a lifeless figure lying on a walkway near the East River. The area was littered with drug-related items like vials, syringes, and used lighters. Tragically, what he found was Paula's slender body, and she had passed away. The site where she was found was located about a half a mile to the south of the apartment building where she lived. When detectives arrived at the scene, they were faced with a deeply saddening sight. There were no clues to indicate who might have committed this crime. The only things they discovered on Paula's body were a new Kids on the Block watch on her wrist and a piece of chalk in her pocket. Paula's murder profoundly affected not only her family but also the entire neighborhood. Her mother Olga was inconsolable, struggling to come to terms with the loss of her daughter. At Paula's school, both students and teachers were in shock. In the aftermath of this tragedy, teachers held meetings with students to provide support for those who were close to Paula, helping them cope with their grief. They also advised all students not to walk alone in the area for safety reasons. In response to the incident, reporters were not allowed to access the school, and the principal and district officials declined to speak with them. Detectives were left with numerous unanswered questions. They went from door to door in the 32-floor building, hoping to find witnesses who might have seen Paula in the area where her body was eventually discovered. Unfortunately, they couldn't locate anyone who had seen her there. Moreover, the detectives had no information about the appearance of the person responsible for this tragedy. It remained uncertain whether Paula was killed in the isolated spot filled with crack vials where her body was found or somewhere else. Due to their investigation, the detectives managed to piece together some important details. They discovered that Paula regularly stayed at school after hours for a journalism workshop on Wednesdays-Thursdays. On the day of her tragic murder, she had been working on an article about her father, intending to send it to him as a Valentine's Day gift. The detectives also found out that on that fateful day, Paula left the school after the workshop at around 4 p.m. and walked north along First Avenue with a friend. They parted ways at 106th Street with Paula continuing to her family's apartment building. During their inquiries, the detective learned that another teenager named Aaron Wofford had entered the same elevator as Paula. However, when they spoke with him, he claimed to have gotten off at the 19th floor while Paula continued. Autopsy revealed the full extent of the terrible ordeal Paula had endured. She had been violated, strangled, and stabbed 3 times near her heart. The medical examiner also noticed unusual elongated marks on her thighs. It was clear that Paula had bravely resisted an assault, and her attacker had forcefully separated her legs, causing bruises on their thighs that matched the shape of their fingers. The examiner also collected male hair from her body. This was stored as evidence. On February 2, 1991, Paula's body was laid to rest at St. Michael's Cemetery in East Elmhurst, Queens. For months later after her tragic murder, Paula's family decided to relocate to Flushing, New York, and they received support from Victim Services, a private nonprofit organization that assists victims of violent crimes and their families. In Flushing, Olga sought solace through counseling at the Families of Homicide Victims program, also run by Victim Services. As the family continued to cope and heal, they held on to the hope of achieving justice for Paula. However, as this time passed, Paula's case gradually grew colder and the quest for answers became increasingly challenging. The murder of a 13-year-old girl should have been a major news story in any city at any time. However, in the violence-ridden New York of 1991, this dreadful crime in East Harlem was largely unnoticed. Between 1990 and 1992, the city reported over 2,000 murders each year, with an average of 6 bodies discovered daily across the 5 boroughs of New York City. Unfortunately, most of these occurred in impoverished, predominantly minority neighborhoods, such as East Harlem, the South Bronx, and East New York, Brooklyn. Regrettably, very few of these cases received significant attention from the media. Instead, the media often focused on more upscale crimes involving white wealthy victims in picturesque locations. Without the pressure from the media or politicians, Paula's case became a low-priority homicide. Consequently, her murder remained unsolved and largely forgotten throughout much of the 1990s. By the mid-1990s, crime rates in New York City were on the decline. However, in the housing projects of East Harlem, a disturbing trend persisted. A series of seemingly unrelated incidents began to occur, all involving the assault and murder of young attractive teenagers with large skin, regardless of whether they were Black or Hispanic. In 1994, a 15-year-old girl became a victim when she was confronted by an attacker brandishing a knife. This case revealed a consistent pattern used by the assailant, which he would repeat multiple times over the next 4 years. He would approach the teenager from behind and guide her to an isolated location. There he would blindfold her using a piece of her own clothing, coerce her to undress, and then subject her to assault. Remarkably, the 15-year-old survivor was able to provide a description of her attacker. He was a well-groomed young man with a muscular build, and he displayed an excessive sense of self-importance. Shockingly, he even told the victim that she should consider herself fortunate to be assaulted by someone as good-looking as himself. A few years later, on September 10, 1997, firefighters responded to a rooftop fire at the George Washington houses on East 104th Street. In the aftermath, they discovered the lifeless body of a woman who had suffered severe abuse, had been struck with a blunt object, and was burnt so badly that she was unrecognizable. This victim was later identified as 19-year-old Jaiz Castro, who had moved to New York from the Dominican Republic with her family. Jo Hiaz, a young mother with a daughter, had been pursuing her studies in computer science at a community college in the Bronx. 7 months later, in April 1998, a 13-year-old girl was the next victim in the same neighborhood. Thankfully, this young victim managed to escape with her life. 2 months after that, on June 2, 1998, 17-year-old Rashida Washington met a tragic end. She was found in a 15th-floor stairwell of an East 112th Street housing project, having been robbed, assaulted, and strangled. Her lifeless body with its naked torso covered by a shirt had been positioned in a seated stance against the wall. Similar to the earlier victims, Rashida, a fashion student who worked at a clothing boutique, was petite, weighing only 100 pounds. Tragically, she was murdered just 3 days after celebrating her 18th birthday. In that same year, during the fall, 2 more young teenagers fell victim to assaults in the same area. A 15-year-old was attacked on September 25, 1998, followed by a 14-year-old on November 16th. Thankfully, these 2 adolescents survived, likely because they didn't get a good look at the attacker before being blindfolded. Even as these similar cases continued to accumulate, the police did not publicly acknowledge the possibility of a serial murderer targeting teenage girls in East Harlem. However, due to the concerns raised by the parents of the victims, the police eventually decided to take prompt action. In the 1990s, there was a relatively small database of DNA samples on record because of widespread testing of convicted felons had not yet begun. However, a significant breakthrough had occurred in the autumn of 1998 concerning the East Harlem cases. New York police experts in forensics compared bodily fluid evidence from the Rashida Washington murder with evidence from 2 other similar cases in the neighborhood. These tests conclusively linked the same perpetrator to all 3 crimes. Finally, detectives had solid evidence confirming the existence of a serial criminal preying on teenagers in Harlem. In response, police leadership assembled a specialized task force comprising detectives with the sole mission of apprehending the suspect. The police took action by distributing a wanted poster that included a sketch of the serial attacker. This sketch was based on descriptions provided by the victims. Shortly after posting the flyer in East Harlem, a tipster who called and suggested that the detectives should closely investigate a 25-year-old man known as Ace, who resided on the 19th floor of the same building where Paula had lived. The police quickly identified Ace's real name as Aaron Key, and this name triggered a memory. The name Aaron had initially surfaced during Paula's murder investigation. Detectives recalled the teenager named Aaron Wofford, who had been seen entering the elevator at the same time as Paula and had claimed to have exited on the 19th floor. The distinctive first name, Iran, had also reappeared in the investigation of Jaiz Castro's murder in 1997. Phone records showed that in the days leading up to her death, Jo Hiaz had made numerous calls to a man named Aaron Key. When questioned by the police, Aaron explained that Joe Hayes had been a friend of his girlfriend, Jacqueline. He accounted for his numerous phone calls by stating that the two women had been planning a shopping trip on the day of Jaya's murder. The police also interviewed Jacqueline, who confirmed Aaron's explanation. It was only later that the police realized that Aaron Wofford and Aaron Key were actually the same person. Wofford was his father's last name and Key was his mother's. This revelation connected Aaron Key to 2 out of the 3 victims in the suspected serial killer case. He was the last person known to have seen Paula alive, and there was a significant history of phone communication between him and Joe Hayes in the days leading up to her death. These connections could not only have been coincidence. Detectives decided to dig deeper into Aaron's background. They found that he was an intelligent and reasonably well-spoken individual. He was born on September 18, 1973, and he was living with relatives in the same building as her. Aaron was known as a charming person with a knack for computers. He claimed to be involved in rap music production, although there was little evidence to support this claim. Physically, he stood just 5 feet 8 inches and he was fairly handsome. His criminal record showed only 1 arrest for robbery in 1990, and he had spent little or no time behind bars. However, neighbors had a different perspective on Aaron. They described him as having a troubling side. He had a habit of peering through the peepholes of women in his building, and he often wandered around with a portable video camera attempting to capture inappropriate footage. At this stage, the police didn't have much substantial evidence against Aaron, but they understood the importance of a thorough investigation. They focused on the assailant involved in the September 1998 incident, who had left behind a black boo-boo cap and a gray sweatshirt. The detectives decided to look closer into these clothing items for leads. Their efforts paid off when they found a laundry tag on one of the garments. This tag eventually led the police to a dry cleaner located near Aaron's building. What made this discovery even more significant was that the client list at this dry cleaner included Aaron's mother, Cynthia. Every piece of information seemed to point to Aaron as a prime suspect, and law enforcement was increasingly convinced that testing his DNA would confirm his involvement in the crimes. However, there was a significant hurdle. Aaron had no DNA on record because mandatory DNA testing for accused felons in New York wouldn't begin until the year 2000. In the 1990s, obtaining a DNA sample was not as straightforward as bringing a suspect and asking for a swab. DNA tests were still seen as invasive procedures, and acquiring a sample required judicial authorization based on reasonable suspicion. Even though there was substantial circumstantial evidence pointing towards Aaron's involvement, detectives were aware that the details like the elevator ride, phone calls, and the laundry tag alone wouldn't be enough to persuade a judge to order Aaron to provide a DNA sample. Consequently, the police had to resort to an alternative plan. Their initial approach involved tailing Aaron Key, hoping he would unknowingly leave behind a sample of his saliva, like through spitting or disposing of chewing gum. However, this tactic quickly proved to be unsuccessful. On February 8, 1999, detectives finally caught a break when Aaron was arrested for his involvement in the theft of a computer hard drive. Since there were no laws mandating DNA testing for arrested individuals in New York at that time, the police had to resort to a bit of trickery in an attempt to obtain a DNA sample. They devised a plan where a female detective disguised herself as a doctor. Wearing a white hospital garment, she approached Aaron and asked him to provide a saliva sample for what she described as a routine tuberculosis test. She handed him paperwork in hopes he would sign a release form. However, Aaron, being cautious, took the time to read the document. When he noticed a line mentioning DNA analysis, he refused to cooperate. He claimed that he was a practicing Jehovah's Witness and that his faith prohibited him from participating in any form of medical treatment. Aaron had figured out what the police were after, and he was determined not to give it to them. After finishing his meal that evening, he tore his paper cup into pieces and flushed them down the toilet. To further confuse investigators, he swapped his cup with that of his cellmate. However, the police were one step ahead. Shortly after Aaron's arrest, he had been in a shared holding cell with several other men. During their time there, attendants had provided them with cups of water. Detectives managed to locate these cups in a wastepaper basket and set them for DNA testing. Within just a couple of days, the results came back, confirming that a sample collected from the rim of one of the cups found in the police holding cell matched the DNA of the East Harlem criminal. By the time the DNA test results were ready on February 12, 1999, Iran had already been released without bail as he was only facing a misdemeanor charge related to computer theft. Meanwhile, the New York Police Department offered an $11,000 reward for any information that could lead to his arrest. Authorities soon discovered that Iran had traveled to Brownsville, Brooklyn, and met up with his 16-year-old girlfriend named Angelique Stalling. Her parents believed that they were going on a Valentine's Day date. However, instead of sticking to their plans, Iran and Angelique boarded a bus headed for Florida from Newark, New Jersey. Detectives grew concerned that Angelique might be in danger, potentially facing the same fate as the previous victims. After Iran arrived in South Florida, he made 2 phone calls to another girlfriend back in New York. By this time, news of his status as a suspected serial killer on the run had made headlines. The second girlfriend, aware of the situation, promptly contacted the police and provided a tip that Iran was staying at the Miami Sun Hotel located just 2 blocks from the beach on Northeast 1st Avenue in downtown Miami. Responding to this tip, 2 New York detectives rushed to the hotel and began surveilling it. When they spotted Iran and Angelique walking around inside, they called the Miami-Dade SWAT team for assistance. The SWAT team stormed the building and discovered Iran and Angelique hiding under the bed on the hotel's 6th floor. And on February 19, 1999, Iran was apprehended and placed in custody. When detectives attempted to interrogate Iran about the East Harlem crimes, he remained silent and did not provide any information. However, the police had a plan. They later observed and listened from behind a 2-way mirror as they allowed Angelique into the interview room. Iran and Angelique believed they were having a private moment to say their goodbyes. During this conversation, Angelique pressed Iran to explain why he had committed the crimes. Iran's response was cryptic. He mentioned that he had bugged out and claimed to have had a sickness. After a lengthy 4-month legal battle, Iran was eventually extradited to New York to face trial on 22 felony charges related to 4 assaults in the murders of Paula Illara, Jogias Castro, and Rashida Washington. DNA evidence connected Iran to 6 out of the 7 cases. During the trial, in the fall of 2000, prosecutors John Irwin and Richard Plansky presented a powerful case. With a barrage of testimonies and DNA evidence against Iran, they called upon 130 prosecution witnesses, including 2 of Iran's victims. Iran himself insisted on being the first defense witness to take the stand. Over the course of 2 days of testimony, Iran displayed a range of emotions. From giggling like a schoolgirl to crying like a baby, he also expressed his anger at being prosecuted. His monologue, which was largely uninterrupted by the judge, prosecutors, or his own attorneys, covered a wide range of topics including pop culture, drugs, rap music, jail food, and his reflections on the criminal justice system. With many of his victims' family members present in the courtroom, Iran moved a bizarre narrative to explain why he found himself facing charges of brutal serial violence against young women. He asserted that the police had conspired to frame him as a part of a cover-up orchestrated by a corrupt medical examiner who was involved in harvesting and selling human organs. He even claimed that his DNA had been manipulated in what he referred to as genetic shuffling. However, the jury did not buy into his elaborate story. On December 16, 2000, when the guilty verdict was delivered, the courtroom burst into cheers. As Iran was later led past the crowd of grieving relatives, he directed a profane curse at them. During the sentencing a month later in January 2001, family members of Iran's victims had the opportunity to speak directly to him. Olga Paula's mother addressed him, expressing her wish that he would understand the torment of sleepless nights, loss of appetite, the inability to walk or breathe, and the absence of peace, all the while thinking about her daughter's suffering at the time of her death. Olga spoke of her enduring pain, having brought her daughter to the country in pursuit of the American dream. When it was Iran's turn to speak at the sentencing hearing, he began to cry and said that he was sorry. In response to this, a male cousin of Jogias Castro erupted in anger and attempted to leap over the barrier in an effort to attack Iran. Following this, Justice Joan Sodonic delivered the sentence. She imposed 3 life sentences on Iran, each without the possibility of parole for the 3 murders. Additionally, he received a 400-year sentence for 4 counts of abuse. Iran was incarcerated in the Clinton Correctional Facility located in Dannemora, New York. By the time Iran was sentenced, lawmakers in New York and many other states had enacted laws requiring DNA testing for individuals arrested in connection with violent crimes. Since then, this testing has been expanded to encompass most felony arrests, spanning both violent and nonviolent offenses. Moreover, certain jurisdictions have initiated DNA testing for individuals arrested for misdemeanors. For Olga, the agony of losing Paula remains as raw as ever. She understands all too clearly that the anguish stemming from the sudden and senseless loss of a loved one doesn't fade with time, especially when so many unresolved questions linger. As we conclude this heart-wrenching journey through Paula's tragic story, her memory and that of the other victims lingers in our thoughts. Reflecting on Iran's actions and consequences he faced, we are left with thought-provoking questions. What drives an individual like Iran to commit crimes like this? And how can society identify and address the factors that lead to such behavior? George Nelson Shaw Sr. was born in West Virginia in October 1936. He met his wife, Norma, in 1959, and they had their first date at the Florida State Fair on Valentine's Day. They married just months later in June. Their marriage lasted nearly 59 years and produced 3 children, 9 grandchildren, and 23 great-grandchildren. George was a deacon at his church and enjoyed hunting, reading, and gardening. He served in the United States Air Force for 28 years, retiring with the rank of Senior Master Sergeant. After leaving the Air Force, he worked for 8 years at the Lewis A. Johnson Medical Center, a Veterans Administration hospital in Clarksburg, West Virginia. In 2018, he returned to that hospital as a patient, suffering from dementia but not in critical condition. Just 2 weeks prior, he had been active with his bowling league. He was admitted on March 22, 2018, due to low blood pressure and dehydration. Because his condition wasn't life-threatening, he was placed on the 3A Medical Surgical Wing instead of the intensive care unit. After receiving fluids, George's health improved, and he was soon able to walk the hospital halls. However, his condition took a dramatic turn for the worse. For days into his stay, he suffered an inexplicable hypoglycemic event, causing his blood sugar to crash without an identifiable cause. The medical staff managed to stabilize his blood sugar, but it dropped again soon after. From that point, George's health continued to decline. He spent his final days seemingly trapped in his own body, unable to care for himself or communicate with his family. He passed away on April 10, 2018, at the age of 81. George's family found his sudden passing suspicious and requested an autopsy. Although the medical examiner noted evidence of heart disease, he attributed the cause of death to congestive heart failure. The Shaw family's concerns were heightened several months later when officials sought permission to exhume George's body for further examination at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware. They granted permission, and the second autopsy revealed troubling findings. Tests on the tissues surrounding the injection sites indicated that George had been injected with insulin at 4 locations. George was not diabetic, and he had never been prescribed insulin. The Armed Forces medical examiner ruled that the manner of George's death was a homicide and its cause was exogenous insulin administration. This means that George was intentionally injected with medically unnecessary insulin with the goal of driving his blood sugar, leading to the hypoglycemic event that led to his death. 84-year-old Archie Dale Edgell was admitted to the same floor of the same hospital on the same day as George Shaw. Archie was an Army veteran who served during the Korean War. He was a talented musician who could play almost any instrument he picked up. He served as a street water commissioner for the city of Salem, West Virginia for several years. He was married to his wife, Frances, for over 60 years, and they had 5 children and eventually numerous grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Archie had been sent to Johnson Medical Center by his primary care physician for issues stemming from his dementia. He was being cared for at the federally run Veterans Administration Hospital while it was being determined if his dementia had advanced to the point where he should be admitted to the West Virginia Veterans Nursing Facility, a state-run facility located next door. Archie had not been in serious condition when he arrived at the hospital, and he had walked into the building on his own. Archie did have type 2 diabetes, so his blood sugar was tested upon his admission. His reading was slightly elevated at 165. The hospital did not administer insulin to try to lower it. Archie's blood sugar plummeted after he had been in the hospital with readings in the 20s-30s for the next several days with no explanation. The medications Archie had been prescribed to control his blood sugar were held during his hospital stay, and he was instead given dextrose and medications to raise his blood sugar level back to normal levels. Archie passed away on March 26, 2018, 4 days after he was admitted to the Johnson Medical Center. His medical team had no explanation for his hypoglycemia or his death, but he was buried without further investigation. Archie's family had felt that something was suspicious about his death. When investigators came to meet with them in November of 2018 to discuss exhuming his body for further testing, Archie's son Steve's first words to them when they arrived were, "They killed my father, didn't they?" Archie's wife, Frances, lived to learn that her husband, Steph, was considered suspicious, but passed away in April of 2019, 2 months before the report detailing the findings of the examination of his remains was released. Her son, Steve, believes she died of a broken heart. The examination of Archie's body revealed that, like George Shaw, there were several injection sites on his body that could not be explained. Also, like George, the areas surrounding these injection marks tested positive for insulin. The new autopsy report stated that these findings were suspicious for unprescribed exogenous insulin administration. The investigators looking into these suspicious deaths had told George and Archie's families that numerous deaths of veterans at the Johnson Medical Center were being re-examined. The scale of the problem was not made known to the public until August of 2019, when the daughter of another veteran treated at Johnson Medical Center submitted a statement of claim to the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. Felix Kirk McDermott was a veteran of the Vietnam War. He had retired from the United States Army with the rank of sergeant and then went on to work as a truck driver and to serve in the Pennsylvania Army National Guard. His daughter, Melanie, described him in 2021 as a proud Army veteran, an ornery character who would give anybody a helping hand. 82-year-old Kirk had been admitted to Johnson Medical Center on April 6, 2018, because he was suffering from pneumonia. He had physical impairment that had been brought on by a stroke. His health initially improved following his admission to the hospital, but on the morning of April 9th, he suddenly began experiencing shortness of breath. Blood tests showed that his blood sugar was critically and profoundly low, according to the later claim. Medical staff could not raise his blood sugar, and Kirk passed away around 9 o'clock that morning. Hospital staff never explained to Kirk's family that he had experienced an unexplained hypoglycemic event. Several months later, Kirk's family was contacted and finally notified that he may not have died as the result of natural causes. His remains were disinterred and taken to Dover Air Force Base to be examined. Again, unexplained injection marks were found on his body, and testing showed that he had been injected with insulin at these sites. Kirk did not have diabetes and had never been prescribed insulin. The deputy medical examiner who performed the autopsy ruled that his death had been a homicide. Someone had intentionally injected him with insulin for the purpose of killing him. When Kirk's family was first notified that his death was being considered as potentially suspicious, they were also told that 9 or 10 other veterans had been killed under similar suspicious circumstances on that floor of that hospital prior to his death. This would be a major issue described in the claim Kirk's family would later file against the Veterans Administration. If the medical examiner's conclusion is correct, Felix Kirk McDermott was murdered while he was in the care and custody of the Lewis A. Johnson VA Medical Center, despite the VAMC being on notice of the previous wrongful injections, according to the attorney representing Kirk's daughter. Despite there being evidence that someone was murdering veterans at the hospital had done nothing to stop them, allowing an increasing number of people to be murdered. It would ultimately be determined that potentially as many as 20 murders using unauthorized insulin injections were committed at the hospital over a nearly year-long period between July of 2017 June of 2018. By the time Melanie and her family filed their claim, a person of interest was identified in the early days of the investigation, which began in June of 2018, nearly a year after the deaths began. In those previous 11 months, various members of the staff had discussed amongst themselves how strange it was that elderly men kept having these episodes in the early morning hours with no medical explanation, but no one reported their concerns, even when the deaths began occurring much more frequently in the early months of 2018. In June of 2018, a doctor only publicly identified as Hospitalist B finally met with the hospital's associate chief of staff after speaking with other physicians about their patients. According to a later report, the associate chief of staff's attitude exemplified the response of most employees, that the events were likely medically based and that there was no need to report. Hospitalist B insisted that something was going on, and it was potentially criminal. On June 28th, the Veterans Affairs Office of the Investigator General was contacted. The FBI joined the investigation the next day, and the U.S. Attorney General's office joined a week later. An extensive investigation into deaths that occurred at the hospital was required, but investigators at first looked at 8 cases doctors had initially identified in hopes of quickly identifying a person of interest and preventing them from harming any more patients. They soon realized that only 3 of the hospital's employees had been working at the times just before the suspicious hypoglycemic events occurred. Only one of these employees worked on floor 3A, where all of the suspicious deaths had occurred. Electronic records confirmed that the other 2 employees had been in other areas of the hospital at the times in question. This left one potential person of interest. This individual remained an employee of the hospital for the time being, but was removed from patient care on July 5, 2018. They were terminated from the hospital in March of 2019 based on dishonest answers they had provided during interviews related to the investigation. The person of interest was 46-year-old Rita Mays. She was never taken into custody until July 14, 2020, 2 years after the investigation began. She was finally taken into custody that day after she appeared in federal court to plead guilty to 7 counts of second-degree murder and 1 count of assault with intent to commit murder. The assault charge stemmed from the death of Russell R. Posey, a 92-year-old Navy veteran who served during World War II. While Mays admitted to injecting him with insulin, prosecutors did not believe that they had sufficient medical evidence to prove that the injection directly caused his death in court. While there were approximately 20 deaths deemed suspicious during the investigation, prosecutors ultimately concluded that they could not prove Mays' involvement to a sufficient legal standard to bring charges in connection to all of them. In addition to George, Archie, and Kirk, Mays also confessed to murdering 4 other veterans by injecting them with insulin while they were in the hospital. 82-year-old Robert Edge Sr. was a veteran of the United States Navy. He would later be described by his family as a kind and gentle man who could build almost anything, which helped him always find work when he returned home after serving during the Korean War. 96-year-old William Holloway served in the United States Army during World War II. He had signed up for the Army before he had even turned 18, which meant he had to obtain permission from his father in order to enlist. Robert Lee Kozel Sr., 89, served in the United States Army from 1951 until 1953. He was stationed at Fort Campbell in Kentucky with the 11th Airborne Division as a field artillery parachutist. He loved music and was an active member of his church. He was skilled at fixing things and passed his skills on to his 2 sons. He was the proud grandfather of 3 grandchildren. According to his family, he loved to dance, to sing, and to play his harmonica. On Christmas Day of 2017, he learned that he was going to be a great-grandfather, and his happiness at the news brought him to tears. He never got to meet his great-grandchild because Rita Mays killed him just over a month later. 88-year-old Raymond Golden served in the United States Army from 1951 until 1953, and in the United States Air Force from 1955 until 1973. He went on to become a mail carrier. He was survived by his wife, 2 children, and 5 grandchildren. In addition to spending time with his friends and family, he enjoyed bowling, fishing, and woodworking. Rita Mays was, like all of her victims, a veteran. She served in the Army National Guard from November 2000 to April 2001, and then again from February 2003 until May of 2004, during which time she was deployed to Iraq and Kuwait, where she worked in a non-combat position repairing chemical equipment. She was discharged from the National Guard in October of 2006 following her final duty assignment with the Guard's 115th Engineer Company in Clarksburg. Mays was hired as a nursing assistant at Johnson Medical Center in 2015 and assigned to work the night shift on floor 3A of the medical surgical unit. A later investigation into the hospital would reveal numerous failings that had allowed Mays to murder so many patients. The first of these errors occurred when Mays was hired. Prior to working at the VA hospital, Mays had been employed for 3 years at a group home for adults with disabilities. During this time, she went from an entry-level position as a caregiver to a residential manager who supervised 15 employees. She left the group home for the job at the hospital under good terms, according to the parent company of the home. However, her job prior to working as a caregiver was at the North Central Regional Jail. She worked as a corrections officer there from August of 2005 until September of 2012. While in this position, inmates accused her of using excessive force. She and several other corrections officers were named in a 2013 lawsuit, which claimed she had kicked and helped restrain an inmate so that another officer could stomp on his head. Mays then allegedly spat in the inmate's face, cursed at him, and threatened him. Mays and her co-defendants all denied that they had used excessive force, and a federal judge dismissed the lawsuit. The Johnson Medical Center was not aware of these allegations because they had failed to perform the complete background and employment checks required for her position in a facility run by a federal agency. Had they learned about the excessive force allegations, she most likely would not have been hired in a patient care position, and the hospital would have had grounds for terminating Mays during her probationary employment period, which ended in September of 2020 employment period, which ended in September of 2016, months before the first murder. The hospital had another opportunity to learn of these allegations when Mays was nominated for Nursing Assistant of the Year by her supervisor in December of 2016. The award was one of the VA Secretary's Awards for Excellence in Nursing. And since the award would be signed by the Secretary of the Veterans Administration and came with a $500 prize, its recipients were required to undergo a security check before receiving it. Mays was given the award, but the person responsible for performing the security check marked it as complete and having a favorable outcome without actually completing it. Mays received the award in September of 2017, just months after she committed her first murder. Mays worked as a nursing assistant, which meant that she did not have the training necessary for her to work in a medical position. Her job mainly entailed assisting patients with basic daily tasks like eating and bathing, monitoring vital signs, and sitting with patients who required constant supervision. Mays had been the nursing assistant assigned to sit with several of the murdered men just prior to their initial unexplained hypoglycemic events, a fact which increased authorities' suspicions that she was the person responsible for the deaths. Mays was interviewed by investigators 3 times. She spent much of her first interview complaining about her job and how she was often asked to work in other areas of the hospital or perform tasks that she felt were below her position. She denied any involvement in the suspicious deaths. However, hospital technology records show that immediately after the first interview, Mays returned to her workstation and began looking for a new job. While investigators felt that Mays was the most likely perpetrator in the case because she was the only person who had the access to commit all of the murders, their case against her was entirely circumstantial. The hospital pharmacy did not use the Veterans Administration mandated system to track its medication inventory, and supply rooms and medication carts were not locked. There were no security cameras covering common areas, including the rooms where medications were stored, so there were no records of Mays taking the insulin or security footage showing her in the areas where it was stored. This means that Mays had the opportunity to take the insulin without being caught, but it also meant that there was no evidence that she had. Since investigators did not have any of the actual insulin bottles or syringes used in the murders, they also did not have any fingerprints or other physical evidence tying Mays to the insulin. The investigation, therefore, went on for 2 more years despite the almost immediate identification of Mays as the prime suspect. Circumstantial evidence against her continued to pile up. Examination of her social media accounts found posts complaining about her patients and making jokes about medically restraining them despite the fact that Mays was not authorized to administer medications. In Facebook messages, she complained about having to deliver medications doctors used as they fought to save George Shaw's life. A search of her internet history showed that Mays had researched female serial killers and the number of victims they each had, and that she watched a series on Netflix called Nurses Who Kill. While this activity does not indicate criminal activity, one of the episodes of the show was about a nurse who killed patients using insulin, proving that Mays, who did not have any medical education, would have known that insulin could be used to kill someone. Mays was married, but her husband was incarcerated on child pornography charges during the investigation. She would call him almost every morning after returning home from her night shift, and their phone calls were recorded. The morning after one of the unexplained hypoglycemic events, Mays complained to her husband about the patient she had been assigned to sit with during her shift and how she had wanted to strangle him. In another call, she complained about her arms being sore from doing compressions while trying to help revive one of her victims. She was upset that the previously stable patient's family had not signed a do not resuscitate order. Since there was no order on file, when the patient had experienced an unexplained hypoglycemic event the week before, the hospital staff had used all available measures to save his life. She told her husband that the patient would have just fallen asleep and not woken up when his blood sugar level dropped to 30 if they had just done nothing, a statement that authorities found odd from someone without any formal medical education. Mays spent hours with investigators during her 2 subsequent interviews, but she largely shut down during both of them, with recordings of these interviews consisting largely of silence as investigators waited for responses from Mays, as they offered to help her if she explained what had happened. Mays did acknowledge during the 3rd interview that the evidence was pointing towards her as the person who had killed the patients. After this 3rd interview, Mays went to the courthouse in order to fill out an affidavit requesting a court-appointed attorney. However, she was eligible for one since at the time, she had not been charged with a crime and investigators had not named her in a target letter. Once they learned that Mays had made this trip to the courthouse, investigators decided that she may be more willing to speak with them once she had legal representation. They issued a target letter stating that they believed she had committed several crimes, which allowed her to be assigned 3 court-appointed attorneys in the following weeks. Mays and her attorneys then began the process of negotiating a deal in which she would plead guilty to the murders and the assault charge that authorities believed they had the evidence to successfully prove in court. The families of the victims were all consulted and they agreed to Mays pleading guilty rather than going to trial. Mays was sentenced on May 11, 2021. At the sentencing hearing, her lawyers asked the judge to sentence her to 30 years in prison, a sentence at the lower end of sentencing guidelines for the crimes she had pleaded guilty to. In justifying this request, they pointed to Mays' difficult childhood and her post-traumatic stress disorder diagnosis, which stemmed from a sexual assault she suffered while in the military. May herself addressed the court, saying, "I don't ask anyone for forgiveness because I don't think I could forgive anyone for doing what I did. I can only say that I'm sorry for the pain I caused the families and my family." Numerous family members of Mays' victims watched the sentencing hearing, either in person or over video conference. Many of them spoke about their loved ones and the impact their loss had on their families prior to the judge announcing the sentence. "Growing up, he was my hero," Robert Edge Jr. said of his father, Robert Edge Sr. "He took care of me when I was little, and when it was time for me to take care of him, you took that away from me." Addressing Mays, Melanie Proctor, daughter of Kirk McDermott, said, "You took some of the greatest men of our time and preyed on them when they were at their weakest, and for that, you are a coward." U.S. District Judge Thomas Klee was not moved by Mays' lawyer's request for leniency. He regularly saw individuals in his courtroom who had difficult childhoods in rural West Virginia, as well as veterans who all too commonly suffer from PTSD. He told Mays, "But you're not special. None of these folks are killers, let alone serial killers." Judge Klee went on to say to Mays several times, "Your counsel made the point that you shouldn't be considered a monster. Respectfully, I disagree with that. You are the worst kind. You're the monster that no one sees coming." He sentenced Mays to 7 life sentences, 1 for each murder, plus 20 years for the assault charge. The judge did recommend that Mays serve her sentence at Federal Medical Center Carswell in Fort Worth, Texas, as requested by her lawyers, because the facility offers specialized mental health treatment for inmates. However, Mays was ultimately sent to Federal Correctional Institution Aliceville, a low-security facility in Alabama, to serve her sentence instead. While Mays' victims received justice, the loved ones they left behind were still without answers. Mays did not speak of her motive for the murders in court during her initial plea or at her sentencing. Mays did speak with investigators following her guilty pleas being formally entered, and she claimed that 2 different motives led her to commit the murders, although the first reason she provided was clearly a lie meant to make her look better. Mays claimed that she believed she was being merciful by ending her victims' lives and allowing them to pass gently. However, none of her victims had been in danger of dying before she injected them with insulin. They were all expected to survive whatever had brought them to the hospital. Most of their conditions had improved while they were being cared for in the hospital, and some of them were very close to being discharged. Mays injecting these men with insulin did not save them from a painful death. It instead inflicted one upon them. The effects the injections had on the veterans were horrifying. The hypoglycemic events Mays caused resulted in her victims spending hours or days suffering from their side effects. Records show that her victims experienced agitation, loss of motor control, cold sweats, difficulty breathing, and a variety of other severe symptoms as a result of her injecting them with insulin. Furthermore, Mays injected some of her victims on multiple different occasions when the medical intervention meant to stabilize their blood sugar was working and their health was once again improving. The other reason Mays provided for her crimes was the sense of control it gave her when she was experiencing chaos in her personal life and at her job. Unlike her claims of trying to be merciful, this motive at least appears to have some basis in reality. Mays's husband was incarcerated on child pornography charges at the time of her crimes, and she had voiced displeasure at the menial tasks she was expected to perform as a nursing assistant. She had also previously complained about having to work with patients suffering from dementia, a condition which some of her victims have been diagnosed with. While Rita Mays was prevented from causing further harm to patients, the question of how she had been able to kill so many people over an extended period of time without detection remained. According to Veterans Affairs Inspector General Michael J. Missel, while responsibility for these heinous criminal acts lies with Rita Mays, an extensive healthcare inspection by our office found the facility had serious and pervasive clinical and administrative failures that contributed to them going undetected. On the day Mays was sentenced, the Department of Veterans Affairs Office of Inspector General released a 100-page report detailing the various failures at the Johnson Medical Center that Mays had been able to exploit. Medication storage and inventory management was a major concern. Improper storage and inventory reporting had allowed Mays to obtain insulin unchecked when she had no reason to have access to any medication as part of her duties, because she did not have the licenses that would allow her to administer it. These failures further prevented the hospital from noticing the excessive amounts of drugs used to counteract insulin being used at the hospital and investigating the unusual need for the drug. Each individual case of unexplained hypoglycemia should have merited concern even without a pattern being identified. Dr. Diane Krieger, who later consulted with investigators, stated that in her more than 30 years of practice, she had never seen blood sugar levels as low as she saw in the records of the cases of unexplained hypoglycemia she examined as part of her work on the case. According to her, even diabetics rarely have their blood sugar drop below 30, and some of Mays's victims had readings as low as 5 after she injected them with high doses of insulin. Testing was not performed to determine the cause of the unexplained hypoglycemic events experienced by 7 of Mays's confirmed victims, and when George Shaw's family insisted on further testing, doctors ordered the wrong test. Other failures involved hospital staff, training, and technology. The employee responsible for patient safety did not train staff about what sorts of incidents needed to be reported. The hospital computer system did not always enter overnight blood sugar readings into patient charts for their doctors to review the following morning. The report identified missed opportunities at every level of leadership at the hospital that could have ended Rita Mays' crime spree. The report made 14 recommendations to improve patient safety at Johnson Medical Center. The Veterans Administration claimed that all of the recommendations would be implemented by March of 2022. By the time of Mays' sentencing in May of 2021, the Veterans Administration had reached tentative financial settlements with the families of her victims. The payouts have so far totaled more than $5 million. The money has not eased the pain the families feel over the loss of their loved ones or at the failings of the hospital their loved ones. 2. According to Kirk McDermott's daughter, Melanie Proctor, "I'm always going to feel guilty about this. I thought I had my dad someplace safe." On September 24, 2021, the tantrums of 3-year-old Arlie Dew took a tragic turn when her family subjected her to an exorcism. Her cries were contained within the walls of a small Pentecostal church, Iglesia Apostolici Prophetis, in San Jose, California. Arlie took her last breath during a terrifying attempt to cast out a supposed demon, orchestrated by her mother, Claudia Hernandez Santos, her uncle, Rene Aaron Hernandez Santos, and her grandfather, Rene Trigueros Hernandez. As prosecutors investigate this heartbreaking case, they reveal the chilling details of a fatal church exorcism that sent shockwaves through the community. With accusations firmly directed at all three family members, the legal proceedings seek to deliver justice for little Arlie. Investigators spent months unraveling the roles of each family member: mother, uncle, and grandfather, each contributing to the tragedy that claimed this innocent child's life. Arlie was denied the protection she deserved from those closest to her. Did she receive the justice she needed? Let's find out. San Jose, California, is known for its museums, gardens, and historic architecture. As of the 2023 census, San Jose is home to 930,862 people from diverse backgrounds. In the past 5 years, the crime rate has risen significantly. While it is often regarded as one of the safest large cities in America, the crime rate per 100,000 people now exceeds the average of 316.3. However, this incident was particularly isolated. In the name of religion, a young life was tragically cut short. Nestled within its quiet streets, the Iglesia Apostolici Prophetis, a seemingly ordinary Pentecostal church, became the center of a horrifying crime in September 2021. Inside this unassuming church, a distressing exorcism unfolded, forever marking its walls with the dark echoes of 3-year-old Arlie Doe's tragic fate. The Hernandez family included 25-year-old Claudia Alicia Hernandez, the victim's mother, alongside her uncle, Rene Hernandez Santos, and grandfather, Rene Hernandez Sr., both implicated in the exorcism that led to the child's untimely death. Not much is known about the victim's uncle or father. The family's spiritual journey unfolded within the confines of Iglesia Apostolici Prophetis, a small Pentecostal church where Arlie's grandfather, identified as the leader of the church and a certified pastor, played a prominent role. The family's occupations beyond their religious roles remain undisclosed. Claudia, the mother, handled a YouTube channel where she shared her live videos. But one fact that was certain was that they were extremely religious. It was their religious affiliations that led them to the tragic belief that the child was possessed that resulted in such an end. On September 24, 2021, a dark chapter unfolded in the life of this 3-year-old child as her family's misguided attempt to exorcise what they believed to be an evil spirit led to a day of unimaginable horror. The events that transpired on this fateful day would later become the focal point of legal proceedings and public scrutiny. It all started when Arlie woke the night before and began screaming periodically. Arlie's mother, Claudia Alicia Hernandez Santos, believed that the tantrum of her child was the work of evil forces and took her to the church to perform an exorcism. Claudia, in an attempt to perform an exorcism, put her finger down Arlie's throat several times. Even though Arlie was being subjected to so much pain, she fell asleep several times in between out of exhaustion. She was being held down by her uncle and grandfather. They held her by the neck, resulting in asphyxiation. According to Claudia, Arlie's vomit was purple in color. The 2-hour-long ceremony ended in tragedy. However, the family didn't attempt to seek any medical help for almost 2 hours after she had passed away. After almost 2 hours, Claudia called the police shortly after 8 p.m. to report her daughter's lifeless state. Responding to the call, the authorities arrived at the Iglesia Apostolici Prophetis Church in San Jose, a place that would forever be etched in infamy. There, they discovered little Arlie, unconscious on the floor, initiating a harrowing sequence of events that unfolded over the next few hours. Arlie was subjected to relentless physical abuse, lost consciousness, and displayed signs of trauma with injuries around her eyes, face, neck, and chest. The family's disturbing belief in demonic possession led to a prolonged ordeal for the young girl, lasting approximately 12 hours. When paramedics finally arrived 2 hours later, they found her lifeless body on the church floor, marking the end of a day filled with torment and anguish. The affidavit filed in Santa Clara County Superior Court revealed that Arlie's mother, Claudia, believed her daughter had died between 6 and 6:30 p.m. The family's distorted perception of spirituality and the misguided belief in their ability to expel evil through abusive practices cast a dark shadow over Arlie's final moments. The investigation into the tragic death of Arlie unfolded as a chilling tale of religious fervor gone awry, leading to a horrific exorcism performed by her own family members, her mother, uncle, and grandfather. The subsequent legal proceedings shed light on the shocking details of the whole 12-hour ordeal that culminated in Arlie's death inside the confines of the small Pentecostal church, Iglesia Apostoli C. Prophetis, located in San Jose, California. The investigative process took a significant turn when Santa Clara County District Attorney Jeffrey Rosen filed court documents seeking to consolidate the cases of all three family members into a single trial. The rationale behind this request was rooted in the assertion that each defendant played a reprehensible role in the violence inflicted upon Arlie, making it challenging to determine individual responsibility for specific injuries. The court documents revealed the disturbing timeline of events that unfolded on September 24, 2021. Arlie's mother, 25-year-old Claudia Hernandez Santos, initiated the tragic sequence of events by calling the police to report her daughter's lifeless state. The authorities arrived at the Pentecostal church discovering Arlie unconscious on the floor, a scene that would later be confirmed as the result of a homicide caused by suffocation and smothering. The investigation uncovered harrowing details of the family's collective actions during the 12-hour exorcism attempt. Prosecutors contended that all three defendants, Arlie's mother, uncle, and grandfather, actively participated in physically abusing the young girl. At various points during the ordeal, each family member held Arlie at different parts of her body, with one gripping her neck, another her abdomen, and the third holding her legs. The alleged attempt to induce vomiting involved a disturbing collaboration of efforts. A preliminary autopsy later confirmed that Arlie's death was a result of homicide, with asphyxia due to suffocation identified as the cause. The alarming details emerged as investigators delved into the disturbing circumstances surrounding the little girl's demise. According to court documents, the family, gripped by the belief that Arlie was possessed by a demon, engaged in a twisted form of prayer and exorcism at the church. Arlie's mother, in an attempt to rid her daughter of the perceived evil spirit, resorted to distressing methods. She allegedly attempted to induce vomiting by sticking her fingers down Arlie's throat and squeezing her neck, actions that escalated as the day went on. The investigation revealed a disturbing lack of care for Arlie's basic needs leading up to her death. The affidavit stated that the victim last ate on Thursday, September 23rd, around 9 p.m., and was provided with only about 6 ounces of water from Thursday until the time of her death. The coroner's findings further emphasized the extent of Arlie's suffering, revealing injuries to her face and neck, as well as blunt force injuries across her chest and back. Internal bleeding added another layer of brutality to the acts committed by her own family members. As the investigation unfolded, the family members faced charges of child abuse, including assault on a child with force likely to cause great bodily injury resulting in death. The legal proceedings brought attention to the distorted beliefs that fueled the family's actions, the misguided conviction that Arlie was possessed by a demon, and that a religious ritual could expel this perceived evil. The court documents delved into individual statements made by each defendant during police interviews. Arlie's grandfather, the self-proclaimed pastor of Iglesia Apostoli C. Prophetis, provided varying accounts of the events leading to the young girl's death. His changing narratives between September may raise suspicions about the accuracy of his statements and hinted at potential inconsistencies or attempts to obfuscate the truth. Similarly, Arlie's uncle, Rene Aaron Hernandez Santos, significantly altered his initial account during subsequent interviews with the police. The evolving nature of his statement suggested a lack of transparency and prompted further scrutiny of the circumstances surrounding the exorcism. If convicted, Claudia Alicia Hernandez faces an exceptionally severe sentence of 25 years to life in prison. The investigation unfolded against the backdrop of a disturbing trend: increased demand for exorcisms driven by a confluence of factors such as poverty, anxiety, and a lack of trust in conventional institutions. The tragic case of Arlie Doe served as a stark reminder of the dangers inherent in the intersection of religious fervor and unchecked beliefs. As the legal proceedings progressed, the call for a consolidated trial underscored the complexity of assigning individual culpability for a crime committed collaboratively. The family's statements and actions, as revealed through the investigation, provide a chilling insight into their perspective on the events surrounding the young girl's death. The family's narrative begins with Arlie's mother, Claudia Hernandez Santos, expressing her belief that her daughter was possessed by an evil spirit. According to statements provided to police, Arlie would periodically wake up at night crying or screaming, which fueled the family's conviction that she was under the influence of a demonic force. In response to these perceived manifestations, Claudia attempted to perform what she described as an exorcism to rid Arlie of the alleged evil spirit. Claudia's involvement in the exorcism took a disturbing turn as she detailed the methods she employed in a rather matter-of-fact manner. First responders who arrived at the scene observed bruising around the child's eyes, neck, and chest. Claudia admitted that they waited for 2 hours before finally calling 911. Subsequent interviews with investigators revealed Claudia's evolving beliefs about Arlie's possession. Claudia and her uncle reportedly prayed for Arlie while inside a bedroom. The events escalated the following morning when Claudia and her uncle drove Arlie to the Iglesia Apostolici Prophetas, a small Pentecostal church. The family still held the belief that Arlie was under demonic control. The family believed she had died between 6 and 6:30 p.m., around 12 hours after arriving at the church. According to Arlie's father, they had to perform the ceremony to liberate her of her evil spirits. The details about the exorcism weren't revealed, however. It was stated that Arlie was asleep when they reached the church. He also added, "If you read the Bible, you'll see that Jesus cast away demons and made sick people healthy again," he told the newspaper. "It's not when I want to do it. It's when God, in His will, wants to heal the person. The preacher is like an instrument of God. What we do is what God says." In the aftermath of Arlie's death, Claudia set up a GoFundMe campaign to solicit donations for burial expenses. The family's deep-rooted religious convictions were evident in Claudia's Instagram profile description, which included a reference to Isaiah chapter 55 verse 8 through 11, a Bible verse about finding strength during difficult times. Arlie's mother added another layer to the investigation through YouTube videos she uploaded, providing insights into her perspective on her daughter's death. In these videos, Claudia did not accept blame for the alleged exorcism or her daughter's demise. Instead, she attributed Arlie's death to a divine act, asserting that God took her and expressing gratitude that her daughter would not have to face the hardships of the world. In a bizarre turn of events, a YouTube video surfaced in January, for months after Arlie's passing, featuring Claudia Hernandez discussing her daughter's death. The 40-minute self-shot video titled with Arlie's full name offers a haunting glimpse into Hernandez's demeanor as she addresses the circumstances surrounding the tragedy. Hernandez's statements in the video attempt to provide her perspective on the situation, asserting that only those present truly understand what transpired. She acknowledges the negative perception surrounding her and the circumstances of her daughter's death, but emphasizes her inability to change the past. Hernandez expresses gratitude that her daughter is no longer suffering in a world she perceives as increasingly challenging and deteriorating. As a matter of fact, the video becomes a poignant exploration of Hernandez's emotions, revealing the pain of losing a child juxtaposed with moments of apparent attachment. She reflects on the joy of being a mother, acknowledging the sadness, tears, and longing for her daughter. The complex emotional landscape painted in the video adds another layer of intricacy to an already deeply tragic narrative. 6 days after the YouTube video was uploaded, prosecutors formally charged Hernandez. The gravity of these charges, coupled with the perceived disconnect between Hernandez's demeanor in the video and the alleged actions leading to Arlie's death, underscores the complexity of the case. The family's association with Iglesia Apostolici Prophetas took a darker turn as the church was linked to another incident, an alleged kidnapping involving individuals associated with the church. Professor Allison Cavey, an expert in the history of magic, science, and religion, provided valuable insights into the broader context of exorcisms. She highlighted the increasing prevalence of exorcisms in both the United States and Latin America over the last 5 to 7 years. KV pointed out challenges stemming from the Catholic Church's lack of preparation for priests to perform exorcisms, leading to a demand that is not met by qualified individuals. She also identified societal factors such as poverty, anxiety, and a lack of trust in conventional institutions for education as driving forces behind the demand for exorcisms. KV emphasized that when people choose supernatural explanations, like demonic possession, it often stems from dissatisfaction with natural explanations, providing comfort without the burden of blame or responsibility. In the case of Arlie's family, the tragic events unfolded against the backdrop of a desperate attempt to solve a problem they may not have fully understood, attributing it to supernatural forces. It's alarming how the family didn't express any form of guilt or sorrow even after Arlie's loss. The YouTube video recorded by Claudia before her arrest offered a glimpse into her emotional journey from the excitement of pregnancy to the profound grief of losing her daughter. Her sentiments reflected the difficulty of accepting a child's loss due to illness, pushing individuals to seek solace in supernatural explanations. As the legal proceedings unfolded, Claudia Alicia Hernandez Santos faced charges of felony, assault on a child with force likely to produce great bodily injury resulting in death. Her arrest, which occurred on January 31, 2022, highlighted the severity of the crimes committed during that fateful exorcism. The day of horror marked by religious fervor gone awry not only claimed the life of a young child, but also brought to light the dangerous intersection of misguided beliefs and heinous actions. The tragic case of Arlie Dew came to an end when her mother, Claudia Alicia Hernandez, was charged with felony assault on a child with force likely to produce great bodily injury. The severity of the allegations prompted prosecutors to emphasize the extreme nature of the actions she's accused of committing against her own daughter. The decision to deny bail was motivated by concerns over public safety and the assessment that Hernandez presented a high flight risk. Prosecutors pointed out her minimal ties to the community, coupled with her birthplace in El Salvador, as factors contributing to the perceived risk. This precautionary measure underscores the severity of the accusations against Hernandez and the potential dangers she may pose if released pending trial. The disturbing details of the case were brought to public attention through newly uncovered court documents, as neither the San Jose Police Department nor the district attorney's office had initially disclosed information about the harrowing homicide. The investigative process aimed to unravel the circumstances surrounding Arlie's death, with Hernandez emerging as the sole individual arrested in connection to the case. The legal proceedings will continue to unfold, scrutinizing the evidence, witness testimonies, and the chilling details revealed in the court documents. Anyways, as the justice system navigates the intricacies of this case, the focus will remain on seeking accountability for the actions that led to the tragic loss of Arlie's life. The proceedings will unfold with a commitment to ensuring justice for the young victim and holding those responsible accountable for the alleged heinous acts that cut short a promising and innocent life. As we wrap up our investigation into the disturbing incident surrounding Iglesia Apostolici Prophetis in San Jose, the web of tragedy and criminality continues to unravel. The revelations of a deadly exorcism and a shocking baby kidnapping have cast a dark shadow over this church community. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.